This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Chengdu, 10:53 p.m., Eastern Time Zone 8. So late at night, Yixi was stuck on the elevated road because the road ahead was flooded and dangerous. This southern city ushered in its rainy season. A once-in-a-century heavy rain swept across the southwest basin with an unstoppable force, catching people off guard and making the city's municipal engineering overwhelmed. Looking at the motionless convoy in front, Yixi sighed and silently took out his mobile phone to kill time. The screen was full of prompt messages, most of which were news about the disaster, and the rest were unread messages from work groups and private chats. The once-in-a-century flood is a natural disaster. If nothing else, it is fortunate to be able to survive safely. Compared with nature and the universe, human development is still insignificant. According to universal values, Yixi is a promising young person. Her parents divorced when she was young, but they never treated her badly in terms of material things. She grew up smoothly. She was admitted to the top 5 universities in China, and received various honorary scholarships. Her undergraduate and master's degrees were both in the humanities and history majors. She entered the Provincial Department of Education through the Talent Introduction Policy right after graduating from her master's degree. It was graduation season, and the department had worked overtime for a full week. She had only gone home at this time. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt fell from the sky, as bright as day, and it felt like it was tearing the night apart. Yixi immediately threw away her mobile phone and covered her ears with both hands. With such bright lightning, it is not difficult to guess how deafening the thunder that followed would be. Bang! A deafening sound like an explosion sounded, and even though she covered her ears, her body could not help but tremble. Then, the Ola Ola vehicle alarm sounded one after another. For some reason, Yixi felt a little uneasy, and her heart suddenly beat fast, as if something bad was about to happen. Ding! Ding ding! When she heard the horn of the vehicle behind her, she realized that the traffic had begun to loosen up, and she hurriedly changed gears, started the car, and drove forward. But the feeling of panic lingered in her heart, and could not be shaken off. In this kind of rain, the wipers can play a small role, and she could only turn on the emergency lights and drive at a snail's pace. The rain was getting heavier, and the sound of rain and thunder outside the car made her feel as if she was isolated from the world. For some reason, there was always a sense of foreboding. A lightning bolt more than 1 meter wide struck from the sky. As if sensing something, Yixi looked up. The scene in front of her made her hair stand on end. Her dark pupils reflected a ray of daylight, and her pupils expanded uncontrollably. The speed of lightning was extremely fast. It took her only 1 or 2 seconds from being terrified to having her scalp numb and losing all consciousness. In a black SUV behind her, a scream came from the driver's seat. The Mini in front of us. Did you see it? Damn! The lightning came down, and the car disappeared. Are you blind? It must have driven away. How can you see clearly with such a big rain bag? The person in the passenger seat obviously didn't believe it. I saw the lightning hit the car. You are an idiot. The 2 people in the car were still arguing. No matter what the result of the argument was, or what the headlines of tomorrow's news were, the story played here had nothing to do with Yixi. In the year 3587 of the interstellar calendar, the Empire's Gulf Star, the Royal Third Hospital. It was an ordinary rainy night, with heavy rain, lightning and thunder. As one of the good stars among the 231 planets under the Empire, Gulf Star is famous for its rich freshwater resources and seafood. Almost half of the year on this planet is spent in the rainy season. Doctor? Suddenly, a man who was estimated to be nearly 2 meters tall rushed into the hospital hall holding a pregnant woman. He was soaked, his brown hair was messy and stuck to his face, and he looked quite embarrassed. The people in the hall were all stunned. They hadn't seen such a thing for many years. The first to react was the robot in the corner. This was an outdated CX-1 medical robot. After its big red eyes scanned the pregnant woman in the man's arms back and forth, its body quickly began to deform. A large plate fell from the abdomen. The large plate looked like some kind of alloy material, and could shrink freely. The board extended forward until it was big enough to accommodate 1 person lying down, and then it stopped changing and slid quickly towards the man. Sir, please place the pregnant woman on the stretcher in the right position. At the same time, the microphone on its right side sounded an alarm. Attention! The fetus's mental power fluctuates abnormally. Please rescue her in time. Soon, an old man with slightly gray hair rushed out with a group of doctors and nurses. A sharp-eyed nurse pointed at the pregnant woman and shouted, "Oh my God! It's Director Tan. Her due date is still 3 months away." Seeing them, the man immediately rushed to the old man in the lead. He held the old man's hands tightly with both hands, as if a drowning person grasping the last straw, and said hoarsely, "Director Chen, save her! Please save her!" As the director of this hospital, Chen Siyuan knew the families of his capable subordinates very well. The man in front of him was always arrogant and calm in front of others, and he had never lost his composure like this. This shows that the matter is not simple, but stabilizing the emotions of the patient's family is the basic skill of doctors, so his voice is relatively steady. What happened? The shuttle was hit by lightning, and the instrument failed and fell from the track. The man spoke very fast, but his words were concise and clear. Hearing the reason, the faces of the people present showed a few seconds of dullness. For many of them, the shuttle being hit by lightning can be said to be unheard of and unseen. Chen Siyuan was the most experienced person among all the people on the scene, and he came back to his senses the fastest. He patted the man's hand and said, "We will do our best to rescue Xiao Tan, don't worry." After that, he led everyone to the operating room. As soon as the robot put the pregnant woman on the operating table, Chen Siyuan walked out of the sterile room. He had already gone through several plans in his mind, and was more or less confident, so his voice was not panicked. Report the characteristics of the life form. A cold and emotionless mechanical voice sounded in the operating room. The pregnant woman's mental power is stable, internal uterine bleeding, abdominal bleeding, the third and fourth ribs on the left side are broken, inserted into the lung lobe, the external skin is severely burned, the thigh and arm are scratched by sharp weapons, a slight concussion, level I radiation status, the fetus's physical fitness is stable. The mental power is unstable, and it is rising, level F correction. He immediately had a bad premonition. What happened next confirmed his guess. The red warning lights that had not been on in the operating room for decades all lit up, and the mechanical voice accelerated. The fetus's mental power is extremely unstable. Pay attention, it is rising at an abnormal and irregular rate. Pay attention, the fetus's mental power is level E, it is recommended to remove it. It is recommended to remove it. It is recommended to remove it. Chapter 2. The huge screen in front of the operating table is showing the fetus's condition in all directions. The life characteristics of the pregnant woman only occupy a small part of the entire screen. This is a female embryo, which is not yet fully developed. You can even see tissues that have not completely degenerated. Most of the signs next to the embryo are green, which makes the red signs in the columns particularly glaring. The judgment of the intelligent brain should be followed in 99% of cases. The key is whether to take the 1% chance. The operating room is very quiet. Except for the mechanical sound that keeps repeating removal is recommended. All the doctors and nurses are looking at the old man in the center, the director of this hospital, waiting for his order. This is a difficult decision. In the interstellar era, few families choose natural childbirth because of the high risk and high cost. Most children are conceived by concentrated in vitro gestation. But there are also some people who choose natural gestation after screening genes through certain medical means. This method is quite expensive, but there is a certain probability that the fetus will produce positive gene mutations. Those who are able to choose this kind of delivery method are generally imperial nobles. This pregnant woman is obviously one of them. She will give birth in 3 months. If she chooses to remove the fetus at this time, although her life will not be in danger, the probability of downgrading the baby is very high, which will make all the efforts made by the pregnant woman's family go to waste. Director Chen, make a decision as soon as possible. A male doctor came over with an anxious look on his face. Director Tan is not in good condition. The repair fluid has a great impact on the fetus. The dose we injected is very small, and it can only be temporarily stabilized. If the fetus is to be removed, Director Tan should be given enough time. Chen Siyuan did not express his opinion immediately, but his frown showed that he was not calm in his heart, and he might even be struggling with his conscience. The operating room returned to its previous quiet state, and everyone could not help but hold back their breathing to give him enough space to think. It seemed like a long time had passed, but the seconds on the screen showed that only 1 minute had passed. He finally made a decision. His voice was tired, but he did not retreat. Inject 8 milliliters of alpha chlorophyll, and have the dose of repair fluid. Director Chen. Many doctors on the scene exclaimed, and the male doctor even took a step forward, as if he wanted to express something, but he moved his lips, but didn't speak. Chen Siyuan turned his head to look at him, his old eyes flashing with a certain light. Xiao Luo, you should know how much Xiao Tan values this child. Wouldn't you give up without fighting for your colleague once? This is not the style of our hospital. He looked at the woman on the operating table, put his hands behind his back, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, do you have confidence?" The medical staff present were so excited by these words that they stood up in military posture like a conditioned reflex, and answered in unison with full ambition, "Yes." 30 minutes later, the alarm in the operating room sounded again. Alarm. The field mental power is extremely unstable and rising at a peak speed. The mental power is E-level. Please take it out. Please take it out. Repeat. The field mental power is E-level. Please take it out. Please take it out. This alarm was more severe than the previous ones. Doctors with less experience even saw the scene for the first time, and their scalps were numb. The medical level in the interstellar era is already very high, especially for a royal hospital like this one that provides services specifically for the nobility. The chance of using the operating room is not too high. Most problems can be solved by lying in the medical cabin for one night, not to mention the alarm given by the intelligent computer, which can be said to be a terrifying thing. Chen Siyuan has worked in this hospital for 53 years, and has experienced a number of similar things on his hands. He sighed almost inaudibly. The physique of the people present was not lower than E-level, and they all heard it clearly, and were prepared in their hearts. Sure enough, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Go and ask the family members to sign." He seemed to have suddenly aged 10 years, and his originally straight back bent down, as if something heavy was firmly pressing on his shoulders, and even his breathing became heavy. This appearance reminded people of the man waiting outside the operating room. "Don't." Suddenly, a weak female voice sounded. Her voice was very small, even faint, but there was no doubt that everyone present heard it. It was the voice of a pregnant woman. Everyone's attention was on the fetus, and no one noticed that the pregnant woman had woken up, and they didn't even know how much she had heard. Chen Siyuan frowned and walked to the pregnant woman, speaking softly, afraid of scaring her. "Xiao Tan, don't be impulsive. Dean, let me talk to her." Tan Yun interrupted him directly, and said something confusing. She skillfully pressed a button next to the operating table, and the platform gradually rose. She then changed from lying to sitting. This action made her very painful. Her originally extremely pale face instantly became bloodless, but only in this position could she sit up and touch her abdomen to talk. It turned out that she was referring to the fetus in her belly. The woman was covered in wounds, but her beauty was not hidden. However, her illness and the maternal radiance of protecting her child made her look much weaker, diluting her beauty. She stroked her abdomen in circles. Her technique was skillful, and it was obvious that she did this often. However, because she was too weak, she had to divide even a complete sentence several times before she could say it. "Xiao Nui. Feel the mother, you are safe. Believe. Mother." She seemed to feel no pain in her body at all. She looked gentle and hummed a song, but it was intermittent and out of tune, in the depths of the universe. "There is a little dolly, she has gem-like eyes and..." She sang the beginning of the most familiar lullaby for the citizens of the empire, and then fainted again. This scene was undoubtedly touching. In this ruthless era, a mother could do this for her child, which was enough to move people. Many female medical staff present sobbed softly. Chen Siyuan, who was closest to her, was undoubtedly the most shocked. His forehead was furrowed, his eyebrows were almost tied into a knot, his voice was terribly hoarse, and he said with a kind of desperate determination, 15 ml 21 preparation, suspend the supply of repair fluid. This was almost a decision to give up treating the pregnant woman. The intelligent brain responded with a louder alarm, but no one objected, and the pregnant woman had already made her attitude clear. There is a little dolly in the depths of the universe. She has gemstone eyes, and a heart like stardust. Her father is tall. Her mother is charming. Everyone loves Dolly. There is a little dolly in the depths of the universe. She spits colorful bubbles. There is nectar in her dreams. I don't know who turned off the alarm, and the operating room sounded the lullaby that Tan Yun couldn't finish singing. The gentle and soothing spiritual wavelength can make children relax quickly and fall asleep, but what is surprising is that the melody and rhythm of this song are extremely cheerful, and even percussion is added. It doesn't sound like a real lullaby, but the adults present didn't feel excited at all, but instead had a bit of tranquility on their faces. I don't know if it was the mother's encouragement, the medicine, or the effect of the lullaby. The fetus's mental fluctuations actually stabilized, maintaining the E+ level, and did not move. "Quick, prepare the medical cabin." Chen Siyuan shouted excitedly, and his voice broke a little due to the sudden voice after being too nervous. Outside the operating room, the tall man who had been standing at the door motionless, watching the green light that symbolized safety turn on, seemed to have drained all his strength, and slowly slid down with his back against the wall, burying his head deeply in his arms. Chapter 3. 176 times. Yi Jiai muttered in her heart. She remembered that she was dead, and the last memory was the lightning that struck her. Everything happened too fast, and her tactile nerves didn't have time to react to any pain before she died. Perhaps her epitaph would be very interesting. After all, the probability of being struck by lightning on Earth is said to be the same as the probability of winning the jackpot. But none of this matters. What matters is that she woke up, and it was the 176th time she woke up. When she woke up for the first time, Yi Jiai was very scared, and it was pitch black around her, but she soon realized that she was in the water. She struggled with her limbs, but couldn't swim out. When she thought she was going to be choked to death, she found that she could breathe freely in the water, and there was a soft barrier around her. She realized that she should be in some kind of container. This realization made her nervous for a long time, and she listed many terrifying assumptions in her mind. Biological specimens, with only brains and thrillers, clones in science fiction movies, fish, alien species. Later, she vaguely heard a gentle female voice, and she gradually calmed down. The voice was very gentle, saying words she couldn't understand, but she was very curious and wanted to hear clearly what she was saying. The happy thing is that every time she woke up, when she listened carefully, the originally vague voice would become clear. About the 20th time she woke up, she began to hear a male voice, which was much clearer than the female voice, as if it was speaking next to her ear. Although she couldn't understand it, this was her only pleasure, so every time she found a man, she was very excited. But for some reason, whenever she got excited, the woman would scream, which made her feel depressed. It was from then on that she began to control her emotions. The man didn't seem to like talking. Every time she woke up, she basically heard the woman talking slowly. Yi Jiai always had to listen carefully to hear clearly. If you want to find a logical reason for all these seemingly bizarre, but real things, there seems to be only one result. When she woke up for the 30th time, she finally realized she was in the womb. In other words, she traveled through time and now survived as an embryo. It was not easy to digest this result, but in any case, being alive was a gift from God, and Yi Jiai was grateful. For a long time afterwards, she woke up quietly and fell asleep quietly. After all, as an adult, after knowing her situation, she could no longer make big and casual movements like before. Although she had never been pregnant, she still knew the hardship of pregnant women. She had no concept of time. Every day when she woke up, she would stretch her hands, kick her legs, and lift her buttocks. After that, she would think. Thinking about how to face her parents in the future, whether to tell the truth or play the role of a good daughter. This serious question made her very entangled. Each time she woke up, it was not long, and there were many times when she listened to the woman seriously, so this serious question still had no result after 50 times of thinking. Sometimes she fell asleep without getting a result, and sometimes the next time she thought overturned the previous decision, so when she woke up for the 123rd time, she decided not to think about it anymore and let it go. When she woke up for the 144th time, Yi Jiai found that she could hear the woman's voice clearly without concentrating. She took this as a good sign, which meant that one of her functions was getting stronger and stronger, and maybe she was about to be born. During that time, the woman always repeated 2 words, each of which was pronounced very long, and it was not the Chinese, English, French, or Japanese that she was familiar with. But after a few more times, Yi Jiai understood that the 2 words should mean mother and father. These were the first words she learned in this world. Yes, this world. All signs indicate that she is probably not on Earth anymore. Or, she has a weird intuition that she is no longer on Earth. For her, being alive is a great blessing, and it doesn't matter what form or where she lives. She is getting more and more adapted to life as an embryo, and even every time she wakes up, she is more purposeful. As the little baby who woke up for the 176th time, Yi Jiai has 2 tasks to complete today. The first task is not to fall asleep when the song starts. As an adult, she must not be manipulated by a song again. It was a song she was very familiar with. She had played it countless times since she woke up for the first time. If we were to do math, it would be at least 200 times. Listening to a song over 200 times is not terrible. What is terrible is that she falls asleep every time she listens to it, even though it is percussion music. That feeling is not very pleasant. It is like there is an energy pulling the nerves, making people unconsciously follow it and keep falling until they close their eyes tiredly. This is like drinking a bottle of Red Bull or a bottle of coffee. You are so sleepy, but you feel like your nerves are being pulled and you can't fall asleep. In fact, After trying hard, she has been able to resist the playing of songs for a long time. It's like she can hear others clearly when she wants to. She doesn't know how she does it, but as long as she wants, she can do it. The second task is more important, which is to study the white and blue retina in front of her. It is a large retina composed of white and blue lines crossing and converging. It is not flat. Some are much higher than the plane, like an irregular tower, and some are collapsed. There are many blue dots on the lines, which look like a model. The retina appeared very early, and Yijia couldn't give a clear time point. At first, she thought it was a visual illusion caused by her underdeveloped eyes. After all, there are many bubbles in the amniotic fluid. Maybe it's a refraction phenomenon, but later, as she woke up more and more times, she could see the retina more clearly, which broke her guess. At this time, Yijia began to observe the retina carefully. Just like every time before, when she wanted to see more clearly, the music started. This time, the sound was particularly loud, and there seemed to be something else. She couldn't quite tell, but this time she wanted to sleep more than ever before. Resist it? Yijia thought fiercely. At that moment, she felt as if she had broken something, and the song was still going on. This was a very mysterious intuition, but the objective fact was that she didn't feel sleepy at all, and even saw the retina more clearly. Ah! Yijia was stunned. She heard the woman scream, which was more tragic than any time before, and her uterus even contracted once. Chapter 4. She dared not move, her whole body was stiff, a mixture of panic, regret, confusion and worry surged in her heart. Suddenly, she caught a change in the retina in front of her. The originally uneven place began to become flat, the lines began to move, and finally turned into a smiley face. Yijia was shocked, and just as she was about to move, the retina began to change again. It began to get smaller and lighter, and finally turned into a black dot and disappeared. No, it didn't really disappear. The real state was more like a black curtain covering the original retina. Yijia could still sense its outline, and even her intuition told her that as long as she exerted force like just now, she could still see clearly. But she didn't want to do this. The curtain belonged to her father. This feeling was too familiar. Every time she woke up, the retina was surrounded by this breath. Her father must be reminding her of something important that she had overlooked. What is it? The retina, the mother's scream, the smiling face, the curtain. She tried hard to make herself think. Although she didn't know what happened outside, she must have experienced something very painful to make such a scream. She didn't dare to imagine the woman's current state. The thread had to be sorted out from the beginning. Yijia began to think from the beginning. Think about when the mother screamed for the first time. It was when she tried hard to see the retina clearly. In a flash of lightning, a light flashed. She understood. Her father was telling her not to look at the retina anymore. What should she do? This thing is as natural to her as seeing things with her eyes. She can see it since she became conscious. How could she not look at the retina? Oh my God, what should she do? She couldn't even speak a word. She was an unborn child. Why did life treat her like this? No, ignorance can't exchange for the unknown. She couldn't know what to do. She began to think from her father's perspective. If she was her father, she would definitely find ways to tell her the method. He couldn't speak because he couldn't understand, and he couldn't make movements because he couldn't see. Yes. It's impossible for her father to make such a curtain for nothing. Just to make her not look at the retina is too much trouble. He must have told her the method. Yijia calmed down and recalled the process of the black curtain just now. First, the dots darkened little by little, then the lines. At the same time, she subconsciously controlled the retina to change accordingly. When she reacted, she could no longer see the retina. She succeeded, however. Before she could be happy, the water around her began to drain rapidly, and a huge thrust pushed her forward. She opened her eyes and looked, and there was a faint light in front of her. Yijia suddenly realized, oh my God! Her mother is about to give birth, but the birth was not smooth. She could clearly feel the force of the push gradually decreasing, but the birth canal in front was still narrow. She was a little panicked. If she continued like this, she would die of lack of oxygen. Calm down. Calm down. There must be a way. After forcing herself to calm down, she found that she could hear many sounds that had been filtered out as background noises, including alarms, various men and women talking, quarrels, and noises, but the clearest one was her mother's screams and roars. To be honest, it was really unpleasant. She thought she still liked that gentle female voice. Yijia subconsciously thought that the medical technology here was very low. If it was in Rongqing, a cesarean section would have been performed long ago, not to mention such an incredible thing as making a noise in the delivery room. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Yijia knew that if she could not get out, she would definitely die of lack of oxygen. She began to adjust the direction slightly and pointed her head at the light, because she knew that was the location of the birth canal. Now she could only accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity. At this time, the surrounding sounds faded, and only one female voice was still talking. Listen to me, come, follow my instructions, inhale. Exhale. The uterus was contracting with this frequency. Although Yijia did not understand, she grasped the rhythm after 2 times, accumulating strength in the first sentence and rushing forward with the most ruthless strength in the second sentence. The short birth canal is the concerted efforts of mother and daughter. It was a very fantastic feeling, but Yijia knew that her mother knew her efforts. The moment she went out, she seemed to hear the thunder of her skull contracting, followed by her hands, body, and bones all over her body, a pain of being squeezed. In theory, babies cannot feel such strong pain, because the evolutionary characteristics of humans make it impossible for babies to fully develop in the mother's body. This actually confirmed her intuition that she was not on Earth from another perspective, but at that moment she couldn't think of too many things. Xiao Ai, you are finally out. Her father picked her up with a relieved tone. She didn't understand what it meant, and she didn't want to know now. She just tried her best to open her eyes and look for her mother's breath. The first thing she saw was a pair of blue eyes, gentle as water, full of complex emotions. Yijia read relief, love, and a touch of surprise from them. There were a few tufts of golden hair on her pale skin, and her facial features were three-dimensional and delicate, but her face was actually skinny. Looking at her arms and legs, they were equally thin, and the whole person was like a dying person, with only a thread of breath. This reminded her of Bella in Twilight, who was trying to give birth to a half-vampire child. Her mother looked much more serious than Bella at the moment. Is she also a monster child? Her heart seemed to be pinched, and her brain went blank at that moment, followed by a huge dizziness. What kind of experience would torture a person into such a human-like appearance? She didn't even dare to imagine how much pain it would take to make such a weak and vulnerable body make such a tragic cry. At that moment, all the doubts that Yijia had during her embryonic period were dispelled. These were the parents who gave her a new life. She had to love them as much as she could to repay such a great kindness. From now on, all the experiences on Earth that she had in her mind were suitable to be buried in her heart. Suddenly, an impulse emerged, and she babbled, "Mother." Then she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Love is just like this. What Yijia didn't see was the shocked eyes of her father and everyone present when she shouted the word mother. Facts have proved that in the interstellar era, it is also terrifying for babies to speak human words. So far, Yijia made her first sound in the interstellar era in the common language of the Empire. Then, mother and father, the two imperial words she learned when she was an embryo, like the influence these two people brought to her, were engraved into her genes and remembered in her bones. Chapter 5. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yijia's biological clock woke her up on time. She stretched out her tender little paws to rub her eyes, and looked at the bright starry sky on the ceiling for a long time, and her mind gradually became clear. The piece above her head was not actually a real starry sky, but a simulator that could simulate anything the owner wanted. And she was no longer the Yijia on Earth. She traveled through time and space to a child, and came to a high-tech era, the interstellar era. It has been a while since she came here. It took her 3 years to go from the initial confusion, fear and helplessness to the current peace of mind. For 3 whole years, she recognized the fact that she had traveled through time, but she felt that she could not fit into this era. But it is gratifying that in this era, she has relatives who cannot be separated from her. Taking a deep breath, closing her eyes, and clearing away the distracting thoughts in her mind, she called out softly, "Boba." This sound seemed to have triggered a mechanism, and the starry sky above her head gradually disappeared, returning to the appearance of a normal ceiling. At the same time, the shade fan on the right rose upward, and the sun shone into this particularly warm baby room. Yijia subconsciously looked to the right. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window was the sparkling sea. The sky was like a wash of water. From time to time, a multi-person shuttle flew over the azure and clean sea at a very fast speed, constantly stirring up layers of waves. She remembered that her father said that this design could automatically charge the track, and there were 6 tracks more than 10 meters wide suspended in the air, staggered up and down, and one happened to be located not far from her room. Suddenly, she smiled out the window, because just now, Aunt Lin on the 71st floor was driving her shuttle and greeted her. It was obviously a long distance, but with her current vision, she could even see Aunt Lin's nasolabial folds. Even in the interstellar age, a young child should not have such ability. But just like her inexplicable time travel, all the indicators of her body remained at a higher standard. But the strange thing is that her parents never expressed surprise. Even her father's attitude was a little indescribable. "Little master, are you still not getting up? The male master asked me to remind you that he has been waiting for you for 5 minutes. A familiar mechanical female voice came from behind. This is its nanny robot, which looks very similar to humans. According to his father, this is due to the use of X-colloid material. Only nanny robots in the Empire can use this material in order to prevent babies from having some misunderstandings about mothers. In addition, in order to highlight the role of the mother, the breasts of this type of robot are made particularly large and soft. When Yijie saw it for the first time, she was shocked by the size of its chest. Compared with this, what is H on Earth? So when her father asked her to name it, she shouted boba without thinking. "Okay, boobs, dress me," she ordered. "Okay, little master." Having boobs is not something to be happy about. It means that she cannot do many things independently. As an adult, this makes her feel very depressed. But in fact, deep in her heart, she likes boobs' soft breasts very much. Because he is afraid of hurting her when serving her, he will hug her gently, which will make his milky breasts have close contact with all parts of her body. Oh, that feeling is really amazing. After dressing, washing face, and brushing teeth, Yijie was carried downstairs to the restaurant. Her father was sitting at the dining table drinking the same wood tree juice with cheese. There was a 20-inch square projection in front of him. This projection was called a light screen. It looked like a projection, but it was actually a real screen with a retractable display for control purposes. There were several independent modules on the light screen, and each module was sliding at a uniform speed. Yijie was placed on the baby seat opposite the man, just in time to see the content on the light screen. The titles included Physics, Empire, Federation, and Star Alliance. There was no doubt that his father was reading news and cutting-edge physics theories at the same time. This would be very exaggerated on Earth, because the speed of normal people on Earth when concentrating on reading is 300 to 500 words/minute, but here, when multitasking, ordinary people can read thousands of words/minute, and as an infant, Yijie can even reach 1,200 words/minute when multitasking. Yijie still remembers that when she first started learning, she found that she had almost photographic memory. When she turned the pages of a book like reading it, she thought she had some special ability. In order to hide herself, she deliberately studied very slowly. Later, she was taken to the hospital to check if she was a mentally retarded child. When she thought of this, Yijie felt like she was stuck in a suffocation. She couldn't go up or down. As a master student who graduated from a famous university on Earth, she almost became a mentally retarded child in the interstellar space. Later, even though she tried her best to learn and could speak the Imperial alien language fluently and standardly within a year, she was still often looked at with pity by her noble father. Just like now. "Sir, please don't look at your dear daughter in this way, okay? This will cause irreparable damage to her child's mental development." She looked directly at the man and spoke with gritted teeth. "You just spent 1 minute and 32 seconds in a daze. I'm just curious about what incredible conclusions your stupid little head has come up with. This is intolerable." Yijie decided to fight back. "Of course I am thinking about why your mother has been away for a month. But you insist on drinking wood tree sap every day? Maybe your father's health is not too good?" She deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word body. Cough. Cough cough. Yijie choked, but soon he adjusted himself and looked at her directly. "If I were you, I would definitely look up the effects of the wood tree sap before speaking. The wood tree is a unique species that grows in the Empire Nama star system, on the Gulf planet. It has thick branches, a huge crown, is evergreen all year round, and has excellent wood. The sap has a powerful effect on beauty and beauty. In addition," Yijie deliberately paused before continuing, "it can also nourish the liver and kidneys, especially suitable for men." This is the description of the wood tree in the children's encyclopedia. She had just read it the day before, and was deeply impressed. She thought she would see her father's shy or even embarrassed expression, but she didn't expect to see a contemptuous face. "Very good, the 3-year-old birthday gift is confirmed." He stretched out his hand and tapped the light brain on his wrist. The light screen in front of him was folded. He stood up and went upstairs, went to the room and took a book that was almost as thick as Yijie's current height, put it on the dining table in front of her, and whispered, "Little fool, happy birthday." Yijie glanced at it, and was used to the thickness of the books in the interstellar era. She saw a few big words clearly engraved on the cover: "The complete record of the Empire's alien plans." Her forehead twitched slightly, and her chubby face was extremely serious. She tried to save the situation. Are you sure you want to give your baby daughter a simple gift without even packaging on her birthday? Believe me, my dear daughter, no matter how expensive the physical paper is, it is an insult to this book. He stood by the table and drank the wood sap in the cup in one gulp. His posture was casual, but pleasing to the eye. Yi Jiai had to admit that her parents were really good looking now. It's just that his father has such a sharp tongue. Humph. After taking a deep sip of milk, Yi Jiai decided not to argue with him, as today was her birthday. Chapter 6. She changed the subject. Andy Lin on the 71st floor only went to work 3 times this week. I have observed her for a month. Her working hours are not regular every week. They are random. After a pause, she bit the milk hose uncertainly and said, she seemed to find that I was observing her, and greeted me today. Yi Jian chuckled. Little fool, I have told you many times to restrain your breath, and don't make yourself like a light source. Yi Jiai, hee hee. Ms. Lin can control her working hours freely. Do you know what this means? After thinking for a while, she said uncertainly, does it mean that she is a noble? The empire has nobles. Her mother popularized this to her when she was 6 months old. The full name of the empire is the Glorious Empire. It inherits the imperial system and has 231 planets under it. The highest leader of the empire is the emperor, who is now the 237th. In the Glorious Empire, there are not many nobles. They are of noble status and enjoy many privileges. These privileges are written into the imperial code and are supervised by all citizens of the empire. In fact, her mother is a noble, and her father? She still remembers her father's pitying expression when she ran to ask him about the nobles. Little fool, when will you understand that there is no way to be eternal in the stars, and the only eternal thing in the universe is the equation? Yi Jiai's speculation is based on facts. There is such a clause in the imperial code that nobles must work for no less than 15 days a month, but they can arrange their own working hours. Ms. Lin on the 71st floor clearly meets this criterion. Yi Jian sneered at her answer and said contemptuously, this means that her personal ability is very weak, her contribution to society is very limited, and her social presence is too low, so she can only arrange work time on the 15th of each month. Yi Jiai, So the plain-looking Aunt Lin is really a noble. How did her father find out? She dared to guarantee that her mother would never know about this. Okay, don't peek at me like a light source. I know you want to ask me how I found out. Then tell me. Little idiot, can't you figure out such a simple thing? Use your little brain. Such conversations are played out every day between the father and daughter. Yi Jiai has already been fully resistant to beatings. She can even calmly drink up the milk in the cup slowly. After drinking the milk, she was fed a spoonful of calcium milk, a few vitamin capsules, and swallowed a small flower by boba. Her breakfast was finally over. At this time, her father had changed his clothes and walked down from upstairs, holding a big gift box in his hand. Very energetic. Bozie's face commented seriously. Yi Jian has a very good body proportion. He is 1.97 meters tall and has no thick muscles. He looks like a code model in a shopping mall when wearing a suit. Every part is perfect. He has a good temperament. When he doesn't speak, he can easily give people a gentle and elegant feeling. You have good vision. He seems to have never treated Yi Jiai as a child. No matter what questions Yi Jiai asked or what he said, he always gave a very serious answer. Many times, Yi Jiai could clearly feel that he was learning how to be a good father. At the same time, she was also learning how to be a good daughter. She had never had a complete and happy family on Earth, but it seemed that she had been made up here. He picked her up from the baby seat, put her on the dining table, took out the white multi-layered princess dress in the box, which was decorated with layers of gems, and began to help her change clothes. Little Carrot, do you like this dress? After struggling to pass through the collar of the dress, Yi Jiai was finally able to speak. Can you please not give me a nickname casually? My name is Yi Jiai. It seems that you gave it to me yourself. Is your name not good? Dislike it? Yi Jian casually pulled one of her hands through the cuffs. Yi Jiai did not answer him, and the air froze for a while. After a while, she stared at the man's azure eyes and said seriously, No, I like it very much, thank you. Yi Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he didn't notice her strangeness, and said as usual, I must seriously say that your talent for naming is inherited from me, and you have good taste. For example, the name you gave to your Nani robot is very good. Bo Ba, oh what a cute name. Yi Jiai, ? Is there anything more domineering than the wave in the universe? No. He finally put on her skirt and answered her ? In a good mood. Yizhi, Sure enough, Earthlings and interstellar people are not the same species. The last thing. He took out a blue necklace from his pocket, and Yizhi was immediately attracted. It was more dazzling than all the gems she had ever seen, as crystal clear as the sea, emitting blue ripples. After looking at it for a while, she actually felt a little dizzy. A big hand covered her eyes. You can't bear it now, you can't look at it. Is this for me? Yizhi asked with his eyes closed, with some expectation in his heart. Seeing her soft and cute look, Yizhi felt that something in his heart was filled. He put it on her, and his tone was rare and gentle. Of course. My daughter deserves the best. He held her little hand and placed it on the small bumps on the right side of the necklace. Have you touched these 2 points? The first point is hidden, and the second point is removed. I have set it up. Unless you do it yourself, no one can take off this necklace for you. Now, press the first point to hide it. Yizhi followed it obediently. A blue light flashed, and the blue necklace on her neck disappeared, but it was only a visual disappearance. She looked up at Yizhi, with a smile in her pure black eyes. Thank you, father, I like it very much. This birthday gift? Yizhi did not deny it, and hung from the depths of his throat as an acknowledgement of her knowledge. Let's go, my silly princess. Yizhi was in a good mood now, and decided not to bother with him. Where are you going today? Use your little brain, can't you think of it? Yizhi's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, Mother is back. Not only your mother, but also your grandparents. Your mother brought them with her. Yizhi held her and walked to the balcony, talking as he walked, pressing a few times on his personal light computer. The original floor-to-ceiling window opened from the middle, and the transparent platform slowly rose, with a silver-gray shuttle parked on it, with smooth lines, clean and cool. Even though it was not the first time he saw it, Yizhi still exclaimed, Put away your saliva. Yizhi's azure eyes were full of pity. This is just the simplest holographic hiding technology plus space compression technology. Yizhi turned his head away, and didn't want to pay attention to him. Chapter 7. It was not the first time for Yizhi to ride a shuttle, but it was the first time to sit in the driver's seat. She said a little awkwardly, Every time my mother took me to the hospital, I sat in the child's seat at the back. Is it really not against traffic rules now? Yizhi sneered. With your father's B+ physical fitness level, no matter what kind of accident happens, I can guarantee your safety, or do you want to sit back in that ugly and mentally retarded box? Of course she didn't want to sit back in the shell that restricted her freedom. Now that she was sure it was safe, she began to touch it boldly. The driver's seat did not have a steering wheel like the one on Earth's car, but rows and rows of buttons covered with strange symbols, all made up of circles and curves. Each symbol looked very similar, and the only difference was the size, thickness, position of the circle, and the curvature and length of the curve. Yizhi thought for a while, and was sure that she had never learned similar symbols. She pointed at them and asked, What is this? I have never seen it before. Yizhi was replying to a message on the optical computer, but he seemed to know what she was asking. He answered without raising his head, NAS assembly language, computer language, let me think. With the learning progress of ordinary people, it is probably not until junior high school that they can learn it. Yizhi couldn't help but pout, and was very accustomed to his father's narcissism. In a row of black buttons, she found a red button that was very conspicuous. Looking closer, there was a complete 3-center concentric circle engraved on it, and on the inside and outside of each circle, there were small curves like tadpoles. Some of them even required her to look very carefully to see clearly. She was a little eager to try. If you want us to do a flying trapeze to avoid your first meeting with your grandparents, just press that button. Yizhi's voice sounded above her head. Okay, she retracted her fleshy claws. Is this an emergency ejection device? A refuge device. After pressing this button, you will fly into the air with this cab, and if the instrument does not fail, you will land at a safe point, waiting for the medical robot to save your stupid little head. What if it fails? Yizhi asked curiously. This was just a casual question from her, but she keenly noticed that the man behind her was a little unstable after she asked this question. He stopped looking at the light brain and subconsciously hugged her. As if he lacked a sense of security, he spoke slowly. If it fails, it depends on God's will. The cab can only withstand a maximum impact energy of 10 Teslas. There is only one person involved in this matter that can make an elite man like Yizhi show such helplessness. Her mother, Miss Tan Yutan. Of course, now there is also a her, Yizhi thought narcissistically. She asked cautiously, Is it related to your mother? She asked this question without any reason, but Yizhi seemed to understand what she meant. His voice was very light. In the 3rd month before you were born, your mother was driving a shuttle to the hospital when she was struck by lightning. The equipment malfunctioned and caught fire. The shuttle rushed out of the track due to inertia. She only had time to press this button before she fainted. When I went to find her, she was hanging on a family shuttle platform, covered in blood, and your mental power was rioting. His tone was calm, as if he was telling a story, without any emotional color, but Yijia felt distressed. She thought that this man must have been very desperate at the time, and his wife and daughter were both hurt. I remember you told me that there is an invisible light curtain where we live, and our lives are monitored in real time by the planet's intelligent brain. It is hard to imagine that lightning can penetrate the light curtain and reach the orbit, and the performance of the shuttle will not be unable to withstand a lightning strike. She turned and looked up at him. This is unreasonable and unscientific. Yixian looked down at her, his eyes were gentle, and he seemed to see something else through her. You must remember that there is nothing unscientific in the universe, only things that humans have never known. He reached out and touched her curly hair on her head, which was exactly the same as his. Your birth explains all this. Hearing this, Yixia's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head to hide the panic on her face. Did her father know something? In fact, there were already many clues, such as her ability to speak at birth, and her lack of the innocence of a child, but no matter what she showed, her parents accepted it as usual, and she even began to think that interstellar children should be like this. I checked the shuttle that your mother had an accident afterwards, and it was indeed struck by lightning and caused mechanical failure. There must be some energy that exceeded the critical value at that moment, but with our current technology, it cannot be explained. He stretched out his hand and casually hooked the black curly hair on Yixia's head, and his tone was nonchalant. When you grow up, you will understand that the more you discover, the more difficult it will be to explain. The Empire, the Federation, the Star Alliance, there are many things that humans cannot explain. Humans are too small in the stars. They belong to the species that are not favored by God on the evolutionary tree. Their abilities are very limited. Do you understand what I mean? Yijia lowered her head, her eyes slightly horrified, her voice trembling without her noticing. What do you mean? Yijia noticed her tenseness, sighed slightly, and slowly stroked her back, as if to comfort her. Little cutie, don't hide it. There are not many people like you in the universe, but there are some. At that moment, the line in Yijia's brain suddenly broke, his head was buzzing, and there was a voice shouting wildly. He knew. He knew everything. He knew she was a crossover. Seeing the little bun in his arms looking at a loss, Yixian felt a little distressed, but there were some things he had to prepare for her first. Your life is destined to be more difficult than others. At your current age, it is not suitable to tell you this, but today there is a reason that must be said. Your grandparents are also here for this, but you have to believe that as your father. I hope you can grow up healthy and happy. Perhaps it was rare for Yixian to show such sincerity and solemnity. After hearing his words, Yixia's buzzing brain gradually calmed down. She began to sort out the useful information in her mind. Now she can at least be sure of three things. First, her parents know about her rebirth. Second, there are some people like her in the galaxy, but she doesn't know how many there are, and whether they are well known to the public. Third, today's birthday party, her parents who she had never met before came specially for her. There must be some very important reason. In a flash, she grasped the key point. What kind of people are my grandparents? Chapter 8. Yixian's eyes flashed with admiration, but thinking of the man who was his father-in-law, his tone was not very good. Your grandparents are an old noble who is full of rules and etiquette, and your grandmother is a painter of some fame. Yixia's intuition told her that this meeting with her grandparents was very important, and she continued to test. Your grandparents are not from the Gulf Star, right? I have never seen them. Well, they have settled on the capital star for many years. Is the capital star far from us? Not far, 28 light years in a straight line. Okay, curious ghost, we are here. 28 light years. Not far? The Earth can't even go out 1 light year. Yijia silently complained in her heart, but didn't express it. Otherwise, she would definitely be ridiculed by Yixian. Now she is not panicked at all. From birth to now, for a full 3 years, she has never deliberately hidden herself in front of her parents. She has lived every day of these 3 years with both calmness and tension. The calmness lies in not wanting to hide it from the closest people, and the tension lies in carrying a huge secret. After the biggest secret was exposed by her father, she felt inexplicably calm. It's like there is always a time bomb around you. When you hold it, you are very nervous, but when it explodes, you feel a kind of resigned compromise. Yixian put the shuttle into the space button, and walked into a building with Yijia in his arms. Its architectural style is unique in this area. It is mainly green vines, supplemented by wood. The floor is all made of real wood instead of digital projection, and it makes a crisp creaking sound when you step on it. In the interstellar era, such a large-scale decoration with real materials instead of projection shows how rich the owner of this building is. Father, what is that word? I don't know it. Yijia pointed at a row of letters made of vines above the hall, and shouted in a clear voice. She thought she had mastered enough words in the Imperial Elia language. Little idiot, you have attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. You should know that ignorance is not something to be proud of. After getting off the shuttle, the warm Yijian disappeared and returned to the sharp-tongued mode. But his words were correct. Yijia found that many people looked at them with kindness and appreciation. She was very familiar with this kind of look. According to her precise calculations, every time her father took her out, the rate of turning back was much higher than that of her mother. Yijian was a human hormone emitter, and her existence would bring him a sense of family responsibility. This kind of masculine charm is often more irresistible to women than appearance. Of course, her own high appearance is also an indispensable reason. Yijia's appearance now is not much similar to that on Earth. The biggest similarity is probably the same black hair and black eyes. There are not many people with black hair and black eyes here. Blue eyes are the mainstream color. For example, both of her family members have blue eyes. According to her mother, she should have inherited it from her grandfather. The growth rate of interstellar children is obviously higher than that of Earth children. There is no so-called incomplete development period. They need to be carefully cared for by their parents to survive the infant stage. In the interstellar, only fully developed fetuses are qualified to be born from the baby culture dish. Yijia calls this the evolution of human beings. Now, her hair has grown below her ears, her eyes are the purest black, which looks very deep, her nose is small and tall, and her baby's skin is as delicate as water. Most importantly, she has a pair of very deep dimples, and she smiles sweetly, which is very lovable. What she didn't know was that her facial features were more inherited from Yijian. When such a similar father and daughter walked together, the two human-shaped curly hairs would give people an indescribable sense of softness. After politely responding to the people around him, Yijian carried her into the lift and pressed the button before answering her question. Little fool, do you think that humans are the only advanced creatures in the Empire? This is the Kenyan language of the Empire, which belongs to the official language of Kenyans. This race is the most arrogant species in the universe. After their galaxy was incorporated into the Empire, Kenyan was also included in the 4 official languages of the Empire. The name of this hotel is Kenya Hotel, an interstellar chain hotel, which only recruits Kenyans to work. Kenyans? Do they look good? Yijia asked curiously. You will know soon. Ding, the rotating green plant restaurant has arrived. The lift stopped, and the announcement was in Kenyan. Yijia didn't understand, but it probably meant that it had arrived. The transparent glass slowly slid to both sides. A humanoid creature with a green body stood at the door of the lift and smiled at them. He was wearing a very ethnic costume, and was reserved and polite. Welcome. Good day, I would like to ask you to take us to the seat reserved by Miss Tan. Yijia sadly found that her father's Kenyan language was very good. At least she could not hear any difference between his accent and that of the waiter. It's my honor, please follow me. Well, damn Kenyan language, Yijia became illiterate again. Although she could not understand their words, she could still understand what they meant by looking at their movements. Apart from that, her whole mind was observing the Kenyan in front of her, the first alien she had seen since she came here. His skin was green all over, but the distribution was uneven. From the color exposed at his sleeves, the darkest part was on his face. The green on his body was not too dark, but rather a light green. He had no hair on his head, but was covered with layers of tubular substances like tree roots. Yijia looked carefully, and saw that some liquid seemed to be flowing on it. She couldn't help but get closer. His eyes were large, his pupils were green, and his pupils were yellow, but they were vertical. His nose was flat, and it was difficult to tell whether he had a nose structure. His lips were unusually thick. According to Yijia's aesthetics, this creature was not good-looking, but his tall and slender figure and the mysterious black vine pattern on his face that went deep into his neck made him look mysteriously beautiful. Yijian was a little embarrassed and apologized to the waiter in a low voice. This is her first time seeing a Kenyan. It's so rude. Please forgive me. Although he said so, he didn't mean to stop Yijia at all. The waiter, who usually ignored people, turned around and smiled shyly. It doesn't matter. This lady meets all our Kenyan definitions of beauty, and she will gain the friendship of all Kenyans. Oh, how could he forget that Kenyans like all spiritual forces close to nature, and the pursuit of black that is difficult to control. Yi Jian couldn't help but hug Yi Ji tightly and quickened his pace. What should he do? His daughter is only 3 years old, and there is a bad boy coveting her. He wants to hit someone. Chapter 9. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two of them came to a window seat. The first thing Yi Ji saw was two slightly older, but well-maintained elderly people. They were all dressed exquisitely. If you get closer, you can smell a faint high-end incense. Opposite the two elderly people sat a blonde woman with beautiful looks and a hot body. Contradictory to this, her temperament was very cold and looked quite cold. Naturally, this cold lady was Yi Ji's mother, who had not seen her for a month. Thanks to the superb medical technology, she had recovered long ago and was no longer the horrible appearance that Yi Ji saw when she was born. Mother! She missed her so much after not seeing her for a month that she shouted excitedly. She was so happy that she didn't see her grandfather sitting at the dining table frowning fiercely. When he was about to have an attack, he was stopped by the lady next to him. Tan Yun stood up, took Yi Ji from Yi Jian, tapped her nose, and said with a smile, "After not seeing you for a month, my little princess has become so rude, making a scene in public?" Although she said so, her tone was not blaming. Humph, how can a father with vulgar behavior educate a well-educated daughter? Her grandfather endured and endured, but still couldn't hold back. He spoke in a slow tone, not any accent Yi Ji had heard on the Gulf Star, but it was very pleasant. It was just that these slightly harsh words made her smile suddenly freeze, and she finally realized that her father's comments were sometimes sharp and on point. Looking up at the old man with the same black hair and black eyes as her, Yi Ji felt a faint intimacy in her heart. This intimacy was related to blood ties, and also came from the black color that she was familiar with and missed on Earth. She extended her hand and made a standard noble salute, but being held by someone looked a little out of place. But she had a cute little adult look. "Good day, may the glory of the Empire last forever. Grandfather, Grandma, I am Yi Ji. I haven't seen my mother for a month. I miss her too much. Please forgive me for my impoliteness just now." Elia spoke standard and fluent language. Without the strong accent of the Gulf Star, she saw satisfaction in her grandfather's eyes. Yi Ji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Very good, the crisis was over. Kavinical fell in love with this delicate little granddaughter as soon as they met. She never knew that her husband's deep black hair and black eyes could be so brilliant on a child. If it wasn't the wrong time, she even had the urge to paint. Her smile was very friendly. "Child, don't be nervous. Your grandfather has this bad temper. When you get familiar with him, you will know that he is not scary." After saying that, she stretched out her hand and pinched her husband's hand beside her. This Count Tananmin had to submit to his wife's intimidation and smiled at Yi Ji. Perhaps because he didn't smile often, the smile seemed a little stiff. Yi Ji felt that it was better for her grandfather not to smile, but she finally knew who she inherited her dimples from. "Child, come and sit here with Grandma and Grandpa, okay?" Kavinik asked softly, with a coaxing voice. Yi Ji hesitated for only a second, and then made a bold move. She stretched out her hands directly, a gesture of asking for a hug, but the object was not her grandmother, but her grandfather. As expected, she heard her father sneer at her cute behavior behind her, which was covered by drinking water. This Count Tananmin was usually serious and not liked by children. He was not close to his own children, let alone his grandchildren. He was a little surprised by Yi Ji's choice, but he still reached out and hugged her. Because he rarely hugged a child, his movements were a little stiff, and the posture made Yi Ji very uncomfortable, so she crawled and moved around by herself and found a comfortable position to sit in his arms. "Grandfather, only we are the same," she commented like a little adult, giving a reason for choosing him. Tananmin knew that she was special, so he didn't use the perfunctory words for children. Instead, he said seriously, "The black gene is a very recessive gene, which is difficult to express. It may take several generations for one to appear. I didn't expect it to be you." Yi Ji was a little unhappy when he heard his words, and pouted, "Why can't it be me?" Ha ha ha. I don't know what touched Viscount Tananmin's funny point, but this polite nobleman even laughed implicitly. "Yes, why can't it be you? It must be you." Click Kavinik took a picture of the harmonious relationship between the grandparents and grandchildren. Viscount Tananmin can add another one of the few smiling photos. Kavinik drew a smile for herself in her heart. "Excuse me, everyone, your dishes are here." A waiter came over and said politely. Behind him, dozens of Kenyans held plates in their hands and placed them on the wooden dining table in an orderly manner and retreated. Finally, when the last waiter left, Yi Ji breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't wait to poke her grandfather. "Grandfather, were they looking at you or me just now? Why did everyone look at them secretly?" It's so weird. I was looking at them openly. Tananmin's mouth, which was always serious, pursed slightly at this moment, which was a sign that he was in a good mood. Although he did not have high expectations for this child at the beginning, he made a very good evaluation of Yijia in a short period of time. Her perception was very high. Kenyans claimed to be the darlings of nature, and were very good at restraining their breath. Many adults might not be able to detect their prying, but her granddaughter noticed it, and had been politely enduring it. Her father answered her, "What's the difference between you secretly watching and watching openly? Anyway, they are all light sources." Yijia turned her head and ignored him. Her grandfather's voice came from above her head, speaking slowly and in a gorgeous tone. "Black beautiful things have great appeal to Kenyans, but what attracts them more is pure spiritual power. At my age, your grandfather's spiritual power is already full of impurities, so they were just looking at you." Yijia was confused. Spiritual power? This word is not unfamiliar to her. In the interstellar space, everyone has mental power. They have to take a test at birth, and the results will be directly recorded in the personal files of the Empire. It is an indicator that involves the development of the brain area, the potential level of mental power, and other aspects. For a child like her, the mental power is F level, ordinary people are E level, and the highest level is S level, which basically appears once in many eras. If you have to give a hard indicator, in the entire interstellar space, nearly half of the human beings are E level, less than a quarter of the people are D level, and a level is 1,000th of that quarter. In addition to mental power, physical fitness is also divided into levels, with children at F level and the highest level at S level. However, unlike mental power, the achievement of physical fitness level requires scientific training. Some people are born with the potential of B-level physical fitness, but they may stay at C level and never make any progress. And her father, Yixian, has a mental power and B+ physical fitness, and is a genius among geniuses. Her mother is slightly weaker, but her qualifications are also among the best, with a physical fitness of D and a mental strength of B. Chapter 10. Faced with something that she could never understand at her current level, she decided to change the subject. "Grandfather, why can this floor rotate? This is the only floor in the building that is like this." Tananmin was very patient with her. "It's not the building that is rotating, it's our tables and chairs that are rotating. The speed is very slow, and will not cause discomfort. The glass on this floor is also specially made, so it feels like the building is rotating, but we are not moving. This is the 88th floor. If you use your little brain, you should know how much shear force will be generated on the upper and lower floors if this floor is rotating. It is necessary to resist this shear force and support the rotation of one floor. How much energy will be wasted? Do you think you are making a science fiction movie?" Perhaps because of the presence of grandparents, Yixian did not call her a little fool this time, but what he said still made the Viscount frown, but he did not say anything. "Okay, let's eat," Tan Yun said, and used the serving chopsticks to pick up a few dishes for Yixian, meaning clearly, "Shut up and eat your food. Come, your mother said you like snow beast meat the most." Kawini picked up the tenderest piece for Yijia. Yijia opened his mouth and bit it hard, chewing while showing Kawini a bright smile, with deep dimples, meaning clearly more. "This beast is very delicious, soft and smooth, almost melts in the mouth, but with a faint grass vanilla flavor. This is Yijia's favorite in the food rankings, no one else." In addition, she also directed Viscount Tananmin to constantly select various foods that he wanted to eat but were forbidden by his parents. After many times, her belly was slightly bulging, but she had no intention of stopping. Tan Yun could no longer bear it and stopped her. "Don't feed her anymore, she will get fat. It's better to be fatter. She looks chubby and cute." Kawini answered with a smile, and even Viscount Tananmin nodded for the first time. Yijia was a person who had been reborn once, after all, and she didn't care about the appearance of the child. Compared with such a vain thing as appearance, she would rather not treat her mouth badly. Besides, if the child's nutrition is up to standard, the body will grow well in the future. So she smiled very sweetly at Kawini. "You are really the best grandmother in the world, I love you so much." TSK was another sneer from her father, and Yijia ignored it. Hearing her words, Kawini laughed even more happily. There was not a single wrinkle on her well-maintained face. After years of precipitation, she laughed particularly elegantly. "Grandma likes you too. Come on, tell Grandma what you like to eat." After watching Yijia eat 2 pieces of snow beast meat, a pearl shrimp, and half a flower shark and not ready to stop, Tenyin finally couldn't help but speak again, but changed her strategy. "Xiao Ai, do you want to see the birthday gift prepared by your grandparents?" Yijia hesitated for a while, thinking that she had coaxed her grandparents and her stomach was almost full. As an adult, she couldn't eat herself sick because of greed, so she went down the stairs and nodded, "I want to see it." Then followed Grandma back to the room to see it. Tan Yun said this naturally, as if there was nothing wrong, but Yijie keenly read the meaning of it. Was he trying to get her out of the way? But she has no say now, so she has to be carried away by her grandmother. After Yijie left, the remaining 3 people at the table put down their tableware at the same time, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. The first to speak was Viscount Tannenmine, who returned to his usual serious appearance and looked very majestic. "I don't feel that she is abnormal, except that her potential is indeed great." "Are you exaggerating too much?" Yijie sneered. "That's because she is smart and knows how to hide." This made Tannenmine frown again. He seemed to have never been satisfied with his son-in-law, except for his qualification level that he could still make do with. Tan Yun pinched Yijie's thigh under the table, signaling him to speak properly. Yijie, who was also a henpecked husband, gave in. His expression remained unchanged, but his attitude was much more sincere. "Your Excellency, no one knows Yijie better than me, your father. You have to trust my judgment. She has very serious psychological disorders." First, he pointed at Tan Yun. "She is extremely dependent on Yuner. This dependence is not a normal dependence on a mother, but fear. She is afraid of Yuner's disappearance, or death. This comes from Yuner's delivery. At that time, Yuner was in a state of extreme malnutrition. This is not a very serious problem, but in her heart, Yuner almost died. At this point, I even showed her a more terrifying biological treatment process, but there was no solution. She firmly believed. Her mother almost died because of giving birth to her. For this reason, we have no choice but to let Yuner leave. At the beginning, she only had an average of 1 hour of sleep at night. She had to video chat with Yuner every day to confirm her safety, otherwise she would be in an extremely anxious state. There were 27 times in a month when her mental strength was unstable, but fortunately, she was able to control it every time. Yesterday, her deep sleep time was the longest, 3 hours, 10 minutes, 27 seconds and 11 microseconds, which shows that separation can work, but according to the results given by my model, short-term separation has very limited effect. For this reason, we have this meeting, and letting her go to the capital star to live with you is the best solution at present." Tannenmine's face darkened slightly, and he used his eyes to signal him to continue. Yijie sighed deeply, as if something was stuck in his throat, and people could feel the difficulty of his words at a glance. Second, she has a tendency to cosmic autism syndrome, and she can't communicate with children of the same age. This is easy to explain. She refuses to watch or play with children's movies and toys, such as the recently popular Princess Saya, which is a children's TV series that is very helpful for the stable growth of children's mental strength. However, her evaluation at the time was, who wants to watch a stupid, ridiculous and brainless princess? In addition, she doesn't want to communicate with adults. She is curious about everything, but she isolates herself from the world. In this world, there are only her, me, and Yuner. Speaking of this, Yijie scratched his head irritably, and then said, "I have established dozens of growth curves for her, and the results are all severe cosmic autism syndrome. The model established by the planetary intelligent brain will not differ from mine by more than 5%. Even if she can hide it now, the intelligent brain will find it sooner or later." At that time, Yijie took a deep breath and said the result that he was extremely reluctant to see. She will be included in the list of special observation groups. When he spoke, Tan Yun had been listening silently and forbearing. When she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands and burst into tears. Chapter 11. Suddenly receiving this long string of information, Viscount Tannenmine was in a long silence. He would not doubt the truth of what Yijie said. As a father, he could feel the love of a father for his daughter. He had to admit that Yijie's attitude and way of treating his wife and daughter were better than most nobles on the capital planet. It was for this reason that he let go of the grudge about that incident and came to this planet he didn't want to step into again after many years, and had a calm conversation with him. The young man's worries were not unreasonable, but his vision was always limited. Thanks to his experience over the years, he could see further, but he was more worried. He carefully considered his words. In fact, he had not done this for many years. His status as a viscount made it difficult for him to have such an awkward moment. "I have a suggestion. I know your father has passed away, but I still want to ask, will you allow her to no longer inherit your surname? I mean, if she can have a noble status, at least it can guarantee that she will not be included in the list of special observation groups in her life." "Father!" Tan Yun screamed, her eyes full of disbelief. "You once promised me that you would not occupy the surname Yi. Yixian held her hand and comforted her slightly. He looked directly at Viscount Tannenming, and there was no trace of sadness on his face. "The reason why my father hopes that my child can inherit his surname is because he believes that this surname can protect her. If he were here today, I believe he would not deny your suggestion." Tannenming's brows relaxed, and he was about to speak, but was shocked by Yixian's next words. "But unfortunately, your granddaughter has an extraordinary attachment and recognition to the name Yi, or it has become an obsession. I have many reasons to believe that she used to be called this name." If Tannenming was still considering his wife's suggestion and suppressing his temper, Yixian's words completely angered him. He shouted angrily, and the momentum of a superior was undoubtedly revealed. "She is only 3 years old now. How can you be sure that she must be that kind of person?" But who is Yixian? He didn't care about these so-called identities. He was so kind to Viscount Tannenming because his wife had been threatening him with her little hand on his thigh. "Your Excellency, Viscount, in this regard, I think you will be able to experience it for a long time in the future." If Yi was here, he would definitely burst into tears. This is the case in front of a genius. If you are not careful, you will play with your vest. Especially when this genius is your closest person, this situation is even more unavoidable. Tannenming moved his lips, but didn't say anything. Time will prove everything. She was born with a sea-level mental power, a quasi-A. Just based on this, she is definitely at the top of the attention sequence in the intelligent brain. "You are here for this reason, right?" Yixian looked directly at Tannenming and said, with a certain mockery in his eyes. Tannenming took a sip of water from the cup. Yixian's attitude was very unpleasant, but his emotions were understandable. No matter whether Yi is that kind of person, let alone other things, based on her quasi-A status, the Tan family would never give up on her. After such a long time of contact with her, I found that she has a fixed thinking structure. From her ignorance and curiosity about interstellar life, it can be seen that the civilization she lived in before should be very low level. From her aesthetics, behavior, cognition and other aspects, I have made hundreds of calculations, and the conclusions are similar. The civilization she once lived in is very far away from us, and it may be an initial civilization that has not yet left the galaxy. In other words, your granddaughter may be a native from a distant galaxy. Tannenming, The Viscount's face is a little indescribable. It is not a happy thing for anyone to say that his granddaughter is a native. But there is some good news. Yixian and Tanyun looked at each other and smiled for the first time today. It can be confirmed that her former life form was of the same race as us, a human. Compared with other alien races, we don't have to worry about her going crazy or even hating humans because of this. She is the same as us. Tannenming was not as relaxed as Yixian and the others. With his authority, he could check most of the Empire's database. He was not unfamiliar with that kind of people, and he even knew more than Yixian and Tanyun. The interstellar space is so vast that there are all kinds of strange things. Such people are rare. The number of people he can check in the Empire's database with his authority, since the founding of the Empire, is less than 3 digits, but according to the information he has, the endings of these people are not good. With the continuous evolution of the planet's intelligent brain, a type of people suddenly appeared in the sample statistics. They are obviously newborn babies, but they have complete memories of other life forms. This memory is so strong that they forget the fact that they are young lives, and instead put themselves into another life. At first, such people were regarded as heretics. Fresh bodies were lying on the dissection beds of scientific research institutes one after another. After a large number of cruel experiments, there were no results. This is a phenomenon that modern science cannot explain. After many eras, more samples were accumulated. After a lot of calculations, the intelligent brain found that these life forms had similar characteristics and various personality defects. After that, humans did a lot of related research. It was a dark period. Many prisoners were put on the test bench just to observe their mental fluctuations before death. Such experiments that are not tolerated by the world, but have never stopped, have amazing discoveries. More and more data prove that when people have more negative emotions such as hatred, injustice, and grievances in their hearts, the more terrifying the mental energy that erupts before death, and this mental energy will cause mental riots to a certain extent. With Tannenming's authority, he even knows how much of the current use of mental power comes from those experimental data. After a long silence, he decided to speak. After Xiaoyun came back and told us about this, I went to the Empire database to look up quite a lot of information. He paused, looked directly at Yixian, his eyes solemn. From the existing information, those people are abnormal. They may be normal at the beginning, but soon shows sensitive, suspicious, jealous, paranoid, depressed, and even crazy traits. A slight setback may trigger a series of chain reactions. However, they are often talented, and if they are not careful, they will be a bomb in human society. The Empire will not allow such people to exist. Chapter 12. My lord, I understand your concerns. But I must tell you that Yi Jia is different. Think about the Kenyan just now. Can you feel the purity of her spiritual power? As her mother and I felt, she may have mental barriers, but no one has a better heart than her. Yi Xian became a little excited. Do you still remember the lightning accident before Yuner gave birth? All the accidents started from that time. Ridiculous. Are you trying to tell me that it was lightning that made her become that kind of person? Tiananmen thought Yi Xian was crazy. Yi Xian knew that this was unbelievable, so he directly turned on the light brain, and the light screen appeared in the middle of the three people, modulating it to the maximum visible range, with several detailed accident descriptions listed on it. He began to explain while Tiananmen was reading. I know that the energy of lightning is very small. This sounds incredible, but if you look at these reports, you will find that Yuner's experience that day is equally incredible. Theoretically, no lightning can penetrate the light curtain, and no lightning can penetrate the shield and shell of the shuttle, but the fact is that Yuner's shuttle was hit by lightning in an instant, causing the system to fail. He saw the look of doubt on Tiananmen's face, and added, wait, based on this, there is only one explanation. The energy contained in lightning itself is very weak, but perhaps it can carry some energy system that we have not yet mastered. Tiananmen's face changed slightly when he heard this. If this hypothesis is true, then human current research will take a big step forward. Tan Yun then said, Father, if you see Xiao Ai's fear of lightning in the future, you will know why her father and I are so sure that her birth was caused by lightning. As soon as she finished speaking, the laptop in her hand rang. It was a video call from Ms. Kaviniko. Now was not the agreed time, so Tan Yun immediately pressed the answer button. Mother, what happened? Kaviniko's expression on the screen looked a little flustered. When I gave Xiao Ai her birthday present, she was very happy. I also showed her many of my paintings. But later when I asked her if she was willing to live with us in the capital star, she said she wanted to go back to her room to rest. Now she has locked herself in the room alone. I be there right away. Tan Yun stood up and was about to leave, but was stopped by Yi Xian. What are you doing? She turned around and shouted. If Yi Jia saw this scene, she would be very surprised. Her mother, Miss Tan Yun, was a standard aristocrat and had never lost her temper so much in public. Yi Xian just looked at her and said nothing. Tan Yun's angry eyes gradually softened, and she felt a little helpless. I was just worried about her. I hadn't said goodbye to her properly, so I cruelly left her alone for a month. At the end, her voice choked. So what are you going to say to her? Are you going to tell her now that she has a mental disorder? I can say we are going to travel, and let her live with her grandparents for a while. She seemed to have found an excuse to convince herself, and her voice became more confident. You have a biological project for half a year next, and there are 3 patients to follow up. And I have a new team. She knows all this. Do you think she will believe your excuses, or do you want to see her pretend to believe it? Tan Yun screamed. Then what do you say? Yi Xian, I really hate the way you look. You always think about everything so rationally. But have you ever thought that she is my daughter? Mother and daughter are connected by heart. I can understand what she is thinking. She feels that we have abandoned her, and don't want her anymore. Tiananmen looked at this family farce, and couldn't help but slam the table. His voice was intimidating. This is in a public place. Pay attention to your influence. If you want to quarrel, go home. He looked at Tan Yun with deep disappointment in his eyes. Look at you now. Do you still have a little bit of aristocratic appearance? Yi Xian sighed, pulled Tan Yun slightly in front of him, and coaxed. It's all my fault. Don't be angry, okay? Look, the Viscount has found a good reason for us. Tan Yun was a little embarrassed. The last time she was scolded by her father for being rude was when she was a girl. She broke free from Yi Xian's arms and whispered, Father, I'm sorry. Viscount Tiananmen didn't look at her. Yi Xian pulled Tan Yun to sit down again. Your Excellency, regarding what you said about letting Yi Jia change her surname so that she can obtain a noble title. If you really think this is enough to protect her, I have no objection, but I suggest that you follow her personal wishes. I can assure you that she does not have the antisocial personality tendencies you are worried about, but forgive me for being frank, she does not have much attachment to the Empire, and she does not have much respect and affection for the nobles. He saw that His Excellency's face was getting uglier, and he gloated a little. In fact, if you said that you let her change her surname in order to obtain a noble title, she would think you were crazy. The technology of her civilization is developing slowly, but perhaps it has achieved certain results in literature and art. She pays special attention to equality and human rights. When she first came into contact with the word noble, she asked me if there were still slaves. This word is very unfamiliar to a considerable number of people in the empire, but I know that as a noble, the Viscount must understand it very well. Tiananmen's face was a little unhappy, but Yi Jian pretended not to see it and continued. The most interesting thing is her answer when I asked her how she knew about this. I thought that the civilization she was in before had slaves. But she told me that because there is a word slave in the alien language, it means that there have been such people. Even if there are no such people now, they must have appeared in the past. He turned his head and looked out the window, his voice a little ethereal, but you should understand, Viscount, that the Empire had sealed this word 3 years ago. Guess how she found it? Viscount Tiananmen's voice was a little dry. This word in the interstellar dictionary is written in the alien language. Yi Xian turned to look at him, and Viscount Tiananmen also looked at him directly, and something was exchanged between the two people's eyes. After a while, Tiananmen said, I will respect her wishes, but I ask you not to interfere with her choice. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and nodded. Tan Yun couldn't stand the two people playing dumb. In fact, staying here for another minute would be torture for her. She pinched Yi Xian's thigh with her hand and said, My dear husband, you just said that your father found a good reason. Can you tell me about it? Yi Xian didn't answer her directly. Instead, he hugged her and kissed her, then stood up and said, Let's go, madam. Don't you want to say goodbye to her? You will know when you go. Humph. Watching this scene, Viscount Tiananmen's forehead was bulging with veins. This kid is as frivolous as he was back then. Tan Yun rolled her eyes at him, pushed him away with her hand, and walked to the side to support Viscount Tiananmen. Although Tiananmen was not old enough to need someone to support him, his face looked better. Chapter 13. There were many pedestrians in the ship-port hall, including many humanoids and non-human creatures. The tall dome seemed to have no end. From Yi Jiai's perspective, she could not imagine how big the ship-port was. But it was clear that the size of the capital airport on Earth was far from comparable. Moreover, unlike the buildings on Earth, she could not see a single pillar in the entire hall for such a large span, and she could not see what structure was used to support it. I don't know if it was due to the special material or the superb laying skills. The floor of the hall looked like a whole piece of smooth white floor, with no gaps. Just stepping into it, Yi Jiai had a sense of traveling in trance. Yi Jiai saw a non-human creature walking by, leaving a lot of yellow mucus on the ground, but soon the mucus began to dry on the floor, and then slowly decomposed. This is a composite floor with cleaning function. The entire hall was almost transparent, and Yi Jiai could clearly see the scene of countless shuttles starting and stopping on the apron. The dome and the entire outer wall are made of a kind of gray-black glass. This kind of glass is very transparent. You can see outside from inside, but you can't see inside from outside. When you look up, you can see one small ship after another full of passengers flying into outer space. A bustling scene. There are so many languages here. If you compare it to the languages on Earth, it may not even be a fraction of them. So she couldn't understand a lot of the noise in the hall. Only when she heard the alien language could she understand it. But the intonation, pauses and transitions of the people on the Gulf Star speaking the alien language were different from what Tan Yun taught her. It felt a bit like a local accent, so sometimes she couldn't fully understand what the locals on the Gulf Star said. This was the first time she saw so many interstellar creatures, and her black stone-like eyes kept turning. The soft mechanical female voice in the hall was broadcasting from time to time. She counted carefully and found that each broadcast would change at least 16 languages. She could only understand alien. Please take the 8,976 Australian dollars flight from the Gulf Star to the Guangya Star. Passengers who have not yet boarded the ship, please quickly go to the MU-919 hatch for quick boarding. The spacecraft will set sail in 30 minutes. Hearing the prompt, Tiananmen hurriedly walked to the MU-919 hatch holding Yi Jiai, and Kavinik followed closely behind him. The hatch was not big. There were 2 female staff members, and several robots standing at the door. The words 8,976 Australian dollars Gulf Guangyu were quickly displayed on the display screen above the hatch in 16 languages. A female staff member came over and swiped the light brain on Tiananmen and Kavaniko's wrists with the instrument in her hand, and the square screen quickly displayed the ticket purchase information of the two. There was a medal with complicated patterns on the upper right corner of the photo of the two people. The main pattern was the map of the main star field of the Empire surrounded by thorn flowers, and the secondary pattern was the family emblem, which was the official aristocratic symbol of the Empire. She immediately became a little panicked, "Dear noble lord, do you need to be guided?" "No, thank you." Tan and Min politely declined, showing his aristocratic attitude. "You are so polite. It is my honor to serve you," she said respectfully. Yi Jiai found that her eyes really sparkled when she spoke, which was the respect from the heart. After walking through the long corridor, they came to the waiting hall. Humanoid and non-humanoid creatures were arranged in front of each channel, waiting to board the ship in an orderly manner. Among all kinds of non-humanoid creatures, Yi Jiai saw a particularly interesting one. He had a small head and a long body, and his body was covered with black tentacles. From a distance, the tentacles were covered with spikes and small holes, emitting a bright light. He seemed to be unable to survive well in this environment, wearing a fully transparent helmet. His reaction was very sharp. Yi Jiai only looked at him for a second, and he noticed it and looked in her direction. She found that his head was really small, without much hair, and he had 2 pairs of eyes that grew diagonally upwards, which were also black. If it weren't for the whites of his eyes, Yi Jiai would not have recognized that they were his eyes. Yi Jiai had no aesthetic taste for non-humanoid creatures, and she didn't know whether a race that looked like this was good-looking or not, but based on Yi Jian's education, she gave him a slightly apologetic smile. The first rule of interstellar etiquette, don't spy on others at will. Yi Jiai found that he seemed to be very surprised by this matter. He was stunned for a moment before returning her smile, but it was a smile driven by muscle pulling, revealing sharp shark-like teeth. This was a living shark version of the death smile. Yi Jiai couldn't bear to look at it, so she turned her head and stopped looking at him. "That's a member of the Dwelling clan." Kaviniko noticed their interaction and whispered in Yi Jiai's ear. "The Dwelling tribe?" Yi Jiai didn't know much about interstellar races. Her parents seemed to be consciously reducing her input of knowledge in this regard, so she was quite curious. "You see, he wears a mask because he hates contact with other creatures." "Oh! When you go to the capital planet in the future, you will see many members of their tribe. The people of their tribe are very strong in combat and very trustworthy. They are the type of bodyguards that rich people like to hire." Kaviniko continued to introduce her. Yi Jiai suddenly realized that he was a walking bodyguard with a shark temperament. At this time, a male staff member walked towards them with a very respectful attitude. "Dear Viscount, please come this way." Following the staff, they directly got on a small square spaceship. The spaceship was divided into 2 cabins. The front cabin was the cockpit, and the rear cabin was 2 rows of sofas arranged opposite each other. Tan and Min held her and walked to one side to sit down, and Kaviniko sat opposite them. "Grandfather, isn't this an interstellar spaceship?" Yi Jiai found it hard to imagine how this simple square box could bear the pressure of warp flight. Tan and Min had a smile in his eyes. "No, you can call it a pickup ship. Interstellar spaceships are also a type of starship. All starships must be parked in the docking port in outer space according to regulations, and cannot enter the planet. Watch carefully, you will soon see the full view of the Gulf Star." Yi Jiai responded softly, and turned to look out the window. As the pickup ship's flying altitude increased, the ship port hall became smaller, and smaller in her field of vision. She found that the overhead view of the ship port hall actually looked like a ship. Around her, one pickup ship after another took off from the ship port hall, and flew to the docking port. Most of the pickup ships were larger than the ship she was on, carrying more passengers, and looked a bit crowded. Chapter 14. Yi Jiai suddenly realized that she was enjoying the treatment of the privileged class. The small shuttle she was on was probably similar to the VIP waiting room on Earth. She looked down curiously. The base star was indeed a planet made of sea. It was almost entirely blue. The few black lands on the blue were not conspicuous. They were wrapped in a membrane-like substance. This membrane glowed with golden light in the sun, as if it was flowing with life. Yi Jiai suddenly realized that this was the light curtain. She realized that the light curtain did not cover the entire planet. On the contrary, it only covered a large area in the middle of the planet. On the second level of the planet, Yi Jiai's eyesight was enough to see that there was land there, but it was not covered by the light curtain. What surprised her even more was that in the northwest of the planet, there was a forest, and the light curtain was just at the edge of the forest. She had never heard Yi Jian say that there was a forest on the base star. Is it deliberately hiding it from her? She remembered that when she read the Star Beasts Catalog Complete Children's Edition before, it was written that there were ghost beasts living on the base star. She also asked her father where these star beasts lived. What did Yi Jian say at that time? Live, under the sea? But since there are forests on land, there must be star beasts. Why deliberately hide it from her? Here, your mother said you should drink this often. Tan and Min took out a bottle of milk and handed it to her, interrupting her thinking. Yi Jiai came back to her senses and hugged her with both hands. Tan and Min looked at her, as if trying to read something from her face. Why didn't you let Yuner come to see you off? Are you resentful? The sudden mention of this topic made Yijiai's eyes dim. She bit the straw and took a sip, shook her head gently, and said softly after swallowing, Mother will cry when she comes. Seeing her injured but sensible appearance, Kavitical felt sour in her heart. She glared at Tan and Min fiercely, snatched Yijiai and held her in her arms, coaxing, Our little Nui is a good child. She stroked Yijiai's chubby hand along the texture, and the 5 flesh dimples on it were very obvious. Look at this little flesh hand. Our little Nui will be very blessed in the future. Tan and Min ignored Kavitical's eye signal, looked at Yijiai's black eyes, and said solemnly, You must know that no matter whether you inherited the double black hair color or your potential to be Quasier, the Tan family will never give up on you. Your father alone cannot stop this. When he said this, the arrogance of the old noble was slightly revealed, and even between the words, there was no concealment of his contempt for Yijian. Yijiai frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy, but just turned her head and said nothing. Is this how your father taught you? Escape to solve problems? Kavini couldn't stand it anymore. Your Excellency the Viscount. Xiaoai is not your subordinate, please be careful with your tone. Yijiai looked up and looked directly at Viscount Tan and Min. This was the first time she looked at her grandfather, the noble Viscount of the Empire, since the birthday party. Grandfather, my father never told me that escaping can solve problems. He told me to respect your wishes before he left. I was just listening. She took a sip of milk, and miraculously mixed her childish behavior with her mature temperament, but unfortunately, your reasons are not enough to convince me. If you know me a little, you should know that I don't yearn for the status of a noble. If becoming a noble is just to enjoy certain privileges, but the price is to give up my surname, I can't understand it. Sorry. Although I am young, I also understand the principle of keeping a promise. Since I have agreed to go to the Tan family in the capital, I will try my best to integrate there, to discover, and to think. But you also promise my parents that you will not interfere with my final decision. Tan and Min frowned, and the wrinkles on his forehead were slightly visible, which was a sign of his anger. Yijiai knew that she had offended the old nobleman with her words. But to her surprise, the Viscount did not start to teach her a lesson, but seemed to hold back his anger. Yijiai found it a little incredible. Tan and Min remembered what Yijian said yesterday. Although Yijiai looked small at this time, she vaguely showed a corner of her mature and rational soul. This made the Viscount feel relieved and worried at the same time. The interior of the receiving ship suddenly became quiet, and only the orderly mechanical sound of the instrument turning could be heard. The atmosphere was a little subtle. Kavinik sighed suddenly. Her voice was soft and not encouraging. She sounded calmly as if she was talking, but it made people listen. Xiaoai, there are some things you can't understand now. Nobles are not just an identity for the empire. It is both an honor and a burden. Along the way, you have also seen everyone's attitude towards the nobles. It is not just superficial flattery, right? There are also sincere praises, right? Grandmother and grandfather do not want to force you. We promised your father that we fully respect your wishes as to whether you should become a noble. But I hope that during your time on Guanyu Star, you will abandon your prejudice against it, feel it well, and then make a decision, okay? This is also a decision we made unanimously, otherwise your mother would not agree to let you leave her at such a young age. Yijiai lowered her head in silence, drank the milk in the bottle, and then nodded heavily. Okay. Kaviniko smiled and touched her head, and Viscount Tan and Min's brows gradually relaxed. After flying for a while, the pickup ship slowly stopped, the cabin door slid upwards, and 2 rows of staff in ship uniforms stood outside the cabin. The leader showed a formal smile. Dear Viscount, I am the deputy captain of this spaceship, Reza, and I welcome you on behalf of all the staff of this ship. Tan and Min nodded at him. Good day, Deputy Captain Reza. This is my wife and granddaughter. They are all very tired. Can we go directly into the cabin to rest? Good day, Viscount. Please don't be so polite. The VIP cabin has been arranged. Please follow me. This is just a place for docking the guided ship. It is not big. You have to walk a few steps forward to enter the ship. The elevator stops on the 5th floor. Risa leads them to a luxuriously decorated door. Yijiai looked at both sides, and found that they were all decorated like this. I guess this floor is the so-called VIP cabin. Risa opened the door for them. Your Excellency, madam, if you need anything, you can ask the robot in the room to contact me. Viscount Tan and Min nodded slightly. Okay. Chapter 15. Walking into the VIP cabin, Yijiai found that it was not as big as she had imagined, and she could even see all the layout at a glance. A small living room was furnished with a small sofa and coffee table, a small fully enclosed window, and a dining table next to it. This design must be for people to feel the subtlety of the universe while enjoying food. Yijia thought this design was not bad. There were 2 rooms on the right. One was a bedroom, and the other was a bathroom. Seeing her confusion, Kavinik put her on the bed. "Shioni, what's wrong?" Yijia looked at her with his eyes wide open, his dark eyes full of curiosity. "Shouldn't the VIP cabin be big? Why is it so small?" "This?" Kavinik blinked, not knowing how to answer. "Yes. Why didn't she think about why the VIP cabin is so small?" Tananin laughed. "You will get no results if you ask your grandmother this kind of question." He came over and sat next to Yijia, handed her a lip fruit, and asked a question that had nothing to do with this. "Do you know how far apart Guangya star is from your base star?" Yijia took it and took a bite. The sweetness overflowed, and she said inarticulately, "Mine." Sticky. Tananin's tolerance for Yijia is extremely high. If there is a child in the Tan family who eats inarticulately, he will definitely catch him and educate him. This is the basic quality of the nobility. But here he not only did not pay attention to this, but also began to answer some of Yijia's wild questions with great interest. Kavinika watched this scene without saying a word, and found it quite interesting. "Then do you know how long it will take us to reach the distance of 28 light years?" Tananin asked, while wiping the red juice from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. This was his first time taking care of a child, so he seemed a little unfamiliar. The handkerchief would occasionally poke into Yijia's mouth. Yijia shook her head. "More than 80 hours, 3 jumps." Yijia nodded, but did not forget the point. "But what does this have to do with the VIP cabin?" Tananin answered the question irrelevantly. "Time and space are only related to gravity, especially during the jump. The gravity of the spacecraft will change greatly. This change will cause time and space to distort. Think about it, when the time of the ship is inconsistent with the time of the Empire, what will happen?" Yijia thought of Einstein's theory of relativity, and was shocked. Maybe we only spent 1 second on the ship, but 10 years on the Gulf Star. Tananin couldn't help but think of Yijian's indigenous theory at this time. He couldn't help but reach out and gently pat Yijia's forehead. "How did you come to this incredible conclusion?" "The universe has a fixed time velocity, and the interval value obtained by current theoretical research seems to have become a little larger. I don't pay much attention to the field of physics, but how could everyone's time be different? Wouldn't that be a mess?" Seeing Yijia is still confused, he took a deep breath and continued to explain. "Time and space are 2 overlapping and non-interfering dimensions. When the time velocity is constant, changes in space will not cause any changes in time, but gravity exceeding a certain limit will. Super strong gravity will cause the time velocity to be disordered. The disordered time velocity is a terrible thing. It will make you lost in time." "Lost in time?" Yijia chewed slowly on the words that shattered her worldview. "Yes. If the flow of time is disordered and your flow of time is lower than the standard flow of time, you will keep going back to the past, and all you see are images of the past. I remember that there was an award-winning movie that filmed this possibility. You can ask your grandmother to find it for you to see after you return to the capital planet." Yijia no longer had the heart to chew the lip fruit. She hurriedly asked, "What if the flow of time is higher than the standard flow of time? Can you go to the future?" "It is likely to be split." Tananin replied expressionlessly. Yijia was completely numb. What does it mean to be split? Cell division? Tananin held his forehead. He finally realized that he was a little too early to popularize science now. It may take until Yijia finishes senior high school to fully understand the knowledge points involved. Other cubs were having difficulty understanding it at this moment, let alone Yijia. For her, accepting and understanding will only be more difficult. At this time, he already had some faith in Yijian's native words. He stared at Yijia, and said slowly and pointedly, "If the situation you said of 1 ship in 1 second and 10 years on the Gulf Star really exists, there are many possibilities, but I think the biggest possibility is that the cosmic law there is disordered. Because this cosmic law has locked up all intelligent life in this universe. They are independent planets in the same universe, but there is no possibility of exploration and communication." He paused, and then added rigorously, "Another possibility is that this law is not important. Due to the limitations of technology, the real law has not been explored yet. Indeed, such things have happened in the history of the Empire." Hearing this explanation, the string in Yijia's mind broke with a bang, and her little face instantly became bloodless. She once thought that she had just traveled to a certain moment in the future, but deep down she was still a human from Earth. Although she had long realized that her body had some terrible skills, she rarely used them in the past 3 years, and was even afraid to use them, just because she was afraid. She was afraid that she was no longer a pure human. She was even a little afraid to go out, because when she entered a big environment, she was afraid that people would find out that she was different from them. To sum up in one sentence, she was curious about her changes, but she was also afraid. She wanted to open her heart and look forward, but she was afraid that she was out of tune. And what did she hear now? Einstein's theory of relativity does not work here. In this universe, gravity only changes space and does not affect time. The speed of time has a standard range, so intelligent life between planets has the possibility of communication. On this basis, interstellar union becomes a reality. And what about the Earth? Because time and space are related to gravity, even if the human beings on Earth really invent a superluminal aircraft one day, they will not be able to communicate with the intelligent life on other planets. And even the people on that spacecraft cannot communicate well with the people on Earth. Because 1 second of their time may be 50 years on Earth. The universe where the Earth is located may even be a locked place. So no matter how many years of evolution, the Earth cannot even leave the Milky Way. Chapter 16. What should she do? In the past 3 years, she has looked up information about the Earth, but found nothing. Sometimes, she even wants to travel the stars to find the Earth. For her now, the Earth is more like another hometown besides the Gulf Star. A hometown that only exists in memory. No, Yizhi suddenly remembered the quantum teleportation theory that was popular before she traveled through time. Could it be true as Viscount Tannenmine said? Could this be the so-called true law? Is this the hope for the Earth to go out? Looking at her shocked and even silly expression, Tannenmine felt a little pity in his heart. Take away the half of the lip fruit in her hand and throw it away. Take out a barway flower from the space button, and Yizhi mechanically opens his mouth to hold it. This flower that can be fully absorbed without chewing is a very good supplementary food for cubs, with extremely high nutritional value, but it is expensive. Tanyun filled his space button with food for Yizhi, and told him to finish feeding before getting off the ship. He coughed lightly, pretending not to notice Yizhi's gaffe, and called her attention back to the topic. It is not difficult to control the flow of time and keep it stable, but as far as I know, the material is very special, and the cost is not low, so the VIP cabin is so small probably for cost considerations. He pointed to the bed in the bedroom and compared the size. The ordinary cabin is about this big, one person can lie down, plus a small toilet. It's full. Oh. Yizhi responded subconsciously, and it took a while to come back to her senses that Viscount Tannenmine was explaining her initial doubts to her. But both private spaceships and starships are still quite large. After all, they have different uses. The private spaceship I use is about 10 times the size of this one. Looking at Yizhi's confused little face, Tannenmine's dissatisfaction with Yizhian has reached its peak. The Viscount firmly believed that Yizhian did nothing during Yizhi's golden enlightenment age, which turned Yizhi into a country bumpkin. He tried to tell some common sense. You know that the time of a day in the Empire is about 32 hours, the time of a month is 30 days, and the time of a year is 14 months. But have you observed the Namont Galaxy model, where the Gulf Star is located? The time of a rotation of the Gulf Star is much longer than 32 hours, a full 36.78 hours, and the time of a circle around the central star is 12 months, but the time you use in your daily life is the imperial time. Do you know why? Yizhi has recovered a lot at this moment. She knows that Tannenmine is intentionally telling her something. Thinking of the different laws of the universe, she can't help but form a bold guess in her mind, because we artificially adjusted the time of a rotation of the Gulf Star to 36.78 hours. The time of a circle around the central star is adjusted to 12 months. Puff Kavinico laughed at her. Viscount Tannenmine took a deep breath. He was very sure that his granddaughter was undoubtedly a native. Don't you think it's a huge waste of resources to change the autobiography and revolution period of a planet just to unify the time? You still don't understand the meaning of time in this universe. It is not only a physical explanation of the dimension of the universe in which our intelligent life exists, but also a physical value that can be measured. Defining our time by the time it takes for a planet to rotate and revolve once is actually meaningless, and it will even paralyze the rule of the empire. We must unify the time so that the planetary union will not become a joke. The time used by Bay Star is the time of the autobiography and revolution of Guangyu Star, which is also the capital star. Seeing Yizhi's confused expression, Viscount Tannenmine sighed deeply. Let's make it simpler. For example, if the people of Bay Star use the time of their own planet's autobiography and revolution as a calendar, and Guangyu Star is the same, this year is 3590, after December, Bay Star is 3591, but Guangyu Star's time is still 3590. How do you think the people of these two planets should work? For example, When it comes to signing a contract, the Empire has 231 planets. Do we have to stipulate the time of each planet in the contract? That's too stupid. Yijia gave a slightly embarrassed smile. She completely understood it then. If we calculated according to the Empire's 32-hour day, with 16 hours of day and 16 hours of night, wouldn't the people living on the Gulf Star fall asleep during the day? But she clearly remembered that it was not the case. The clock said it was 32 hours a day. A flash of inspiration came to her mind, and she realized, it's the light curtain. The light curtain can fake day and night. Tiananmen gave a relieved smile and patted her head. Yes, the light curtain is an indispensable thing for interstellar time adjustment, but the light curtain is not always covered. It will only be used when it needs to be adjusted, which can save energy. It is more than just this function. You will understand it in the future. You should know that the light curtain is one of the greatest inventions dozens of epochs ago. Okay, Xiao Nui should rest. I will slowly popularize science later. Kaviniko came out of the bathroom. She had changed into a nightgown. She hadn't been out so far for a long time, and was very tired. Sitting on the bed, after changing a set of pajamas for Yijia, Kaviniko hugged her and fell asleep. Yijia slept with her grandmother for the first time. She was not used to it at first, but after all, she was young and had limited energy. She had just experienced such a brainstorming. Gradually, her breathing slowed down and she fell asleep. Viscount Tiananmen was also very tired, but the delay of several days to and from Bay Star had accumulated a lot of affairs. He sat on the sofa, slowly browsed the files cached by the intelligent brain, and began to deal with them. One of the business documents about corporate transformation. The plan fell into his eyes. The person who made this plan was of high standard and prepared sufficient materials, but the idea was a bit bold. Tiananmen unconsciously glanced at the bedroom. Although he had not been with Yijia for a long time, as Yijian said, Yijia had an independent and sound personality, so it did not affect his evaluation of her. A trace of melancholy quietly climbed up Tiananmen's forehead, and he looked at the plan for a long time without moving. I don't know how long it took, but in the end, he actually waved his hand, wrote a paragraph, stamped it with the seal of the head of the family, and actually approved a plan that he would never have approved before. In the course of history, the variables brought by Yijia, the butterfly wings began to flap for the first time. Chapter 17. Shall I wake up? Yijia was half asleep. She heard someone calling her, and thought it was Ponyo. She subconsciously leaned into the arms of the owner of the voice. But she didn't feel the softness she imagined. Instead, she felt a harder flesh, and the smell was not familiar to her. A sense of uneasiness swept over her body. She suddenly opened her eyes, as her sleepiness faded away. What came into her eyes was the old, but well-maintained face of Viscount Tiananmen. Seeing a familiar person, the uneasiness gradually disappeared. Yijia realized that she was no longer in the house on Bay Star, and Ponyo was still lying in her space button. Yijia blinked, and looked at the Viscount carefully. Well, she changed her clothes, and combed her hair meticulously. It was obvious that she had been tidied. Is she going out? The sound of taking pictures rang out. Needless to say, this must be her grandmother. Yijia turned to the other side speechlessly, and saw that her grandmother was still not satisfied. In order to avoid more ugly photos, she quickly reached out to Kavinik for a hug. Knowing that she didn't want to be photographed, Kavinik couldn't bear to reject such a soft and cute girl. She put down the laptop and gently picked up Yijia. Have I slept for a long time? She had just woken up, and her voice was very low, but the cuteness of children lies in the softness of their childish voices at all times, especially at this time. Kavinik heard her voice, and felt that her heart was about to melt. You slept for about 40 hours. This is what it's like to ride a spaceship for the first time. Your mental power will be pulled into chaos by these gravitational forces. The spacecraft will pass by the giant god and Yugwang at this time. Your grandfather thought that since it was your first time traveling far away, you must not have seen it, so he wanted to take you to see it. While answering her, Kavinik changed her into a black and red plaid lady's suit, which was very eye-catching. After looking for a long time, he took out a small felt hat of the same color, and put it on her, and then nodded with satisfaction. Yijia was powerless to complain about all this. They were really mother and daughter. Her mother usually enjoyed dressing her up. Under this circumstance, she could only ask for help from the Viscount, who was waiting on the side. Grandfather, let's go! Tiananmen had long been impatient to wait, and if he wasted any more time, if you go on like this, you won't be able to see the light and shadow of the domain. Hearing Yijia's words, he almost picked her up and turned around to leave. He was very tall and took big steps. Poor Kaviniko followed far behind because she was worried. After entering the elevator, seeing the Viscount pressing the button for the 8th floor and closing the elevator door, Yijie finally swallowed the words, "Won't you wait for your grandmother?" on her lips. The Viscount seemed to know what she was thinking and said, "She has been tired of seeing this for a long time. She will definitely go to the restaurant to prepare first." Yijie pouted, "Okay, your wife is familiar. Be prepared, here you will see the original appearance of the universe." After the number on the elevator showed 7, the Viscount whispered in her ear. She couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Ding! Welcome to the viewing platform, enjoy it. With a voice prompt, the elevator door slowly opened in front of Yijie, and a world of stars suddenly broke into her eyes and her heart. This is not a viewing platform, it is clearly the universe. In the dark starry sky, countless bright stars are spinning and flying around, and the colorful ribbons of the galaxy are passing through the sky. Here, all colors will be lost. So many colors that Yijie can't even call out are reflected in her black pupils. At that moment, something exploded in her mind. Is this what the universe really looks like? Viscount Tannenmine put her on the ground, took her hand, and slowly took a step forward. Yijie was a little frightened. She was still in a daze, and couldn't help but hold the Viscount's big hand tightly. Everything in front of her was too real. Stepping out was like really stepping into the universe. This made her hesitate a little, but her huge curiosity and yearning made her step forward firmly. The result was that she was standing on the flat ground, but she pretended to step into the air. It was like a normal person walking and thinking that there was a step in front of him to step over, but in fact it was flat ground and stepped into the air. Her young face was full of panic, which was really funny. Even the usually serious Viscount smiled. Click. Someone took a picture of the scene. The Viscount's smile quickly faded, and his eagle-like eyes looked at the person taking the picture. Yijie realized that her embarrassment was captured, and she felt ashamed and angry. Her high mental strength allowed her to keenly catch the perpetrator in the crowd. She spoke first, looking directly at the little boy in front of her, who was not much older than her. "It is not a gentleman's behavior to take a picture of a lady without permission." The boy taking the photo blushed a little. No girl had ever talked to him like this before. He took the initiative to come over and greeted him. "Your Excellency, Viscount, I didn't expect to meet you here." Tannenmine looked at him for a long time and hesitated. "From the G family?" "Yes, I am Jilan. I visited you at Aunt Machin's birthday party with my mother last year." The boy was not very old, about 6 or 7 years old, with slightly green eyes flashing with a lively light, and he looked like a lively person. Viscount Tannenmine's expression eased slightly. "Why are you here alone?" Jilan was a little embarrassed. He sneaked up alone when the housekeeper was not paying attention. He didn't want to lie in front of others, but he didn't want to tell the truth. He stammered, "The housekeeper followed." Seeing him like this, Tannenmine still had something to understand. After all, he was just a naughty child spoiled by the G family. Without paying any attention to him, he led Yijie to the viewing platform in front. Seeing that Jilan didn't follow, he turned back and glanced at him. "Follow, don't fall behind." Jilan was spoiled since he was a child. Few people showed such a cold face to him. He was frightened for a moment, and had to follow. Yijie saw that her grandfather didn't mean to pursue his taking pictures, and seemed to be familiar with him, so she didn't say anything more, just turned her head away from Jilan. She was soon fascinated by the surrounding scenery again. She didn't even react when Viscount Tannenmine fed her water, but just swallowed it mechanically. There seemed to be 100,000 questions in her head, which kept turning. Why did it look like she was standing in the starry sky, when it was flat ground that could be stepped on? Why did these ribbons, planets, and lights look like they could be touched? She was fascinated by it. Her eyes were full of brilliant colors, and she even wanted to reach out and touch them. This innocent and naive look was very touching. There were not many people on the observation deck, but there were quite a few too. Many people were looking at her, but Yijie didn't notice at all. Chapter 18. Jilan raised his laptop and tried to take a photo secretly, but was stopped by Tannenmine with his eyes. He was a little unwilling, and asked with courage, "Sir, is this your granddaughter? I haven't seen her before in the Tan family. Is it her first time to see the domain light? Her expression is so cute." Tannenmine said yes lightly, without saying yes or no. He took Yijie to the front of the spaceship, blocked everyone's sight, and pointed to the bright mass like a ribbon in the distant starry sky and asked, "Shao Ai, can you see what it is?" Yijie didn't notice the mass that was like thousands of catkins wrapped together at first. After staring at it for a while, she found that there was nothing special. She looked at her grandfather with some doubts. Tannenmine was not in a hurry. He picked her up and said, "Take a closer look." Yi Jiai's curiosity was completely aroused. This Count Tannenming was not a joker. He must have said that there must be something interesting there that was worth her exploring. Staring at the gorgeous mass, her vision soon became dizzy. But Yi Jia had a strong willpower. She knew that people could actually see things clearly when they were dizzy. It was just because the brain would interfere with judgment when they were dizzy that they thought they could not see clearly. Gradually, after adapting to the dizzy feeling, Yi Jia found that her vision had changed a lot. The willow catkin-like substance was magnified in her eyes. The middle of the mass was filled with countless willow catkins. Those willow catkins were constantly rubbing, exploding, and merging with each other. Some collapsed and grew larger, but it seemed that some force imprisoned them in that space. The collapse could not grow infinitely, and then new spheres would be born. What is this? Yi Jia wanted to see more clearly. She wanted to see what those catkin-like balls were. She subconsciously mobilized a force in her body, very naturally, just like she could roar louder with more force. That was her instinct. She knew she only needed to use more force. She could see clearly. Oh my god! What is this? Every time she wanted to see one of the balls clearly, the time and space around her seemed to be still. She seemed to be next to the ball, but also seemed to be far away. The feeling of being within reach, and yet out of reach made her mind even confused for a moment. What is this? Is this a stone? Is this a mountain? Why are there stones on a willow catkin ball? Is there a mountain? Oh no! It's a planet. Yi Jia murmured. She came back to her senses and looked at Tannenming in disbelief, and roared uncontrollably, "Is it a real planet?" Tannenming touched her head and smiled with relief. "This is a miniature. You see, each ball has many balls. That is not a real planet. We call it a miniature. People with spiritual power can see the miniature. Each miniature contains time coordinates." Time coordinates? Does it mean that the places I see are real? Yes, the miniature is a cosmic optical effect that can only be observed with the help of domain light. The miniature you see is projected at that time. Yi Jia vaguely understood something. This is a bit like a mirage on Earth. But when she thought about what she had just seen and felt, her scalp tingled and her saliva began to flow unconsciously. She swallowed it, and said weakly, "Can they be touched?" Tannenming was very considerate of her emotions, and he lowered his voice, of course. Perhaps because she had been frightened enough along the way, Yi Jia found that her voice was actually quite calm. "Can I touch them? If the ball is about to collapse, can I advance its time so that it will no longer collapse?" Tannenming looked at her deeply, surprised at Yi Jia's intelligence and sharpness at this time, and gave her an ambiguous answer after consideration. "Theoretically feasible." Theoretically feasible? Then is it feasible in practice? For some reason, Yi Jia suddenly felt as if she was in another world. There was a British philosopher on the earth named Bertrand Russell, who proposed a farmer theory. There was a group of turkeys on a farm, and the farmer came to feed them at 10 o'clock every day. A scientist among the turkeys observed this phenomenon, and observed it for nearly a year without exception, so he discovered the great law of his universe. Every morning at 10 o'clock, food will come. It announced this law to the turkeys on Thanksgiving morning, but the food did not come at 10 o'clock that morning, and the farmer came in and killed them all. Yi Jia looked up at all the people around him who were talking and laughing, with a light in his black eyes that people could not read, and he looked a little creepy at the moment. If this group of people is applied to the farmer theory, then each of them is actually a real farmer. But there is a problem here. Does it mean that if they are farmers, they must not be turkeys? Will there be other people who touch and interfere with us like this? Yi Jia looked up, his eyes sparkling. Of course it's possible, but it doesn't make sense to them. Unless interference can promote their evolution. Tannenming's voice was ethereal, with an unknown meaning. Jilan shrank aside at this moment, not daring to make any sound. He felt that Yi Jia was really special. The little girls of his age would not pay attention to these things at all. They would only care about skirts, clothes, and cartoons. Even his family had not taught him these at this age. All the knowledge he knew came from books. When Viscount Tannenming just answered that it was theoretically feasible, he was particularly shocked in his heart, because he clearly remembered that it was written in the children's textbook that it is still exploring whether there is a possibility of interference. Have we ever done such a thing? Interfering with others to promote our own evolution? Yi Jia swallowed her saliva and asked. What answered her was Tannenming's long silence. Yi Jia's heart was beating wildly, and something passed through her mind, but she couldn't catch it. Seeing that Tannenming didn't want to continue the conversation, Yi Jia didn't force it. She would know one day. After taking a deep breath, she realized that she was actually hungry. She showed a pitiful expression to Tananmin. I want to eat something. Tananmin touched her curly hair and took out a lip fruit from the space button. Eat a fruit first, your grandmother should be coming up soon. Then he called Kaneko. Surprisingly, no one answered the phone after it rang for a long time. Chapter 19. Yizhi and Tananmin frowned almost at the same time. Looking at the time on the light computer, Yizhi found that it was already an hour and a half since they left. In other words, it took Kavinik an hour and a half to get food from the restaurant, and she still hadn't come back, which was obviously unreasonable. After making another video call but still no one answered, Tananmin made a prompt decision and took Yizhi and Jilan down the 5th floor and returned to the room. What they didn't know was that not long after they left, the passengers who were still admiring the domain light on the 8th floor suddenly fainted unconsciously and were all in a coma. This Count Tananmin put Yizhi on the sofa, took out a small round shield from the space button and handed it to Jilan. You can use this thing, right? Jilan held the protective shield tightly in his hand and nodded solemnly. Tananmin looked at Yizhi and said, Don't be afraid, just stay in the room, don't go anywhere, don't open the door for anyone to come, I go to the restaurant to find your grandmother. Then he said to Jilan solemnly, Protect yourself and Xiaoyai. After Tananmin left, the two of them were thinking about their own things, and they didn't speak for a while. Yizhi was a little dazed. She had never encountered such a scene on Earth. Looking at Tananmin's quick reaction and arrangements, it was obviously not the first time she encountered such a thing. Thinking of this, Yizhi couldn't help but glance at the little boy who was in a daze next to her. Even he didn't look panicked at all. It seems that she still doesn't have enough knowledge of the interstellar era. At least it's not as peaceful and tranquil as she thought, and there may even be dangers everywhere. She couldn't help but think of what her father prepared in the space button. It was the first time in 3 years that Yizhi was so serious and asked her not to tell her mother. Jilan had some conspiracy theories at this time. Because of his identity, he had experienced kidnapping more than once since he was a child, and he had survived every time. But this time was particularly different. He sneaked out with his housekeeper, without any security measures. If the other party's target was him, then he couldn't help but look at the little girl beside him, so he was in great danger here now. He stood up suddenly, which scared Yizhi, and she cast a puzzled look at him. He licked his lips, walked to Yizhi and squatted down, and stuffed the protective shield given to him by Tananmin into her arms. Xiaoyai, listen to me, brother may be in danger if you stay here. This protective shield, when you are in danger, input mental power into the concave part in the middle, it can save you. After that, he stood up and prepared to leave. However, his turning action was tripped by the traction from behind. He turned his head and looked back, and saw Yizhi's flesh hands tightly grasping his shirt, and his expressionless face was full of determination, as if he would never let go. Jilan was helpless. Yizhi was not very strong. He could break free with a little effort, but he obviously couldn't do this to a little girl. He turned around and squatted, maintaining the previous posture, and said anxiously, You will be in danger if I am here. Can you let go? Yizhi was coaxed by such a little kid for the first time, and she felt a little uncomfortable. But she guessed his mentality from the other party's reaction before and after. He was just afraid of bringing danger to her. But she let him go like this. Judging from Tananmin's serious attitude towards him before and after, he was not a child from an ordinary family. She couldn't let him go like this. Where are you going? Yizhi spoke in a calm voice, which surprised Jilan. I go out and find a place to hide. As long as you're not with me, you won't be in danger. Yizhi rolled his eyes in his heart. My grandmother is not with you either, but she is in danger. Although Jilan is as calm as an adult when in danger, he is still a half-grown child. At this time, he couldn't think of a way to refute Yizhi's words. Yizhi looked at him, thinking of his hesitant look on the 8th floor, and suddenly had a guess in his heart. You didn't sneak out. Jilan looked at her with wide eyes. It was almost written on his face. How did you know these words? Where are your parents? Jilan blinked and hesitated. At home. Capital star? Yizhi unconsciously raised his voice. Jilan made a hushing gesture. Keep your voice down. We don't know what's going on outside. Then why are you on this spaceship? My housekeeper took me out to play. It's okay. I'm back home after playing now. Jilan looked unconcerned. Yizhi thought he just sneaked out to the 8th floor to play without telling his elders, but he never thought that this half-grown child would actually run away from home, and he even walked out of a planet. Yizhi rolled his eyes in his heart and advised him like a little adult. Since you sneaked out, no one knows where you are. Have you told anyone about your encounter with my grandfather? A few hours ago, the housekeeper sent him a message asking for his location. He happened to run into Yijie at that time and wanted to stay a little longer, so he didn't reply. Jilan shook her head. No one knew about this. In that case, you are actually very safe here. It was an accident that you met us, and it was even more of an accident that you came to the room. Even if you went out to hide, you could just hide in another room at random. No one would guess that you were here. Jilan thought about it, and felt that what Yijie said made sense, so she nodded. Seeing him soften, Yijie breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the protective shield in her arms. And what should I do if you leave? Grandfather told you to protect me, but I have never used this thing. She lied. It was just a protective shield. Yijie had taught her how to use it. But in order to keep this brave little brat, it would be better to ask him to protect her. Jilan hesitated, but finally took the protective shield. Yijie was right. Even if he went out, he could just find a random place to hide. It was also very dangerous to leave a 3-year-old girl alone in the room. And he found that he had overlooked a very important thing. Generally speaking, the mental power of a child of this age cannot activate the protective shield. He sat back on the sofa, feeling guilty for not considering such an important thing, and at the same time, he felt that it was incredible that he would be persuaded by such a young girl. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Yijie's solemn expression. What's wrong? He asked subconsciously. Yijie frowned, and she zoomed in on the light brain. The communication is disconnected. I just called my grandpa and grandma on video, but the call didn't go through. Chapter 20. Yijie thought for a moment, quickly climbed down from the sofa, ran to the robot next to the dining table to check if it could connect to the internet, and found that even the robot's internal network signal was disconnected. Jilan followed and found out. His face suddenly became very bad, and the possibility that the other party's target was him was a little higher. Unless there was a conspiracy, it would be impossible to make such a big scene. After hesitating for a while, he seemed to have made a decision. He took out a black box from the space button, walked to the back of the robot, opened the cover behind it, and after breaking one of the wires, he inserted the interface of the black box into the core area on the back of the robot, and then turned around and started operating on the operation panel on the front of the robot. Although Yijie couldn't understand his operation, the characters typed by Jilan were very similar to what she saw on the shuttle. What did Yijie say at that time? NAS assembly language, computer language, ordinary people can only learn it in junior high school. Yijie even remembered the tone and demeanor of Yijie when he said this. Glancing at the boy who was concentrating on the operation, she remembered that the Empire stipulated that the age of junior high school students should not be less than 10 years old, and the boy in front of her was only about 6 or 7 years old, so the possibility of being taught in school was basically ruled out. She couldn't help but wonder, are all the big families in the capital planet educating their children in this way? At this moment, she suddenly caught a huge black shadow passing by the fully enclosed window. She rubbed her eyes, thinking that she had an illusion, but subconsciously walked to the window and looked out. The next second, she reached out and covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. Outside the small fully enclosed window, not far from the spaceship, there were densely packed giant beasts with all black bodies. Due to the large number of them, they crossed and overlapped each other while swimming. If someone with intensive phobia was here, he might have vomited long ago. Yijie used all his strength to see the appearance of these huge beasts. Each of them was roughly in the shape of a ball, with a large head and a small body and wide wings. Above the huge head, there were 3 layers of wrinkles on the forehead, and 2 long whiskers extended upward from the wrinkles, which were covered with slender eyes. Below the head was an extremely long mouth, almost the width of the head. It is not difficult to imagine how big an object it can swallow when it opens its mouth. At the tail of the body, there is a long scissor-shaped tail, which becomes thinner as it reaches the tip. It is extremely flexible, and has been swinging at will. Yijie's face turned pale immediately. Thanks to her super memory, she recognized what it was. This is the Super Star Beast with 3 red lines in the children's version of Star Beast catalog collection, the U-Beast. There is a special kind of intelligent life in the universe. They are the only species that can walk freely in the universe, and they are called Star Beasts. According to existing statistics, there are many types of branches of Star Beasts, but there is no doubt that they are all species with extremely strong attack power. What Yijie saw was the species with stronger combat power among the Star Beasts. Because of its huge body like a mountain, it has a sense of covering the sky and blocking the sun when swimming, so it is named U-Beast. The attack ability of a single U-Beast is not too strong, but the bad thing is that U-Beasts are social species, and it is basically impossible for a single one to appear. So when facing the ghost beasts, they all attack in groups. What's worse is that once the ghost beasts are enraged, their attack power will double, and they will attack indiscriminately. Yijiai's perspective is limited, so he doesn't know how dangerous the situation is. If you keep raising your perspective, get away from this civilian spaceship, and get away from the ghost beast cluster not far away, and look down from above, you can see that this spaceship has been wrapped by layers of ghost beasts. On the east and west sides, there are still a constant stream of ghost beasts gathering in, and the only convergence trajectory is a long line, hidden in the endless darkness of the universe. The appearance of this number of ghost beasts is an unpredictable result even for a planet's defense system, not to mention that this is a civilian spaceship equipped with only ordinary weapons. The only thing to be thankful for is that the ghost beasts seem to be looking for something, and have no intention or action to attack. Yijiai gently stepped back a few steps until he could no longer see the shadow of the ghost beast in his field of vision. She took several deep breaths to temporarily suppress the trembling in her chest. Looking at Ji-lan, who was still concentrating on tinkering, Yijiai couldn't help but feel a sense of despair in her heart. Now everything made sense. The ghost beast carried a special magnetic field. As long as the ghost beast was there, it would cause serious electromagnetic interference. The optical brain and the star network would not have any signal. She walked over and asked softly, "Are you sending a distress signal? Did it succeed?" Ji-lan's face was flushed at this time, and his forehead was even covered with a layer of fine sweat. He spoke quickly. "This is something my uncle gave me. He said it was the strongest signal transmitter newly developed by the Research Institute. It should be useful. I don't know what happened today. I tried several times, but still didn't succeed." Yijiai grasped the word strongest signal transmitter sharply, and a glimmer of hope slowly rose in her heart. She grabbed Ji-lan's hand and said, "Let's go. It won't work here. We have to try the place with the strongest signal on this spaceship." Ji-lan actually wanted to try the cockpit before, where the signal was the strongest, but considering that if she left, it would be unsafe for Yijiai to stay in the room alone, so she had to give up this idea. At this time, he was a little hesitant when he heard Yijiai's words. Yijiai saw through his worries at a glance. She stretched out her finger and made a hushed gesture on her lips, gently pulled Ji-lan to the window, and let him see the real scene outside. Ji-lan couldn't help but shout out in surprise, her eyes full of fear and despair. Yijiai looked at him with her black eyes, looking at the helpless little boy in front of her, her black eyes flashing with strange light, and whispered, "Ji-lan, you may be the only hope of this ship." Looking at her dark eyes, Ji-lan's pounding heart gradually calmed down. After a while, he made up his mind and said, "Shall I have to go to the cockpit. You stay here and don't go out, okay?" Yijiai rolled her eyes in her heart. Why is this kid so stubborn? She tried to coax him, "Take me with you. The power of two people is definitely greater than that of one person." Ji-lan shook her head firmly. Yijiai took a deep breath and had to use the child's trump card, threatening, "If you don't take me with you, I will cry. If the bad guys catch me, it will be your fault. You can do it yourself." Sure enough, she saw Ji-lan's incredible look. In the end, he decided to take her with him. Chapter 21. Yijiai looked at him with her dark eyes, looking at the slightly helpless little boy in front of her, and said in a serious tone, "Ji-lan, you must do what we agreed to do later. No matter what happens, don't change it, it will. Promise me." Ji-lan nodded. Being called by a 3-year-old little sister many times, he couldn't tell what it felt like. But no feeling was as shocking as when he saw those dark eyes. He was only 6 years old. When he saw the group of ghost beasts covering the sky and the earth, he was desperate. At that moment, countless emotions of regret surged in his heart. He shouldn't have sneaked out of the house alone, shouldn't have told anyone, and shouldn't have used someone else's identity information to buy a spaceship ticket. Because of this, he is likely to die here today, but his family can't even find his body. How sad would his mother, grandmother, uncle, and uncle be? But when he turned around and saw Yijiai's pair of dark eyes that implied hope, he felt ashamed. A little girl who was much younger than him, she was not afraid. She was trying every possible way to survive. At that moment, an inexplicable courage surged into the body of the little boy. He knew that he should protect his sister and save himself and the people on this ship, as she said. After looking at Ji-lan for a while, Yijiai found that this little boy was really good. With delicate features and a tall figure, Yijiai was well developed, just reaching the level of his thighs. In addition, he also has a very good character. When he found that he might be in danger, he did not let others take the blame for him at the first time, but was willing to protect her even in his own danger. When there was no signal, he considered solutions at the first time instead of complaining about the world. When he saw such a large group of ghost beasts, he was obviously desperate, but he was able to adjust and recover his emotions quickly. Putting herself in others' shoes, Yijia herself could not do this when she was 6 or 7 years old. For the first time, she felt a little curious about the Ji family. She wondered what kind of family could raise such a child. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Jilan felt a little embarrassed as Yijia stared at her for a long time. Yijia quickly came back to her senses and found a high-neck princess dress in the space button. It was not her size, but looked like something for an 8 or 9-year-old girl. It was obvious that Tan Yun had prepared it for her long ago. She said to herself, "Aren't you afraid of danger? If you become a girl, others will not recognize you. Try it." Ji Lan's face changed again and again, but she finally took the complicated princess dress. While Ji Lan was changing clothes, Yijia felt that Ms. Tan Yun must have prepared other female products for her. She looked through the space button and found a makeup box for her. After opening it, she found that it was quite different from the cosmetics on Earth, but they were all the same. She quickly found lipstick, a wig and a comb for styling. When Jilan came out of the room, Yijia was stunned. She suddenly understood why Tan Yun and Kaviniko liked to dress her up so much. Jilan was a boy after all, with a large frame, which was just enough to support the skirt that Yijia could only wear when she was 8 or 9 years old. He had delicate features and a tall figure. At the age of 6 or 7, it was difficult to tell whether he was male or female. In addition, he had an outstanding temperament, just like a noble lady in the palace. Yijia waved at him. Jilan saw the makeup box on the coffee table and showed an expression that was about to cry. After cheering himself up, he still walked towards Yijia, and even half knelt in front of her in a caring way for Yijia to operate conveniently. Like a princess and a prince. Seeing his frustrated face, Yijia comforted him. "Don't worry, if we can still live, I won't tell anyone." Seeing her so calm, Ji Lan's heart trembled. Time was limited, and Yijia was not familiar with the use, so she just wanted to dress up simply. She put on the golden wig for him, and simply used a comb to make some simple and casual curls on the ends of the golden hair, and grabbed a little shape with her hands to make it look more natural. Then she painted his eyelashes longer and curled, and finally painted a pink color on his lips. The effect was surprisingly good. Ji Lan's whole person added a touch of softness, and he looked like a girl. Just after doing all this, the bell rang to indicate that a guest had arrived. Yijia's heart skipped a beat, knowing that it would never be Viscount Tannenmine. She quickly put away the things on the coffee table, signaled Ji Lan not to make a sound, and the two quietly walked to the door and looked at the surveillance video. The person outside the door was wearing waiter's clothes, but he lowered his head, so his facial features and expression could not be seen. The ringing bell kept ringing, and the person at the door was very persistent, as if he knew there was someone inside. Yijia cleared his throat, pressed the call button, and pretended to have just woken up and said, "What's the matter?" The other party's voice was very soft, but his face could not be seen. "Excuse me, is this little friend Yijia? I am sent by the Viscount to pick you up. Where did my grandfather ask you to take me to?" Yijia asked innocently. "The Viscount and his wife are waiting for you in the restaurant." She glanced at Ji Lan, who shook his head at her and said no with his mouth. "You're lying. Grandfather clearly said he would bring food back, and that I would have food when I woke up." Yijia pretended to be angry. The waiter quickly denied. "I was really sent by the Viscount to pick you up. Look at this. Is it the bracelet that the Viscount always wears? The Viscount said that you will follow me when you see this." Yijia looked carefully, and found that it was indeed the bracelet that her grandfather always wore. It was not an ordinary object, and Yijia could tell it at a glance. This also means that Viscount Tannenmine is in danger. After hesitating for a while, she began to cry without any image. "Woo-woo, I don't care, I want them to pick me up. Woo-woo, do they not want me anymore? I don't care. Hurry up and let them pick me up." Woo-woo. Ji Lan looked at her incredulously. Is this skill of changing her face in a second a skill that all creatures called girls are born with? His grandmother is like this to his uncle most of the time. "Don't cry, you can see them if you come with me now," the waiter said anxiously. "I don't want to go with you. What if you are a bad guy? Hurry up and let them pick me up." Woo-woo. Yijia cried even harder. Yijia's crying became louder and louder. After the waiter coaxed her a few more times, she still only knew how to cry and make a fuss, so she had to agree. Okay, don't cry, I will let the Viscount come to pick you up when I go back." Chapter 22. Yijia looked at his hurriedly leaving back, and had a bad feeling in her heart. If he was really a waiter, he would never say such an imperative word as asking the Viscount to pick her up. At most, he would say, Go back and report this matter to the Viscount. If a waiter can be the master of Tananmine, then what kind of situation are her grandparents in? Yijia didn't dare to think deeply. The situation was obviously worse than she thought. There were so many ghost beasts outside. Logically, the spacecraft could not have failed to discover them, but there was no warning notification to the passengers until now, so there was only one possibility that the spacecraft lost control. It was really an internal and external trouble. Xiao Ai, it's very dangerous outside. Do you really want to go to the cockpit with me? Jilan said worriedly. Although he couldn't think of so much, the many malicious things he had experienced the day after tomorrow made him intuitively understand the complexity of the situation at this time. All he could think of was to leave this little sister beside him in a safe place. This room, at least for now, is still safe. In such a short time, Yijia saw another side of Jilan. He was the naughty child who took photos without permission, but also the little man who knew the danger and wanted to protect others. She shook her head and said before Jilan could speak, "We must leave here immediately. It's not safe here anymore. Although I don't know why, I can see that they are looking for me. I don't know what the cockpit is like, but my grandparents went to the restaurant and never came back, so they definitely can't go to the restaurant. I can only go with you." Jilan frowned, and after thinking for a while, he agreed with Yijia's words and told him, "After you go out, follow me and don't run around." Yijia nodded in agreement. After the two confirmed the plan again, they were ready to set off. Jilan took a deep breath, slowly opened the door a little, stuck his head out, looked around, and found that there was no one in the corridor. He turned back and nodded to Yijia, and walked out first. The two had already discussed that the elevator was too big, so they could only take the stairs. The cockpit was on the 7th floor, the restaurant was on the 3rd floor, and they were now on the 5th floor. They only needed to go up 2 floors, but fortunately the stairs were not high, and Yijia could still run up by himself. The 5th floor was very quiet. Whether it was the room or the corridor, it seemed that there was no one. Jilan's heart was beating like a drum, and he took Yijia's hand and ran quickly to the stairs. Fortunately, when they reached the stairs, neither of them met anyone. Yijia realized belatedly that the people on the 5th floor must have had accidents intermittently during the first 40 hours of their rest. Otherwise, her crying just now would have attracted a lot of attention. At the staircase, Yijia saw a few dirty boxes in the corner, and she didn't mind, and climbed into the largest one directly. The box was not big, but she was not big either, just enough to fit her. If you don't look closely, you can't see her hiding in the box at all. This was planned by the two. Yijia was a small target, but her speed of going upstairs was too slow, so she hid at the staircase first. After Jilan went up to the 6th floor, he would send a signal to Yijia if there was no situation. Seeing that Yijia had hidden, Jilan began to run upstairs. His footsteps were light, but his speed was not slow. The two of them were really lucky. There was no one guarding the 6th floor as they had imagined. Jilan made the first hiss at the stairs, and after counting to 3 seconds, he made the second hiss. He did not make any more sounds, but hid like Yijia. This was the signal they had agreed on in advance to indicate safety. After hearing this, Yijia quickly climbed out and ran upstairs. But she was still a child with short arms and legs, and her speed was very slow. Because of her slow speed, she prayed silently in her heart not to run into anyone while running. However, things often go against one's wishes. Their good luck seemed to have come to an end. When Yijia was about halfway through running, Jilan, who was waiting for her at the stairs on the 6th floor, knew that something was wrong. Someone was approaching here. There was more than one footsteps, but if he made another sound at this time, not only would he expose himself, but Yijia would not have time to go back. At this time, he could only hope that those people would not get closer to hear. However, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Jilan even heard someone speaking in the unfluent Imperial Beel language. "Did you really hear a sound here? Everyone is locked up in the restaurant. How could anyone come here? Stop talking nonsense, you have to trust my ears, and it's always right to come and take a look. Lao Gao is still on this floor attacking the ship's intelligence brain. If something goes wrong, both of us will have to pay with our lives." This person also spoke Beel language. Yes, who can't trust your ears, Chinshursi? He. The person in front smiled. Although Yijia didn't understand what these messy words were saying, it didn't prevent her from knowing that these two people were talking. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. It was really unlucky, but at this point, exposing her or Jilan was almost a no-brainer. She simply stopped running and made 3 quick hisses. This was the code they agreed to run. Jilan stood at the staircase on the 6th floor. After hearing Yijia's signal, He clenched his hands into a fist, and his nails all sank into the flesh. This level of pain could calm him down. He bit his cheeks tightly to prevent himself from crying, but he took the opportunity to run to the 7th floor. This was what they agreed on. If they encountered such a situation where they had to give up one party while climbing the stairs, the best choice was to give up Yijia, because the signal transmitter was on him. And only he knew how to use it. When he ran, he clenched his teeth tightly, his steps were very light, and he tried not to make any sound, because he knew he couldn't expose himself. Fortunately, he had done special training in this area. From the big footsteps to the small breathing, he tried his best to adjust. Yijia was right in one point. Jilan was indeed the only hope on this ship, because what Jilan held in his hand was not just a one-way signal transmitter, but a one-to-one two-way signal connector with the strongest fleet in the Empire, and only Jilan knew the connection code. She thought too simply. It was not that she would be rescued if the signal was sent out. Facing such a gathering of ghost beasts, basically one warship would be destroyed if one came. The one who could come must be the strongest man in the Empire. The only man in the galaxy who reached S level, his uncle, Ji-Fan, and he led the strongest fleet in the Empire, the Abyss Fleet. Chapter 23. After giving Jilan the signal to run, Yijia pinched her thigh with all her strength, forcing out a few tears, and then she sobbed softly, imitating the hissing sound just now. She didn't know if someone came over because they heard the noise, but it was always right to be cautious. Attracted by this action, the two people appeared at the stairs in less than half a minute. Qin Shirsi winked at his companion, indicating that the sound came from below. Taking out the energy gun, the two tiptoed downstairs. When they reached the corner, the two almost simultaneously pointed the energy guns in their hands straight ahead, and when they saw Yijia with his back to them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. And Yijia, who turned on the front camera function of the optical computer to observe them, saw them put away the guns, and his heart fell. Turning off the computer calmly, Yijia turned around naturally, looking frightened. Who you are you? Qin Shirsi smiled in a self-proclaimed amiable way. Little friend, why are you here alone? Unfortunately, Yijia didn't understand. She shook her head at him, looking confused. Qin Shirsi reached out and typed a few words into the computer, and a mechanical female voice came out. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents? Yijia knew that he was using the language translation software on the computer. Although she didn't know what language they were using, she guessed that these two people should be able to understand Elia, but she didn't know whether they couldn't speak it or not. In order not to expose herself, she could only give a specious answer, crying. They went to the restaurant to get food and never came back. Do they not want me anymore? Qin Shirsi typed a few more words. What's your name? Luo Jiachi. The name Yijia said was not made up. When boarding the plane, she looked around and saw a little girl about her age. This name was written on the boarding pass. Anyway, she must be a passenger on this ship. Qin Shirsi winked at his companion, indicating that he should check if there was such a person. He walked towards Yijia and typed a long paragraph of words. We are the staff on the spaceship. You go to the 6th floor with the uncles first. When we find your parents, we will send you back, okay? Yijia pursed her lips and pretended to hesitate for a while before nodding. Qin Shirsi picked her up, and she trembled reflexively. But she pretended to be innocent and said, Uncle, what do you do on the spaceship? That uncle looks a bit scary. But the last sentence was deliberately lowered, as if it would not be heard by the other party. Qin Shirsi glanced at the scar that occupied half of his companion's face, coughed lightly, and typed, We are responsible for security on the spacecraft. Wow, so awesome. She clapped her hands and said exaggeratedly, her voice more confident than before, as if she believed Qin Shirsi's words that he was responsible for security. Scarface rarely met a child who was not afraid of him, and was quite interested in Yijia. He also learned to type like Qin Shirsi. Little friend, my face is a record of war and honor, do you understand? In our place, it is not easy to have a few scars. Uncle Scar, is your face really an honor? Then what did you do? Yijia pretended to admire him very much. Scarface couldn't stand being flattered, let alone from a kid. He quickly typed on the laptop. In our place, only those who win on the battlefield are eligible to apply for this scar mark from the leader. Scarly. Qin Shirsi saw that he wanted to continue typing, so he shouted. Scarly pursed his lips and said indifferently, No way, Qin Shirsi, do you have to be so vigilant with such a little kid, and she can't understand what we say? It's always right to be careful. Qin Shirsi said seriously. Scarly was most impatient with his appearance, but he didn't type anymore, and Yijia felt a little disappointed. Speechless all the way, Yizhi was taken to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is not like the 5th floor. All the rooms here are basically open. When passing by, Yizhi saw that there were people holding machines and doing something in several rooms. After walking through several rooms again, the scene was still the same. Yizhi suddenly realized that the 6th floor was full of equipment rooms. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this group of people busying around, they probably hadn't finished the spaceship yet. Chinchursi and Scarface took her to a room where several large machines were running. A man dressed very sloppily sat in the corner. He kept pressing on the control screen in front of him. He looked at the two of them coldly, and then lowered his head, and continued, "Where did you come from, kid? What are you sending me?" Hearing his voice, Yizhi's eyes lit up. This man spoke alien. Chinchursi smiled flatteringly. "I checked his identity, and found that he is a civilian. I have notified the 3rd floor to come and pick him up. Something happened on the 5th floor. We have to rush over, no time to waste. Lao Gao, how about we stay here for a while? We lied to her that she is the security personnel on the ship. She won't bother you." Lao Gao glanced at Yizhi, found that she was indeed a little kid, waved his hand indifferently. "Tell the 3rd floor to hurry up. Say I said so." "Okay. You are busy." Chinchursi hurriedly agreed. After negotiating with Lao Gao, he turned around and typed to Yizhi to lie to her. "Wait here. Someone has contacted your parents. Someone will come to pick you up later. You be good here. Don't mess with him." Yizhi pretended to be a little scared of Lao Gao. "Uncle, where are you going?" "We are going to the 5th floor to see. There is an accident there." "You be good here. Lao Gao won't do anything to you." The one typing was Scar. Chinchursi glanced at him with an unpredictable expression, and then deleted the perfunctory words he had typed to Yizhi. When Yizhi heard that something happened on the 5th floor, she knew something was wrong. She wondered if the waiter had gone back and found her missing. But she knew she couldn't show anything strange, so she said obediently, "Uncle, please be careful." "Don't worry, I will definitely not disturb Uncle Gao." Seeing that she was still safe, Chinchursi asked Scarly to go out with her. After they left, Yizhi began to look at the machines in the room inconspicuously. She couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that among the 4 official languages of the Empire, the first language she learned was the most difficult to learn, the alien language. The official language of the Empire basically adopted the alien language. This is the Empire's spaceship, and the labels on it are all in alien, which she can understand. Chapter 24. On the other hand, Ji-Lan, who arrived at the 7th floor, was much luckier than Yizhi. The staircase door on the 7th floor required permission to enter. He fiddled there for a while, before being discovered and taken to the cockpit. The cockpit was relatively large, occupying almost half of the entire 7th floor. The other half was the equipment room of the main functional area, such as the core kinetic energy room on this floor. There were not many people in the cockpit, but there were not a few. In addition to the people wearing the uniforms on the spacecraft, there were many people who were obviously passengers. The people who discovered him, and most of the men in the cockpit were wearing combat uniforms, and the uniform retirement logo of the Empire. The children of the G family would not make a mistake. "Don't be afraid, little girl. It's safe here for the time being. Tell me how you got up here." Lisa looked at the delicate little girl in front of him, and was a little curious. If they could get up now, they wouldn't be trapped here. "I want to talk to you alone." Ji-Lan deliberately pinched her voice to imitate a girl's speech, and no one heard anything unusual for a while. "Deputy Captain." Lu Xian, Rei's deputy, stood up to stop her. He always felt that the girl's behavior was strange, and was a little worried that she was sent by the enemy. "It's not that there are no such young space pirates." Reza looked at Ji-Lan for a long time, and felt that he would not be hurt by such a half-grown child. He nodded, whispered a few words in Lu Xian's ear, and took Ji-Lan into the small room next door. After seeing Reza close the door, Ji-Lan began to make gestures, which was the internal communication code of the Imperial military, meaning to ask whether his companions were safe at the moment. He didn't know many gestures, but he still remembered some basic code gestures. Lisa was very shocked. This was not something a child should know. He nodded. "This is my usual lounge. It's safe." Ji-Lan breathed a sigh of relief and still pretended to be a girl and said, "My last name is Ji." Lisa's face changed drastically, and his tone was a little hurried. "The Ji family of the Duke's mansion in the capital star?" "Yes." Lisa felt a heart attack at this time. It was fine that there was a Viscount couple on the ship, but they were also taken hostage by the other party. What he never expected was that there was actually a little princess from the Duke's family. Are the nobles so desperate these days? They don't want to take their own private spaceships, But come to take civilian spaceships? Where are the Viscount couple of the Tan family? Jilan asked. Thinking of them, Reza couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. In the restaurant, not only them, except for the person you just saw, almost everyone on the ship was taken hostage, which is why we dare not move. If it weren't for the tradition of the Empire of all people being soldiers, some passengers found something wrong and went to the 7th floor in advance, and the cockpit might not be saved. Jilan's eyes widened. He had never encountered such a dangerous and complicated situation. He couldn't help but murmured, "How could it be? Shall I?" Reza thought she didn't believe it, and continued, "The captain rebelled. If he hadn't beaten. But if I had captured her, our ship would have fallen long ago." Then, he saw the little girl who had just made military gestures with him burst into tears and cried breathlessly, "Wu is Xiaoi. Xiaoi was captured by them. What should I do? Who can save her Wu?" Although Jilan was carefully raised by the Ji family and had wisdom and responsibility far beyond his peers, he was still a child after all. After encountering so many things and arriving at a temporarily safe place, he naturally collapsed emotionally when he thought that Yijia might be killed after being captured. Lisa had never encountered such a situation before, and was somewhat at a loss, but he guessed what she meant. "Is Xiao Ai your partner? She came up with you, but was captured?" Jilan nodded and sobbed, "Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai is the granddaughter of the Viscount." Lisa immediately held his forehead. Headache? He remembered the little girl who had been held in the arms of Viscount Tannenmine since she boarded the ship. She must have been very favored in the Tan family. He felt that these two children were really too brave. Forget about the little girl from the Ji family in front of him. How old is the one called Xiao Ai? Okay, don't cry, let's go out and think of a solution together. You tell everyone about the situation at that time. Lisa was in a state of panic at this time. There were so many ghost beasts gathered outside. He had never seen such a scene in his life. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that he would probably not be able to go back this time. But as the captain, he had to fulfill his duties. Hearing that they should work together to find a solution, Jilan immediately cheered up a lot. Then she remembered the purpose of the cockpit, took out the signal transmitter from the space button, and asked anxiously, "Is this useful?" When she took out the signal transmitter, Reza's eyes lit up, and he felt that he had really wronged this little girl just now. With this, they can contact the outside world for help. He stepped forward, took the signal transmitter and checked it, and found that it was usable, showing a big smile. "It's useful, very useful." Then he quickly asked some questions about the origin of this black box, and a few questions about Yijia, and Jilan answered them one by one. Jilan found that this man had become completely different after he took out this thing. It was like there was hope suddenly. As an ordinary person who worked diligently, Lu Xian was a little suspicious of everyone after experiencing the captain's mutiny, which was something that only happened in novels, so he kept paying attention to the situation in the small room. He was the first person to see the door open, and the first person to see what Reza was holding, and his palms were shaking. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward. This is... He looked at Jilan with a wrong look, as if he saw a savior. Lu Xian's strangeness attracted the attention of some people, and they naturally saw what Reza was holding and began to get excited, while others who couldn't understand the black box were a little confused. Reza quickly walked to Lu Xian's side, handed him the thing, and whispered, "Go and install it." Lu Xian took it with both hands, as if he had seen something precious, and ran out quickly. Reza nodded to Jilan and pointed to the location of the signal launch platform. Jilan ran over and began to operate it skillfully. Looking around, Reza saw a woman sobbing quietly in the corner, some wearing the retired combat uniforms issued by the army when they retired, and some working together with the crew to resist the invasion of the other party's intelligent brain. He took a deep breath, walked to the captain's seat, pressed a button, and then his voice rang throughout the cockpit. Chapter 25. He said in a low voice, "Everyone, I am the Deputy Captain Reza, and I will temporarily serve as the captain. First of all, I want to apologize to you for letting you experience the rebellion of the former captain. This is our dereliction of duty." Fortunately, the passengers reacted quickly and helped us to save the cockpit, but unfortunately, the rest of the passengers became hostages in the hands of the other party. The other party warned us through the internal channel that if we dared to act rashly, we would start a massacre. He clenched his fists, but because the main equipment rooms are all on the 6th floor, the other party blocked the signals of the optical computer and the star network, resulting in us being unable to ask for help from the outside world, so we could only passively defend here. Although it is very desperate, there are 2 points that must be said. First, so far, we don't know who the other party is, and second, We don't know what the other party's purpose is. As soon as he finished this sentence, he saw Jilan stand up, with a happy face, and nodded heavily to him. Reza became excited and raised his voice. But now there is good news. We have successfully sent out a distress signal. I know everyone feels that there is little hope, but please look at that child. He pointed at Jilan and said in a sonorous voice, "It was her. She sent us the signal transmitter, and she successfully sent the distress signal. Even such a small child is trying her best to survive. What reason do we adults have not to fight for our lives? There are still many such children in the restaurant now, and even nobles are being held hostage there. We old guys must at least fight to keep the flame of the empire alive." He raised his hand and shouted passionately, "What we need to do next is to do our best to hold on until the rescue arrives. Everyone, do you have confidence?" "Yes." All the staff answered him with a resounding voice. Hearing that the distress signal had been successfully sent, everyone in the cockpit was excited, and some even cried loudly. This was the light of hope that suddenly broke out after being in a desperate situation. But there were still very calm people. A burly man in the combat uniform of the Imperial Army stood up. The retirement logo and medal logo on the combat uniform were shining brightly. At first glance, he was a veteran who retired from the battlefield with honor. In such a crisis, people felt very trustworthy. He looked at Reza and asked the question in many people's minds. "Captain Lei, as the deputy captain of this ship, can you explain to everyone why there are so many ghost beasts gathered outside? And they don't attack us?" Reza didn't answer for a while, but a thin sweat began to appear on his forehead. The veteran raised his right hand to everyone present. It was a mechanical arm with a cold glow. When I was on a mission before, I also encountered a gathering of ghost beasts. This right hand was broken there. The scene that day was exactly the same as today. Circles of ghost beasts surrounded the private spaceship, but they just didn't attack. Later I found out, he looked at his right arm, with an inexplicable irony in his words, that it was a noble smuggling spaceship. Under the cabin, there were 3 ghost beast cubs. It is said that ghost beasts love their cubs as if they were their lives. Please go to the window and see how many ghost beasts are outside. I just want to ask Captain Lei, how many ghost beast cubs are there on our ship today?" Jilan stood up suddenly. Smuggling star beasts is a serious crime in the Empire. Reza's back was visibly bent. He lay on the captain's chair, knowing that his career was over. "I know that if I say now that I have nothing to do with this matter, you will definitely not believe it, but it is indeed not my fault. If I can still survive, I will definitely obey the judgment of the imperial law." But his deputy Lu Xian suddenly rushed in and said in panic, "Captain Lei, Captain Yang committed suicide." Reza sighed deeply, and the momentum that inspired people just now was no longer there, showing a decadent and gray posture. He sat up slowly. "Let me explain to you, there is actually no mutiny. The captain of this spaceship, Lao Yang, has only one daughter who suffers from a genetic disorder. Everyone should have heard of this disease, which is a disease that cannot be cured even if you spend money. The captain's income may be okay in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is not enough to make a splash in front of this disease. In order for his daughter to survive, Lao Yang gradually engaged in smuggling. He closed his eyes. At the beginning, the amount was very small, and I turned a blind eye. Later, when the amount increased, I went to find him, and he knelt on the ground and begged me to let him and his daughter live. He wanted to do a gene remodeling surgery for his daughter, and I learned that this disease can still be cured, but the cost of treatment is as high as hundreds of millions of star coins. Ordinary people like us can only earn tens of millions in our lifetime, and 100 million is a figure that we dare not even think about." He hugged his head and said, "I, Lao Lei, really can't do anything to kill people, so I can only keep silent." This time I realized something was wrong in advance, but Lao Yang swore to me that it was a Miming beast, and said that he would collect the money after the order was completed. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice choked. You don't know the hopeful expression on Lao Yang's face at that time. Now think about it, he must have been deceived, otherwise he would not have abandoned his daughter to die to apologize. I know that we are the sinners of the whole ship. All the ghost beast cubs are in the kitchen of the restaurant on the 3rd floor. There should be dozens of them. It is not easy to breed ghost beasts. These dozens of cubs should have attracted all the ghost beasts in this star field. I know I am sorry to everyone, but in this situation, I am the only one who is most familiar with the spacecraft. If you trust me, I will protect you until the last moment with my life. Please give me another chance." After saying this, he bent his back and buried his head deeply in his abdomen, a deep bow. His deputy Lu Xian came to his side without knowing when, and bowed to everyone. The staff in the cockpit who knew something about the inside story also bowed. This was indeed their dereliction of duty. The person who was supposed to protect them has now turned into the culprit. Some passengers were angry and hammered the wall. Some passengers clenched their gums, and some cried and cried. Some people cried, but no one beat or scolded Risa. At this critical moment, it seemed meaningless to argue about the truth. This is the helplessness of life. Any ordinary person would find it difficult to make a decision if they encountered the same thing as Risa. Perhaps most people would be lucky like him, because it was not something insignificant, but 2 living lives. Ji-lan clenched his fists, and there was an indescribable bitterness in his chest. This was the bitterness of adults, and it was difficult for him to understand at his age. But looking at the depressed atmosphere in front of him, he knew he had to do something, otherwise Yi would hardly survive. Chapter 26. Ji-lan walked directly to the center of the cockpit. He wiped off the makeup on his face with one hand, took off his wig, raised the family medal in his hand, and said in his original voice, "My name is Ji-lan, from the Duke's mansion. I have just contacted my uncle. Please cheer up and hold on until he comes." The dark green eyes were full of seriousness, and the small body seemed to have countless power, which made people look at him seriously. But no one answered him. Most people's faces were still the same indifference and despair. Ji-lan was a little panicked. From childhood to adulthood, his uncle was his god. There was nothing his uncle couldn't do. Even at this time, he believed that his uncle had a way to save him, but he was a child after all, and no one would take his words seriously, even if he was serious enough. Ji-lan wanted to cry, but when he thought of the family motto of the Ji family, he held back his tears in front of so many people. "Is the uncle you are talking about Ji Fan, the Major General of the Empire?" Suddenly, in silence, someone asked. The one who spoke was the old soldier who questioned Reza. He looked excited, his face flushed, his fists clenched, and he seemed to be afraid of getting a negative answer, so his voice was not loud, and it could even be said that he had an uncertain and weak feeling. The name Ji Fan was well known in the Empire. He was the only S-level in the entire galaxy, and the youngest Major General in the history of the Empire. He commanded the Empire's strongest fleet, the Abyss Fleet. A true young genius, in a high position and with great power. Some people stood up unconsciously, and they were not a minority. Some people stopped crying, and forgot to wipe the tears and snot on their faces. Risa suddenly stood up, and looked at Ji-lan in disbelief. He knew that this was a child of the Ji family, but he thought it was just a child from a side branch. He never expected that it was actually a child of the Ji family, and a boy. He even more unexpectedly contacted Ji Fan, the legendary figure. It was really not his fate. The people on their ship were saved. Ji-lan was right. They must hold on until Ji Fan arrived. For a moment, this was the voice of everyone. "Where is the Xiao AI you mentioned? Let's go save her. We can definitely hold on until Major General Ji Fan arrives." Risa walked quickly to Ji-lan and said firmly. Then, the old soldier and the others in the cockpit walked to his side silently, expressing silent support. The big stone hanging in Ji-lan's heart fell to the ground, and the tears in his eyes rolled down. On the other hand, thanks to a father who is the chief engineer of ship engine design, Yijie is not as ignorant of ships as children of the same age. Although not completely ignorant, but not very well understood. With her meager knowledge, she only recognized the core computing block of the ship's intelligent brain in this equipment room. At present, this Lao Gao should not have completely cracked the intelligent brain's protection network. What Yijie didn't know was that Lao Gao had entered a critical moment. One person and one intelligent brain were fighting fiercely, and the excitement was no less than a small offensive and defensive battle. If he won, the whole ship would fall into his control. Yijie had a clear goal. No matter what, the most urgent task was to stop him first. "Woo woo woo, I want my dad. I want my mom." Yijie suddenly started crying without warning. Lao Gao, who was concentrating on operating, was disturbed by the sharp cry and subconsciously trembled. He entered a wrong command with his hand. The intelligent brain immediately seized the loophole in this second, repaired many positions, and launched a certain counterattack. Fortunately, Lao Gao had strong technical means and reacted quickly to make good remedies. Almost failed at the last moment. After smoothly passing this crisis, Lao Gao turned his head to look at Yijie. His eyes seemed to be poisoned. The hair on Yijie's neck exploded instantly. Just when she thought Lao Gao was going to do something to her, the other party turned his head back after finding that she was not crying anymore. She suddenly remembered Scar Li's words. He seemed to be particularly relieved that she was here. Could it be that this Lao Gao particularly hated children? Yijie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lao Gao would not attack her for the time being. Yijie pretended to be frightened by him, and moved to the corner tremblingly. Lao Gao saw her movements from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't know whether it was because Yijiai's acting was too good or he was too confident in her identity as a child. Lao Gao didn't move at all. No one would have thought that this ordinary dressed toddler would have a space button, so the two people just now didn't search her. It's like no one on Earth would have thought that a 3-year-old child would have a bracelet worth 5 million, which is the logical thinking of normal people. What no one would have thought was that there would be crazy parents who put a hot weapon with considerable lethality in the space button of a 3-year-old cub. And the neglect of these subtle details doomed today's terrorist incident to be unable to continue. Shrinking in the corner, Yijiai quietly put down several smooth electromagnetic cannon balls and silently manipulated them to the right place on the optical computer. This is the experimental product that Yijian gave her to analyze the effects of explosions on waves. It is not powerful, but fortunately it is small and well concealed. For the core computing block, as long as a few key nodes are destroyed, the core calculation can no longer be performed. These electromagnetic cannon balls are enough for occasions like today. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded in this small equipment room. Yijiai couldn't understand Lao Gao's operation, but it didn't prevent her from knowing that the advanced intelligent brains on all ships of the Empire have a function to prevent damage from external violence. The amazing point of this self-protection function is that it will force the intelligent brain to shut down, and all operations in the cabin must be performed manually, and the captain's authorization and certification must be required. To borrow a joke from the Star Network, if there is danger, go offline and shrink into a turtle shell first. From the beginning of its design to now, this function has been called useless, which can basically be said to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt yourself by 1,000. However, in the replacement of generations of ships, this function has not only not been offline, but has been continuously improved. Under the influence of Yijiai understood that this was the deep malice of the technicians against terrorist attacks. This function is mainly aimed at two situations. If the other party maliciously boarded the ship and violently destroyed the core computing block, this function would prevent them from going any further. If the other party violently controlled the spacecraft, the staff on the spacecraft could take this method to escape their coercion. Yijiai and his team were in this second situation. As the data in front of him was quickly cleared, Lao Gao turned back in panic, and an E-level energy gun was aimed at him. For Yijiai, who has C-level mental power, she can use the E-level energy gun until the energy is exhausted, but because her physical fitness has not yet reached the E-level standard for adults, she cannot bear the load of the gun on her body for the time being. So the pistol in her hand has been modified and only has 10 rounds of energy. Although Lao Gao is a technical worker in the Star Pirate nest, he is still a Star Pirate after all, and his physical reaction ability is much stronger than Yijiai. Yijiai attacked 3 times, but he evaded them flexibly. She turned and ran. Chapter 27. Lao Gao ran after her. He obviously realized his mistake and underestimated her. She was not an ordinary little girl. He lost his mind in anger and wanted to catch Yijiai and skin her alive. What bullshit righteousness. What not to do to a child, all of them, get lost. But today, he will soon know how wrong his idea was. In terms of speed, Yijiai was definitely far behind Lao Gao, but she would shoot back from time to time. Relying on her C-level mental power, her accuracy was not bad. Lao Gao had several scratches on his body, which slowed him down a lot. So he didn't catch up with Yijiai for a while. But this movement had attracted the attention of the people around, and with the ship's intelligent brain locked, everyone realized that something must have happened to Lao Gao. Everyone headed for the 6th floor. Yijiai ran forward randomly. She knew that the 7th floor was the place to save her life, but relying on her short legs, she would definitely be caught by Lao Gao before she ran up. She could only wait for an opportunity to find a place to hide. Found it. There is a way. Yijiai's eyes lit up as she looked at the ventilation duct in front of her. She casually threw a few electromagnetic cannon balls behind her. This kind of thing that has never appeared on the market made people a little confused about its severity. Lao Gao thought it was a bomb or something like that, and he stopped immediately in fear. Yijiai was waiting for this moment. She turned her head and smiled cunningly. When he stopped, she immediately pulled the trigger on the E-level energy gun in her hand. The last shot hit the thigh. Lao Gao knelt on one knee, his face pale. After all, he was still a technician, and could not endure such severe pain. Lao Gao. Behind him, his accomplice followed closely. They rushed here so quickly, they should be the same people on the 6th floor. And in a place that Yijiai couldn't see, a team was approaching the 6th floor quickly. This team was not the lazy and sloppy Chinshursi and Scarly, but full of murderous aura, and it was obvious that they had killed many people. Yi Jiai reacted quickly, and almost at the same time as Lao Gao's accomplice appeared, he threw out 2 tubes of reagents. The test tubes fell to the ground and shattered. They were obviously 2 colorless and transparent liquids, but they emitted dense sparks the moment they touched. Then, thick white fog rose, completely covering everyone's sight. If you look carefully at the broken reagent bottle on the ground, it is not difficult to find that it is still labeled as a standard medical reagent. Once the 63.3% Y2 sodium solution and the 29% Y1H solution touch, this chemical reaction will quickly occur and produce a huge thick fog. Just like the concentrated ammonia and concentrated hydrochloric acid on Earth, once they come into contact, solid particles of ammonium chloride will be produced, forming white mist. These two have the same effect. Studying the chemical reaction of these 2 liquids is one of the biology homework assigned to her by Miss Tan Yun. Yi Jiai almost took the word adaptability to the extreme, relying on his own intelligence to play a technician in the palm of his hand. Seeing Yi Jiai disappear in the thick fog, Lao Gao's accomplices immediately wanted to chase him, but he was stopped. Lao Gao, who had suffered more than once, almost had a conditioned reflex shadow on Yi Jiai's things. He now suspected that the thick fog was poisonous. It turned out that he had to stay away from the little brat. No matter what Lao Gao thought, Yi Jiai ran to the ventilation duct at almost the fastest speed. Just as she was about to open it with tools, she was suddenly covered by someone's mouth. The thing that was obviously a tentacle tightly grasped her mouth, and she couldn't even make a sound. Yi Jiai froze, looking down, and saw only black in her eyes. This was obviously not a human hand, and her scalp was numb. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you," she heard the man say in her ear, in the alien language, and it was a male voice. "I let you go now, but don't make a sound, they are coming up. Nod if you understand." Yi Jiai nodded quickly. The black tentacle slowly slid down, and she turned her head, and found that it was actually an acquaintance. It was the man who smiled at her in the waiting hall like a shark, very scary. The difference from that time was that his helmet was gone. "Don't you hate close contact with people? Why did you take off the helmet?" Suddenly, several tentacles wrapped around Yi Jiai's body, and then she felt like she was flying into the air. When Yi Jiai reacted, she was already stuck to the ceiling. "Shh," the man said in her ear. After all, it was just the thick fog produced by the medical reagents, which soon dissipated. Yi Jiai looked around and found that Lao Gao was still sitting there, with his thigh bandaged. And next to Lao Gao, several burly men in black combat uniforms appeared silently. These people, without exception, all wore masks, revealing only their eyes. "What's going on?" The leading man spoke, still using the imperial build language. Yi Jiai didn't understand. She swore in her heart that she must master all 4 official languages of the empire when she returned. He should be a noble child. He has a lot of self-defense items in his hands. Lao Gao answered respectfully. The man in black kicked Lao Gao's wound with anger. "I asked why your brain was locked, not how you were injured. If you are useless, there is no need to go back this time." Lao Gao didn't care about the pain in his thigh. He immediately knelt on his knees, and said in a panic, "Second Master, this is none of my business. It was Chinshursi and Scarly who put the person here." She blew up the core computing block, and triggered the automatic protection function of the ship's brain. "No one can do anything now. A bunch of trash," Second Master said angrily. No one dared to say anything. Seeing the scene, what else did Yi Jiai not understand? Seeing that Lao Gao looked up to the 2 Scarface people, and didn't dare to fart in front of this person, it was clear that this person's status should be not low. Suddenly, the man called Eerie seemed to sense something, and looked in the direction of Yi Jiai and the others. Yi Jiai froze, not even daring to breathe. But soon, he looked away again, very naturally, as if he was passing through a piece of air. Only then did Yi Jiai dare to breathe normally. Seeing her nervous look, the man whispered, "Don't be afraid, he can't see us. My name is Ame, and the Viscount hired me to save you." When Yi Jiai heard his words, she instantly became alert and whispered, "How are my grandparents?" "Your grandmother was drugged and is still in a coma. Your grandfather is fine, but they are all held hostage on the 3rd floor." When Yi Jiai heard that Kavinik was in a coma, he felt his heart tighten, but at least he still had some reason. What is the purpose of this group of people? With so many ghost beasts, no one will get close to them. Why tie up so many hostages? Ame was a little surprised at the maturity and meticulousness of this little girl's thinking. In fact, he had been hiding here. As soon as Yi Jiai ran out, he was ready to rescue her, but he found that she was completely capable of getting away on her own. Chapter 28. While they were communicating, the people below were not idle either. The first thing to be checked was the ventilation duct. The man called Eerie directly used violent means to destroy the ventilation duct beyond recognition. Yijiai's temples were a little painful. Fortunately, she did not crawl in. In the following time, she witnessed the brutality of this group of people. They almost turned the 6th floor upside down. There were several times when the eyes of Eerie made Yijiai feel that he had discovered her, but fortunately, she got through it without any danger. Suddenly, a man with a scar on his face without wearing a mask ran over, and Yijiai recognized that it was Scarly. Eerie, we found out that we were deceived by that little girl. She got on the spaceship with the old Viscount. She must know where the kid from the G family ran off to. I asked you to go down first. I don't know if it was because of the urgency or because there was no one else around. Scarly used alien language with a certain local accent, and Yijiai heard it clearly. What the hell are you yelling about? The second master looked at him straight in the eyes, speaking in an unfriendly tone. Second master, look at my memory, I change it. Scarly quickly changed into the stumbling Bill language, with a flattering attitude. The second master approached him, threatening, don't think that I won't touch you just because you are my man, you will die from this mouth sooner or later. Scarly lowered his head, and dared not answer. The second master snorted coldly, looking at Lao Gao and his group. Why are you still staying on the 6th floor? The smart brain is locked. A bunch of useless things. Didn't you hear what I said? Go downstairs and search room by room to find the kid from the G family. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. After hearing Scarly's words, Yijiai took a breath of cold air. This was not an accidental attack by star beasts. This was a conspiracy completely targeting Ji-lan. After everyone evacuated, Yijiai said, Ame, let's go to the 7th floor. They won't open the door. The door of the cockpit is the most strongly defended place inside this spaceship. I can't break it, Ame advised. Trust me, the door will open. Yijiai was very sure. Ame had no choice but to take her to the 7th floor. To his surprise, the door really opened. Ji-lan stood at the door with red eyes and looked at her. Xiao-ai, it's great that you're okay. We are discussing how to save you. Behind him, headed by Risa, stood all the armed forces on the spaceship, ready to go. Yijiai breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that she came at the right time. Motioning to Ame to put her down, she walked up to Ji-lan and said seriously, You must not leave here, you are their target. Lisa and others looked at her in doubt. Yijiai was too young, and her credibility was even lower than Ji-lan's. Ame took the initiative to stand up, and said sincerely, I am from the Dwelun clan, and I can prove that she is telling the truth. This group of people is well trained and well armed. They are not like ordinary star pirates. They locked everyone in the restaurant on the 3rd floor, but they did not seek money. Just now, I heard their leader's conversation on the 6th floor, using the Imperial Bill language. The target is a child of the G family, but I don't know if it is this little boy. The Dwelun clan's combat power and talent-hiding ability are very famous throughout the galaxy. They are bodyguards that rich people like to hire very much. What he said is very credible. Ji-lan's face changed almost as soon as he said the target was the G family. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with a feeling called regret. Yijiai knew what he was thinking, but he couldn't say anything to comfort him. After all, if it weren't for him, the people on this ship would not have experienced this disaster, including her and her grandparents. It seems that our next action plan needs to be rearranged. Reza walked to the center of the cockpit. In front of him was a 3D projection of the entire spacecraft, and even the distribution of pipelines was very clear. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xian stood up with a panicked face. The other party asked Ji-lan to go down, otherwise they would kill one person every half an hour. Yijiai's heart sank. The other party should be betting that Ji-lan was hiding in the cockpit. But this group of desperate people can afford the gamble, but they can't. Lu Xian projected the projection in the middle of the cockpit. The originally dark monitoring display screen now lit up. It was the split screen of the restaurant on the 3rd floor. It had been a black screen before, but now they opened it. In the middle of the screen sat a tall, old but well-maintained man, and next to him was a woman in a coma. Both were tied up tightly, and at this moment, both the man and the woman had an energy gun on their heads, but the man was very calm and did not look scared at all. Yijiai, who was held in Ame's arms again, exclaimed, those were her grandparents. I go. Yijiai heard Ji-lan say, and even her voice was shaking. No. Reza and the old soldier objected almost at the same time. Yijiai was so angry that she was shaking all over, but at least she was still rational. She tightly grasped one of Ame's tentacles, as if that was the source of her courage. Whether you go or not, They will not let the Viscount and his wife go. If I'm not mistaken, you should have used someone else's ID to board the spaceship. They can't recognize you, so I go in your place. No! The Viscount asked me to take good care of you. Ji-lan subconsciously objected. Yi Jiai analyzed calmly. Although I don't know what they want to do, the target is you. If you are caught 1 minute later by them, the people on this ship can live 1 minute longer. Moreover, my mental power is sea level. If I go, I have a greater chance of surviving than you. When Yi Jiai said her mental power level, everyone present showed amazement. At such a young age, he is already sea level, which means... Even Mei, who was holding her, turned his head and looked at her, very shocked. Ji-lan couldn't say no, because every word Yi Jiai said made sense. He is a child of destiny. Although he has been humble and restrained since he was a child under the suppression of his uncle, the pride in his bones cannot be erased, otherwise he would not have sneaked out of the Ji family alone. To play. But he met a person, a 3-year-old girl. In a short time of getting along, he could feel her intelligence and calmness in the face of danger. And now, the other party's mental power level is much higher than his. For the first time, Ji-lan felt deeply frustrated. That was a completely different feeling from being in front of his uncle. To him, his uncle was a big tree, a mountain, and an unsurpassed myth. Under his uncle, he was one of the best in the capital star aristocratic circle. And now, for the first time, he felt this gap in his peers. I go with you. Mei broke the silence first. I go too. Just call me Lao Wu. The old soldier came over and said to Yi Jiai. Looking at the dense medals of honor on his clothes, Yi Jiai did not refuse. I go too. I can too. I go. After the old soldier Lao Wu, the people in the cockpit spoke one after another. Finally, after counting, nearly 2/3 of the people decided to go. Chapter 29. In the end, only Mei and Lao Wu were chosen to follow Yi Jiai. Both of them have high mental power and physical fitness levels, and have rich practical experience. It would be troublesome to have too many people to carry out such an operation, so just enough people are enough. Under the tinkering of professionals, Yi Jiai's appearance changed drastically. The black hair was replaced by a short golden hair hood, the color of the eyes was also adjusted, and the facial features were made tougher and more mature. Wearing a very slim-fitting men's shirt and trousers, he looked exquisite and noble. At first glance, he actually looked a bit like Ji-lan, but he looked smaller. However, Ji-lan's identity information has always been well protected and rarely exposed. Ji-lan came over, pinned the family medal on her shirt, and then stuffed a smooth round ball into her palm. You have such a high mental power. You should know how to use this, right? Yi Jiai looked down and saw a protective shield. Ji-lan should have given her all the treasures at the bottom of the box. Holding the ball tightly in his hand, Yi Jiai nodded and said, follow the plan and don't be impulsive. Lisa walked to Ji-lan and said, I will keep an eye on him. Xiao Ai, if you find something wrong, send a signal in time, and we will come to rescue you immediately. Yi Jiai and the other two entered the elevator under the watchful eyes of all the crew members in the cockpit. The entire spacecraft was blocked, but with the captain's authority, it was unimpeded to go from the cockpit to various places. They could take the elevator directly to the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Be careful. Before the elevator descended, Ji-lan couldn't help but step forward and shouted loudly. The elevator was very fast, and Yi Jiai only had time to take a deep breath before reaching the 3rd floor. The second master stood in front to greet them, and behind him were 2 rows of fully armed men in black. The momentum was huge. Yi Jiai's back stiffened, and he gritted his teeth, and walked out of the elevator calmly. Mei and Lao Wu followed closely. Welcome, the little genius of the Ji family. The second master said to him, smiling with great ill intentions. Let the Viscount and his wife go, I'm coming. Yi Jiai's voice was very low, but very clear, the kind of voice that only a little boy would have. Originally, a voice changer was prepared, but Mei said that such a thing could be easily detected, so Lao Wu taught her some skills of disguising voice, which could be regarded as learning and using it now. Fortunately, the voice difference between boys and girls at this age is not big, so the effect is acceptable. Follow me. After the second master found out that she was speaking alien, he began to type. But after what happened on the 6th floor, Yi Jiai knew that they actually spoke alien normally. Not saying anything at this time could only mean that he is trying to hide something. Yi Jiai remembered Scar Li's strange accent. Was he afraid that he would be recognized as from somewhere? We're here. Mei whispered behind her. Yi Jiai came to her senses, and found that she had walked to the main hall of the restaurant. There were hostages sitting or lying in the hall, all tied up without exception. Around the hostages, the men in black formed a circle, each holding an energy gun and standing still. Yijia took a deep breath. This was a posture that could execute people at any time. In front of her, there was a man sitting. Blue-black hair, very white skin exposed, and black eyes. Nothing else can be seen from the rest of the body. It is wrapped tightly, and his gaze is very cold. This is the leader of this terrorist attack. Your name is Ji Lan? The man looked at her, with a slightly inquiring look. He spoke in alien, not only without the slightest accent, but his pronunciation was quite standard, and even some of the pronunciation sounded similar to Viscount Tannenmean. Being stared at by this person felt like being surrounded by a cobra, which was extremely uncomfortable. Yijia's vest was already soaked, but she still mustered up great courage and looked directly at him. I am. She was playing Ji Lan, and according to that guy's temperament, he must be so stubborn at this moment. Heh, you are really from the Ji family. Are you so hypocritical at such a young age? The man seemed to be very familiar with the Ji family, his eyes full of mockery. What is your relationship with Ji Fan? Ji Fan? Yijia's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Who is Ji Fan? This man is here to seek revenge. His enemy is the Ji family. What does it have to do with you? Yijia shouted with a stiff face. Bang! The man didn't say a word, took out the energy gun and shot to the right, without even looking at it. But his aim was very accurate. A blood flower spread on the chest of an ordinary male passenger, and soon fell down and lost his breath. He didn't have time to close his eyes, which were full of disbelief. Yijia was so scared that she trembled all over and her face was pale. This was the first time she faced killing directly. Whether it was on Earth or in the interstellar, it was the first time in 2 lifetimes. Her stomach felt like vomiting, and her legs were shaking. If it weren't for a maze supporting her from behind, she would have collapsed to the ground out of fear. If you don't tell me, she'd be the next one. The man pointed the gun at the woman next to him, his voice fierce. The woman screamed and immediately knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Beside the woman was a half-grown little girl, who seemed to have not reacted to what happened, staring at her father's body motionlessly. The man was indifferent, staring at Yijia intently. Yijia's scalp was numb. Major General Ji Fan is his uncle, he is still a child. Why are you forcing him like this? Oldwu guessed that Yijia didn't know who Ji Fan was, and stood up to say. Yijia looked down at the man's eyes on the ground, biting his lower lip tightly with his teeth. His head was in chaos, as if something sharp was clamoring to come out. I forced him. Everyone in the Ji family deserves death. Oldwu's words actually angered the man. He stood up and pointed the gun at Oldwu. Especially people like you who work as dogs for the Ji family deserve to die. Bang! The man pulled the trigger after saying that. Oldwu, who had been on guard against him, reacted quickly and blocked the shot with his mechanical arm. Yijia realized that this man was even more mad than the second master and regarded human life as worthless. If she didn't do something, everyone here might die. You release these hostages, and I will do whatever you want. She stepped forward and gritted her teeth. The man looked at him with a cold and terrible look, as if he was looking at a dead person. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Or are you all in the Ji family used to this domineering look? Yijia felt that he was talking to another person through her. She pulled out the dagger from her waist, and placed it across her neck. Because she used too much force, a trace of blood was left. Don't you want my life? Wouldn't it be meaningless if I died in my own hands? Release these hostages, and I will do whatever you want with me. Mei and Lao Wu were both shocked by her action. Viscount Tannenmean watched this scene, gritted his teeth, and the anger in his eyes was about to overflow. The man sneered and put down the energy gun in his hand. Haha, interesting. Just when Yijia was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his next words made her feel the greatest malice she could feel in 2 lifetimes combined. Chapter 30. The man's voice was full of ill intentions. Do all of you Ji family members want to be the savior? If so, you can only choose from this group of people, and only 20 of them will survive. Hearing this, Yijia was hit by a huge dizziness, and she almost couldn't even hold the knife in her hand steadily. Before she recovered, the man continued, If you want to die, it's fine. I will drag this group of people to be buried with you. You have to think carefully. If you choose, at least 20 people can survive. Hee hee ha ha, this is a lunatic. A complete lunatic. Something in Yijia's mind was screaming wildly. She didn't move for a while. Bang! Another person fell down. This time it was a woman on the left. The woman's husband rushed up hysterically and shouted, Ah! You beast, I will fight you. Bang! The ruthless gunshots rang again. The man's fallen body even maintained a fierce expression as he rushed forward. The scene was dead silent. There was no sobbing, and everyone's face was full of despair. Yijia closed her eyes, and it seemed that blood flowers appeared in front of her. "I choose," she heard herself say. Her voice was cold. Her steps were weak, and she walked into the crowd mechanically, like a body without a soul. She saw old people, children, young people, middle-aged people, and couples. Some of them had already decided to die, and could not bear to look at her. Some showed her a pleading look, and more people showed a look of unwillingness and hatred. This man did not hide his hatred for the Ji family at all, and was obviously an enemy of the Ji family. She understood them, and she thought the same as they did. If Ji Lan wasn't on this ship, they wouldn't have encountered this. She passed by one person after another expressionlessly, not knowing how to choose. With a finger, someone lived and someone died. Until she saw Viscount Tananmin. She subconsciously took a step forward, but saw that the other party shook his head slightly at her, and pointed at the completely frightened child standing in front of the couple's corpse. He recognized her, but asked her not to choose them. Yijia's lower lip trembled, her fists clenched, and her chest whimpered, like a trapped beast. She felt that something in her brain was beating wildly, and was about to explode. But she raised her legs, walked towards the child, and took her hand. I don't know if she moved too hard. The child seemed to react suddenly, and cried loudly. The crowd finally responded, and she didn't even have to choose. Everyone silently sent their children to her. As if against fate, there were exactly 21. Oh, it's getting more and more interesting. Come on, savior, choose one you don't want. The man walked in front of Yijia. His eyes were full of sarcasm, but his voice was very happy. He really enjoyed the painful expressions of the Ji family. Yijia's mouth was bitten to pieces, and a line of blood flowed down her lips. She couldn't choose. TSK, what a poor little thing. The man approached her, reached out, and wiped the blood on her chin, his eyes happy. Yijia turned her face to avoid his hand, but he pinched her chin tightly. The man was so strong that he seemed to not stop until he crushed her chin. The string in Yijia's mind broke with a bang. She took out the energy gun in her arms. But the man was not Lao Gao. He reacted very quickly. He grabbed her hand almost the moment Yijia took out the gun, and fired a shot to the side. Fortunately, everyone around knew to stay away from him, and didn't hit anyone. It happened in a flash. The moment Yijia took the gun, Ame moved. He was so fast that only a shadow was left. In an instant, he arrived in front of Yijia, stretched out his tentacles, and pulled her into his arms. Seeing him, the man's eyes became cold. The Dwelluan clan? I can pay you twice the commission, and give me the boy. Ame didn't speak. The man was about to speak, and a man who looked like a butler hurriedly came to his side and whispered. The man's face changed, and he stared at Yijia as if he wanted to eat her. Almost at the moment, when the housekeeper finished speaking, Ame flew out, followed by the man's crisp gunshots. Old Wu reacted quickly, and immediately attacked the masked men around him after Ame took action, knocking down a group of them in an instant. We've been discovered, Ame explained to Yijia while dodging the gunshots. Everyone around him was attacking him, and it was still a bit difficult for him to carry Yijia, and some of his tentacles were already injured. Just when he felt a little exhausted, several gunshots suddenly came from behind him. Bang! 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 It was the people in the cockpit who came to rescue. After Yijia left, Ji Lan had been guarding the monitoring screen. When the man asked Yijia to choose 20 people to survive, he wanted to go down immediately, but was stopped by Risa and others. Because Yijia did not send a rescue signal. After waiting for a while, he saw the butler. That person was the butler who took him away. How could he forget that there was a butler? Traitor! This is all a conspiracy. The butler betrayed the Ji family. He immediately informed Reza of this matter, and the people in the cockpit set off immediately, fortunately just in time. Some passengers who gradually woke up also quickly joined the melee, and the scene was in chaos. Someone was losing his life every second. Let's go to the grandparents. Yijia's hand had the familiar reagent bottle in Ame's hand again. There was a slight sound of glass breaking, and Ame also threw a few smoke bombs around, followed by a thicker fog than before. From time to time, muffled groans, gunshots, and screams were heard in the thick fog. Viscount Tananmin was hiding behind a standing dining table with Kavinik, holding an energy gun in his hand, very alert. Fortunately, Kavinik had woken up. Taking advantage of the thick fog, Ame brought Yijia to Tananmin, ready to take them away from this place. Suddenly, screams rang out one after another around, accompanied by the roars and chewing sounds of ghost beasts. Then, panicked screams. Ah! Help! Ghost beasts are attacking the spaceship. All the ghost beast cubs are out. Oh my god! There are so many! Help! Don't panic. Tiananmen grabbed Yijiai's hand, but she felt that even his palms were shaking. At some point, the black-clothed people around disappeared. Groups of ghost beasts tore through the fragile shell of the spaceship and broke in. These star beasts bit anyone they saw, and their angry look seemed to have met their life-and-death enemy. The thick fog gradually disappeared, and the surrounding scenes gradually appeared. Yijiai even saw a ghost beast bite off a man's head directly, chewing his brains all over. Ame had no time to care about these things. After identifying a direction, he began to retreat with Yijiai in his arms. No matter what, staying away from the third floor is the best way at present. Go to the emergency rescue cabin. Second floor, Yijiai reminded. As more and more ghost beasts broke in, Yijiai heard fewer and fewer human voices, which meant something self-evident. Suddenly, Ame, who was running wildly in the aisle, stopped. Tiananmen and Kvinnik also stopped. Here it comes, Ame whispered. Yijiai also felt it. A gust of fishy wind blew, and a huge ghost beast appeared in this empty aisle. The ball-like body was too huge, and it broke the entire aisle, revealing the collapsed corridor. The two long whiskers on its forehead swayed in the space, and its head nodded randomly, as if it was looking for prey. Chapter 31. The ghost beast is a creature with strong attack capabilities, but it is not without weaknesses. Its weakness is that it can only capture moving objects. Due to the excessive number of eyes on the strip, it is difficult for it to find prey when the object is stationary, because the static images produced by tens of thousands of eyes at the same time will automatically offset each other, forming zero perception. In other words, only when most eyes capture the movement trajectory of the prey can its brain realize where the prey is. But the ghost beast is still a species with unique advantages in the universe. In order to make up for this defect, they have evolved a very sensitive sense of smell. The Star Beast Catalog Complete Children's Edition introduces the ghost beast in great detail. The moment Yijiai saw it, this information flashed in his mind. Is there anything that can make its sense of smell fail? She asked. Tiananmen thought for a while, and took out a few bottles of spray from the space button. Put on a mask, he reminded, and then sprayed wildly into the air. This is a special medicine for stabilizing the symptoms of odor allergy, which can make the patient lose his sense of smell for a short period of time, but it is still unknown whether this medicine can work on the ghost beast. The ghost beast may have smelled the smell on them, and is getting closer and closer to them. Tiananmen took out several masks from the space button and handed them to everyone to wear. When Ame put them on, his eyes lit up. He could finally isolate himself from other people's breath temporarily. At this time, the ghost beast was very close to several people. Everyone held their breath and stuck to the wall motionlessly. In this extremely quiet situation, Yijiai could even clearly hear his own rapid breathing in the mask. Fortunately, the mask had a good soundproofing effect, and no sound could be heard from outside. This was her first time to come into such close contact with a real star beast, and it was a race with such strong combat power. Her heart was about to jump out, especially when the ghost beast stretched out its huge head and sniffed above Ame's head. She suspected that her heartbeat stopped for a moment. Fortunately, Ame was calm enough, and Yijiai did not see a trace of panic in his compact features. Facts have proved that this spray can work. The ghost beast sniffed left and right, and finally passed them, and walked straight forward. Yijiai finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he saw Ame moving quickly, and where he just stood, a long tail like a pair of scissors fell with the force of thunder, and the walls and ceiling were shattered. This was just a habitual action of the ghost beast. But it exposed them. Run! Ame roared. Tiananmen and Kawini reacted quickly, and started running like crazy. Yijiai, who was held on Ame's shoulders, was the only one who could see behind him. When Ame made a move, the ghost beast realized that he had been deceived by these reptiles. It was already very angry, and became even more irritable. It swung its tail wildly, and flapped its wings a few times, and the passage was completely destroyed by it. Yijiai was a little puzzled because it didn't seem to be in a hurry to catch up. Logically, they should all be its prey. The ghost beast's next action quickly explained her doubts. It pointed its forehead in the direction of their escape, raised its head, and showed them a bloody mouth. Roar! The ghost beast's roar was sharp and manic. Soon her head started to hurt like needles, and the feeling of being bitten by millions of ants made her face turn pale in an instant. Turning her head, Ame and Viscount Tiananmen also looked very bad. But the worst was Kvinnik. Her steps were weak, and she was already half dizzy. What? What is this? Yijiai found it difficult to even speak in this situation. Sound wave. Attack. Ame said. This is a unique attack method of the ghost beast, which will make the prey trance and finally bleed to death. Perhaps seeing that the group of reptiles were not dead, Yijie saw the ghost beast open its mouth again. And this time, the amplitude was larger. No doubt it was a stronger attack than the last time. Roar! Are they going to die? Yijie subconsciously clenched the protective shield in his hand. If there were professional instruments, they would be able to detect that Yijie's mental state was extremely bad, and the air was filled with her free mental power, which was a sign of a breakthrough. This state began as early as when she stepped into the restaurant on the 3rd floor, but she had never experienced a mental power breakthrough, so she always thought she just had a headache. Sometimes fate is just such a coincidence. The protective shield that had been absorbing her mental power all the way was just full at this moment. A burst of blue light flashed, and a layer of light blue light circle protected them. After the blue light appeared, she did not feel the pain in her head like a needle. This protective shield can resist the sonic attack of the ghost beast. Yijie looked at the ball in his hand, his eyes shining. Tananmin also realized that it was the role of the protective shield. The protective shield generally plays a physical defense role, and he never expected that it could also play a role in mental defense. He looked at the shape of the sphere and felt a little confused. It didn't seem to be what he gave to the kid from the G family. Yijie didn't care about his thoughts. Seeing the opportunity when the ghost beast opened its mouth, she activated the shield again. She had only used the shield experimentally a few times. Yijian's purpose was just to be on the safe side. As smart as he was, he couldn't imagine that a 3-year-old child would encounter something that could only be solved by a shield. The fact was that Yijie not only encountered something that could only be solved by a shield, but she also used the energy gun he had secretly prepared. Because she had only used it experimentally a few times, Yijie didn't know much about the shield, so she didn't know how to save mental power output at all. After 2 times, she was exhausted. After Tananmin discovered her condition, he took the shield and comforted her. "I do it. You are still too young. Don't overdraw your mental power." Soon he found that he could not use this shield many times. This should be a very high-level shield, so he had never seen it on the market, but it felt like a military product. It has requirements for mental power level. Ordinary E-level mental power can't activate it at all. For the same reason, the lower the mental power level, the greater the consumption. According to Tananmin's C-level mental power, it can only be used about 5 times. The ghost beast attacked several times in succession, and found that the reptiles were still alive. Finally, it gave up the sonic attack and flapped its wings to catch up. Chapter 32. Flying is much faster than running. In a few seconds, it arrived in front. The slender tail slashed forward from behind, and the crackling sound of breaking through the air exploded in Yijie's ears. Tananmin quickly activated the protective shield. The slender tail was balanced by the light blue protective shield, and the people inside were unharmed. The ghost beast failed to hit it, and became more violent. It was very angry. How could this group of reptile-like creatures be so difficult to kill? Spreading its wings and flapping them fiercely, the 4 people were blown to pieces. Ame followed the wind and rushed to a place farther away from the ghost beast and stopped. Yijie was tightly protected in his arms, and was not injured. But Tananmin and Kavinik were not in good condition. Another tail swept across, and the 2 had no time to dodge, so Tananmin had to activate the protective shield again. The ghost beast changed its attack method this time. Its slender tail was tightly attached to the light blue light circle, like a python, trying to crush the light circle with force again and again. Tananmin had no choice but to keep sending mental power to the protective shield. Soon, his face turned pale, without a trace of blood, which was a sign that his mental power was about to run out. Kavinika was not much better. Since she was rolled up, she was also helping to input mental power. But her mental power was only D-level, and the role she played was a drop in the bucket. At this moment, both of them were already in a state of running out of ammunition and food. "Shall I go?" Kavinika shouted to Yijie, her beautiful face full of despair. Although Viscount Tananmin was pale, he still sat in an aristocratic manner. "Shall I, listen to me. You have great potential. Whether you are willing to return to the Tan family in the future or not, I just hope that you can grow up healthy and happy. Forget about it. Go, child." He turned to look at Ame, his expression serious, and the aura of a viscount revealed. "Ame, I promised you that the Tan family will fulfill my promise even if I die. But if you dare to hurt Shao I promise that my Tan family will never give up on you." Seeing the 2 of them as if they were leaving their last words, Yijie felt a sharp pain in his head. "Save them," she said to Ame. Ame's eyes were full of disapproval, and his slanted eyes looked even more fierce at this moment. Yijie put his hand on his forehead, raised his voice, and said firmly, Ame, I order you to save them. At this moment, the aura she exuded was not only not like a child, but more like a superior with natural leadership. For the people of the Duolan clan, due to some unspeakable racial habits, it is difficult for them to resist people with such charm. Ame hesitated. What are you still doing there? Run! This Count Tananme knew that he was about to. Unable to hold on any longer, seeing that the two had not moved, for the first time in his life, he even ignored his noble manners and shouted hoarsely. Go! Save! Them! Yijie turned to look at Ame, and said word by word. In her dark eyes, there was determination, never giving in, and raging anger. But what really made Ame compromise was the dagger she held against his neck. Tananme, who was staring at the two, saw Yijie's intention, and felt his blood boiling. He ignored his manners and shouted at her, What are you doing? Yijie! You don't even listen to your grandfather's words. Put down the dagger. Yijie didn't say anything, his black eyes staring at Ame. Ame compromised. He put her on the ground, his tentacles stretched out instantly, sucked on the ceiling, and moved 4 or 5 meters in an instant. His tentacles seemed to have some kind of elasticity. When he retracted, he jumped further along the force. Soon, he rushed to Tananme and the other man, rolled up his tentacles, and attacked the ghost beast. Facing the prey that was delivered, the ghost beast jumped up and bit down without hesitation, as if he wanted to swallow this reptile that didn't know its own strength in one bite. But Ame's reaction was not slow. Not only did he bypass its bloody mouth, but he also bounced to the top of the ghost beast's head with the help of powerful tentacles. The tentacles stretched out instantly and tightly wrapped around its neck. The ghost beast felt pain, and its wings flapped randomly, and the entire passage was destroyed more thoroughly. Yijie clearly saw the metal wall hitting Ame. Roar! The ghost beast launched a sonic attack. Ame's tentacles loosened subconsciously, and the ghost beast caught the gap and broke free, biting off one of his tentacles. Blue-black blood continued to flow from the broken tentacles, but he had no time to care. On the contrary, he jumped up with pain, took this opportunity to stretch out his tentacles, and wrapped the 2 long whiskers on the ghost beast's forehead. The long whiskers with dense eyes were now tightly held in Ame's hands. That was its weakness, and the ghost beast's wings and tail were banging around randomly, trying to get rid of this shackle. Heh! Ame sneered, and the tentacles were more powerful. Yijie saw that shark-like smile again, and this time she felt cold all over. I saw his tentacles getting tighter and tighter, and more powerful. In the end, he actually pulled off the 2 long whiskers of the ghost beast. He did it on purpose. Cut off one of his tentacles to get the eye of the ghost beast. Roar! The ghost beast wailed. Ame took the opportunity to kick it away, and fired 2 energy guns at it. But the ghost beast's skin was very hard, and the energy gun only penetrated its skin without damaging its roots. Ame didn't want to fight, turned around and picked up Yijie, and said weakly, Go! The ghost beast behind him will definitely come to seek revenge after he recovers, but fate seemed to be playing a trick on him. Not far away, a ghost beast that was even bigger than before tore open the outer shell of the cabin and fell in front of them. They were now attacked by ghost beasts from front and back, and the cabin was torn open. When the oxygen in the cabin was exhausted or the pressure in the cabin rose to a certain value, they would either suffocate to death or explode before being killed by the ghost beast. This ghost beast was even more irritable, and attacked them almost as soon as it saw them. Yijie activated the shield to block the attack. It had very little patience. If one attack failed, the next one would come. Its flexible tail launched dozens of attacks in a short period of time. Yijie never stopped sending mental power to the shield. After what happened just now, Ame was now completely powerless. Not to mention Tananme and Kavinik, who had already exhausted their physical strength just now, and were now just a spent force. They all knew in their hearts that when Yijie's mental strength was exhausted, it would be their death. Kavinik tightly grasped the hand of Viscount Tananme, leaned on his shoulder, and cried with her hands covering her mouth. The inside of Yijie's mouth was bitten to a bloody mess, and it was all supported by a force. Her reaction to the outside world became quite dull. She only knew that she couldn't stop. Because once she stopped, they would all die. The grandparents who were very kind to her would die, Ame who had saved her several times would die, and she herself would die. Will Yijie be very sad after she died? What about Tan Yun? When she thought of Tan Yun, a shudder from the depths of her soul made her sober for a moment. No! She can't die. She squeezed out a little of her already dried up mental power. The protection range of the blue light circle was already very small, but it had never dimmed. The ability shown by Yi Jiai was far beyond the normal level of a sea level. What's more, she was only 3 years old. Tananmin and Kavinik were extremely shocked, and at the same time, they felt great pity. Oh my god! With Yi Jiai's potential and her age, she had not even gone out to see the stars, but she was going to die here. Chapter 33. Just when everyone was in despair, a silver-gray mecha descended from the sky. It was huge, half the size of the ghost beast. It just swung its iron fist lightly, and the ghost beast was knocked to the other side of the passage. He ran quickly, his feet were like the wind, and he stood in front of the ghost beast in an instant. When the ghost beast opened its mouth, he threw a bomb into its mouth at the right time, and then grabbed its wings, and threw the ghost beast out of the spaceship through the hole it had torn. The ghost beast that almost killed several people was easily solved like this. Clean and neat. The universe isolated the sound of the explosion, leaving only the orange flame reflected on his gilded silver-gray body, like holy light. Yi Jiai seemed to hear a sound more gorgeous than the explosion. No matter how many years have passed, the gorgeous silhouette behind the tall and mighty mecha will remain in her heart forever. Then she fainted. The smooth ball slipped from her hand, rolled to the foot of the mecha, and was picked up. Hey, Major General, isn't this my shield? A mechanical voice sounded in the cockpit of the silver-gray mecha. He was the brain of this mecha, Liu Guang. If Yi Jiai was here, he would clearly feel the difference between him and Bo Ba. Bo Ba could never speak in such a humane tone. A tall and mighty man sat in the cockpit. He had brown hair and dark eyes. His facial features were as delicate and three-dimensional as if they were cut by a knife. His eyebrows and nose were high, which made his dark eyes look deeper. When he looked at people, it seemed that there was a galaxy in his eyes. Under the black combat uniform, there were streamlined muscle lines, which were not solid, but just right and sexy everywhere. This is a very attractive man. But he exudes a faint sense of alienation, and the habit of looking down on others, and being indifferent after being in a high position for a long time. This is also a man who is difficult to provoke. This man is Ji Fan, who was asked by Ji Lan to come to save the Viscount's family. Looking at the protective shield in his hand, he was slightly absent-minded. Time flows back to the moment when the ghost beast began to attack the spacecraft. After Ji Lan discovered that the housekeeper had betrayed, almost all the people in the cockpit went out to rescue Yi Jiai and the other two. Only Reza and his deputy Lu Xian stayed to protect Ji Lan. The cockpit was the first place to discover that the ghost beast began to attack the spacecraft. Reza made a prompt decision and decided to let Ji Lan leave first in the escape pod. Ji Lan was unwilling to do so. He saw from the surveillance that Yi Jiai had endured everything for him, and he wanted to save her. Master Ji, you also saw what was going on down there. If you go down now, you will only die. Xiaoyai has done all this in vain. Risa tried his best to persuade this stubborn donkey. He had no choice. He was to blame for the big incident on the spaceship. He just hoped to protect Ji Lan. The Ji family would remember this favor and help him. It would be best if he could avoid jail. If I leave now, I will be a deserter. Ji Lan stood in front of Risa, speaking loudly and not giving in. The Ji family is a prestigious military and political family with a long history. Children born here are born with the backbone of a soldier. Although Risa had his own ideas for trying his best to protect Ji Lan, he really couldn't bear to see Ji Lan die. My dear, what can you do if you go down now? Can you drive a mecha to fight the ghost beast? The most important thing you should do is to escape quickly, and let your uncle come to rescue us. You are different from us. People like us will never see Major General Ji Fan once in our lifetime. Only you can ask him to rescue us. This is what you should do most. Reza almost yelled at the end. He didn't care about so much. He could see that kids nowadays are more opinionated than each other. He was afraid that Ji Lan would really run away on impulse, and he would not be able to save him at all. He had retired for a long time, but he didn't have the fighting power of Ah Mei. Ji Lan was silent for a long time, and finally compromised, crying and getting on the escape pod. Not long after being ejected, he was captured by the Abyss Fleet. The Imperial Abyss Fleet, which had jumped 5 times in a row, finally arrived and broke into the encirclement of the Ghost Beast group in an extremely fearless way. In the command cabin of the main ship of the Abyss Fleet, Ji Lan was awakened by violence. Ji Fan always knew that his nephew was brave, but he didn't expect that he was so brave at such a young age. The moment he received the distress signal, a trace of anger rarely rose in his heart that had been calm for many years. When Ji Lan woke up, he burst into tears when he saw his uncle, and his snot and tears flowed everywhere. Ji Fan sat in the main seat, staring at him without saying a word. The beasts in the command cabin looked at him with their eyes and noses, and no one went to comfort the 6-year-old child. Ji-lan sobbed several times. Finally, he found that no one really paid attention to him, and then he gradually calmed down. "Are you done crying?" he heard Ji-fan say. Ji-lan suddenly shuddered. God. This is his uncle. How could he forget? How could he cry like this in front of him? He is done. Ji-lan realized clearly. You were crying very hard just now. Why are you silent now? Ji-fan looked at him coldly. Ji-lan felt a little wronged. He finally escaped from death, but his uncle didn't even say a word of comfort. If any member of the Ji family was present today, he could have gotten away with it by making jokes. But not Ji-fan. In the entire Ji family, the one he respected and feared the most was Ji-fan. I was wrong, he whispered. Ji-fan stared at him, his dark eyes emitting a terrifying light. What's your last name? My last name is Ji. Ji-lan had never seen such an uncle before. Sitting high up on the main seat, his expressionless face could not tell whether he was happy or angry, but very serious and terrifying. What is the first family motto of the Ji family? He asked again, and the atmosphere in the cockpit was extremely cold. Everyone could feel that he was angry. Ji-lan was sweating coldly. His eyes were red. Ji-fan walked down and looked down at him. Don't bully the weak. Don't fear the powerful. Be loyal to the empire. And don't let down in life or death. Ji-lan shrank back. The first sentence is, don't bully the weak. Have you done it? Ji-fan raised his voice for the last sentence, and with his serious face at the moment, he looked quite scary. Ji-fan's original intention was to let Ji-lan understand how much harm his rebellious departure would bring to ordinary people. But when Ji-lan thought of the weak, he thought of Yi. Suddenly panicked, he didn't care whether he was afraid of Ji-fan or not. He ran over and hugged his thighs and cried, Woo uncle, go and save Xiai, go quickly, if it's too late she will die. She is going on my behalf, you must go and save her. Chapter 34. Ji-fan frowned. Something extraordinary seemed to have happened on the spaceship. He knew Ji-lan, and ordinary things would not be like this. During Ji-fan's questioning, Ji-lan explained everything that happened on the spaceship clearly, including the butler's rebellion, meeting Viscount Tannenmine, Reza saving him, Yi taking his place as a hostage. He even told about the leader asking Yi to choose 20 people to survive. When he said that the other party asked a 3-year-old child to choose 20 people to survive, the atmosphere in the entire command cabin became tense. Ji-fan went out without saying a word and prepared to save people. If Ji-fan had only felt a little angry on the way here, he was really angry at this moment. Seeing the battle here, he knew that the other party's target was not Ji-lan, but him. But asking a 3-year-old child to choose 20 people to survive was worse than a beast, worse than pigs and dogs. He hadn't seen such a thing for a long time. What's more, from what Ji-lan said, the child didn't even choose his own grandparents. And at this moment, the child was in front of him. He rarely felt a little dazed, and this feeling was not common for him. Master, aren't you going down? Lu Guang really didn't understand what was so good about his protective shield, so he reminded him. Ji-fan came back to his senses. Luckily, he caught up. Otherwise, the Ji family would never be able to repay this favor in their lifetime. As soon as the mecha was turned on, the air was filled with her violent mental power. Like a little rabbit, she rushed towards him, and dispersed after finding that she was no match for him. He walked up to Tannenmine and Kaviniko, and said sincerely, Your Excellency, madam, I'm sorry, I'm late. As soon as the mecha appeared, Viscount Tannenmine recognized it. It was the only S-class mecha in the Empire, Liu Guang. Who in the Empire couldn't recognize it? Then the identity of his master was about to be revealed, the youngest iron-blooded major general in the history of the Empire, Ji-fan. Although he guessed that this incident was related to the child of the Ji family, his aristocratic upbringing made him unable to show his face to his savior. Tannenmine said lightly, Major General, you are too polite. He touched Yiji's pale face, and felt very distressed. I have to trouble the Major General to arrange someone to see this child. Spiritual power riot. When Ji-fan said this, he thought of Tannenmine's identity, but he didn't say it, and agreed of course. He took out a capsule-like object, and shot it towards several people. The capsule-shaped object automatically changed shape in the air, and finally turned into a huge round bubble, wrapping several people inside. In an emergency, I ask you to stay in the space capsule. I drive Liu Guang to take you back. Ame was stunned when he saw Liu Guang. Every man in the Empire has a dream lover in his heart. It's not a popular star or a princess, but Liu Guang. The only S-class mecha so far. As a huge technological breakthrough, Even the data of Liu Guang's appearance is confidential. All the data that can be found on the Star Network comes from the analysis of enthusiastic netizens. And he didn't know how many of those analyses he had read. He actually saw Liu Guang up close. He was even held in his palm and transported back to the ship. Happiness. Satisfaction. No regrets in this life. Ah! What woke him up from this drug-like psychedelic state was the pain. You are lucky. This broken tentacle did not hurt the nerves and can grow again. It's just that the process is a bit painful. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Lin Qing looked at the Duolan man in front of him, who had always been a little stupid and silly, and said worriedly. After saying that, he quickly ran to the medical cabin on the other side. Yes, he ran. Lin Qing has been Ji Fan's attending physician for many years. He became famous at a young age, and was later recruited by Ji Fan. It can be said that he witnessed Ji Fan's growth step by step, and his medical skills have indeed made great progress beside him. The reason is simple. The Medal of Honor of the youngest Major General in the Empire is more difficult than that of ordinary people. It is not exchanged for a life. Instead, he got it by stacking one after another, and he snatched it back from the hands of the King of Hell. He is older than Ji Fan, and he looks very stable. Running for work seems to be an experience from the last era for him. This also proves from the side how critical the situation is on the other side. What's the situation? He walked in and said. The situation is dangerous. The mental power is rioting. The mental power is rising at the peak speed. The mental power is rising at the peak speed. It was the robot who answered him. What is the current mental power level? By detecting the free mental power factor, the conclusion is that the current mental power level is C+. The robot continued to answer in the city. Lin Qing cursed in his heart. The mental power level C+ is basically a foregone conclusion that it will be upgraded to be level, and it can't even be suppressed. If this happened to any adult in the Empire, it would be a happy thing. But when it happened to a 3-year-old child, the result was not good. There are two possibilities. The first is that the mental power level is too high, and the brain of the child cannot bear it, and may go crazy in the end. The second is that the brain can bear it, but the body cannot bear the B-level mental power, and the body will get worse as it grows up. Judging from the test results, Yiji's physical fitness is far from being able to withstand the B-level mental power. This is inevitable. But the key to solving now is to let her successfully advance and protect her brain. And the best thing is that this advancement should not cause any excessive burden on her body. He can protect her brain, but using drugs and physical means to solve it is afraid that it will have some unknown impact on her potential. This is a Quasier, another treasure of the Empire. Lin Qing thought about it, and decided to take the second treatment plan. He walked straight to the captain's room of the warship. Even if it means risking his reputation, Ji Fan must agree to him. The captain's room is actually in the command cabin, but it is a separate room that allows the captain to have an independent workspace. Dr. Lin, wait a minute, the Major General is meeting guests. When he walked to the door, he was stopped by the adjutant Zhou Jianjun. And who else could be sitting in the captain's room at this moment, if not Viscount Tannenmin? Tannenmin has been engaged in medical research for many years. He doesn't need Lin Qing to explain. He only needs to take a look at the test report to know what to do. So his purpose is the same as Lin Qing's. He is here to ask for help. Your Excellency, I already know the situation. But is it not appropriate for me to help your granddaughter with spiritual guidance? Ji Fan sat behind his desk with his hands crossed. After hearing Tannenmin's request, he hesitated. In fact, Viscount Tannenmin and Lin Qing's request was very simple, which was to ask Ji Fan to help Yiji sort out his spiritual power so that he could be promoted smoothly. This is the most reliable way at present. Chapter 35. Mental power guidance is not a strange word to most people in the galaxy. Every newborn child has gone through this stage, and the one with higher mental power in the couple guides the child to exercise basic mental power, mainly the two simple controls of opening and closing. Yiji is more special. She has experienced Yijian's guidance during the embryonic period, and learned to open and close her mental power. And because her mental power is too high, Ten Yuan and Yijian hope that her mental power can smoothly pass through the infant stage, so after Yiji was born, they did not do any training on mental power guidance for her. There are many specific operation methods for mental power guidance, mainly the leader designs and plans according to the situation of the lead. Because the mental power of the leader and the lead will be in extremely close contact during the whole guidance process, it is generally completed by people with close blood ties. For special cases where the child's mental power is higher than that of the parents and the parents cannot guide, they usually look for respected elders in the family to operate. For special cases like Yijia and Ji Fan, who are not relatives, there are also solutions. That is to acknowledge him as godfather. But Ji Fan was too young, and he himself had no intention of becoming godfather. For the nobles who followed the old ways, if he helped Yijia to lead the way, but did not acknowledge him as godfather, it would not be good for Yijia's future reputation. This was his concern. But Ji Fan did not know what Viscount Tiananmen thought. If the other party just wanted him to be godfather, not to mention what Yijia did for Ji Lan, just based on the fact that Viscount Tiananmen took Ji Lan away at a critical moment, he could not refuse. So he asked directly, "Your Excellency, do you want me to be the godfather of your granddaughter?" In terms of title, Ji Fan is a baron and Tiananmen is a viscount. Tiananmen is one level higher than him. Logically speaking, Yijia not only saved Ji Lan, but also suffered inhuman treatment. No matter which aspect, he needs to show considerable sincerity. So even in his fleet and his captain's room, he still gave Tiananmen enough respect and always addressed him as Your Excellency. Unexpectedly, Tiananmen shook his head at him. The interests behind the Major General are complicated, and the Tan family does not need to intervene. This time it is a simple rescue. I hope the Major General will help the child because she has worked so hard. At the same time, I don't want a third person to know about this matter. Ji Fan sat in the main seat. His expression was indifferent. Your Excellency should know that I can't refuse this request. Seeing that he agreed, Tiananmen stood up. In exchange, the Ji family doesn't have to do anything about Ji Lan's matter. After saying that, he left the captain's room without waiting for Ji Fan to express his opinion. This made Ji Fan look at him differently. The current head of the Tan family is quite interesting. The development of the Tan family in recent years can only be said to be mediocre, until Tiananmen, who has double black hair, took over the position of head of the family. He carried out some drastic reforms, which barely made him pay attention. But no matter from which aspect, the Tan family is still far from the central power circle of the capital planet. The other party actually doesn't want to gain anything from this matter, and doesn't even fight for what he deserves. When facing a giant like the Ji family, he still has this kind of courage, which is enough to be seen. Not long after Tiananmen left, Lin Qing came in. He went straight to the point. You go and give spiritual guidance to that little girl. This was still an imperative. But those who are familiar with him know that Dr. Lin only likes to give orders when he is more nervous and more uncertain. Ji Fan looked at him inexplicably. Could it be that he looks easy to talk to? One after another, he asked him to give spiritual guidance to a child. Lin Qing has been with him for so many years, and he can always accurately grasp Ji Fan's psychology every time he makes a rash move, so as to escape again and again. Look, seeing Ji Fan slightly raised his eyebrows, he knew what the other party was thinking. So before Ji Fan could speak, he said, "That child is very talented. Now she is about to break through to be level. She is a quasi-A seedling. If nothing goes wrong, she may break the youngest age record of reaching a level in the Empire. There are only a handful of people above a level in the entire fleet. Seeing how the Viscount holds her in his heart, it is impossible for Zhou Jianjun to be her spiritual guide, right? After thinking about it, only you are the most suitable. Break the record of the youngest reaching a level in the Empire? Such a high evaluation? He is very appreciative of Lin Qing's professional ability. If he dares to say this in front of him, it means that he is 90% sure in his heart. Ji Fan knows his trusted subordinates very well. He can't bear to see good seedlings get hurt. If he encounters someone with limited talent at a young age, he would like to experience it himself. However, after hearing what he said, he thought of Tiananmen's attitude before and after. Could it be that he really thought so? I saw that the Viscount had just left. I guess he came because of this matter, right? The whole fleet has spread that the little girl is very capable, and many people want to help her. But on the entire ship, you are above A level, a noble, and have a high status. Aren't you the most suitable? Lin Qing seemed to be complaining, but in fact he hit the key point. First, Viscount Tiananmen forced people with emotion, and then Lin Qing convinced people with reason. If Ji Fan could say no, these soldiers would not know how to slander him behind his back. Seeing that he did not refuse, Lin Qing knew that this matter was probably settled, so he found a random excuse and slipped away. Major General report. Almost as soon as Lin Qing left, Zhou Jianjun shouted at the door, with a loud voice, and with his dark face, he looked silly. If Gu Tingzhen was here at this moment, at least he knew that this was not a good time to report work. Come in. Ji Fan's voice was slightly low. Major General, I found out. Zhou Jianjun walked in, and handed the portable optical computer in his hand to Ji Fan. The other party is from the outside world, codenamed Madman, but the name of the organization has not been found yet, and it is very mysterious. The other party is very cautious, and did not leave anything useful. From the surveillance, it should be seeking revenge. Ji-fan asked calmly, "Is it for me, or the Ji family?" This is a common attitude, and it is not the first time he has encountered such a thing. It should be for you." Zhou Jianjun answered with difficulty. Gu Tingjun was not there, and all the reporting work fell on his head. "How is the Ghost Beast group?" "The Ghost Beasts on the spacecraft have been cleared, and all the cubs have been controlled. The Ghost Beasts outside dare not move, but the fleet is surrounded." "Where are the people? How many have been rescued?" Hearing that they were surrounded, Ji-fan's tone was not good. Compared with the list of people on board, about 1/3 were rescued. It can be said that the loss was heavy. The Abyss fleet arrived quickly, but when they received Ji-land's distress signal, they were already in another star field. It took several consecutive jumps to catch up. Ji-fan was silent for a while. Then he stood up and walked out. Chapter 36. Zhou Jianjun was confused and hurriedly chased after him. "Major General, where are you going?" "To lure away the Ghost Beasts." Ji-fan glanced at him. When he heard that Ji-fan was going to risk his life, Zhou Jianjun subconsciously refused. "How can this be done? There are so many Ghost Beasts. It's too dangerous. I'd better go." "Okay." Ji-fan looked at him and agreed without thinking. "Yeah. Until he got the mecha buckle of Liu Guang and walked out of the ship, Zhou Jianjun was still very confused. How did this thing fall on him so naturally? Liu Guang is not easy to drive. This is the voice of all those who have driven Liu Guang. As the only S-class mecha in the Empire, and the only S-class mecha so far, Liu Guang has certain special features. Its intelligence is extremely high, comparable to the planetary brain. And the degree of evolution of his emotional system is currently comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. So he is very loyal to his master. If anyone other than Ji-fan drives it, it will always have a little temper. Liu Guang has requirements for the driver, and the physique must be at least A level to withstand it. In other words, Zhou Jianjun, who looks silly and has a rustic name, is an A. After letting Zhou Jianjun drive his mecha away, Ji-fan returned to the command cabin, sat in the main seat, and carefully observed the current situation. The crisis is far from over, and he has to pull out the mouse hiding in the dark. The other party made such a big scene and lost so many lives. To lure him here, they must be asking for a lot. There are other conspiracies hidden in this star field. He originally planned to have someone disguise himself as him to lure the group of Ghost Beasts to another place. Zhou Jianjun just happened to run into the muzzle of the gun. At this time, Ji-fan somewhat missed his adjutant Gu Tingjun. With him, at least he didn't have to analyze it himself, and he could have a good data conclusion on his desk. Instead of looking for the required information in a pile of data like now, and then guessing the other party's purpose and intention like peeling silk from a cocoon. "Capture the picture of Liu Guang," he said. "Yes." Soon, the technician switched the battle picture of Liu Guang to the big screen in the center. On the big screen, Liu Guang pushed out several boxes from the tail of the cabin of the civilian spacecraft, each of which was densely packed with unconscious Ghost Beast cubs. His movements did not look smooth, and he did not look like an ace mecha master, but rather like a freshman who stumbled and touched the mecha for the first time in the military academy. The people in the command cabin looked accustomed to it. Ji-fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he raised his wrist and said to the light brain, "Liu Guang, execute the order." The voice was low and threatening. He could accept Liu Guang's occasional temper, and different reactions from different people would help it evolve in emotional logic, but it did not mean that he could tolerate the other party's insolence on the battlefield. Ji-fan was a master who clearly distinguished between rewards and punishments. He would reward Liu Guang for a small improvement by giving it a full body care. He would also lock it up in a small dark room for a week, because Liu Guang chose the method he calculated and did not obey his orders when performing a mission. Liu Guang had been with Ji-fan for a long time and knew him very well. And in the past few years of fighting side by side, Liu Guang's core orders gradually included an order to absolutely obey Ji-fan. So upon hearing Ji-fan's words, Liu Guang became quiet. Not only that, Liu Guang began to assist Zhou Jianjun as much as possible, allowing him to exert his advanced strength. This is the strength of an S-class mecha. Zhou Jianjun could not exert Liu Guang's 100% strength, but Liu Guang could make him exert 120% of his strength. Soon, Zhou Jianjun found that Liu Guang's operation became smoother than ever before, but he was born with a half-brain and did not realize the reason at this time. After the cub appeared, it did not make any sounds. This made the ghost beasts surrounding here mistakenly believe that all the cubs were dead, which triggered the anger of the ghost beasts. The ghost beasts rushed towards Zhou Jianjun like crazy, and everyone's eyes were red. All of them looked like they were about to go crazy. With such a large number of ghost beasts going crazy, 10 Zhou Jianjuns would not be enough to fill their lives. He was so scared that he picked up a few boxes and ran away. The core kinetic energy rotated and flew up, and he jumped 100 meters away. Zhou Jianjun exclaimed in the cockpit, "This speed is too fast." His mecha was specially customized for him by the Major General. It cost a lot of money, and it is also ranked in the Empire. But compared with Liu Guang's speed, the difference is not a little bit. In the past, he always thought that Liu Guang was so powerful because the Major General was too strong. After all, the Major General is not a person who likes to keep things to himself. Several of his confidants have been rewarded to drive Liu Guang. But every time Liu Guang was extremely uncooperative. At this moment, he truly realized what an S-class mecha is. If his mecha is an E-class energy gun, then Liu Guang is the electromagnetic cannon on the warship. These are almost two unmeasurable degrees of comparison. Thinking of Ji Fan's order, Zhou Jianjun saw that the ghost beast could not catch him for a while, so he took the opportunity to do several extremely difficult moves. So everyone in the command cabin had the honor of witnessing Liu Guang running in front like a fool, doing a Gosby flying slash and a Leo spinning kick. Everyone in the command cabin was holding back their laughter. Except Ji Fan. No one knew what he was thinking on his expressionless face. Zhou Jianjun ran while playing, and the ghost beast passed by him several times, but he avoided it with his superb operating skills. But because of his series of extreme operations, the cubs were awakened. They had been in a coma, and when they woke up at this moment, they could not feel the breath of their relatives around them, and they were screaming in panic. The awakening of the cubs calmed down the ghost beast group and stopped going crazy. But because of the worry about the cubs, one by one, they did not dare to get too close, nor did they dare to stay too far away. So the scene gradually evolved into a stream of light flying in front, and behind it there were thousands of ghost beasts following its trajectory and flying together. It was like flying a kite. It was impossible to say that Zhou Jianjun, who was flying in the front, had no pressure. With so many ghost beasts, if they attacked in groups, he didn't know how many times he would die. But his mission this time was very strange. The first task was to lead away the ghost beasts and not cause any casualties, including himself. In addition, before he left, the Major General gave him an order to make him more high profile. This should be considered high profile, right? Zhou Jianjun looked at the endless line of ghost beasts behind him, and his scalp tingled, and he felt very happy at the same time. In addition to the Major General, he was also a man who slipped past the Star Beast. Although the Ghost Beast is a star beast with strong attack power, it is also a kind of intelligent life. The Abyss Fleet is fully capable of killing all these ghost beasts. But if Ji Fan buried these thousands of ghost beasts in this starfield today, there would be all kinds of headlines and reports flying everywhere tomorrow. Killing God. Destroying humanity. Iron-blooded Major General severely damaged a tribe. Such topics. So he had to find another way to lead the ghost beasts away. Ji Fan didn't want to kill them either. The ghost beasts in this star field were probably all here. The interstellar also needed to maintain a certain ecological balance. The ghost beasts had survived for thousands of years, so there was a reason for their existence. Chapter 37. Facts have proved that Zhou Jianjun is indeed too high-profile. This series of high-profile operations made the other party mistakenly believe that he was the real Ji Fan. At this moment, in front of him, stood two all-black mechas. They were aggressive and ill-intentioned. And behind him, there were a group of ghost beasts staring at him. It was a dilemma. Zhou Jianjun realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the other party was planning to bury the Major General here? They only sent 2 people here, which was too much of an underestimation of his Major General. Zhou Jianjun kicked several boxes containing cubs randomly on the spot, and the ghost beasts behind him followed the cubs. And he found the right time and flew in a direction without ghost beasts. The 2 mechas behind him chased him closely. Running away is not Ji Fan's style. Just when the 2 mechas behind him hesitated, Zhou Jianjun directly made a difficult turn and took the lead in launching an attack. The laser cannon, which had been preheated for a long time, directly hit one of the mechas that was unable to dodge. However, the opponent reacted quickly, and the attack point was switched from the chest to the arm. The entire right arm was broken. With this attack, the 2 were sure that this person was none other than Ji Fan. Little did they know that Zhou Jianjun in the cockpit was the one who was confused, and this action was not made by him at all. He wanted to turn around and attack with the laser cannon. But the actual situation was that he was flying forward, and instantly completed a backflip in the air and kicked the opponent. It happened that the laser cannon in his hand had been preheated at this time, and he fired a shot. The opponent was surprised by his sudden turn, and was busy dodging the kick, ignoring the laser cannon in his hand. Just by mistake, the right arm of the mecha was disabled. However, before Zhou Jianjun could think deeply, the opponent's attack had already arrived. The two mechas rushed up together and started a fist-to-flesh fight with him in this place. The opponent was extremely powerful, and the two seemed to have a telepathic connection and cooperated very well, which even gave him the illusion that he was fighting with one person. Several times, Zhou Jianjun was almost hit, but he just dodged it by some strange coincidence. This situation happened more than once or twice, and he soon realized that it was Liu Guang who was helping him. When he thought of Liu Guang's backup, he instantly became excited. His moves became more desperate. But gradually, he became more and more frightened as he fought. He found that even with Liu Guang's help, he couldn't beat these two people. The Abyss Fleet is the most powerful fleet in the Empire. Not only is the overall strength of the fleet superior to other fleets in the Empire, but there is also a very important reason. When Ji-Fan selects people, in addition to technical ability, he also pays special attention to the opponent's individual combat ability. In the Abyss Fleet, which is full of talents, Zhou Jianjun's individual combat ability can be ranked in the top 5. In the field of mecha, he is almost a person standing at the top of the pyramid of the Empire. Usually, let alone 1 against 2, he has also experienced 1 against 10 in the most dangerous time. Even if Ji-Fan is present, he can't get away for a while. The two people in front of him are at least the level of Ace Mecha Division. Ace Mecha Division, in the Empire, such people can even directly serve in colleges and universities, and in the army, they are at least school-level officers, and can enjoy a lot of social benefits. But the other party is willing to work for a terrorist organization. What kind of organization is this? It actually has such a shocking strength. Why have I never heard of it before? In the command cabin, when the two black mechas appeared, the technical analysis department was conducting a comprehensive analysis of them in the hope of finding some clues. Unfortunately, the other party was very cautious, and could only find the models of these two mechas, but they were very ordinary, and had nothing special. Looking at the other party's all-out attack method, Ji-Fan sneered and issued an elusive order: open the protective shield. Although he didn't understand, the staff in charge of the protective shield at the commander's seat still raised the D-level protective shield according to his order. Change to B-level, Ji-Fan reminded. This operation is a bit confusing. The commander was a little confused, and couldn't help but remind him. The B-level protective shield consumes a lot of energy. If it is always turned on, the energy for the jump may be insufficient. Yes, Ji-Fan responded and raised his voice. Turn on the B-level protective shield. Everyone, get ready for battle. Yes. Everyone stood up and responded in unison. The colleague next to him gently touched the trainee commander and asked him to stop talking. Ji-Fan is a person who sticks to his word. In the Abyss Fleet, everyone is used to such a one-man show. It is also because of this leadership mechanism that the operating efficiency of the entire Abyss Fleet is the highest among the 4 major fleets of the Empire. But this mechanism tests the decision-making ability of the top leader. If he makes a little mistake, it will become a big mistake under the operation of the entire fleet. Not everyone has this confidence, and not everyone has this courage. So among the current fleets of the Empire, only the Abyss Fleet implements this vertical management model. Other fleets are mainly based on a flat management model, with 1 captain and several vice-captains. But since Ji-Fan took over the Abyss Fleet, his decisions have been quite foresight. It's just that most people don't think of that layer, so it's difficult to understand. It's also for this reason that the Abyss Fleet is the fleet that all commanders want to practice in the most. Shortly after Ji-Fan issued the order to prepare for battle, the command cabin received a military intelligence report from the vice ship. Many vice ships were attacked to varying degrees. The most serious one was the number 3 vice ship on the right side of their main ship. The opponent used the electromagnetic gun to give a fatal blow directly. Fortunately, the B-level protective shield was opened in advance, otherwise the ship should have been destroyed, and people would have died at this moment. It takes time to open the protective shield. If you open it after discovering that the opponent has the intention to attack, it will be too late. The trainee commander who had tried to stop Ji-Fan earlier turned pale at this moment. If the shield had not been opened just now, wouldn't it be? But for some reason, the main ship has not been attacked so far. Your name is Wenhang? At some point, Ji-Fan walked in front of him and looked at the nameplate on his chest. On it were engraved a few large characters with lasers. Trainee Commander Wenhang. Yes, Major General. Wenhang quickly stood up and answered reflexively. From now on, You will review it for me. Ah? But I'm just military academy student. Wen Hang finally swallowed those 3 words. Because Ji Fan returned to the main seat and sat down after he finished speaking, and didn't care about him at all. Send 100 migratory birds to check the situation. Wen Hang is ready to review it. Ji Fan's face was calm, but what he said made everyone in the command cabin change their faces. The last time he made such a big scene was when he went to war with the Dao Federation. Chapter 38. Migratory Bird is the name of this new generation of reconnaissance aircraft. After the upgrade, the reconnaissance aircraft, in addition to the ordinary radar positioning, infrared survey, and thermal image transmission, has added an extremely important function, energy imaging. Now stealth fighters are getting better and better, and ordinary technical means are becoming more and more difficult to detect them. But no matter how much the stealth function is improved, it cannot be separated from the support of energy. And a fighter that does not carry energy itself is not to be feared even if the stealth effect is good. Migratory Bird is designed with this concept. Soon, a large amount of information was sent back from the front. The so-called review is to select useful information from each similar information, so as to analyze and arrange the overall battle situation. This is the basic skill of every commander. In fact, the information to the main ship is all useful information left after the deputy ship commander screening. The war in the interstellar era is essentially a war based on information technology. Each migratory bird will send back 5 images almost every second, and 100 migratory birds will have 500 images per second. Wen Hang was under a lot of pressure. Stop! Wen Hang was about to throw the image aside when Ji Fan's voice suddenly came from behind him, frightening him. At some point, Ji Fan walked behind him and watched him operate. Ignoring his reaction, Ji Fan pointed to the upper right corner of the image and said, "Zoom in." Students who can intern on the main ship of the Abyss Fleet not only have a strong family background, but more importantly strength. Wen Hang quickly regained his composure, and was extremely excited after he came to his senses. Personally, and closely with his idol. His hands flew up quickly, not only magnifying that place, but also making it as high definition as possible. As the location of that area gradually enlarged, his back was sweaty. He almost missed a very important piece of information. After the picture was enlarged, it showed a group of pure white light sources, which meant that there was energy at that location. But it was normal to have energy, because the nearby free planets also had energy, and this type of energy could not be identified in the images sent back by migratory birds. But the strange thing about this group of energy was that the image it sent back looked like a ship, and through distance measurement, Wen Hang found that the ship was about 5 kilometers away from them. It was just on the range line. If there were still some doubts just now, the behavior of standing on this line was basically confirmed. This is a position that can be advanced or retreated, and it can attack if it advances, and it can defend if it retreats. It is a dangerous position that the enemy likes to stay in the most, and it is a position that friendly forces will never offend. Wen Hang's mind turned quickly, and he drew inferences from one instance, and found all such pictures, and screened them again. Then he ran to the virtual sand table in the center of the command cabin, and began to mark the positions according to the pictures. As he marked more and more, people in the entire command cabin stood up one after another. On the central sand table, the black ship symbolizing the enemy occupied a large part densely, and if they continued to move in this direction, the enemy could completely surround them, without sacrificing a single soldier. Stop advancing. Move to the 3 o'clock direction, preheat the main gun, and arm the secondary ship. Ji Fan gave the order quickly, without any panic. Influenced by him, everyone sat back in their seats and performed their duties. According to Wen Hang's review results, a gap can indeed be opened at the 3 o'clock direction, and by making good use of this gap, they can even achieve counter-encirclement, but the premise is that Wen Hang's review results are true. After all, he is a military academy student, and there are still some doubts about whether to trust him. But Ji Fan's performance seems to say that what he did is true, and we must prepare early. This natural attitude even surprised Wen Hang. Although he is very confident in his abilities, he is completely different in the military academy and on the battlefield. He himself does not believe in himself. But Ji Fan's natural trust made him extremely excited. His idol trusts him. The main gun preheating is complete, and it can be fired in 5 seconds. Do you want to fire? The weapons group is ready. Launch, Ji Fan said firmly. Countdown 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 21, launch. Bang! A huge spark shot up into the sky, and the invisible ship showed its full shape at this moment. Its appearance is not much different from the main ship where Ji Fan is, but it is completely black, and the model and number cannot be seen clearly. It should be deliberately blurred. This confirms the accuracy of Wen Hang's review results. Starship number 3, number 5, come with me, tear open the hole at the 3 o'clock direction. Number 2, number 4, move towards the 9 o'clock direction, and meet me at all costs. Ji Fan pressed the call button on the main seat, and his voice rang out in the command cabins of each secondary ship. Yes. The answer came from the deputy captains of each secondary ship. Soon, the universe lit up. The two sides exchanged blows, electromagnetic guns, impact guns, and they were fired as if they were free. But overall, the Abyss fleet has a greater advantage, and this advantage is still expanding. Ji Fan said at all costs. In other words, don't save energy, don't save weapons. Try every means to reunite with him alive. The Abyss fleet is not a newly born bird, but a rock that has been baptized by war again and again. The enemy warships are huge in number, but they are not as good as the regular army that has been in war for many years. After losing the powerful cheat of invisibility, the enemy warships are almost defeated. Soon they are at a disadvantage. Judging from the results of Wen Hang's recent review, they are gradually being surrounded by the Abyss fleet. This encirclement is smaller and more deterrent than the encirclement of the enemy's failed plan. Just when Ji Fan's encirclement was about to be formed, the enemy's black warships exploded one after another. This collective suicide made all the members of the Abyss fleet silent, and there was silence in the commander's channel. Even the enemy country knew about exchanging prisoners. What kind of force would rather commit suicide than annihilate all traces? Suddenly, someone broke the suffocating silence. Report, I'm back. Zhou Jianjun stood at the door of the command cabin and shouted with full energy. His face and body were full of scars. When the first attack was blocked by the protective shield, the opponent realized his mistake. Ji Fan must be on the ship. They were deceived. The twin mechas that were originally prepared to waste some time with Liu Guang immediately received an order to fight quickly. After no more delay, the next move was fatal. If it weren't for Liu Guang, it is still unknown whether Zhou Jianjun would still be alive to board the ship at this moment. Ji Fan stared at the wound on Zhou Jianjun's body and frowned. What happened? Zhou Jianjun smiled bitterly and pitted Ji Fan. 2 ace mecha divisions, Major General, all thanks to Liu Guang, otherwise I would not be able to come back. Ji Fan frowned even more tightly. 2 ace mecha divisions, plus these densely packed ships, the opponent's power is obvious. But the irony is that the Empire's intelligence department has not even found out the name of the opponent's organization. Chapter 39. This spectacular hijacking of a spaceship ended with the other party's self-destruction. It looked like the Abyss fleet had once again made a mark on its Medal of Honor. But Ji Fan knew that this was just a reserved retreat. This was the most cunning force he had ever seen. Although it did not leave a trace of its name, it made people feel a huge pressure invisibly. Whether it was the 2 twin killers with the level of ace mecha masters mentioned by Zhou Jianjun, or those ships that self-destructed when they said they would, or the means of bringing the Cubs onto the spacecraft easily without alarming anyone, each one was enough to be shocking. Do all of you in the Ji family want to be the savior? In this case, you can choose from this group of people, and only 20 can survive. In the captain's room, the light brain projection in front of Ji Fan was playing the video of the leader asking Yi Jiai to choose 20 people to survive. This was recorded by a passenger at the time, and it is also the only clue at present. He watched it many times. According to his memory, he could even remember every micro-expression of the leader. Report? Zhou Jianjun's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Come in. Thanks to Lin Qing's superb medical technology, Zhou Jianjun has completely recovered. He walked in with a portable optical computer, which showed the masked photo of the leader. The technical department has compared it, but it can't be found. There is only half a face. There are tens of billions of people in the Empire. How can it be found? Ji Fan did not answer, but played the sentence that only 20 can survive again. Then asked him, do you think his alien language is standard? Zhou Jianjun scratched his head, thought about it, and nodded. Standard, and very standard. I can't describe this feeling. Ji Fan laughed. Do you think he speaks like me? What a joke. How can it be similar? Zhou Jianjun said with a smile. But he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Ji Fan played him another version. The version of this sentence was repeated in Ji Fan's voice. This should be synthesized by some software, so the tone and pauses of that sentence have not changed, but the voice has become Ji Fan's. TSK? Don't say it. This feeling is at least 3 points similar. Zhou Jianjun asked in surprise. Do you know the reason? Ji Fan crossed his hands, leaned back on the chair, and asked himself, Because this person speaks the same language as me, not the alien language. The alien language is a variant of the alien language, which is more complicated in grammar, and has some rare characters that are not in the alien language. Especially the font is more beautiful and complicated. In short, it is for the nobility only. Although Zhou Jianjun is a commoner, he still has some understanding of the nobility. He was shocked and said, "Damn it! Isn't it said that the nobles nowadays have been assimilated and can't speak Virgina?" Ji Fan squinted at him. The Major General means that he is not only a man of the Empire, but also a noble of the Empire? Zhou Jianjun felt his scalp tingling as soon as he said this. He had also seen the video. The other party was obviously looking for revenge on the Ji family. Could it be that the nobles of the Empire were involved in this matter? Thinking of the other party's eagerness to kill Ji Fan, he stammered, "Major General, did you do something bad when you were young?" Knowing that Zhou Jianjun was a jerk, Ji Fan didn't bother to pay attention to him. He stood up, walked to the huge French window, looked at the dark and boundless universe, and asked with his hands behind his back, "How do you know he came to see me, not the Ji family?" Zhou Jianjun scratched his short hair. He had the hardest time thinking about these questions. At this moment, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "It's just a feeling." He is too purposeful. Anyone can see it. Ji Lan's red lip hooked slightly. Although Zhou Jianjun was simple-minded, his intuition was very accurate. This kind of person is very suitable for driving mechas. In some life and death moments, people don't have time to think, and they all rely on intuition to save their lives. Others may not be able to see it, but as soon as Ji Fan saw this video, he knew that the other party was looking for him. And for some reason, when he looked at that person, he always felt vaguely familiar. Seeing Ji Fan lost in thought, Zhou Jianjun was about to withdraw, but suddenly remembered Lin Qing's words in the medical cabin. "By the way, Major General, Dr. Lin asked me to tell you to go to him. I wonder if it's..." "What's the matter?" Zhou Jianjun stopped talking before he finished speaking, because he saw Ji Fan turn around and looked at his dark face. Why did he feel he was tricked again? Ji Fan recalled the stubborn and pale little face in the video, and his dark green eyes became deep. Then he picked up the military cap on the table, put it on, and walked out directly. "By the way, cleaning such a large battlefield should be very tiring. You go and help them," he said to Zhou Jianjun when he walked to the door. That natural tone seemed to be talking about something insignificant. But you have to know that things like cleaning the battlefield are often done by training military cadets and robots. This job is like being a caddy on a tennis court or golf course on Earth. It has to be done, but it is all mechanical and repetitive operations. "Yes, Major General." What can Zhou Jianjun do? The commander's words are military orders. Military orders cannot be violated, but he can violate the doctor's advice. He decided not to go to Dr. Lin again. "You are here." Lin Qing was concentrating on writing something on the light brain, but his back seemed to have eyes. As soon as Ji Fan walked into the medical cabin, he knew that it was him. "Is your nose really not a dog's nose?" Ji Fan sneered. His tone was very familiar. Lin Qing's nose was not born so smart. It all depends on his acquired training. The name of a young genius is not a false name. He relies on this nose to make countless new medicines and save countless soldiers. "Don't talk about that. Come and see. She almost broke through these days. I suppressed it, just waiting for you." Lin Qing raised his head from the light brain and waved to Ji Fan. Ji Fan raised his eyebrows. Under the circumstances at that time, she could break through by herself after a little rest. This talent is really high. I wonder if the Viscount regretted coming to him. Why suppress her? Why not let her break through by herself? He walked over and stood in front of Yizhi. What caught his eyes was a sleeping face. Her facial features were delicate, black curly hairs were sporadically attached to her porcelain white face. Thick black eyelashes cast a row of shadows on her eyelids. Her nose was small and tall, and her lips were in good shape, a very tender pink. She looked like a sleeping porcelain doll, so delicate that it was unspeakable. Chapter 40. Hearing Ji Fan's words, Lin Qing raised his head from the light brain and reached out to adjust his glasses. "I have discussed this matter with the Viscount several times. Yizhi has very high potential. We don't want this matter to affect her future potential, so the safest way is to advance in the process of spiritual power guidance." He walked to Ji Fan and advised, "I know you haven't even got married, and you definitely don't want to be a godfather to a child, but don't worry, the Viscount and I will keep this a secret, just do it." Ji Fan did not comment. What to do? It's very simple. Just take her to do it as you usually do with your spiritual power, until she successfully advances. This method is indeed simple, and Ji Fan immediately accepted a lot. But in fact, there are more complicated ways to guide spiritual power. Lin Qing decided to use the simplest and crudest method considering Ji Fan's acceptance level. During this period, you must keep her by your side, no more than 5 meters. Lin Qing added another sentence. Ji Fan raised his head and looked at him coldly, his voice condensed. 5 meters? Knowing that Ji Fan was already unhappy, Lin Qing explained to him in a very kind manner, Major General, it is not easy to lead with spiritual power. The premise for it to be realized is that the spiritual powers of two people do not exclude each other. On top of that, once the lead accepts the guidance of the leader, the lead will give up the control of his own spiritual power. This distance of 5 meters is calculated by me based on your spiritual power level. If the distance exceeds 5 meters, you can't fully control her spiritual power, which will be risky. He said earnestly, Major General, since you have decided to help this kid, you should bear with such a small matter. It's all for the Empire. Lin Qing obviously raised his voice for the last sentence, and said it with righteousness. Ji Fan, What else can he say after he has said everything? Lin Qing walked to Yi Jiai's bed, gently picked her up, and handed her to Ji Fan with both hands. Let's go, I still need to prepare some medicine to stabilize her mental power. I'm very busy, and waiting for your good news. Ji Fan didn't stretch out his hand. You don't want to guide her mental power in my medical cabin, do you? Lin Qing was surprised. Ji Fan didn't say anything, but he tacitly meant that. You have to think about it. I don't care, but my medical cabin is full of people coming and going every day. Then the secret can't be hidden. Ji Fan was actually not as opposed to this matter as they thought. Yi Jia was taking the blame for Ji Lan, but in the final analysis, that person came to him, and Yi Jia was also suffering for him. And judging from the video, the child has done quite well, and he is willing to help her. He just doesn't know how to take care of the child when he takes her back. After all, she is a girl, so you can't take care of her too roughly, right? But when he thought that Viscount Tananing didn't want too many people to know, he still stretched out his hands and took Yi Jia. The feeling in his arms was very light and soft, and accompanied by a special milky fragrance. Ji Fan couldn't help but weigh it. Well, it was indeed very light. He didn't dare to use too much force. It was his first time holding a child, and his posture and movements were very stiff. When Ji Fan walked to the door with the child in his arms, Lin Qing comforted him again. Don't worry, she won't wake up before the breakthrough. This sentence made Ji Fan feel relieved. Without going to the command cabin or the captain's room, Ji Fan took Yi Jia directly back to his rest cabin. He rarely stayed here, but it was decorated comfortably and cleanly. After gently placing Yi Jia on the big bed in the center, Ji Fan sat on the recliner beside him and lay down. Listening to her shallow breathing, he felt a little incredible. In the past, he had never considered marriage. For nearly 30 years, he had lived a pure and single life. Gu Ting really thought that he was a bachelor for life. In fact, it was not, but those women did not interest him at all. But at this moment, he actually felt that having a child might be a good thing. He stood up and threw his military cap and coat casually on the corner of the bed. Unbuttoning a few buttons, revealing his Adam's apple and collarbone, was very sexy. He sat at the head of the bed, his back leaning on the mattress, his feet and shoes hanging outside the bed, a very relaxed posture. Slowly closing his eyes, he felt the free mental factors around him. Gradually, his right lip curled up slightly. His feeling last time was not wrong. Yi Jia's mental power was like a little rabbit, baring its teeth and claws, but actually incredibly soft. He didn't even have to move, and they were all scared away. Thinking of Lin Qing saying that the premise of mental power guidance is that the mental powers of both parties do not repel each other, Ji Fan suddenly had a headache. Being so afraid of him, is it considered repulsion? He tried his best to show kindness to the other party, but it didn't have much effect. As long as he moved a little, all the free mental factors would quickly return to Yi Jia's body. It seemed that she would wake up in the next second. Ji Fan rubbed his brows with a headache. There was no way for the time being, so he had to give up. He stood up, took off his shirt, showing his explosive muscles, and walked towards the bathroom. He hadn't had a good rest since the day he received Ji Fan's distress signal. It was time to take a bath and relax. Halfway through, he stopped suddenly, and suddenly remembered Lin Qing's 5-meter distance. He looked in the direction of the bathroom, estimated the distance in his mind, and couldn't help but frown. The bathtub in the bathroom alone was 3 meters wide. The 5-meter condition was too harsh. Should I take this child in to take a bath? Ji Fan closed his eyes, and finally succumbed to his own desires. He picked up Yi Jia with one hand, and carried the recliner with the other hand, and went into the bathroom together. After putting Yijia on the recliner, Ji Fan stripped himself and took a comfortable bath. I don't know if this matter was discovered by Viscount Tannenmine. Would he rather Yijia's talent and potential be damaged than let her encounter such a bad thing? As the only child of the grandchildren of the head of the Ji family, Ji Fan has been raised like a moon in everyone's heart since he was a child. Especially as he grew older, he broke through to the S level in one fell swoop, and he was almost the favorite of the entire empire. So he is essentially a pampered nobleman. He can accept sleeping with his brothers in a sweaty and smelly body, because of his love and feelings. But once conditions allow, he will never wrong himself. To him, Yijia is a child without gender, so when choosing to make do or satisfy himself, he will not be entangled at all. But Ji Fan is a person with amazing self-control. Still on the battlefield, it was only a short 5 minutes of relaxation, and he came out with a bath towel. Affected by the heat in the bathroom, Yijia's cheeks were a little red, looking even cuter. Ji Fan couldn't help but stretch out his hand to pinch it, and it was indeed a very elastic touch. Then he carried her back to the big bed. Soon, Ji Fan fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, Yijia's free spiritual power factor came out again and played with him unscrupulously. They jumped happily one by one, showing no signs of fear of him at all. Chapter 41. Ji Fan was awakened by the message notification sound of the optical computer. For a person who relies on the biological clock to get up every day, this is almost incredible. He raised his wrist to check the sleep test last night. The value was surprisingly high. In recent years, his sleep condition has been getting worse every day, especially after taking over the Abyss fleet. He has become a shallow sleeper. Among the 4 major fleets of the Empire, which fleet's commander is not at the level of admiral, take the deputy captain he appointed in the Abyss fleet, at least they are all at the level of lieutenant general or above. And he, as the commander of the Abyss fleet, is just a major general. The people of the Empire now only remember the reputation of the Abyss fleet, but have forgotten the former Third Fleet of the Empire. The Third Fleet of the Empire is a fleet formed in a special period for a special reason. After being used, it was abandoned like a worn-out shoe. At the age of 23, Ji Fan was forced to transfer to the Third Fleet as the acting captain just after receiving the Medal of Honor of the Colonel. Such a big mess, a team that was established very recently, and was a mess, a fleet that had won honors but never received any reports. Now he is 28. He has been in charge of this team for 5 years. In these 5 years, he led them step by step to regain the honor they deserved, and built them into the strongest fleet in the Empire step by step. The pressure is not small. The reputation of the Iron Blood Major General was earned by fighting in the mud of flesh and blood. How could he rest well in such 5 years? It can be said that he didn't sleep well. But last night, he didn't need to look at the numbers deliberately. He knew that he rested well. When he woke up in the morning, he was full of energy and refreshed. He looked at Yijia next to him. The child was still in the same position as before, and had not moved. He tried to communicate with her free spiritual power again. Today, he was much bolder. They didn't dare to approach one by one, but they didn't return to the owner's body. This was a good sign. It seemed that she didn't reject his spiritual power. Ji Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After replying a message to Zhou Jianjun, he got up and put on his military uniform. After a simple wash, there was a knock on the door. Ji Fan got up to open the door. Outside the door, Zhou Jianjun stood straight and stiff at the front, and behind him stood Viscount Tannenmine and Lin Qing. Ji Fan glanced at Zhou Jianjun coldly. Zhou Jianjun smiled awkwardly. Just happened to meet on the way here. Viscount Tannenmine said calmly, "Excuse me, Major General." Ji Fan stepped aside to make room. "You're welcome. When I was washing up just now, the robot had already cleaned the room thoroughly." At this moment, there was no trace of Ji Fan, and Yijia sleeping together on the bed. After being sent by Ji Fan to clean the battlefield yesterday, Zhou Jianjun, who couldn't figure it out, went to find Lin Qing again. Lin Qing thought that he couldn't hide it from him anyway, so he told him about the spiritual guidance. At this time, he put the dinner plate on Ji Fan's big desk, looked at Viscount Tannenmine and Lin Qing's cautious look in front of Yijia, and came to Ji Fan and whispered, "Major General, I heard from Dr. Lin that this child may break the record of the youngest A level, which means breaking your record, right?" Ji Fan, Ji Fan ate breakfast without saying a word. His eating movements were very elegant, with only the gentle clinking of cutlery and plates, and almost no chewing sounds, but his movements were very quick. In just 5 minutes, breakfast was done. Lin Qing was injecting nutrient solution into Yijiai's arm with a syringe, while the Viscount patiently helped her wipe her cheeks, neck, hands and legs. Ji Fan was a little surprised to see this. These things did not require the Viscount to do it himself. Even when he was a child, his grandfather had never done these for him. Yijai, but his surname is still Yi, not Tan. Lin Qing noticed his gaze, and put away the needle tube. This is the nutrient solution I specially prepared. Xiao Ai is still growing up, and needs to be injected 3 times a day. If I am too busy later, I will have to ask you to do these things. Xiao Ai? So close? Didn't you call her a child yesterday? Hearing Lin Qing's address, looking at Viscount Tannenming, who was calm on the side, Ji Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had reason to suspect that when he arrived at the capital star, his chief medical officer would be kidnapped off the ship. After wiping Yijai, Viscount Tannenming stood up and said to Ji Fan, "I'm sorry to bother you, Major General." He paused and said, "If you don't mind my wife and I coming in and out of your place frequently, we can do these things." Ji Fan's face twitched, and he smiled. "It's just a small matter, why bother you two to go around?" Tannenming sighed with regret, but his expression was not surprised. The longer you stay in a high position, the harder it is to blend in with the crowd. It's rare for someone like Ji Fan to get along with his subordinates. If he wants him to accept 2 people who are about the same age as his grandparents hanging around in front of him all day, it's not asking for help, it's embarrassing. The Viscount knew what was going on. But because the target was Yijai, he still asked tentatively. The result was as he expected. That was why, although Kaviniko wanted to come, considering Ji Fan's single male status, they both agreed that it would be better for Viscount Tannenming to come alone. He walked to Ji Fan, handed him a box of silk handkerchiefs, and said naturally, "Xiao Ai is a very clean child. Please wipe her every day, mainly on her cheeks, neck and arms." Ji Fan took it with a headache. Zhou Jianjun looked at him with wide eyes. Where did this child come from? How could his family's major general take care of him personally? You keep this box of nutrient solution first. If I don't come, you can give her an injection. Lin Qing also handed him the incubator in his hand. As if knowing that Ji Fan would not be very happy at this time, after the instructions, the 2 of them left quickly and tactfully. Only Zhou Jianjun was left standing there, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. "Major General, what is the identity of this child? Is she the Emperor's illegitimate daughter?" He used lip language to say the last 3 words, but did not make any sound. Ji Fan gave him a slap. "She is the granddaughter of Viscount Tannenming." Zhou Jianjun touched his chin and sighed. "Then this girl has a very special status in the Tan family." Ji Fan did not comment. With a quasi talent and the character shown on the spacecraft, it is difficult not to be valued by the Tan family. But the extent to which Tannenming has achieved this is no longer considered from the family level. That is true love. This is indeed extraordinary. But this is someone else's family affair, he has no interest in it. He casually put the 2 things that were half forced into his hand on the table, and said to Zhou Jianjun seriously, "What's the matter with sending me so many messages so early in the morning?" Zhou Jianjun thought of the business, his face was serious, and he took out the portable light computer, which showed an extremely complex pattern. Chapter 42. On the pattern, there are 2 long soft-bodied creatures like snakes in the middle, with their wings spread wide behind them, circling up along a pillar, looking eager to reach the top. There are many other creatures beside these 2 creatures, including snakes, ghost beasts, flamingos, and even people, all with a look of worship and madness. Just looking at this pattern, it feels ominous. Ji Fan frowned. Where did this come from? Didn't you ask me to clean up the battlefield yesterday? I didn't expect that I really found something. There are some patterns carved on the cage containing the ghost beast cubs. This pattern was restored today, and I took it over immediately. Zhou Jianjun said with some credit. I didn't expect that I could get such a harvest on a whim yesterday. It really proved what Gu Tingjun said. This Zhou Jianjun is a treasure? Ji Fan began to consider whether to give him some other tasks today. I wonder if Zhou Jianjun would regret this trip if he knew what Ji Fan was thinking at the moment. Ji Fan sat back in his chair. What have you found out? Zhou Jianjun leaned closer and whispered. We haven't found out the details, but the intelligence agency said that someone has seen this pattern in the outer realm. Ji Fan frowned. Why did he bring up the outer realm? The outer realm, also known as the Chaos Territory, is a lawless area and a paradise for criminals. It includes 71 planets, most of which are inferior planets. The star pirates on the border of the Empire are completely different from the criminals in the outer realm. The people in the outer realm are extremely vicious, and it is a place that can break the bottom line of human morality the most. Ji Fan once stayed in the outer realm for a period of time because of a mission. Zhou Jianjun followed him at that time, and both of them were disgusted. Are you sure? He knocked on the table. I didn't dare to say that, but you know the intelligence agency. They wouldn't come to us unless they were 80% sure. Ji Fan nodded. Continue to follow up on this matter. If no other clues are found, let Gu Tingjun arrange an informant. Yes. Zhou Jianjun knew that Ji Fan was angry about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't want Gu Tingjun to use an informant. It's not easy to train an informant. If he failed, Gu Tingjun would be heartbroken. How is the passenger's record? Ji Fan asked again. Nothing was found out. Some people were so scared that they peed their pants. How could they care about the situation at that time? The crew of the spacecraft fought twice after they went down, and they didn't see anything except that they knew the other party was very strong. When Zhou Jianjun mentioned this, he got angry. They were all soldiers, but they were scared to pee their pants. That Risa. When he mentioned this person, Zhou Jianjun understood immediately. I have checked it out. What he said is true. It turns out that the captain of the spaceship, Yang Kai, does have a daughter who suffers from a genetic disorder. She is still lying in Renha Hospital on the capital star. She has spent a lot of money, and still owes the hospital a debt. Ji Fan nodded. When we get to the capital star, take him to the Ji family first, let the old man take a look, and also listen to what stupid things Ji Lan has done. Then, the police? Ji Fan glanced at him. Whatever you need to do, find him a better lawyer and give him some money, that's enough. But before the police take him away, you have to get him back to the Ji family first. Okay. Zhou Jianjun felt relieved when he heard that Ji Fan had no intention of saving Risa. Look at what this person did, it's hard to like him. Although he didn't expose the smuggling because of the old relationship, but now that he knew about it, he didn't pay attention to it. As a result, there were so many ghost beast cubs on the spacecraft, and he didn't know about it. This is his dereliction of duty, and it's a huge dereliction of duty. How cautious is it to fly a spacecraft? It's a ship, thousands of lives. Let him play it so lightly. And this person is too opportunistic. Knowing that it's not good, he clung to the thigh of the Ji family. Ji Lan is still a child. This rushing look is too servile. Old Zhou Jianjun doesn't like this kind of people. Okay, come and report to me if there is any situation. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Ji Fan issued an order to expel him. Zhou Jianjun realized that Ji Fan was going to stay in the rest cabin for a long time. This was an incredible thing for Ji Fan, the workaholic. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's surprised look, Ji Fan felt even more powerless, and pointed his eyes in the direction of the big bed. Do you see that child? I can't be 5 meters away from her. Zhou Jianjun touched his short hair. Damn it. Isn't this the same as forcibly tying a lion-tiger beast in a cage? Are you really going to be a godfather to a child? Others may not know Ji Fan's view on marriage, but Zhou Jianjun knows it very well. That pure and unselfish look is the rhythm of being a bachelor for life. Of course, he didn't dare to say this to Ji Fan. Ji Fan was almost having a physiological reaction to the word godfather, and his patience was completely exhausted. Get lost. Okay. Zhou Jianjun agreed very readily, picked up the plate and left. At that speed, it seemed as if someone was chasing him. After walking out of the door, he poked his head in again. Ji Lan has been locked up until now, but she doesn't cry anymore, just said she wants to see the girl. He pointed at Yixia on the big bed. When he heard the name Ji Lan, Ji Fan felt angry. Tell him that if he doesn't reflect on himself, let alone now, I will never let him see this child again. When he heard his tone, Zhou Jianjun knew that this matter was definitely not going to work, and immediately shouted, Yes, Major General. In his heart, he was silently complaining about the tyrant. After everyone left, the rest cabin became quiet again. Ji Fan walked to Yixia and sat down, trying to communicate with her mental power again. Failed again. He took a deep breath, walked aside, and started doing push-ups. After finishing 100 of them easily, he felt more or less calm, and then he sat back at his desk and started to deal with things. After signing a few documents, a message from Gu Tingjun suddenly popped up on the projection interface of the optical brain. The cabinet has decided that the new Minister of Health will be Viscount Tannenmin. The Ministry of Health, also known as the Ministry of Medical and Health, is the full name of the Imperial Medical Affairs and Health Research Department. For both the Empire and the Alliance, it is a department that is not very important, but it is not important but cannot be missed. In peacetime, it is difficult for this department to make achievements, and in times of disaster, it requires a certain amount of skill to avoid being blamed. In the past, he would basically glance at such job transfer information and pass it by. Gu Tingzhen did not send it to him as a very important matter, but as the captain of the Abyss Fleet and a major general of the Empire, he still had to have a basic understanding of the political and personnel changes in the Empire. But this time, he stared at the message for a long time. In the end, he turned off the optical brain directly, picked up Yizhi and walked out. Chapter 43. Inside the Viscount and his wife's rest cabin. Kavinical was video chatting with Tan Yun. As soon as they lost contact, Yixian knew that something must have happened. Tan Yun and Yixian knew almost everything about what happened in Kavinical's chatter. Although she couldn't see Yizhi, she knew that she was in a safer environment. Tan Yun had calmed down a lot and even comforted Kavinical. "Mother, there will be good fortune after surviving a disaster. After this you, father, and Xiao Ai will be fine." Tan Yun sat aside without saying a word. He blamed himself for this matter. If he was not in the critical period of taking office as minister, he would not want to travel low-key and choose a civilian spacecraft. If he was riding his private spacecraft, it would be impossible for Yizhi to encounter such a thing. What's more, this child was protecting them in the end. At that time, Tan Yun agreed with and trusted Yixian's words for the first time. Even if Yizhi was really that kind of person, it was different. She was such a kind and lovely baby. "Mother, father, this matter is past, and everything will be fine." Tan Yun looked at Tan Yun's unexpected face and comforted him carefully. Little did she know that she almost fainted from crying at home. If something really happened, she would lose the three most important people in her life in an instant. At this moment, a reminder sound suddenly came from the door. Viscount Tan Yun didn't know what to say to Tan Yun, so he got up and opened the door. He thought it was Dr. Lin, but the person he saw after opening the door surprised him. He did not hide his worries. "Major General, is there a problem?" It was Ji Fan, whom I had just met. He held Yizhi in one hand. "Don't worry. It's just that Xiao Ai's mental power is very afraid of me. I think it might be better for her to come to you." Kavinical heard their conversation vaguely, but curiosity still prompted her to turn off the video. When she walked to the door and saw Yizhi being held, she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Tan Yun stepped aside to let Ji Fan in. "Please come in." Although Ji Fan was holding Yizhi, it did not affect his temperament. This was a face that had been selected as the most handsome man in the Empire many times. At this moment, he was polite. "Madam, excuse me. Major General is too polite. We are the ones who trouble you to take care of Xiao Ai." Kavinical stood in place, with an elegant posture and a gentle tone. Like most women in the Empire, Kavinical had a good impression of Ji Fan. Now seeing that he was willing to bring Yizhi here, she was very happy. She walked over and said naturally, "Thank you for your hard work, Major General. Let me hold the child." Ji Fan handed Yizhi to her. "Major General, come here and have some hot tea." Viscount Tan Yun sat on the sofa and had already laid out the tea set. They were all smart people. Viscount Tan Yun could tell that Ji Fan was in trouble. "Then I won't be polite." He walked to the sofa opposite Viscount Tan Yun and sat down. Kavinical quietly entered the room with Yizhi in her arms, carefully controlling the distance of 5 meters. This rest cabin is larger than Ji Fan's. His side is a relatively large 1-bedroom and 1 bathroom, and this side is a 1-bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom, which is also one of the few suites on their ship. It is specially prepared for guests. "Are you and your wife living well here?" After all, it is his own ship, Ji Fan greeted. "Not bad, much better than the previous civilian spacecraft." The Major General didn't know that Xiao Ai was riding an interstellar spacecraft for the first time, and she actually asked why we were so young, which stunned the lady. Thinking of this, Viscount Tan Yun smiled. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Ji Fan's lips. "Xiao Ai has good talent. I heard from Lin Qing that she may break my record and become an A." Viscount Tan Yun handed him the brewed tea, his expression normal. She was born with C+ mental power, and becoming an A should not be too difficult for her. The tone was light, but the pride implied in this sentence could be heard to some extent. Ji Fan heard it, and he understood it very well. His grandfather also liked to hear others praise him. He took a sip of tea and said casually, "With her, the Tan family has a promising future." Although the Tan family is not in the central power circle of the capital star, Tan Yun is still a person who has been in the officialdom for many years. This statement is nothing if it comes from other people, but it is somewhat intriguing if it comes from Ji Fan. With the status of the Ji family and Ji Fan's identity, there is no need to talk to him so deeply. Tan Yun did not want to get too involved with a family like the Ji family, and said vaguely, Major General is exaggerating. Ji-fan took out a gift box from the space button, put it on the table, pushed it in front of Tiananmen and opened it. A little thought. It is a high-purity energy stone. In the interstellar era, there is something that is more popular than star coins. Energy stone. Shuttles use it, interstellar spacecraft use it, and even mechas use it. It is a walking star coin. With Tiananmen's eyesight, he naturally recognized that it was an A-level energy stone. It was a standard thing that was in short supply. The Tan family naturally had quite a few, but they were all their own reserve materials, and they would never give them away so easily. Viscount Tiananmen said inexplicably, "What does the Major General mean by this? You help Xiao Ai with spiritual power guidance, and our Tan family should show some appreciation." Ji-fan shook his head. Ji-lan's matter has caused you two a lot of trouble. This energy stone is a little gift from the Ji family. Tiananmen is not stupid. Their losses can be compensated in any way, but what is the value of an A-level energy stone? This compensation is too much. Tiananmen pushed the box back and said seriously, "As for Ji-lan's matter, the Major General is willing to give Xiao Ai spiritual guidance, and the two families will be cleared. This is unnecessary." Seeing that the other party really didn't want to get entangled in Ji-lan's matter, Ji-fan no longer insisted, "You don't have to be so nervous. It's just an A-level energy stone. It's not a valuable thing. Just treat it as my personal gift to you for your promotion." He raised his teacup. "Congratulations on your promotion to Minister of Health." Not many people knew that Tiananmen was about to take up the position of Minister of Medical and Health, but he knew it in advance. The Ji family's network of relationships is indeed huge. No serious official documents have been issued yet, but they got first-hand information at this time. Tiananmen was now almost certain that Ji-fan was coming to see him, and said calmly, "I appreciate the Major General's kindness, but it is a bit vulgar to accept a gift from a junior." Tiananmen was much older than Ji-fan, and his title was just one level higher than Ji-fan, but with his current status, the giant Ji family was not something the Tan family could compare to, and Ji-fan's position of Major General was a little higher than his job level. So the two of them avoided embarrassment. Tiananmen addressed Ji-fan by his position, and Ji-fan addressed Tiananmen by his title. Now Tiananmen was using his age to pressure others, which was a clear rejection. Chapter 44. Having said that, Ji-fan could no longer play along, and finally revealed the purpose of his sudden visit today. "I wonder if you have heard of the recent hotly debated proposal to establish the Fifth Fleet?" Establish the Fifth Fleet? It is certainly impossible to say that Tiananmen is completely unaware of this matter. He has heard about it a little, but if you really say that he understands it, he really doesn't understand it very well. But what does this have to do with his promotion to minister? In a flash, he suddenly understood Ji-fan's intention. He pretended to be ignorant. "I have heard a little about this, but the Major General also knows that I am a medical and health worker, and am not very familiar with the military and political affairs." This statement sounded 70% credible to Ji-fan. The current head of the Tan family is very different from the previous ones, and is also a little different from the old nobles on the capital planet. Looking at the other party's eagerness to get as far away from the Ji family as possible, it is clear that he does not want to get involved in the muddy water of the Central Power Circle. Over the years, Ji-fan has experienced a lot, and has to deal with all kinds of people. He also understands that some people live in this world with feelings and ideals. In this short time together, he thinks that the current head of the Tan family, Tiananmen, is such a person. Perhaps it is this temperament that made the cabinet choose him, a person who is neither political, nor military, nor rich, to be the Minister of Health. "I have nothing to do. Let me tell you about the current military situation of the Empire." Ji-fan took a sip of tea, and regardless of Tiananmen's reaction, he said to himself, "As everyone knows, the Empire has a total of 4 fleets. Each fleet is responsible for a different star field, which is the rule that has been upheld since the founding of the country. Except for our 3rd fleet of the Empire, the other fleets were established much earlier. It is not an exaggeration to say that those 3 fleets have a deep foundation." Tiananmen did not say anything and listened silently. Ji-fan did not care. He understood very well that for such a person, who did not seek fame and fortune, he could only persuade him with emotion and reason. Although the military power has always been firmly in the hands of the imperial power, His Majesty has become increasingly dissatisfied with the development of the Imperial Army in recent years. Conflicts continue on the border, star pirates are rampant, and the No Alliance is eyeing. The current situation in the Empire is not easy. Speaking of this, he sneered, "Your Excellency does not know that this time, if we had not used the latest reconnaissance aircraft developed by my Ji family, we would not even know that we were surrounded." Tiananmen's thick black eyebrows trembled slightly. He did not know that there was such a thing on this calm road. Ji Fan continued, "The four fleets of the empire are too closely connected to the power of the nobles, and the Ministry of Finance spends too little on the military every year. It can be said that there are too many wolves and too little meat. In recent years, the military and technological strength of the empire has declined a lot. To be honest, the Abyss fleet can stand up thanks to the advanced weapons and financial support from my Ji family." Tiananmen took a sip of water from the teacup to hide his inner unrest. The chaos and infighting within the Imperial Army were laid out before him by Ji Fan. But who is Ji Fan? How could he miss such an opportunity when Tiananmen was fluctuating when he was paying close attention to him? He pretended to sigh. Hearing this, "Your Excellency must be very disappointed with the Empire, right? After all, the Empire has always dominated the interstellar space with its powerful military force." "No. I just always thought that the military strength of the Empire was far superior to that of the No Alliance." Tiananmen said it tactfully, but he was not wrong. When he heard this, Ji Fan knew that the Viscount did not completely believe him. Except for those neutral planets and small political systems, there are now three major political systems in the interstellar space: the Glorious Empire, the No Alliance, and the Star Alliance. The comprehensive strength of the Glorious Empire has always been slightly ahead of the other two political systems. He said calmly, "Yes, the military strength of the Empire is indeed superior to that of the No Alliance. The Empire is far inferior to the No Alliance in terms of numbers, so it has always had a tradition of universal military service, and the individual military quality is very high. But you should know that this gap is not impossible to make up. When the military and technological strength of one party is enough to crush the other party, the individual military strength can be almost ignored." Viscount Tiananmen knew that what he said made sense, so he could only remain silent. Ji Fan knew that he had wavered, and took advantage of the victory to pursue. "And you don't know, although the tradition of universal military service is conducive to the overall improvement of the Empire's military strength, it is not without trouble. On the one hand, there is a huge social cost. On the other hand, some veterans and wounded soldiers who have retired from the battlefield have no companies or units willing to accept them after returning to society. These people who have dedicated everything to the Empire find it difficult to get the protection they deserve. This social problem is getting more and more serious now." Viscount Tiananmen's heart moved. Knowing Ji Fan's purpose, he came here just to be a lobbyist. But Tiananmen was still shaken. Ji Fan is a terrible person. Tiananmen didn't even dare to think about what the Empire would be like if he became a politician one day. In any aspect, he was a top lobbyist. The Tan family runs many hospitals, such as Renha Hospital, which has a good reputation in the entire galaxy. In recent years, Renha Hospital has always provided free treatment for retired soldiers, but this humanitarian assistance is mostly a temporary solution. Doesn't the Empire have quite a lot of rescue and assistance policies for disabled soldiers? How could this be? He couldn't help but speak. Hearing him say this, Ji Fan's calm heart was slightly shaken. He had seen too many dirty things, and he felt it was not easy for Tiananmen, the head of a big family, to still have this heart. The words were more sincere. The Tan family is indeed a century-old medical family. There are very few nobles who still pay attention to these things. I will tell you today that all these policies of the Empire are controlled by budgets and quotas, and not everyone can apply for them. No matter what era, a utopian society is impossible to establish. Where there is competition, there will be unfairness. Where there is unfairness, there will be uneven distribution. Where there is uneven distribution, there will be unfairness. And where there is unfairness, there will be competition. This seems to be a logical vicious circle that is difficult to bypass. He stared at Tiananmen and emphasized, "Your Excellency, the Fifth Fleet of the Empire is not a fleet born for fighting. It only needs to focus on the research of military science and technology and logistic support." Tiananmen's mind jumped. Does this logistic support refer to these old and weak soldiers? Ji Fan nodded. Some of them are. The four major fleets have their own logistics teams. If they are asked to go out independently, it will be very difficult. So the Fifth Fleet was not intended to take over the logistics of all wartime fleets from the beginning. He paused. This also ensures safety? Chapter 45. Tiananmen hesitated and said, "Doesn't the Empire have a military technology research institute? If the Fifth Fleet is established, then this department will not be." Ji Fan understood his unfinished meaning. After all, if Tiananmen agreed to this matter, the other party would bear a lot of risks. For example, this research institute cannot be avoided in any way. But when it comes to this military technology research institute, Ji Fan really has a hard time to have a good face. The military power of the empire is separated, and the administrative power is in the hands of the cabinet. The Military Technology Institute has almost become a handle for the cabinet to interfere with the army. How long do you think your majesty can endure it? Tiananmen was silent for a long time. Ji Fan did not force him, and gave him a space to think. Whether Viscount Tiananmen was willing or not, the Ji family opened a door for him in today's conversation. Of course, he didn't want to step in, but when he had to face a choice, his choice was also telling the Ji family where the Tan family stood. In terms of his temperament, and the family style of the Tan family, his choice was undoubtedly to get closer to the Ji family. But when the Tan family, which had been clean and honest for a century, stepped into the vortex of power, what would be the future direction of the Tan family? Tiananmen could not guarantee it. No descendant would joke about the foundation of their ancestors. This choice was crucial to the Tan family. He drank a sip of tea and his face returned to its usual calm expression. The Major General came here today and talked to me so much from the heart. I want to know the Major General's intention. Ji Fan knew that Tiananmen wanted to talk to him openly. He sat upright, knowing that the following conversation would determine whether his purpose of this impromptu intention could be achieved. Your Excellency is so smart that you should have guessed my purpose. I am indeed here to lobby today. After you take office as minister, you should be invited to join the cabinet soon. The vote in your hand will be very important in the Congress early next year. The establishment of the Fifth Fleet has been your Majesty's wish for many years, and it is also my wish. The Empire has been on the top of the mountain for too long, so long that people have forgotten the crisis. Only by relying on reform can the overall military strength of the Empire be further improved and the real rights and interests of soldiers be guaranteed. I hope that your Excellency can support me. Tiananmen looked very serious. Su, the Empire has a separate military power system, and I know little about military affairs. Don't be afraid of being laughed at by the Major General. Although I am a Viscount, I am probably like most civilians in the Empire, and I am very confident in the Empire's military strength. This is the first time I've heard what the Major General said, and it's really surprising. He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. The Tan family has been developing for 100 years, taking a unique path, and is unwilling to form cliques or step into the circle of power. At this point, I can say with great confidence that the Tan family's title was earned bit by relying on their own strength. Ji Fan nodded. Before this, he didn't know about the Tan family, and didn't pay much attention to it, but he knew that his grandfather had always had a very good impression of the Tan family. From my personal perspective, I am very willing to do what the Major General wants me to do. But from the perspective of the entire Tan family, this matter is not only of no benefit to us, but will even cause us some unnecessary trouble. So, Ji Fan already knew what he meant and interrupted Tiananmen's refusal. I understand your concerns, but I can assure you that if you agree, the Ji family will solve these unnecessary troubles. Ji Fan has many identities. In addition to being a Major General of the Empire, and the captain of the Abyss Fleet, he is also the only child of the Ji family's generation, the young master of the Ji family, and the future master of the family. His promise is quite effective. This sentence can even be understood from another level. If the Tan family chooses the Ji family is willing to be the backing of the Tan family. This sincerity is very rare in this era. Viscount Tiananmen's face changed slightly, and he said with a little panic, the Tan family has nothing worthy of such a promise from the Major General. Your Excellency may not know Ji Lan's identity yet? Ji Fan leaned back on the sofa, knowing that he would not talk anymore today, and his posture was a little casual. Tiananmen was stunned. He did not have a deep impression of Ji Lan, a child, but had some memories. It was when Ji Lan mentioned the birthday party himself that he remembered who he was. Ji Lan is the nephew of his eldest daughter-in-law, Mei Qin Karen. The Tan family has 100 years of integrity and a strict family tradition. Although they have not entered the central power circle of the capital star, they have always given people a very good impression. So no matter whether they are married, they are all very good big families. For so many years, the Tan family has not been particular about taking advantage of the situation. All the children of the family are seriously devoted to the medical and health cause. The Karen family, where his eldest daughter-in-law belongs, is also a very noble family on the capital star. They have been active in the political arena for many years, and there have been several famous cabinet ministers in the family, but they have become more and more low-key in recent years. His eldest daughter-in-law Mei Qin Karen also has a younger sister named Molly Karen. Molly Karen married Ji Fan's cousin Ji Shu, and the two are pregnant with Ji Lan. Unfortunately, Ji Shu died in battle at a young age. There is nothing worth mentioning about Ji Shu's identity, but Ji Shu's mother Ji Mingyuan has to be mentioned. The Ji family has always been a family with few people. This is a very tragic thing. It is not that there are few births, but many deaths, and they all died in battle. It can be said that the whole family is loyal and brave. Grandpa Ji only had 2 children in his life, a boy and a girl. Unfortunately, the eldest son died in battle, leaving only Ji Fan. The youngest daughter Ji Mengyuan married Ronghue Wangjue and gave birth to Ji Shu. Ji Lan is Ji Mengyuan's grandson. In other words, Ji Lan is the young master of Wangjue's mansion. When he thought of this, Tananmin was shocked. The Ji family hid Ji Lan too well. If it weren't for his eldest daughter-in-law being from the Karen family, he would never have thought of this level. He originally thought that Ji Lan was just a child from the Ji family's side branch. Although the main family of the Ji family has few people, the side branches have many children, so he doesn't care much about Ji Lan. He just wants to take this child with him out of kindness. Unexpectedly, he actually saved a young master of the Wangjue mansion. No wonder Ji Fan directly mobilized the entire Abyss fleet to save him. Seeing Tananmin's sudden realization, Ji Fan smiled and said, "Now, you should know that this A-level energy stone is indeed just a little thought from the Ji family, and it is nothing." At this point, Tananmin couldn't refuse to accept it. A big family like the Ji family attaches great importance to reputation. They are not afraid of the other party asking for a sky-high price, but they are most afraid of owing favors to others. Only by accepting it can the other party feel a little relieved. Tananmin picked up the box. "In this case, I won't be polite." Ji Fan nodded slightly. Chapter 46. "Sir, don't rush to reply to me about the proposal. There is still more than half a year before the Congress. I hope you can consider it again." Ji Fan paused. "Sir, you can regard this as my personal request." Tananmin was shocked. What is Ji Fan's identity? Such a noble and powerful person. Just because of an application to establish the Fifth Fleet, he used the word request to him. Throughout the process, he did not use his status to pressure others, did not speak harshly, but was very polite. At this moment, Tananmin's favor for Ji Fan, a young man, reached an extremely rare height. He even regretted that he had asked Ji Fan to hide and help Yi Xiai with spiritual guidance. Only such a person is qualified to be Xiaoai's teacher. "Godfather," he said seriously, "thank you for the understanding of the Major General. I will definitely consider it carefully." Ji Fan nodded. Today was just a spur of the moment, and he did not do enough research on Tananmin. Ji Fan relied more on a feeling. If the other party was really persuaded by him so easily, then he would not be Tananmin, let alone the Tan family of Qingming. No wonder my grandfather had such a good impression of the Tan family. Although he was rejected, he did not feel offended during the whole process. He changed the subject at the right time. "In addition to this matter, I came here mainly for Xiao Ai. To be honest, Xiao Ai's mental power has always been a little afraid of me, so I will have to trouble you too, to help me later." Ji Fan changed the topic quickly. It took Tananmin a few seconds to react, and he stood up and said, "Major General, wait a moment, I will ask my wife to bring Xiao Ai out." Soon, Kavaniko came out holding Yi Xiai, sat down on the sofa, and said with a smile, "I heard that Xiao Ai's spiritual power is very afraid of the Major General?" Ji Fan nodded helplessly. She smiled gently. "Xiao Ai doesn't like to communicate with us with her spiritual power, so we don't know her spiritual power situation." Viscount Tananmin sat next to her. "Major General, what do you need us to do?" "No need to do anything special, just accompany her." After saying that, Ji Fan closed his eyes to capture Yi Xiai's free spiritual power. Tananmin and Kavaniko also closed their eyes. When Ji Fan's spiritual power appeared, Yi Xiai's free spiritual power quickly gathered together. What was better than before was that it did not shrink back into her body, but floated around her. Ji Fan watched from the side, and did not move for a while. At this time, 2 slightly heavy spiritual powers appeared, and they looked a bit old. Yi Xiai was too familiar with the aura of these 2 people. They were her grandparents. Those free spiritual powers quickly gathered together, and went towards the 2. Rubbing against them, rolling, jumping and hopping. Ji Fan sneaked up to her without leaving a trace. At first, Yi Xiai's mental strength was still a little afraid of him, but this time, perhaps because of the support of her grandparents, and the 2 days of living together, they became much bolder. They began to approach slowly, and jumped away quickly after a slight touch. Ji Fan felt like he was brushed by a feather. Seeing that Ji Fan was fine, they began to grow bolder. Some ran to sit on his hands, some hung on his clothes, and some were even braver and sat on Ji Fan's head. Ji Fan tried to play with these free spiritual powers. He first played a roller coaster game with the spiritual power in his hand. Feeling the pleasant breath emanating from the other party, he pushed the one hanging on his clothes and the one in his hand together to play a more exciting roller coaster game. Gradually, the ones on his head, on his pants, and on the side of the Viscount and his wife were gradually attracted and gradually gathered into a complete spiritual power, playing around in his palm. Ji-Fan's movements were traceable. If he was still moving casually at the beginning, when Yijiai's spiritual power gathered into one, he began to consciously train them. His palms flew at a fast speed, and Yijiai's spiritual power quickly completed a series of actions such as turning, drilling holes, breaking, jumping, etc., and this spiritual power became more visibly condensed. Yijai smiled in her sleep in Kavinikal's arms, and it can be seen that she likes this game very much. Ji-Fan knows the principle of striking while the iron is hot. While his palms were still playing with them, his mental power unconsciously surrounded them, silently turning into a boat, carrying all of Yijai's mental power. Just when Yijai reacted and wanted to retreat, the boat quickly started to move, flying, spinning, and jumping all over the room. This way of flying with him was much more exciting than the palm game just now, but Yijai was very brave and liked it very much. She sat on the boat transformed by his mental power, and gradually formed a miniature of the young Yijai, who was clapping his hands and laughing. Tananmin and Kaoniko stood aside silently. Both of them were very shocked. First, they were shocked by Yijiai's high talent, and second, they were shocked by the compatibility of their mental powers. This mental power game is a primary method of training mental power, and it will be systematically studied in school. But not all teachers and students can complete this mental power game, which requires mental powers that are relatively compatible with each other to complete. Ji-Fan was also very surprised at the compatibility between Yijai and his mental power. His mental power has strong attack power, and it is not easy to find a matching mental power. But now mental power determinism is no longer popular, so he did not have too many ideas. As a person who has been immersed in officialdom for many years, Ji-Fan knows the truth of getting more and more. Seeing Yijai having fun, he deliberately guided her around her body. Started a more difficult game. Just when Yijai was laughing, he suddenly took advantage of her inattention and broke into her spiritual sea along her free mental power. Yijai suddenly froze. She started to resist almost instantly. Her smiling mouth was frozen at this moment, her face was pale, and her forehead was sweating. Viscount Tananmin clenched his fists nervously. Success or failure depended on this one move. Why would Xiao Ai reject Ji-Fan's spiritual power when they were so compatible? He couldn't figure it out. Tananmin couldn't figure it out because he was a genuine interstellar human. Yijai was essentially an Earth human. She could clearly feel that her body was invaded, but she didn't know what to do. She was at a loss, and could only subconsciously start to fight back. Although she was talented, she was still a child compared to Ji-Fan's spiritual power. Her counterattack was quickly suppressed by Ji-Fan. Chapter 47. For Yijai at this moment, she seemed to be wrapped in a ball of soft cotton. No matter how hard she tried, she would not hurt herself. But all her efforts were in vain. She could not get out of this soft cage like cotton. And for Ji-Fan, Yijai's fangs and claws were very cute. A rabbit with teeth bared is just a rabbit. How could it bite a lion? Ji-Fan let her make a fuss. After Yijai had exhausted herself, Ji-Fan loosened her shackles. Just like outside, he took her to swim in her spiritual sea. Yijai struggled several times with her weak strength, and stopped resisting after finding it fruitless. She found that this breath would not hurt her, but seemed to take her out to play. Moreover, from a distance, she could still feel the breath of the Viscount and his wife, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Finally, she succumbed to Ji-Fan's sugar-coated bullets. Ji-Fan certainly felt her softening at the first moment. This little soft, but trusting feeling made his tough heart feel a little overwhelmed for the first time. He actually hesitated whether to continue. After all, the first spiritual power guidance is actually a bit painful for the lead. Especially for a strong spiritual power like his with strong attack power, Yijai will definitely not have an easy time. If he was in the obstetrics and gynecology hospital, he would be able to find a group of people who empathize with him. This feeling is called being a father for the first time. As Ji-Fan gradually deepened in Yijai's spiritual power, he became more and more shocked. How could a child's spiritual power be so deep and heavy? When this feeling appeared, he was temporarily confused. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he was in the spiritual sea of a child or an adult. Yijai's experience was too incredible. Even Ji-Fan, who was smart, could not think of that kind of person anyway. In the end, he attributed it all to talent. No wonder Lin Qing was so confident. This was an A who would break his record. At this level, it really wouldn't take long for her to be promoted to A. After feeling that Yi Jiai was gradually familiar with his mental power, Ji Fan took her to slowly do mental power training. Ji Fan had a very high talent since he was a child, and the Ji family also attached great importance to his training, so he skipped grades all the way to finish school. He got a doctorate degree at the age of 20, which ordinary people can only get at the age of 32. Or to put it another way, he completed many courses before entering university at home. So he actually didn't know how to train children's mental power. And Lin Qing didn't realize this. Under this misunderstanding, when Ji Fan discovered the depth and heaviness of Yi Jiai's spiritual power, he decided to teach her the method he created in college. So, in Yi Jiai's spiritual sea, a blurry little version of Yi Jiai was taking on some unspeakable challenges. She couldn't even run, so he taught her to fly directly. While moving forward at a high speed, Ji Fan would occasionally become an obstacle to affect and interfere with her. This is very similar to the car racing game on Earth, but it is much more difficult than the car racing game. The obstacles in the car racing game, if you hit it, it will fly. But Ji Fan turned into an obstacle, and Yi Jiai flew away every time he hit it. Mental power will also react to pain when it is injured. So from Tananmin's perspective, since Ji Fan entered Yi Jiai's spiritual sea, Xiao Ai's complexion has been getting worse, and now it is pale, with beads of sweat on her forehead. In fact, he wanted to wake up Ji Fan to see if he was bullying his granddaughter. But then he thought, a major general would not vent his anger on a child because he did not agree to the vote. Yi Jiai is still an adult who refuses to admit defeat. Even though she was knocked away many times, she resisted it again and again without saying a word. And she clearly felt that these actions were good for her. So she worked harder. In the end, Ji Fan felt that it was enough, so he let her go. This ended the first mental power guidance. Ji Fan opened his eyes, and saw the look of Viscount Tananmin, who was hesitant to speak. He looked calm. Everything is fine, please rest assured. Xiao Ai's talent is indeed very high. At this rate, she will be able to complete the promotion before reaching the capital star. It is undoubtedly great news for Tananmin that she can complete it before reaching the capital star. If Yi Jiai still has no breakthrough after reaching the capital star, he can only run to the Ji family every day with this old face. But by then, there will surely be some rumors. Sorry to bother you today. Ji Fan stood up and said goodbye to the couple. I will take Xiao Ai back to rest for a while, and continue later. Seeing his disapproval, Cabinet swallowed the words. Is it too strict? That were on the tip of her tongue. Thank you for your hard work, Major General. Tananmin picked up Yi Jiai and handed her to him. When the soft body returned to his side, and he smelled the milky scent again, Ji Fan suddenly felt a strange sense of satisfaction. He carried Yi Jiai back to his exclusive rest cabin. Zhou Jianjun had replaced him with a Nani robot, which was standing next to Yi Jiai at the moment. It detected that she was running low on energy, and was ready to take her to eat. Ji Fan ignored the big fool, and put Yi Jiai on the big bed. Then he took out the thermostat and the space button, and prepared to inject her with nutrient solution. Yi Jiai was unconscious, so she was injected quietly without crying or making a fuss. When the needle pierced her tender skin, Ji Fan felt a little distressed. He had never injected so patiently before. As a soldier, it was normal to have injuries on his body. He often injected himself and his teammates, and each time was extremely quick. For a man, this little needle prick pain was nothing at all. But when the target was this child, he couldn't do it. He had to push it slowly little by little. After pushing the nutrient solution, he gently rubbed her with his thumb. If Zhou Jianjun was here, he would probably be shocked. The person who was injured and almost died, and didn't even make a sound, actually had this side. Seeing Yi Jiai's face gradually becoming rosy, Ji Fan tucked her in, walked to the desk and sat down, and began to deal with military affairs. Ji Fan spent the next few days in the rest cabin. During these days, he found that as long as Yi Jiai was there, he would sleep very well. This should be the special feature of Yi Jiai's mental power. In the Empire, there are indeed a small number of people whose mental power has certain characteristics. For example, the mental power of Amber, the famous mecha design master of the Empire, is particularly close to metal. But Yi Jiai is too young now, and it is still unknown what her mental power characteristics will become in the future. Even Ji Fan was a little surprised by Yi Jiai's talent. Not only was his talent level high, but his mental power also had some special qualities. This kind of super talent seemed like a favorite of God. Chapter 48. The journey from base star to capital star requires 3 jumps in total if you take a civilian spaceship, which takes about 80 hours to arrive. When Yi Jiai's spaceship was attacked, they had already jumped once, and they only needed to jump twice for the rest of the journey, which took about 60 hours to arrive. If Jifan had done the same, the warship would have been faster, and would have reached the destination in less than 60 hours. However, the previous battle consumed too much energy, and now, in order to save energy, they only jumped once on the way back to Capital Star. Although the jump distance is farther, the last section of the journey will take some time. When the Abyss fleet arrived at the berthing port of Capital Star, it was already the 7th day after the attack. In the following days, Ji-Fan would give Yi-Ji mental power guidance training whenever he was free. The sign of mental power becoming B-level is to form one's own mental power image in the mental sea. The so-called mental power image is to form one's own unique mental power image in the mental sea. Everyone is special, so the mental image in everyone's mind is different. Zhou Jianjun's statement that Ji-Fan is a liger is not groundless. Ji-Fan's mental image is a liger, and the mental image that Yi-Ji is about to form seems very strange to Ji-Fan. Generally speaking, when humans choose mental images, they usually don't choose humans. But Yi-Ji not only chose a human, but also a woman. Most importantly, as a child, her mental image is actually an adult woman. Yi-Ji has not yet completely broken through to level B, so her image is still very vague at this time. Except for a rough figure, nothing else can be seen clearly. Ji-Fan guessed that Yi-Ji's spiritual power was her imagined future self. But in fact, Yi-Ji had curly hair now, and she would have curly hair when she grew up. But in the image she was about to form, the girl had straight hair. There was no doubt that the image was her in the past, the her on Earth. Ji-Fan attributed this to her extraordinary talent. He was extremely tolerant of Yi-Ji's specialness, because he knew that he had many differences from ordinary people. Finally, with Ji-Fan's efforts, Yi-Ji broke through to become B-level on the eve of arriving at the capital planet. When she was promoted, the Viscount and his wife and Lin Qing were there. In order to avoid being seen, the place was chosen to be Ji-Fan's rest cabin. After all, in Ji-Fan's territory, everyone would take a detour when there was nothing to do. Yi-Ji only felt that she slept particularly long this time. She seemed to have had many dreams. The first one was that she finally returned to Earth, and the second one seemed to be playing games with someone, which was bizarre. Her memory actually still stayed at the moment when the mecha with Starlight came to rescue them. So when she woke up, the first thing she did was to look at Viscount Tananmin and Kavaniko. "Grandparents, are you okay? Where is the ghost beast?" Kavaniko touched the curly black hair on her head and comforted her. "The ghost beast has been killed long ago, don't be afraid, it's safe now." Hearing that it was safe, Yi-Ji's tense nerves relaxed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's great that we are okay." She suddenly thought of Tan Yun, grabbed Viscount Tananmin's sleeve, and said nervously, "Grandfather, does mother know that we were attacked? Is she okay?" Viscount Tananmin knew how much she cared about her mother, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I contacted your mother as soon as I got a signal. She is fine." Yi-Ji nodded slowly, and her frown relaxed. "Where is Ji-Lan? Have you found him?" She suddenly remembered the little boy. Kavaniko saw her acting like a little adult, and couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, the child is fine. Thanks to him, the Major General was able to come to rescue us so quickly." Major General? Yi-Ji thought of the tall and mighty mecha shining with starlight. "Is it him?" Him. Ji-Fan seemed to be sitting behind the desk calmly, but he had been paying attention to the movement over there. When he heard Kavaniko finally mention him, he coughed lightly. Yi-Ji then realized that there was another person here. Looking in the direction of the voice, he fell straight into a pair of dark green deep pools. His eyes were firm and energetic, just like the starlight behind the mecha that came to save her, shining brightly. It is not appropriate to describe this man as handsome. His facial features are three-dimensional, and every detail is as delicate as a knife. The sleeves of his shirt are slightly rolled up, revealing his muscular forearms. The buttons of the uniform are tightly buttoned. He sits there in a military uniform, meticulous, noble and cold. This word suddenly popped up in Yi-Ji's mind. For the first time in her life, she was stunned when she saw a man. "This is the Major General. He saved us," Kavaniko whispered in her ear. Yi-Ji instantly connected him with the mecha. At this moment, Ji-Fan's body became extremely tall in her eyes. Her dark eyes shone, she showed 8 teeth, smiled sweetly at him, and her 2 dimples were deeply sunken. "Thank you very much for saving us." Her voice was just like her, soft, sweet, and fragrant. Ji-Fan raised his lips. "You're welcome. This is Dr. Lin. Your mental power was rioting, and he saved you." Viscount Tananmin pointed at Lin Qing next to him. Yi-Ji treated everyone equally, and showed a child's pleasing smile. "Thank you very much, Dr. Lin." Ji-Fan suddenly couldn't laugh. "You're welcome. You are very talented." Don't overdraw your mental power like this in the future. Lin Qing taught her, but her voice was very gentle. Yi Jiai knew that the doctor was doing this for her good, and nodded. I won't do it again, Dr. Lin. Lin Qing was very relieved. After you go back, you can exercise your mental power more, and strive to become an A as soon as possible. He smiled and advised. Lin Qing certainly knew that Yi Jiai had to overdraw her mental power to save her grandparents. He was deeply moved by her at the beginning, otherwise he would not have asked Ji Fan for help. But he was born to cherish talents, and he couldn't help but remind her. Seeing that Yi Jiai had recovered well, Viscount Tananmin was ready to leave. Major General, thank you for taking care of Xiao Ai during this period. We will take Xiao Ai back now, and will not disturb you. Ji Fan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He stood up and walked to the bed. You don't have to be so polite, it's my honor to help you. After he stood up, Yi Jiai realized that he was so tall. Her father, Yi Xian, was a tall man of 1.97 meters, but in the interstellar era, the average height of men was as high as 1.75 meters, so Yi Xian's height was not too unusual. And this person was estimated to be close to 2.1 meters. When he came over, Yi Jiai felt a strong sense of oppression, and his aura was extremely strong. This person should not be easy to mess with. Yi Jiai silently made an evaluation in her heart, but strangely, she didn't seem to be too afraid of him. And for some reason, she wanted to get close to him. Chapter 49. Ji Fan was sitting in the captain's room, and he was a little uncomfortable. He was used to working in the rest cabin, and he was used to Yi Jiai's shallow breathing when handling work, and he was used to the smell of milk when he fell asleep every night, and he was even more used to taking her to train in the spiritual sea. Zhou Jianjun stood beside him, watching him distracted, and it seemed that there were 10,000 wows running through his heart. His major general actually developed feelings for his child. He gave up being a single nobleman and wanted to be someone's godfather. And not the kind of biological father. Before Gu Tingjun came back, he sent him a message to tell him the news. The other party answered him with a long string of ellipses. It was clear that he didn't believe it. Major General, why don't we go and see the Viscount family off? He looked at the time and suggested that the other party should get off the ship at this time. Okay, after all, the Tan family saved Ji Lan, so it's reasonable to go and see them off. Ji Fan reluctantly said. He stood up and put on his military cap, looking happy. Zhou Jianjun, When he walked outside the command cabin, he ran into the Viscount's family, who came to say goodbye. Tananmin spoke first, with a sincere tone. Thank you for your care along the way, we are ready to disembark now. If the Major General needs any help from my Tan family in the future, just let me know. Although this incident was caused by Ji Lan, it is a foregone conclusion that Ji Fan saved their lives. Moreover, without him, Yi Jiai would not have been able to advance so safely and quickly. Tananmin and Kavinik were grateful to Ji Fan. After getting to know him, this Major General was not as unkind as the rumors outside. You don't have to worry about it. You saved Ji Lan, and this is what I should do. Ji Fan was wearing a pure black military uniform today, which made him look particularly tall. His pronunciation was very similar to Tananmin's, but more concise and quick. Yi Jiai liked his tone of voice very much. Shall I say goodbye to the Major General? Kaviniko hugged Yi Jiai and said with a smile. Yi Jiai covered her chest with her tender little hands, and her black washed-stone eyes were full of sincerity. Major General, thank you. I hope to see you again. Her soft and serious look, not to mention Ji Fan, even Zhou Jianjun felt a heart attack. Sitting in the super-large shuttle, Yi Jiai looked around curiously. The capital star is a more prosperous place than the base star. It is not the iron and steel she imagined. On the contrary, the plants here are more densely distributed than the base star, and the air index is quite good. It is worthy of being the best quality star in the Empire. Living on such a high-quality star will make your life at least 10 years longer than living on a good star like the base star. Capital Star is the affectionate name of the capital by the people of the Empire. The name of this planet is Guangyu Star, which is taken from the word light in the glorious Empire. In terms of the planet radius, Guangya Star is smaller than base star, but the actual land area used is much larger than that of base star. The per capita land area of Guangya Star is larger than that of base star. As a planet integrating politics, economy and military, Guangya Star is mainly distributed with the headquarters of the Empire, and even the leading enterprises in the interstellar, major government administrative agencies, various military departments, and a small number of high-rise residential buildings and commercial entities. Industrial facilities, like factories, are rare. After all, the land price here is very expensive. The entire Guangyo Star is mainly divided into 5 districts: east, west, south, north and center. The economic strength of each district is different, but relatively balanced. The central district is the palace, where the emperor's family and some royal families live. Apart from that, there are no commercial, educational, residential and other facilities. In the other districts, there are scattered settlements of nobles. For example, the Ji family is the largest family in the East District. The Dongzuan often mentioned in the aristocratic circle refers to the Ji family. And the Tan family is in the South District. In the empire, land can be owned and inherited by individuals. Therefore, the children of nobles are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and do not have to run around for basic needs of survival. Although the land belongs to individuals, there are also clear provisions in the imperial code that after losing the title of the fiefdom granted by the title, the empire has the right to take back all the fiefdom and its ancillary income. It's not just the fiefdom, but also the ancillary income generated by the fiefdom. For example, the houses, shops, etc. built on this land will be taken back together. Just this one point makes most of the nobles in the empire fight to keep their titles. After all, losing the title is equivalent to losing status, and also losing most of the wealth. But such nobles do not include the Tan family. After 100 years of operation, the wealth of the Tan family has been accumulated from generation to generation. If the empire wants to take back the fiefdom, it will be a loss for the Tan family, but it will definitely not be a serious loss. The Tan family wants to keep the title for face and honor. Grandfather, why are there so few shuttles on this track? Yijia often took Tanyun shuttle on Bay Star, and sometimes encountered traffic jams. Looking at the empty track in front of her, she was a little confused. This is a special track for nobles in our southern district. There won't be too many people at this time. Kaviniko explained to her patiently. Yijia nodded woodenly. She was numb to the privileges that the imperial nobles could enjoy. Looking down, one after another, villas of the same style came into Yijia's eyes. They were distributed according to a certain pattern. In the center, there was a single building with the largest area and the highest floors. In the 4 corners around it, there were 4 slightly smaller buildings distributed radially, and on the periphery of these 4 buildings, there were some other single buildings distributed in a staggered manner. But no building had an area and height exceeding the one in the center. It was like the leader of this villa complex, with a respected status, and could not be offended. The construction style of the entire villa complex is more Gothic, but not so complicated, and not every building is built like a castle. Take the one in the middle, for example. After counting, Yijia found that it has 6 floors. The 4 buildings around it are no less than 3 floors, but no more than 6 floors. The owner of this building should be the highest-ranking noble in this area, Yijia thought. And between these buildings, there are garden landscapes of different styles. With Yijia's aesthetic attainments, it is amazing. Pulling the vision high enough and looking down, you can see a large area of dense green, with white buildings regularly distributed, interspersed with flowers of different colors, which are both colorful and quiet. It is a noble style. That's the Tan family. Tananmin caught her gaze and smiled. The one in the middle? Yijia was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Tan family to have such a high status in Guangyo Star. Kavaniko smiled and explained, "It's not just that one building, this whole area is the Tan family. It's so big," Yijia explained. Tananmin frowned. His granddaughter was raised too petty by Yivian. After many years of marriage, Kavaniko knew what he was thinking. She gently patted Tananmin's hand. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Chapter 50. Kavaniko said to Yijia kindly, "Xiao, can you live with us in the big house in the middle from now on?" Yijia is not a child after all. She knows what it means to live with the head of the family in such a big family. But this time she left Tanyun, and Yijia not to return to the Tan family. Living there would cause a lot of trouble. She refused. "I live alone at home, I can do it myself, don't bother my grandparents." Kavaniko wanted to coax her, but was interrupted by the Viscount. He stared at Yijia with a serious face. "Xiao, we spoil you because we love you. But this does not mean that you can disobey your elders." Yijia's heart skipped a beat. Yijin gave her so much respect and freedom that she almost forgot that she was actually a child with no say. If she was really a child, Yijia would probably be scared to tears by Tananmin at this moment. But she is an adult. She knew that sometimes, parents' orders were incomprehensible, and they just wanted their children to obey, especially the patriarch of a large family like Viscount Tananmin. Yijia could choose to cry, and as an adult, she had many ways to achieve her goal of not wanting to live with them. But he didn't want her grandparents to think too much and feel sad. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." She showed weakness. She was tolerating with the soul of an adult, and yielding with the body of a child. And from now on, she would do this. At that moment, something flashed through Tiananmen's mind, and his hands moved as his heart moved, and he raised his hand and hugged Yijia into his arms. The voice came from above, especially gentle. I know you are different. I promise you that I will give you the greatest freedom, but every time you have to make a decision in the future, think about your foreign parents and the Tan family, okay? Yijia stared at the villas getting closer and closer outside the window with her eyes fixed on her, and nodded solemnly. These days, Tiananmen has fully understood her temperament and is a person who values promises. He touched her head with great relief. Not long after, the shuttle passed through the protective shield and landed safely on a huge helipad. The waiters stood in 2 rows in an orderly manner, led by a gray-haired old man in butler's clothes. Tiananmen came out first with Yi Jia in his arms, followed by Kavinikal. Welcome the master, the lady and Miss Yi back to the mansion. The 2 rows of waiters bowed together, even the angles were exactly the same, and it was obvious that they had been carefully trained. The leading butler came over respectfully. Master, madam, Miss Yi, you have worked hard on the journey. Yi Jia could see his appearance clearly. Although he was wearing a butler's uniform and looked respectful, his posture was not servile. His face was well maintained. His hair was gray, but it was obviously styled and meticulously taken care of. He looked not like a butler, but more like an upper-class gentleman. This is Mr. Tan Zhong, the butler of our Tan mansion. You can call him Uncle Zhong. Tiananmen introduced Yijia. Yijia said politely, Hello, Uncle Zhong, nice to meet you. I am Yijia. Hello, Miss Yi. Tan Zhong had been the butler of Tiananmen for so many years, and knew him very well. No one in the Tan family could be treated like this and held in person. So he was extremely respectful to Yijia. Tell them to call you Miss from now on. Tiananmen said to everyone present. Yes. The waiters all responded. Then, Tiananmen held Yijia and got on the shuttle bus, with Kavinikal sitting next to him and Tan Zhong standing at the back saying, Go to Ahua Hall. Yes. The driver responded and drove slowly and steadily. This shuttle bus is about 2 meters high, with only 2 rows of seats in the back seat. There is a roof on the roof, and the 2 sides are basically hollowed out, with only about half a meter high doors. The protruding position of the last row is just enough for the waiters to stand and accompany. Because it is running on the ground, the shuttle bus has wheels, which makes it look very similar to the cars on Earth. The Tan family occupies a huge area, and all family exchanges rely on this shuttle bus. Yijia looked around curiously. The site was full of green, including many precious plants and flowers. The air was full of fresh grass and green fragrance. From afar, many gardeners were taking care of these plants. Tiananmen personally introduced her to the garden, tea house, swimming pool, shuttle parking hall, and which buildings were her uncle's residences. She took a general note. Master, madam, miss, we are here. The driver stopped the car, walked to the other side, opened the door, and said respectfully. At the same time, at the door of Ahua Hall, the waiters stood in several rows and saluted in a proper manner. Welcome home, master, madam, miss. The efficiency of the Tan family was very high. Tiananmen had just ordered that everyone here had changed their names. The main gate of Ahua Hall was designed to be elevated. On both sides of the staircase paved with white stone, there stood 2 sculptures, which were majestic. This 6-story building has a large amount of brown red and off-white stone on the facade, which looks particularly dignified and noble. Tiananmen held Yijia and walked straight in. After passing through the magnificent lobby, the few people turned right and came to the elevator. After Tan Zhong recognized the biometric information, he pressed the buttons for the 3rd and 6th floors. Are we living on the 6th floor? Yijia asked curiously. Generally speaking, the living floor is designed on the top floor. Yes, the 1st floor is the meeting room and banquet hall, and your main activity areas will be on the 5th and 6th floors in the future. Kavinik handed her a lit fruit. What about the 3rd floor? Yijia took it and took a bite. The 3rd floor is mainly where I work, and there are some data rooms. If you want to come, let a dong give you permission. Tiananmen answered her. This seemed to be said to her, but in fact it was an order to Tan Zhong. Tan Zhong understood, hid his shock, and said respectfully, Miss, if you want to go or ask anything, you can come to me. As they were talking, they arrived at the 3rd floor. Tiananmen handed Yijia to Kavinikal. Grandfather has something to do, you go and rest with Grandma first. Grandfather, don't be too tired. Yijia waved her hand. After Tiananmen left, Kaviniko touched the small curly hair on Yijiai's head and coaxed her. Xiao Ai, do you want to live with your grandparents? Tan Zhong was numb at this moment. He never knew that the Viscount, who was usually serious and upright, and the lady who was gentle and elegant but alienated, had such a side. Yijia was full of black lines, so she had to act coquettishly. Grandma, I'm used to being alone. Tan Zhong sighed in his heart. Well, this one is not willing yet. Okay, your room has already been prepared for you. Kaviniko couldn't stand Yijiai's coquetry, so she quickly agreed to her request. The room had been prepared long ago. They hadn't had a child for many years, so they had originally planned to live separately. But after what happened on the spaceship, Kaviniko was now very nervous about Yijiai, and didn't want her to leave her sight, so she asked this question. Chapter 51. As the question and answer continued, we arrived at the 6th floor. Perhaps because this is the residence of the painter Kaviniko, the decoration style of this floor is very different from the previous floors. It uses more wood products and green plants, and the air exudes a faint sandalwood scent. Throughout the corridor, there is a painting hanging at a certain distance. Yijiai looked carefully, and found that several of them were portraits of Viscount Tananin. There is no doubt that these are all her grandmother's works. Walking along the way, Yijiai was a little confused. Why are there no smiles? Because your grandfather is a little old man who doesn't like to laugh. Perhaps because she finally returned home safely. Kaviniko was obviously relieved. She leaned close to Yijiai's ear and laughed softly. Yijiai covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Tan Zhong followed behind, watching them teasing, and suddenly understood why this young lady was so favored by the master and his wife. He could not feel any estrangement in them. The natural intimacy between them was like that between a grandparent and a grandchild in an ordinary family. Walking to the room at the end of the corridor, Kaviniko put her hand on the scanner at the entrance and winked at Yijiai. Look forward to it, Xiao Ai. The wooden door slowly slid to the right, and a large area of rich green came towards her. The bright and transparent living room was full of green plants, including some precious flowers and herbs, which she could not even name. A dark green leather sofa was placed on the huge white carpet, and the curtains and murals on the wall were all green. Even the robot in the corner was a green model. Kaviniko gently put Yijiai on the ground and walked to the huge French window. Xiao Ai, you can see Luojin Mountain here. Luojin Mountain is another name for the Imperial Palace, just like the White House in the United States. It is not a mountain, but a building, the tallest building on Guangyu Star. Yijiai's heart trembled, and she walked over, and found that there were not many buildings around her that were as tall as the one she was on. From a distance, through the hustle and bustle of traffic, she could see the unique high-rise building in the center of the planet, shining in the afterglow of the setting sun. When she really stepped on the land of the capital star, she had a clearer understanding of the status of the Tan family. Kawini pushed open the door on the right. This is the cloakroom. I will arrange for someone to pack up the things your mother prepared for you. Yijiai stood at the door and took a look. This cloakroom was about the same size as the living room. There were several walls just for shoes, not to mention other things. Kawini introduced them to her one by one, the entertainment room, the study, the bedroom, the bathroom. Each room complemented the overall style of the living room. It can be said that her current room is equivalent to the area of one floor of her house on the base star. Yijiai suddenly felt powerless. On Earth, she knew that the gap between the rich and the poor was huge, but as an ordinary person, she was surrounded by ordinary people, and everyone was the same. But after arriving in the interstellar space, and seeing a corner of the Tan family's wealth, she felt that the gap between the rich and the poor was like the gap between one end of the galaxy and the other. She held Kaviniko's hand, stared at her with a pair of big black eyes, and said solemnly, Grandma, I like it here very much. Kaviniko suddenly lost her temper. He hooked her nose and chuckled. Why, do you think Grandma is nagging? Yijiai smiled and shook her head. Since she entered the room, Kaviniko has been talking non-stop. She was not like her usual self at all. She was just afraid that Yijiai didn't like it. This room was decorated very delicately. It was obviously designed by Kavinik. Maybe painters are born like this? They can keenly perceive other people's preferences for colors. She really liked this room. If she was still on Earth, it would be difficult to achieve such a good effect if she renovated the house. She covered her chest and said sincerely, Grandma, thank you. Kavinik touched her head. Okay, you take a rest first. You still have to meet everyone at the dinner. Dinner? Yijiai asked in confusion. Kavinik squatted down and stood level with her. It's a family dinner. You have grown up so big, and your uncles haven't seen you yet. Suddenly, Kavinik's light brain sent a video notification. She glanced at it, and said to Yijie, "Grandma has something to do. Can Uncle Zhong stay here with you?" "Grandma, go and get busy," she said sweetly. After Kabaniko left, Yijie walked to the sofa and sat down. Her mind was empty for a while. After a while, she suddenly said to Tan Zhong, who was standing beside her, "Uncle Zhong, please tell me about the situation of the Tan family." Tan Zhong had been observing her carefully along the way, and found that she was very opinionated in her actions, not like a 3-year-old girl. He did not perfunctorily answer her, and spoke slowly. "What's the trouble? Although the head of the family asked you to call me Uncle Zhong, I am just a servant of the Tan family. The Tan family is a large family. Today time is tight. You will attend the dinner later, so I will mainly tell you about your uncles. The head of the family has 4 children in total. Except for your mother Tanyun, who is a girl, the other 3 are boys. Because of her status as a girl, your mother is the 3rd child, but she is the most favored one in the family. It is also because of this that she has developed a bold and casual personality, and she must be with." Here, he suddenly stopped talking. Thinking that Yijie is still the child of that man, some words are hard to say. Yijie smiled instead, understanding his unfinished meaning. According to Yijian's personality, he might have offended many people in the Tan family at that time. Speaking of his parents, there must have been a lot of trouble at that time. Today she learned that Miss Tanyun's original name was Tanyun. She comforted, "Uncle Zhong, don't worry about these, just continue talking." Seeing her smiling face and a look of understanding, Tan Zhong also relaxed and simply told her about her parents. "Little miss, you don't know that your mother grew up under my care. She has been a good girl since she was a child, singing, dancing, painting, and medicine, and she has learned everything. Before she graduated from university, many nobles have offered olive branches to the Tan family. Later, the head of the family and his wife really fell in love with the family. But at that time, your mother's heart and eyes were full of your father, so how could she listen to them? She had to confront the head of the family, and even went to that family." He sighed. "Your mother doesn't know that the head of the family and his wife loved her so much. How could they marry her off regardless of her wishes? At that time, the head of the family did not consider your father, but your father came to the empire alone, with nothing, and he didn't know how to bow his head, and he looked down on the aristocratic system of the empire, which made the head of the family so angry that he fell seriously ill. Later, the family that was optimistic about him came to find him, and the head of the family knew that your mother had actually gone to the other party to break off the engagement." Even after so many years, Tan Zhong still felt chest tightness and shortness of breath when he thought of this incident. "I have followed the head of the family all my life, and I have never seen him get so angry. In the end, he drove your mother out of the Tan family in a rage, and expelled her from the name." Chapter 52. At the end, the housekeeper, who looked about the same age as his grandfather, wiped his eyes. Yijie was caught off guard by her parents' big news, and didn't say anything for a long time. She could never have imagined that the noble and cold Miss Tan Yun would be so reckless for love. Seeing her stunned look, Tan Zhong said cautiously, "Did I scare you? Look at me, why am I telling you all this? I just looked at you, and somehow I thought of your mother, and I couldn't help myself." Yijie suddenly realized that he had misunderstood, and explained, "No, Uncle Zhong, I was just a little surprised. Uncle Zhong, since you have taken care of my mother, you are also half my elder, so don't use honorifics. Tell me about your uncles." Seeing that she had no grudges, Tan Zhong nodded repeatedly and changed his address. "Let's talk about your eldest uncle Tanihai first. My wife was young when she gave birth to him. Although he is your uncle, he is 51 years old this year." Yijie pursed her lips. On Earth, according to their age difference, this is already a grandfather and grandson. But here, this degree of age difference is too normal. In the interstellar era, the average life expectancy of humans is as high as 147 years old, and they become adults at the age of 18, and they can apply for marriage when they become adults. In addition, most of them adopt in vitro fertilization, and many people are still giving birth at the age of 70. At the age of 51, she is now in her prime. Tan Zhong took a glass of water and handed it to Yijie, and then said, "The master is now the president of the Imperial Medical University. He has 3 children. The eldest son is Tan Qinglu, the second son is Tan Qingchuan, and the third daughter is Tan Qingge. The eldest and second young masters are much older than you. They are in college and very busy. They probably won't be back this year. The third young lady is about your age, just 3 years older than you. The second master, Tan Yijing, is your second uncle. He is now the dean of Guangjiaxing Biological Research Institute. He is also a young and promising man. He and the second wife had children late and gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, one named Tan Qingfei and the other named Tan Qingshan, who are only 1 year older than you. You can have more contact with them in the future. He paused and said, you also have a younger uncle, who seems to have gone to the military. Your mother loved this younger brother very much. When your mother was expelled from the Tan family, he moved out and came back less and less in recent years. You probably won't see him tonight. After listening to his introduction, Yizhi sighed secretly. In this era of low birth rate, the Tan family is indeed a large and prosperous family, but there are many people and many disputes, and she only feels headache about the family dinner in the evening. She sipped her water. Uncle Zhong, do you have their photos? I'm sure they are the right people. Yes. Tan Zhong sent her a basic information of the Tan family from the light computer. Yizhi scanned it, and found that the things were very complete, even including the map of the entire Tan family and Guangyo Star and other things. It was clear that they were prepared in advance. Thank you, Uncle Zhong. Yizhi praised. With these things, she can go out alone without any problem. It's good that the young lady can use them. Tan Zhong smiled reservedly. Tan Zhong had been the chief steward of the Tan mansion for many years, and the Tan family respected him very much. Such a person was not vague at all to Yizhi, a 3-year-old child. Not only did he take care of all aspects, but he also considered such extremely detailed things and prepared them in advance. His ability as a steward can be seen. Yizhi sighed in her heart. The capital star is indeed full of talents. Ding ding. The automatic door slid to the right, and 2 young maids walked in. They saluted together. Miss Butler, we are here to dress up the young lady under the order of the lady. Tan Zhong introduced to Yizhi. Miss, this is Tan Lan and Tan Ju, both of whom are from the lady's side, very experienced, and they will take care of you in the future. Yizhi turned her head, and saw that the 2 looked young and average in appearance, but their temperament was outstanding. The taller of the 2 stood up first. Miss, I'm Tan Lan. You can call me Lana or Alan. She has a quiet temperament and a kind smile, which gives people a good impression. Miss, I'm Tan Ju. You can call me Ju. You are so beautiful. The short one has dimples when she smiles, which makes her look more lively. But Yizhi did not respond. She was not used to it, nor did she like anyone to interfere with her personal space. She turned to look at Tan Zhong. I have Boba to take care of me. Although Tan Zhong was already familiar with Yizhi's information, he still couldn't remember who Boba was after repeated recall. He was a little confused. Miss, who is Boba? Yizhi directly released Boba from the space button. The Nai robot with a huge chest stood in place, with a flash of red in its eyes, indicating that the startup was successful. A mechanical voice sounded. Little Master, the positioning shows that you are in Guangyu Star, not in Bay Star. Do you want to call the Master? No. Download the information about Guangyu Star. We will live here for a long time. Seeing the familiar things appearing on the Bay Star, Yizhi's tone was much happier. After all, Tan Ju and Tan Lan were young, and their faces changed when they saw the appearance of Bo Ba. Tan Ju couldn't help but say, young lady. The Tan family does not allow robots to appear. Nobles will be laughed at for using robots in their homes. She didn't say the last sentence because of Tan Lan's stop. I know. Yizhi's tone was light. Since she came to the Tan family, she has not seen even a robot, which is very obvious. Tan Zhong is older after all. His face did not change, and he thought for a long time before speaking. Young lady, you just arrived at the capital star. You don't know much about the situation. Nobles usually don't bring robots when they travel, otherwise the Tan family will be laughed at. You can keep the 2 children, Alan and Ju, and you can take them when you need them. What do you think? But he never mentioned the appearance of Bo Ba in the room. Yizhi frowned. She really didn't know that there was such an unwritten rule among the nobles. But she was very reluctant to leave 2 unfamiliar people around. Ding. Coincidentally, Kavinical called. Yizhi picked up. Grandma, are you done? Almost. I'm watching them prepare dishes in the kitchen. There's your favorite snow beast meat. Kavinical's background is a very spacious room, which doesn't look like a kitchen at all. Yizhi smiled, her black eyes sparkling. Grandma is so nice. Kavinical smiled kindly. You're the only one who's sweet. Alan and Ju should be here, right? You have to be good, and let them clean you up. It's your first time meeting your uncles, so you have to look pretty. After so many days on the spaceship, Kavinical has learned everything about Yizhi from Tananin. It was because she understood Yizhi's specialness that she made this video call out of concern. Chapter 53. Sure enough, she saw Yijie purse her lips and said with an unhappy look, "Grandma, Boba can take good care of me." The implication was rejection. Kaviniko, who doted on her the most, was no longer so accommodating to Yijie this time. For the first time, she frowned at Yijie. "Xiao Ai, have you forgotten what you promised your grandfather on the shuttle today? This is the rule." She said the last few words very seriously. Rules, the rules of the nobility. Yijie knew that there seemed to be something wrong with her mentality. Although she had the soul of an adult, her chest was filled with a feeling of grievance and emptiness at this moment. If Yijie was here, she would understand that this was her cosmic loneliness. She has always refused others to interfere in her life. Seeing Yijie's aggrieved expression, Kaviniko couldn't bear it and compromised. "Okay, you have to keep one of these two people. They are picked by your mother when she came back. Think about it carefully." After that, she hung up the video call directly. When Yijie connected the video call, she deliberately turned it to public mode so that everyone present could hear it clearly. The room was silent, but Tan Zhong was shocked by Kaviniko's compromise. Tan Lan and Tan Ju stood there nervously, waiting for Yijie's choice. "Alan, stay." When Yijie heard that her mother had chosen them for her, she accepted it a little. Recalling Tan Lan's action to stop Tan Ju just now, she felt that this girl would be more capable of judging the situation. Tan Lan breathed a sigh of relief and saluted Yijie. "Yes, young lady." Hearing her choice, Tan Ju's eyes were immediately filled with tears, and she looked at Yijie eagerly, hoping that she would take back what she said. Yijie lowered her head, as if she didn't notice her gaze. She told herself that the girl would be fine if she cried now, but if she really accepted two people, she would be very sad in the next few years. Tan Zhong sighed. "Ju, you go out first. Alan, you come to watch the young lady." "Yes." Alan walked to Yijie and stood still. Just as she was about to say something, she froze with a thud. Tanju knelt down directly, making such a loud noise that her knees must have been swollen. "Miss, if Ju offended you just now, Ju apologizes to you. But can you consider me, and give me a 1-month trial period? I have worked hard for so many years, and finally got selected, and got the surname Tan. I don't want to throw it away, little lady." At the end of her words, she was already sobbing and put her head directly on the floor, begging deeply. Yijie was shocked. On Earth, it is indeed rare to encounter such a thing that others kneel down to her. But in the Tan family, with her status, she will only encounter more such things in the future, and she quickly regained her composure. Hearing Tanju's words, she was moved. "Why? Why can't you bear to give up the surname Tan?" It was the first time she heard that if she didn't want this made, the other party couldn't even have the surname Tan. But at this juncture, seeing the other parties collapse and Tan Zhong's silence, Tanju's words must be true. Hearing her words, Tanju's heart tightened. Why? Why? She only knew that she had been growing up in the Housekeeper Academy since she was born. She was the one reserved by the Tan family. Many children in the class envied her for being able to go to a big family like the Tan family, and her lifelong goal was to be named Tan. What she never expected was that the opportunity would come so soon. Some time ago, a third lady whom she had never seen came back to her family. As soon as she came back, she said that she wanted to choose a maid for her daughter. Originally, the lady had chosen 4 people, and the third lady finally eliminated 2, leaving only her and Tan Lan. On the night of the naming, she and Tan Lan did not sleep, and everyone said that they were lucky. There are also many people who have worked in the Tan family for a lifetime, and have not been named this. It is said that it is because the people they are going to take care of are very noble, so they also have to have a more noble identity. Yes, waiters are so humble. For Tanju and Tan Lan, their destiny and their dream is to abandon their past surnames and get a Tan surname, nothing more. And now she was kneeling on the ground, begging for this surname. She was so humble that she was in the dust. Seeing her confused and painful look, it was as if she would lose the most precious thing in her life. Yijie felt a huge suffocation. She left the sofa and walked step by step to Tanju, and said in a clear voice, "Answer me, why are you so unwilling to give up this surname?" In this situation, Tan Zhong was shocked. The momentum exuded by Yijie at this moment was somewhat like the style of the head of the family in the past. Tanju opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Finally, she sobbed and shook her head. "I don't know. Miss, I don't know." The whimpering sound from the depths of her throat, like a trapped beast, made Tan Lan close her eyes reluctantly. Yijie felt relieved. She squatted down and held Tanju's hand, which was cold. "My name is Yijie, not Tan. So, are you willing to follow me?" Tanju blinked in confusion, suspecting that she was hallucinating. But Tan Lan could see clearly, and she couldn't help but call out, "Ah Ju." Tan Ju then realized what Yijai said, and immediately nodded frantically, "Yes. Yes. I am willing." Yijai held her hand, and lifted it up slightly, but the force was not strong. Tan Ju immediately understood what she meant, and stood up with the force. "Don't kneel randomly in the future," Yijai said softly. Tan Ju reached out to wipe away the snot and tears on her face, adjusted her mood, and quickly cleaned herself up. Except for the red eyes, there was no sign of her collapse just now. Yijai took a glass of water and handed it to her. "Just stay by my side. When you come up with an answer, tell me." Tan Ju was just happy just now. It took a while for her to realize what Yijai meant. She suddenly remembered what Yijai said just now. Her last name is not Tan. This young lady seems to be different from the people she has met before. When she asked the question just now, many things flashed through her mind: money, power, glory. Countless distracting thoughts emerged, but in the end, she still followed her heart, and said she didn't know. It's a good thing she told the truth. "Yes." She took the cup and said firmly, "Young lady, the family dinner is about to start. Let me help you clean up." Tan Lan was very happy to see that Tan Ju also stayed, and her tone was much lighter. Yijai nodded slowly. Tan Ju was a heartless person after all, although she didn't quite understand why Yijai cared so much about her answer. But now that she was left behind, she felt happy, and immediately cheered up, and started to clean up for Yijai with Tan Lan. Butler Tan Zhong quietly left the room without knowing when. Chapter 54. Unlike Kaviniko, who always likes to dress Yijai up as a lovely lady, Tan Lan chose a dark blue gauze dress from the cloakroom for her to wear, which looked noble and elegant. The design on the back of this gauze dress is a huge light gray gauze bow, which is cute enough for her age. It just fits Yijai's cute and tender temperament with a hint of maturity. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yijai was very satisfied. Tan Ju was tying her hair. In order to match the hair accessories of this dress, Tan Ju chose to let her curly hair down and styled it a little, making her look like a little princess. "Miss, you are really beautiful," Tan Ju praised. Yijai could hear that she was sincere and not pretending to flatter. She suddenly understood why Miss Tan Yin chose these two people for her. Tan Ju was lively and innocent, but also persistent. Tan Lan was calm and elegant and thoughtful. The two of them are a perfect match. No need to use honorifics in the future. "I don't care how you are outside. You can relax a little here with me." She looked at the two of them and said, "Yes." The two of them answered in unison. "Miss, can I hold you? It's almost time to go down." Tan Lan squatted down and said softly. The words on the tip of her tongue were swallowed. Yijai found that she really couldn't accept this maid who had just started to contact holding her. She shouted directly, breasted, "Come and hold me out." After what happened just now, Tan Ju and Tan Lan understood her temperament to some extent and stopped forcing her. Followed the breasted girl out. Entering the elevator, Tan Lan pressed the button for the second floor. "Are you going to eat at Hua Hall?" Yijai asked. Tan Lan knew that she was not very clear about the situation, so she explained a lot to her. "Yes, young lady. There are only two halls on the first floor of Hua Hall. One is the council hall, and the other is the banquet hall. When the banquet is large, the council hall will be temporarily converted into a banquet hall. The second floor is mainly a restaurant and some sports and entertainment facilities. The third floor is the study of the owner. Ordinary people have no right to go there. The fourth floor is the wife's studio. The fifth floor was converted into a huge greenhouse by the wife, and some animals were raised. The rest of the place is some guest rooms. You can go and see it later. The sixth floor is the bedroom of the owner, the wife, and the young lady." After she introduced, she added, "The Tan family has strict rules. Every Friday night is a family dinner, and the children of the family must attend." Yijai thought to herself, she came at a bad time. Today happened to be Friday. "We are here, young lady," Tan Ju reminded. Walking out of the elevator, there is a suddenly open space. This is a huge restaurant with a lot of tables. Yijai estimated that it would be no problem to accommodate thousands of people. The noble families of Guangyu Star often hold banquets with each other. Generally speaking, they would not choose to go outside. This restaurant is mainly used for banquets. "We will eat on the other side." Before she asked, Tan Lan took the initiative to introduce. She walked in front, and the busted girl followed her with Yijai in her arms. After passing through the huge restaurant, there was a huge wooden door about 2 meters high. Two male waiters stood at the door. They were the first to salute. "Miss." Yijia nodded slightly. Two waiters slowly opened the two heavy wooden doors. This was a huge hall, dominated by off-white bricks and stones. The walls around were carved with a large number of painted reliefs, and on the top was a multi-layer crystal lamp that was obviously expensive. Under the crystal lamp was a long dark wooden table with a very old feel. This table could easily accommodate 30 people. At this time, Tiananmen was sitting in the main seat, facing the direction of the door, full of momentum. According to the information given to her by Tan Zhong, Yijia corresponded to the people at the table. On the left-hand side of Viscount Tiananmen sat Kavinical, and on the left-hand side of Kavinical sat Tan Yihai's family of 3. His eldest son and second son did not come back, only the youngest daughter Tan Qingge was there. Opposite them sat Tan Yijing's family of 4. Compared with the huge long table, this number of people made the restaurant seem a little empty. Between Kavinical and Tan Yihai, a seat was deliberately left empty. Yijia quickly realized that it was reserved for her. Yijia walked over under the gazes of the crowd. She heard a little boy's surprised voice. "Oh my god, how did she get carried in by a robot?" Turning her head, the person gradually overlapped with the photo in the file. Yijia recognized that this was Tan Qingchen, the son of Tan Yijing, the second master of the Tan family. Next to him sat his sister, Tan Qingfei. Because they were twins, the two did not look very similar. "Qingchen, you don't know this. In the countryside of Bay Star, robots are used to it." This was Tan Qingde, the youngest daughter of Tan Yihai, the eldest master of the Tan family. Her tone was light, and she did not hide the contempt between her words. Yijia frowned and looked at the pure and clean face with blue eyes. What made her feel a little familiar was that the other person's hair was the same black as hers. For this reason, she did not say anything and sat down quietly beside Kavinical. Turning to Tiananmen, who was sitting in the main seat, she smiled and said, "Grandfather, I'm sorry, I dressed up for a long time because I wanted to meet all the uncles." "Haha, I didn't expect Xiao Ai to have such a moment." Tiananmen was amused by her. He didn't forget that every time Kavinical dressed her up, she was full of rejection. Yijia blinked. Of course a lady will care about her appearance. Tiananmen laughed out loud. Perhaps it was because of Yijia's arrival, or perhaps it was because he finally returned to the Tan family safely after all the twists and turns. He was in a very happy mood today. "Xiao Ai is very pretty, even prettier than your mother was back then," Tan Yijing praised. Seeing Yijia reminded him of Tan Yun, a feeling that blood is thicker than water. If mother heard what second uncle said, she would be unhappy. She teased him. Seeing that she knew him, Tan Yijing was even happier and took out an exquisite gift box. "Since you call me second uncle, how can I not give you a gift?" Taking the gift box from the waiter and opening it to find a card, Yijia smiled with curved eyebrows. "Thank you, second uncle. Second brother, you have given me gifts for so many years without any new ideas. 8888888 again." Tan Yihai, who was sitting next to Yijia, couldn't help laughing when he saw the same gift for so many years. "Brother, what do you know? Yuner told me that she is a money grubber." Tan Yijing was not convinced. Yijia was upset. Influenced by her past life, she was indeed a bit of a money grubber in Tan Yun's eyes. Specifically, she only had money in and never spent it. Actually, it was not her fault. She had not established a correct view of money until now. She always compared star coins with RMB, which made everything seem too expensive. The amount of money on the card that Tan Yijing gave to Yijia was actually not small, and it might even be the lifetime income of an ordinary person on an inferior star. But if it was used to play shuttles, mechas and other things, it would only cause a small splash. In the aristocratic circle, this amount of money was just an entry level. Even Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen, who were sitting next to Tan Yijing, did not think there was anything wrong. They looked accustomed to it. Hearing what he said, Tan Yihai suddenly felt that the key to the space button was a bit embarrassing. He was a little entangled. Should he change it into cash? Chapter 55. Seeing his hesitation, Yijia couldn't let the duck in her mouth fly away, so she quickly raised her hand to explain. "I must declare that my mother's perception of me is wrong." Ha ha ha. Her impatient look made everyone at the table laugh. Kavinical even reached out to smooth the corners of her eyes, fearing that she would have wrinkles from laughing. Tan Yihai took out the shuttle key from the space button and smiled. "Okay, I will tell Yuner." "Oh my god, uncle, you actually gave her a shuttle from Vero." Tan Qingchen saw the logo on the key and was not calm. Yijia didn't know the brand of the shuttle, but judging from the boy's appearance, it must be not cheap. She took it from the waiter with a smile. This look made everyone laugh again. Tan Qingchen was already dissatisfied with Yijia, and now he had to complain. he said angrily. Uncle is too partial. I have never received such a gift. Tanny Hai had to smooth things over. I will give you one on Chinner's birthday next time. Is that okay? Okay. Hearing him say this, Tan Qingshan reluctantly agreed. But he became more dissatisfied with Yi Jiai, and looked at her with an extremely unhappy look. Xiao Ai, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you will like it. The woman on Tan Qingshan's left hand pushed out a gold-plated card and said. It was an SVIP card from the Interstellar top luxury brand Mungwar, a limited edition for the entire Interstellar. What many women dream of. Yi Jiai had actually noticed her for a long time. She was the only one with short hair among all the ladies present. Her facial features are very delicate, her skin is cold white, her orange-red hair is flying, and she is quirky and cool, which is particularly eye-catching. This is her second aunt Lu Mingya. As the chief fashion designer of the top luxury brand Mingware, Lu Mingya has always been a trend vein in the circle of noble ladies, and has a lot of wife resources in her hands. Relying on the powerful Lu group, she lives a very casual life. With her status, she doesn't bother to please anyone. She gave Yi Jiai this card, which seems to be because she really likes her. Tan Qingshan's mouth suddenly shrank. How could his mother like that person so much? Hate. Yi Jiai accepted it as usual. Thank you, second aunt. Lu Mingya responded with a naughty wink. At that moment, Yi Jiai's chest seemed to be hit by something, and she held her heart and exclaimed, Second aunt, you are so charming. You are so cute. Lu Mingya smiled. At this time, Machen Karen put a plain bracelet on the table and said softly, Xiao Ai, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you will be safe in the future. Sister-in-law, isn't this a bit too expensive? Tan Yijing was surprised when he saw the bracelet, which was actually an A-level protective shield. This is indeed the most important gift of the night. A-level protective shield is already the top protective shield of the Empire's existing technology, something that many people have never seen in their lives. Compared with the value of this bracelet, Tan Yijing's 8888888 is not worth mentioning at all. Yi Jiai didn't know all this, but seeing Tan Yijing's surprised look, she hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to accept this seemingly ordinary, but actually very valuable gift. Since it's your aunt's intention, just accept it. Tan Anmin's voice came faintly. He was clear in his mind. A-level protective shield, A-level energy stone. The Ji family's handwriting is really similar. But Tan Anmin was thinking wrong this time. The A-level energy stone was a thank you gift prepared by Ji Fan for the Tan family. And the A-level protective shield was a thank you gift prepared by Ji Lan's mother Molly Karen for Yi Jiai, but it was just sent out through her sister. Since Tan Anmin had spoken, Yi Jiai accepted it generously. She smiled at Machen Karen and said, Thank you, Aunt. You're welcome. Remember to put it on, and don't take it off. Machen smiled and reminded. She still had a good impression of this girl, who saved her nephew Ji Lan. In this happy scene, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Tan Chinga said disdainfully, Country bumpkin. The scene became quiet, and Tan Anmin, who was sitting in the main seat, frowned slightly. Chinga. Tanny Hai shouted. He didn't know what happened to his usually sensible and obedient little daughter today, saying bad things again and again. Seeing her father being mean to her because of a country bumpkin, Tan Chinga's tears instantly welled up, but because of the serious look of her grandfather in the main seat, she didn't dare to cry out loud, just pouted and sulked there alone. Machen Karen knew her little daughter better than her husband, and knew that she must be displeased with Yi Jiai for some reason. She sighed and picked up some food for Tan Chinga. Today we have your favorite snow beast meat, eat it quickly. Tan Chinga was still a child after all. Looking at the favorite food in the bowl, after eating a few bites, the depression in her chest was relieved a little, but she still disliked Yi Jiai in every way. From time to time, he gave Yi Jiai a sharp look. On the other side, Tanny Hai and Tan Yijing were teasing Yi Jiai, asking her to say words she knew, arithmetic, language and so on. Although Yi Jiai thought such activities were very boring, even annoying, she was very cooperative when she thought about how many gifts she had just received from others. Gradually, they found that this niece, who grew up far away in the Gulf Star, had more knowledge than they thought. For preschool children, it is already difficult to use the alien language independently and fluently, not to mention that Yi Jiai memorized the Star Children's Dictionary. It seems that our family is going to have another outstanding student. After all, Tanny Hai is in the academic circle, and he is very pleased to see that Yi Jiai is so smart. Tan Yijing was a practical man. The most important thing is research. Xiao Ai, you are only 3 years old, how come you have learned so many things? His two children are about the same age as Yi Jiai, but learning, especially Tan Qingshan, gives him a headache, so he is really curious about how Yijai learns. Yijai swallowed the food in his mouth and said lightly, "Maybe it's because I like reading books more." "So fake." Tan Xingchen sneered. "Xingchen, how can you say that?" Unexpectedly, it was Tan Qingde who taught Tan Xingchen a lesson. When Tan Yihai was feeling relieved, her next words made him furious. Tan Qingde said sarcastically, "I just read more books for this family dinner. It's not fake, it's just that I'm trying too hard to show it." The smile on Yijai's mouth fell. She looked deeply at Tan Qingde, who was a few seats away, without saying a word. She had 1,000 and 10,000 ways to make the little girl cry, but this would not be a good way to look at it. Chapter 56. Tan Yihai felt a pain in his forehead, but before he could react, Viscount Tananmin, who was sitting in the main seat, could not bear it any longer. His face was extremely serious. "Tan Qingde, look at you. Do you look like a sister? Do you have the manners of a nobleman?" This was the first time he got angry at a family dinner, and the first time he talked about her in front of so many people. Tan Qingde could no longer hold back her tears, and they rolled down. She stood up and shouted, "I am not her sister. My only sister is concubine Tan Qing." Influenced by her, Tan Xingchen also wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by his mother beside him without leaving a trace. Tan Yihai stood up and shouted, "Tan Qingde, how can you talk to your grandfather like that?" Tan Qingde couldn't stand the collective blame from her father and grandfather, and her tears flowed even more. Why? Why can she live in Hua Hall as soon as she comes back? Why does she have that skirt as soon as she comes back? That skirt was bought by my grandmother and I at the auction, and my grandmother clearly said at the time that she would change it and give it to me. She reached out and wiped her eyes. Although she was crying, she was clear and logical. Grandfather said that I don't have the manners of a noble, but does she have it? She openly brought a robot into the dinner occasion. Isn't this disrespectful to everyone present? Michin Karen glanced at the blue gauze skirt on Yijai, and then she understood why her little daughter disliked the other party so much. "I'm not a noble." Yijai glanced at her and said lightly. Tan Qingde choked. Then she realized what was happening and burst into tears. "You are biased. She just arrived, and her last name isn't even Tan. She's not even a noble. Why does she have everything we have? Xiao Ai is alone in the Tan family. As a sister, can't you give her some more?" Tan Yihai was so angry that his head hurt. Tananmin was sitting in the main seat. He was unhappy when he heard this and said, "There is no such thing as giving in or not." The scene suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of Tan Qingde sobbing. He simply ignored Tan Qingde and said loudly, "Today, while everyone is here, I want to announce something. From now on, Yijai will live in Hua Hall and be taught by me and my wife." Tan Yijing had some guesses about this matter. "Father, is it because of Xiao Ai's double black hair color?" The Tan family has always had an unwritten tradition that the position of the head of the family is inherited by the descendants with double black hair color. Tananmin took over the position of the previous head of the family because of this family rule. Tananmin didn't say yes or no, and left a sentence. Xiao Ai's mental power is now B-level. After this explosive news was said, even Tan Qingde forgot to cry. The children of the nobility mature earlier, and they understand the rules of this world far ahead of ordinary people. What does a 3-year-old's B-level mental power mean? Even a child like Tan Xingchen can answer it. It means quasi-A, and it means A and above. It may even represent the next G-fan. Yijai ate the food that Kaviniko put on her plate expressionlessly, habitually accepting the baptism of everyone's eyes. Tan Ju and Tan Lan, who were not far behind her, heard the news and tightened their hands that were crossed on their chests and abdomens. The little lady, who was only 3 years old, had a mental power far beyond their current ones. Merlin Karen only knew that this girl saved her nephew, and her sister said that Ji Lan kept talking about coming to see Yijai at home every day. But she never expected that her talent would be so high. Then everything can be explained. Why did Tananmin leave the capital star and go to such a distant planet during the sensitive period before taking office? After Tan Yijing reacted, he said 3 good words in a row. Tan Yihai walked directly to Yijai and touched her head. The two brothers looked at each other from a distance, and the excitement in each other's eyes was exactly the same. The family atmosphere of the Tan family is quite good in the aristocratic circle of the capital star. Most brothers and sisters treat each other sincerely, without so many twists and turns. At this time, Tan Yihai and Tan Yijing were really proud of Yijai and happy for the Tan family. Tan Yihai was even worried that Tananmin would not teach well. Thinking of his identity as the principal, he wanted to intervene. "Father, you are so busy, Xiao Ai's education. but he was pushed back on the spot as soon as he showed his sign. Tiananmen looked at him sideways. You should take good care of Chinga. How come I didn't even know the basic etiquette after my trip to Bay Star? Thinking of his daughter's abnormal behavior tonight, Tanihai's face was not very good. Hearing her grandfather say this about herself, Tan Chinga was a little sad. Malin Karen held her on his lap and said softly, Chinga, it's not good for you to be like this today. If you are unhappy about the skirt, you should go to your grandmother instead of taking it out on your sister. How could my sister know about the skirt when she came from afar? Tan Chinga was confused and nodded randomly. Machin Karen saw her panic and felt a little distressed, holding her tightly in his arms. Tan Chinga looked through her father at Yi Jiai's calm little face, and slowly moved his eyes to her black hair and black eyes. She didn't dislike Yi Jia so much just because of a skirt, but because Yi Jia had the same black hair as her, but she didn't have those black eyes. Grandfather would never smile with relief at her black hair again. From now on, those favors and privileges had nothing to do with her, but belonged to Yi Jia. In the end, Yi Jia was sent back like a star. Boba took her back the same way, and no one showed surprise or contempt. The waiters were well informed. Maybe tomorrow the whole Tan family would know that they had a quasi-young lady, and maybe after a while, the whole capital star would know, Yi Jia thought boredly on the way back. She knew very little about this world, and didn't know clearly what a quasi meant. When everyone looked at her with incredible or amazing eyes, she felt nothing. Sometimes, she felt that she was just a passerby in this world, and the hustle and bustle had nothing to do with her. Do you want to wash up first? Unconsciously, she had returned to the room on the 6th floor, and was placed on the big beige bed. Yi Jia nodded. Tan Lan gently picked her up, and walked towards the bathroom. Little miss, let me wash with you. Tan Lan's expression was more respectful than before. Yi Jia imagined a pair of strange hands touching her body, and couldn't help shaking. She subconsciously shouted, Breasted, come and give me a bath. At the door, the metal body of the breasted appeared. Okay, little master. Tan Lan retreated to the door, with some injuries. Tan Ju was also standing there, and she mouthed, No. Tan Lan shook her head. They were servants, and they were very sensitive to people's physical reactions. Yi Jia didn't want them to touch her too much, which actually meant that she didn't trust them. But trusting something so mysterious takes time to infect little by little. Tan Lan was more stable after all. She whispered, Take it easy. She left us behind, didn't she? Hearing her words, Tan Ju's eyes lit up. Yes, how many waiters have the opportunity to serve a quasi in their lifetime? They are already lucky enough. Chapter 57. Half a year later, in the sunroom on the top floor of Ahua Hall. Miss Song is here. Tan Lan whispered in Yi Jiai's ear while mixing tea for her. Yi Jia sat up almost reflexively, bit the remaining half of the cake on the plate into her mouth and swallowed it. While she was moving, with the help of Tan Lan's shadow, Tan Ju quickly cleaned up the food residue on the table and put all kinds of tableware in place. When Yi Jia reached out to pick up the teacup, Miss Song happened to step into the sunroom on the 6th floor. So she just saw Yi Jia pick up the exquisitely crafted teacup with an elegant posture, blow on it gently, bring it to her lips, take a sip very reservedly, and then put it on the teacup, falling silently. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This person's manners are really good, and the temperament of the whole body is not an exaggeration to say that he is in the royal family. It is indeed very noble. Yi Jia always surprises this etiquette teacher who has been with her for half a year. From the beginning, she had no aristocratic manners at all, but now she is an aristocratic girl with extremely elegant gestures. Yi Jia has worked hard. It is not that she is willing to work hard in this regard, but because the female official Song is too strict. I don't know where she got it from, saying that Yi Jia is a lively person. So, she practiced her body shape, smile, and expression management, which was really trained by watching Yi Jia all the time. Have you ever seen someone watching another person for half a day? Female official Song often does this. The etiquette between the nobles is so complicated that it would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. At the beginning, Yi Jia spent more than a month to learn the basic theoretical knowledge. For example, there are several types of smiles. Smile, smile, chuckle, laugh. Each smile has different ways and methods, and is suitable for different occasions. Yi Jia practiced in front of the mirror until she had muscle memory. At this time, Song, the female official, came over, stopped about 1 meter away from Yi Jia, and saluted, Miss. Yi Jia seemed to have just noticed her arrival, turned around and said in surprise, Song, you are here. A respectful title. Although Yi Jia was annoyed by the etiquette of the nobles, she still had some respect for Song, the female official. This was the etiquette teacher specially invited for her by Viscount Tannenmean. Although she was a commoner, she had served His Majesty in the palace and served as a senior female official. Since she was neither a noble nor a title, the nobles all called her Song, to show their respect for her. But what made Yi Jiai look at her differently was not because of this position, but because according to her observation, this Lady Song, although not a noble, always followed the noble etiquette. Even when she saluted, the angle of her back bowing was exactly the same as what she was taught. Even though she was no longer working in the palace, Yi Jiai respected this restraint and perseverance. The Viscount's birthday party is coming soon, and the young lady will be introduced to the noble circle of the capital star. This matter cannot be sloppy. During this period, I will come here every day. Lady Song straightened up and said. Even her pronunciation was very standard in Varillian. Hearing this bad news, Yi Jiai felt like a bolt from the blue. But she still put on an extremely solemn smile. In this case, thank you Lady Song for your hard work. Miss Song smiled gently. What's so hard about me, an old woman? The young lady will be the one who will be hard next. Yi Jiai's skin was twitching. Miss Song walked to the stool next to the round table and sat down, looking around the sunroom. This was her first time to Yi Jiai's sunroom. The area was not very large, about 100 square meters. The surroundings including the ceiling were made of a fully transparent material. At this moment, the sun shone down and shone on the central orchid, emitting a very soft light. Around the orchid, there were also some very precious flowers and herbs. Yi Jiai specially built a circulating gravity water pool there, and raised a pool of fish. The arrangement of the central flower bed was extremely elegant. The orchid that seemed to be lying but not lying was matched with sandalwood, which had a bit of Buddhist artistic conception. In the four corners of the sunroom, there were also some bookcases that reached the ceiling. The books on the bookcases were neatly arranged and well classified. In addition to children's books, there were actually quite a few works. For example, the book on the origin and cause analysis of the imperial aristocracy on the fourth shelf of the cabinet in the southeast corner did not look like a book that a child of this age would read. And around this sunroom, on the side close to the outside, there were some scattered paintings. Some of them were sophisticated and had a clear style, and they were obviously from the hands of Viscountess Kavinnik. Next to these masterpieces, there were some paintings with immature techniques, bold colors, and wild imagination, such as the painting in front of Miss Song. Under the gloomy sky, there was a row of blue-tile buildings. A girl in the costumes of the Republic of China was holding an oil paper umbrella and running forward on the water stains. In the lower right corner, it was written "Go home." Lady Song couldn't understand the painting, whether it was the strange buildings or the clothes that seemed too simple to her. But it didn't stop her from knowing that the painting had gained some fame in the painter circle. Although she was familiar with aristocratic etiquette, she was not a woman who grew up under the influence of literature and art. The lady in the palace was essentially a maid. The lady was just a leader among the maids, so her literacy in literature, mathematics, science, and technology was seriously insufficient. But Lady Song never shied away from this, but faced it calmly, which was also something Yi Jiai admired about her. At this moment, she smiled and said, "I heard that it took you more than a month to decorate here. I think your architecture teacher Professor Blaney should be very happy with your architectural perception." Yi Jiai said modestly, "He is always very tolerant of students, and can understand some of my unique ideas." In fact, once her simple, comfortable, generous and zen-like sunroom was built, Blaney was simply amazed. The reason is simple. The most popular architectural decoration style in the imperial aristocracy is the extreme demechanization. Yi Jiai's small sunroom is undoubtedly a practical embodiment of this sentence. Even Kaviniko has expressed admiration and laughed and joked that she shouldn't have designed a room for her. This sunroom is actually an independent reading and resting environment created by Yi Jiai for herself. After crossing here, she likes quietness more and more. Such a place that is isolated from the crowd, but can observe people coming and going is exactly what she needs. As for the cost, Yi Jiai decided not to talk about it. The cost is indeed not small, but it is just a drop in the bucket for the Tan family. Plants like Wotanling can basically be said to be priceless. From this aspect, it is enough to see Viscount Tannenmean's doting on Yi Jiai. Because Kaviniko will come here to teach her painting courses, this place has unknowingly become another studio for the two generations. After drinking the tea in the cup, Miss Song admired the shining of Luojin Mountain in the sun for a while. Then she stood up. "Young lady, please move. Our class today is about to begin. Let's go." Yi Jiai stood up with a normal expression, not feeling forced to leave at all. This Song female official is also a wonderful person. She clearly ordered not to reveal her location just to avoid today's etiquette class, but she didn't expect that the other party would find the sunroom in person. The key is that she never mentioned this matter. She just put on an attitude of coming to her naturally, but people didn't feel disgusted at all. Chapter 58. Young lady, this dress is a bit heavy. But on the day of the banquet, you have to walk by yourself, so you have to adapt in advance. Madame Song said earnestly while putting clothes on Yijai. This dress has 13 layers inside and outside, and Yijai only feels like she is wearing a quilt. Okay, now, let's go to the garden downstairs from here. Madame Song stood at the door of Yijai's room, holding a ruler in her hand. Yijai pursed her lips, took a deep breath, lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands and walked forward. Hold your chest, raise your head. Smile. Madame Song shouted softly. Yijai immediately made corresponding expressions and movements, and the smile on the corners of her mouth was just right, not a little more or less. Pa! It was the sound of the ruler hitting the ground lightly. Why are you walking so fast? Remember that you are the host of the banquet. No matter how young you are, you have to let others wait for you. Madame Song said seriously behind her. Although the ruler in her hand didn't fall on Yijai most of the time, she had been beaten before. Hearing her words, Yijai slowed down her pace and looked calm and elegant. Lady Song nodded secretly. Yijai's understanding was indeed very high. Taking the elevator to the first floor, Yijai walked out slowly. However, because her clothes were too heavy, her heels were too high, and the floor of the hall was too slippery, she walked a little unsteadily. Poochie. Suddenly there was a sneer. Yijai stopped and looked up. If it wasn't Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei, who else could it be? The three children of the youngest generation of the Tan family all dislike Yijai very much. In the past 6 months since she came here, she has often been provoked by these people. But as an adult, she would not argue with a few children. She would only fight back once or twice if they went too far. Over time, these three people also knew that she was not someone to be trifled with. Generally speaking, as a younger sister, she was the most tolerant. Your walking posture is too stupid. Yijai. Tan Qingchen pointed at her and laughed wantonly. At least they would not follow Tan Qingde and call her a country bumpkin now. Tan Qingfei walked over with her brother and said contemptuously, with your level, don't embarrass the Tan family when the time comes. Yijai performed a lady's courtesy. Don't bother with this. Tan Qingfei saw that she was not hurt at all, and she also felt that it was meaningless. After a cold snort, she took Tan Qingchen away. This time, they came to find their grandmother. Lady Song stood at the back, watching the episode in front of her without saying a word. After concubine Tan Qing and Tan Qingchen left, she walked to Yijai and whispered, go on. Yijai didn't care and continued to walk forward. In fact, her dress on the day of the banquet was not heavy, but the noble manners were actually trained in this way. When you get used to the feeling of being bound and pressed all over, you can naturally pour out the kind of posture that is like carrying a heavy weight, but is light and carefree when wearing a dress. When Yijai crossed the long stairs in front of Ahua Hall and walked to the flat ground, he was already sweating. Let's rest for a while, when we get to the pavilion in the garden. Lady Song pointed to the road not far ahead. Yijai took a few breaths on the spot, straightened up again, and walked forward with a proper manner. Smile. The sound of the ruler hitting the ground came from behind. The garden road has not only flat ground, but also gravel roads. When Yijai walked to the pavilion, she felt that she could not lift her legs. However, things are far from over. In the center of the pavilion, butler Tan Zhong was standing straight. As soon as Yijai stepped into the pavilion, he went straight to the stone bench. Uncle Zhong, please forgive me, and let me take a break. Tan Zhong smiled and handed Yijai and Miss Song the tea that had been prepared. Seeing that Yijai's breathing had calmed down a little, he said, there are less than 5 days before the birthday party of the head of the family, young lady. Please hold on a little longer. Yes, all honorifics were used. When the noble lady did not enjoy it as easily as she thought, she had almost no right to say no when facing butlers like Tan Zhong and etiquette teachers like Miss Song. She was in a higher position and could order them to obey her directly, but these things would be reported to Viscount Tannenmine in a moment. The result will only be worse. Tan Zhong took out a portable optical computer. Today, we will randomly check the names of the families with noble titles on the capital planet, the names of the heads of the families, and their general situation. Yijai drank a sip of water and nodded weakly. Her health was not very good, and she was really tired at the moment. But because Miss Song was watching beside her, she could not relax at all. If she heard any word pronounced incorrectly, she would correct it immediately. If she stopped laughing for a while, she would hear the sound of the ruler ringing at her feet. Question: what are the four families that the nobles often refer to as Dongzuan, Shifu, Beigui and Nani? This question is very simple, and Yijia can answer it off the top of her head. Dongzuan is the Ji family of the Duke's mansion. Shifu is the Wu family of the Duke's mansion. Beigui is the Scott family of the Duke's mansion. And Nani is our Tan family of the Viscount's mansion. Question: among the four major families, the rest are Duke's houses, while our Tan family is only a Viscount's house. Why can we get this honor? Yijia was stunned. This question was a bit beyond the scope. She subconsciously glanced at Tan Zhong's ears, and sure enough, she saw an in-ear headset. This question was a question that Viscount Tananmin would ask her. She thought for a while, and said, the Dongzuan Ji family is a century-old military and political family. They have exported countless officers and soldiers to the empire, and even sacrificed their lives. The word Zun is the right word for them. The Wu family owns the largest energy group in the empire, and the current head of the family is also the Minister of Finance. The word Fu is also very appropriate. The Scott family has a very high reputation in the cabinet in recent years. In recent years, 3 consecutive prime ministers have come from this family. It is not inappropriate to say that they are noble. As for our Tan family, we are not as respected as the Ji family, not as rich as the Wu family, and not as noble as the Scott family. In the end, we can be rated as a doctor, which is very wonderful. What do you mean? Behind Tan Zhong, a man in a long gown and a beard suddenly appeared. Teacher Ma Luan, you are here too. Yijia said with a headache, but with a smile on her face. Will she have to attend classes like this every day for the next 5 days? Do all the teachers for the architecture class, gardening class, dance class, vocal class, and physical education class have to attend together? Isn't she just attending a birthday party held at her own home? Is it really that serious? The life of an aristocrat is not just about enjoyment, it is actually quite tiring. In fact, compared with the 3 years on Baystar, Yijia can really say that these 6 months are not easy at all. Her daily classes are very full. Although it is not as bad as today when several teachers are on the same stage, at least each teacher has 1 class a week. In addition, Kavinical and Viscount Tananmin would occasionally assign her painting and biology homework. She often does homework for various subjects until late at night. God knows she is still a toddler who has not entered the kindergarten learning. Ma Luan has taught her for half a year and has some understanding of her. Seeing that she is not in a good mood at the moment, he smiled and said, Shao Ai, if you can answer this question well, you don't have to attend my classes in the future. Yijia was refreshed. But the analysis just now was not up to par after all. It would take a while to figure it out. Ma Luan sat down beside her and did not urge her, waiting for her to think quietly. Chapter 59. Yijia remembered that in the book on the origin and cause analysis of the imperial aristocracy, there was a sentence. The glorious empire was a typical aristocratic rule period, and the aristocracy was the class structure that maintained the rule of this country. This sentence can be understood in this way. In order to expand the territory, compete for hegemony, govern the country, and resist foreign enemies, the monarch must have a strong army and a relatively stable government. However, there is actually a contradictory relationship between a stable government and imperial power. The nature of the government is destined to be public welfare and fairness, while imperial power represents privilege. Especially in today's low fertility era, the royal heirs are weak and the imperial power is relatively weak. It needs a class that is powerful enough to support it, and the aristocratic class naturally took over this task. With such a clear class division, the aristocratic class at the top of the tower will inevitably be divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The 3 words noble, rich, and respected are the evaluation criteria for the top aristocratic families. But where there is oppression, there will be resistance, which is a truth that all people on earth understand. To consolidate the imperial power, it is definitely not feasible to rely solely on the nobles. We all know that the power of the people is extremely great. Since there is an unequal class structure, this inequality must be restrained in more places. Since the nobles enjoy privileges, they must bear greater responsibilities than the common people. More importantly, for the long-term stability of an empire, there must be hope among the people and goodwill among the nobles. And the Tan family is this hope and goodwill. Thinking of this, Yijia already had the answer in her heart. She slowly said, in addition to pursuing status and wealth in one's life, there is another thing that one cannot get in one's life, that is life. For the top nobles, the Tan family is a family that they look down upon, but cannot neglect at will. After all, there will be a day when everyone cannot explain clearly, so they can only hold it in their arms. Ma Luan nodded and motioned her to continue. Yizhi took a sip of tea. Because of the presence of Miss Song, she was very reserved and only moistened her lips and tongue, even though she was quite thirsty at the moment. She continued, for ordinary nobles, in addition to the 3 paths of military, politics and business, through our Tan family, His Majesty also pointed out a clear path for them, that is, saving the world and doing good deeds can also be rewarded. For ordinary people, there is an aristocratic weather vane like the Tan family, which means that the nobles of the empire are not all those who pursue wine, meat, money and power, and it also means that each of them has the hope of becoming the next Tan family. So, it is really wonderful to suddenly mention the word doctor in the words noble, rich and honored. Speaking of this, Yizhi suddenly felt that the ancestors of the Tan family were very powerful. There is a gap between theory and practice. It is not an easy task to create such a cognition throughout the empire. Ma Luan smiled and said, your analysis makes sense. It can be seen that you have made efforts to study the current aristocratic system, but you overlooked one point. There must be a premise for these situations to be established. What is it? Yizhi was puzzled. The premise is that the medical technology level of the Tan family itself must be strong, otherwise everything is empty talk. Ma Luan said lightly. Yizhi was stunned for a long time, and found that what he said was right, and nodded. If the medical skills of the Tan family were not the best in the empire, they would have been replaced by other families long ago. If the medical technology level of the Tan family was not ranked in the entire galaxy, it would not have formed such a high reputation among the people. Thinking of this, she suddenly understood why Viscount Tannenbean asked her this question. If the Tan family wants to maintain this advantage, they must ensure that their medical technology level is at the forefront of the interstellar. And this requires generations of Tan family members to work hard to achieve results. After all, some research in the biological field takes decades to produce some results. Why did her double black hair color and quasi-mental power make Viscount Tannenbean and even her uncle so happy? Because her potential represents hope, representing the hope that the Tan family can continue to maintain its glory. Among the 4 major families, the Tan family is the only one that relies on reputation to maintain its existence. Yizhi suddenly felt a sense of urgency. It seems that you have thought it through. Ma Luan smiled slightly, and said in a relaxed tone, then, take the Tan family as the topic and submit a final report as the final exam for your aristocratic sociology course. He stood up and left, and before leaving, he reminded, you must do the experiment. If there is no experimental data, I will give you AC directly. The final exam results will be reviewed by the Viscount. The smile on Yizhi's lips collapsed. It would be better to continue the class. She would be more relaxed. She knew that with Ma Luan's personality, he would never let her go so easily. However, she had no time to think about it. Her vocal and dance teachers arrived one after another. After dancing a court dance in this 13-piece suit in the garden for an hour, she sang for another half an hour. She was so tired that she couldn't even speak. What was no different from usual was that her dance teacher smiled happily and left to get out of class. Her vocal teacher felt like crying every time she taught her. Su Fei was a lovely and gentle woman. She was a student of Kaviniko's good friend. She was young and had won many awards. She was willing to teach Yizhi purely because of her teacher's relationship. When she met Yizhi, Su Fei felt that she had encountered the Waterloo of her life. Many times when the get out of class was over, she left with red eyes. The matter was actually very simple. Did Yizhi sing out of tune? No. On the contrary, she had rich knowledge of music theory, strong musical sense, and a natural good voice. But Yizhi, who had a natural good voice, sang very strange songs. Take the song Lullaby for example. Su Fei can say that anyone in the galaxy can sing better than Yizhi. The reason is simple. Yizhi's singing has no soul, and is not touching at all. Can a singer who can't move people's hearts still be called a singer? But, in terms of the melody, Yizhi did nothing wrong, on the contrary, it sounded very good. Speaking of this, Yizhi's heart was in tears. The song Lullaby was a song she had listened to countless times, since she was in the embryo, and she could almost sing it backwards. She can now tolerate the soothing lyrics and melody in the background of punk music, but no matter how she sings, she can't sing the so-called touching feeling. She was very upset at one time, because even when Tan Lan and Tan Ju sang this song, Su Fei said that he felt that kind of power. Over time, Yizhi also accepted this fact. She has now formed a very wrong idea. She may be the kind of person on Earth who is tone-deaf, so she can't sing a touching song. Okay, Xiao I won't come again in the next week, just practice your dance well. Don't be sad, I will come back after the party. I believe that was such a good talent, You can definitely sing a touching song. Before Su Fei left, he did not forget to cheer Yizhai up. Yizhai, this is indeed a very kind girl. Among all the enlightenment teachers of Yizhai, Tanju likes her the most. But Yizhai shouted in her heart, Teacher Su Fei, can't you let go of yourself and me? Chapter 60. There is a small restaurant on the 6th floor of Hua Hall, where Kaviniko and Viscount Tananmin usually eat 3 meals a day. Of course, now there is also Yizhai. In the past 6 months, the busy study life and tasks have made her want to split every minute of her day into 2 minutes. When she is free, she is not without doubts. She always feels that her grandfather is doing it on purpose. At this time, the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren are having breakfast in the restaurant. There are a variety of meals, but the portion of each is not much. This is the rule of the Tan family. Viscount Tananmin does not like waste. I heard that your aristocratic sociology course can be finished. Viscount Tananmin cut a piece of blueberry cake and put it on Yizhai's plate, pretending to ask casually. In fact, on the desk in his study, there is a summary report of Yizhai's study this week. He knows what Yizhai has learned and to what extent. Personal teaching is not a lie. Yizhai's training plan and training goals were all drawn up by him. Moreover, as the head of a medical family, he knew very well how to alleviate Yizhai's autism in childhood. That is to keep her busy like a spinning top, let her have no time to think about Tan Yun. By the time she reacted, her body had adapted to the environment before her brain. Even if there are some problems at that time, she should eat and sleep. Moreover, Yizhai has a mature and strong heart. Viscount Tananmin does not think that a mild autism will have much impact on her. Combined with the current assessment given by the psychologist, she is estimated to be a child who does not like strangers to approach and is not very sociable. But he didn't think it was a big problem. Born in a top family like the Tan family, it was good to have these 2 traits in her character. This helped her grow up to be more independent and strong. What surprised him was that Yizhai had already completed the study plan he set for her ahead of time. You know, in order to consume Yizhai's energy, his plan was designed to prevent her from completing it. There is no doubt. Yizhai is a genius. In the past 6 months, Tananmin's favorite thing to do, when he was unhappy, was to read Yizhai's learning progress report. Of course, Yizhai didn't know these things. When Tananmin asked about her schoolwork, she subconsciously responded, yes, but some experimental data is needed, which is a bit troublesome. In the gap between the grandparents and grandchildren, Kavinik signaled Tan Lan to mix milk for Yizhai. This was fresh cloud beast milk just shipped from the farm. Yizhai loved to drink it, and drank 2 full cups every morning. Do you need help? Tananmin put down his knife and fork. It was not easy to manage the entire Tan family. His pace of life was fast, and he finished breakfast quickly. Yizhai drank a mouthful of milk. Although she did not let the rich foam touch her lips, she still wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin and replied, I can only think of a general idea at present. I may need to go to the hospital. In the past 6 months, Yizhai has changed her face. When Viscount Tananmin first met her, he thought she did not know etiquette. Now he is very satisfied with her in every aspect. Sometimes he feels pleasing to watch Yizhai eat. Of course, all this is an illusion. In the past, only Bo Ba knew the true appearance of Yizhai when she was alone. Now Tan Ju and Tan Lan also have some idea in their hearts, but they dare not say much. Which hospital are you going to? Let Ah Zhong take you there, and bring Ah Mei along. Tananmin agreed without even thinking about it. After the spaceship incident, Ah Mei was favored by Tananmin, and was hired by the Tan family with a high salary. Now he is one of Yizhai's exclusive bodyguards. Let's go to Renha Hospital in the East District. Yizhai thought for a moment and said, Okay, you make your own arrangements. If you need anything, tell Ah Zhong. He left after he finished speaking. There was another video conference to be held. Kavaniko couldn't bear it, and picked up some food for her. Why do you have to make yourself so tired? Yizhai shrugged. I also want to see how far I can go. This is not a lie. She can clearly feel that she is very talented in this life. On Earth, she might be the kind of person who can enter the junior class of Tsinghua University and Peking University. So she really wants to see how far she can go in the interstellar era. Kavinik was both relieved and distressed. Okay. How is your dance preparation going? On the day of the banquet, according to the procedure, Yizhai had to perform a dance. It's okay. Teacher Zhou seems quite satisfied. As for the costume, do you want me to wear the clothes of Mingurxia? She swallowed the cake and said. Kavinik's eyes were full of admiration. Yes, your second aunt is very positive. She said that if the effect is good, She will use you as a publicity photo. She is crazy. Yijia was angry. She didn't want to deal with this and refused immediately. Grandmother, you have to help me keep an eye on my second aunt. Don't let her do this. I can't stand it. If that's the case, wouldn't Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei dislike her even more? Okay, I will definitely help you keep an eye on it. Yijia heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Mingya is a typical big designer with a very unique personality. She especially likes Yijia's black hair color, and has long wanted her to take fashion photos under mommer. Seeing that she was almost done eating, Kavitical suddenly remembered that she had postponed all her classes today, and then she suddenly realized, "Are you going to the hospital today?" Looking at Kavitical, who was a little slower, Yijia's mouth curled up. "Yes, Grandpa had guessed what I wanted to do a long time ago, just wanting me to take Ame with me." Kavitical's face changed. "Could it be that you don't even plan to take Ame out? How is it possible?" Yijia pretended to be surprised. She was indeed planning to go out alone. After Yijian modified her breasts, they were very powerful and more than enough to protect her. Of course, the premise is that all this is not discovered. "That's good, grandparents are old, don't scare us." Kavitical took her hand and said. Yijia knew that this was all caused by her past troubles, and nodded quickly. It was probably the 3rd month since she came to the Tan family. She wanted to go out for a walk, and ended up taking her busted daughter out in the shuttle that her uncle gave her. It was just a coincidence. Tanihai was a steady man. Thinking that he would give the shuttle to his granddaughter, he had tested it in the Tan family in advance, and applied for permission at the time of the test flight. So Yijia left the Tan family openly under the name of Tan Yijin. Later, Tanju and Tanlon found that they could not find Yijia, and all the security systems of the Tan family were activated. After investigation, Yijia was finally brought back to the central square. Yijia did not receive any punishment, but it was hard for the two sisters Tanju and Tanlon. Not only did they have their wages deducted, but they were also punished by the family. From then on, although Yijia did not let them enter the bedroom, one of them must have been guarding the door. Yijia felt very guilty towards these two people, and since then, she was willing to let them help her with some daily trivial matters. It was a blessing in disguise for the two of them. Chapter 61. Yijia was sent to the shuttle by Kavinik, along with Tanzhong, Tanju, Tanlon, Amei, and the bodyguard chief Tanqi. Tanzhong, Amei, and Tanqi were arranged by Viscount Tananmin. And Tanju and Tanlon were the ones that Kavinik insisted on bringing along. In short, Yijia had no say. Sitting on Viscount Tananmin's super-large shuttle, Yijia held her face with both hands, extremely speechless. Isn't the shuttle she was sitting in telling everyone that Tananmin is here? Is it necessary to be so high-profile? She said she was going to collect experimental data. She was a little absent-minded. Did her grandfather know that she actually had another purpose for this trip? Although Yijia's trip to Renha Hospital was indeed to collect experimental data in the hospital, given how much Tananmin doted on her, she didn't have to go there in person. Her trip was actually to see the wounded soldier who helped her in the spaceship attack, the old soldier Lao Wu who had protected her with Ah Mei. It was said that he was seriously injured. These things were not told to her by Tananmin. In fact, Viscount Tananmin did not want Yijia to have too much contact with those people. It was the Empire News channel a few days ago that reported the results of the handling of the Ghost Beast attack. It was mainly the Ji family who covered the bottom. According to the military investigation, the Ghost Beast attack was caused by a terrorist organization whose leader was codenamed Madman, suspected to be from the outside world, but the military did not find out the specific situation. For this attack, the Ji family showed the style and responsibility of a big family. For the injured and dead passengers, in addition to the relevant insurance and welfare policies of the Empire, the Ji family subsidized 20 million yuan per person to the deceased's family members, and not only borne all medical treatment expenses for the injured, but also subsidized 5 million yuan per person. Overall, it is still very humane. And this group of patients are currently receiving centralized diagnosis and treatment at Renha Hospital in the East District. Now that half a year has passed, those who are still lying in the hospital are basically unable to be saved and are relying on the financial resources of the Ji family to survive. "Miss, do you want to see Old Wu?" Ame approached Yijia and asked. She was a little surprised. "How do you know?" Yijia doesn't like others to have too close contact with her, but Ame is not only her bodyguard, but also her sparring partner in physical training. The two are now very familiar with each other. In addition to the things on the spaceship, Yijia is more intimate and trusting of him than ordinary people. Ame actually knew about Old Wu's situation a long time ago, and went to see him, but Viscount Tannenming had told him in advance not to mention the things on the spaceship to Yizhi. So every time Yizhi asked him if he knew about old Wu's situation, he always kept it a secret. But now, seeing her attitude and having known her for half a year, Mei had a better understanding of her and guessed what she wanted to do. He is in the intensive care unit on the 12th floor. He sighed. Mei stayed in the Tan family, on the one hand because of the high salary of the Tan family, and on the other hand, it was actually because of Yizhi. He was luckier than Lao Wu. If Yizhi hadn't been protecting them with a mental shield, they would have become food for the ghost beast. Lao Wu was even more miserable. After both of his legs were bitten off, he was thrown into outer space. In addition, he had not been rescued for a long time, and excessive radiation caused his genes to collapse. But Lao Wu was lucky and didn't die, but he was half dead. Yizhi realized what Mei meant, stared at him with wide eyes, and was about to ask him, but Tan Zhong reminded her that they had arrived at Renha Hospital. She glanced at Mei, her cheeks puffed up. Lead the way later. Opening the shuttle door, there were already several people in white coats standing outside the helipad. Mei picked her up and followed Tan Zhong out. Xia Mingxian has only been the director of East District Renha Hospital for a year. Viscount Tannenming did not come frequently this year, only twice in total, but he had been informed in advance. This time, the security personnel suddenly reported that the Viscount shuttle had arrived at the hospital helipad. He almost immediately brought people over. This was the first time he came without saying hello, and Xia Mingxian felt quite uneasy. The reason was simple. His old leader had worked in Renha Hospital for 60 years, but his ending was not very good. Not only was he kicked out of the leadership team by Viscount Tannenming, but he is still in prison. The charge was that he abused the public medical resources of the Tan family. In fact, this kind of thing is not uncommon in hospitals. The Tan family attaches great importance to scientific research. The annual scientific research funds are so much that it is not unreasonable for the dean to be tempted. Even he had wavered before, but fortunately he woke up at the last moment. Otherwise, he would never have been promoted to dean, and there is a great possibility that he is in prison. So when he saw that there was a Dwuluan man behind Butler Tan Zhong, he was disappointed and relieved. No matter what, he still put on a smile and greeted him. Butler Tan, you haven't been here for a while. Is it the Viscount who has any instructions? Tan Zhong turned sideways and showed Yizhi. Hello, Dean Xia. This is our young lady. She came to see. Xia Mingxian then saw Yizhi being held by Mei. His first reaction was that the child was so beautiful. Then he immediately noticed Yizhi's double black hair color. He immediately became excited. As a key employee who signed a contract with the Tan family, Xia Mingxian was very familiar with the family precepts of the Tan family that the double black hair color would inherit the position of the head of the family. He even knew that the Tan family had an extremely mysterious underground scientific research team and had conducted research on the double black bloodline. But he didn't know what the results were. But it is true that judging from the performance of the current head of the family, Tannenming, he is much better than the previous two heads, who were not double black hair colors. Could this be the future young master? So he stepped forward and said respectfully, Is the young lady feeling unwell? I will arrange for someone to come and see. Yizhi interrupted him. Dean Xia, I just came to see you. I may need your help. Xia Mingxian quickly agreed. Okay, the young lady can ask for anything. Dean Xia, do you usually make follow-up visits to patients? Yizhi was carried by Dai and walked into the hospital, looking around and asking. Renha Hospital is a super-large comprehensive hospital where both nobles and civilians can receive treatment. It's just that the nobles have a special noble passage. Mei is used to walking in the ordinary passage. So the doctors and nurses in the hall happened to see that the usually handsome and upright dean was showing a shy smile to a child. And in the noble lounge on the 4th floor, a man in military uniform also saw the scene. He watched it so seriously that he didn't answer the words of the people next to him for a while. Hearing Yizhi's question, Xia Mingxian carefully considered his words and said hesitantly, return visits. And the like for now. I really haven't considered it. But, if necessary, we can do it. Chapter 62. Yizhi interrupted him. President Xia, don't misunderstand, I just asked casually. She paused. You don't have to be so polite. Just treat me as a patient who came to understand the situation. Xia Mingxian used to be an academic doctor who was immersed in research. He was extremely inexperienced in dealing with the powerful, and unknowingly became a little too cautious. At this moment, he realized that although the other party was of noble status, he was still just a child after all, and he was no longer trembling with fear. He expressed his own views. Miss, the return visit you mentioned, is it to re-examine the patient's physical condition? This is actually not necessary. The functions of the medical cabin are very powerful now, and generally the diseases that can be cured in the medical cabin will not cause too many problems. For some difficult and complicated diseases, our hospital has a dedicated person to connect. After all, it is not a disease that can be cured once or twice. Yi Jiai saw that his words were logically clear at this time, and he was no longer timid, and he felt much more comfortable. No matter how long it took, she was not used to others being submissive in front of her. When I say return visit, I mean to ask the patient about their experience with diagnosis and treatment, their satisfaction with the hospital, the degree of treatment for their illness, their own recovery, whether they have any opinions or suggestions for our hospital, etc. Xia Mingxin suddenly realized, and he was very surprised that a child could be so eloquent and clear-minded. But he was still quite confident when it came to this aspect. A very complacent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Miss, you also know what our Renha hospital is like in the empire. No patient who comes to us has anything bad to say. For the first time, Yi Jiai looked at this man who seemed too young compared to the position of the dean, and used a respectful title, but her tone was not very good. Dean Xia, just tell me whether there is or not. Her face was serious, and because her appearance was not lethal, she did not seem to have any deterrent power. But she knew very well where her shortcomings were, and motioned Ah Mei to stop, looking at Xia Mingxin with a serious face. Ah Mei was originally holding her and walking in front. When she stopped, everyone followed her gaze and looked at Xia Mingxin, which made him a little nervous. For the time being. Not for the time being, he replied, with some sweat on his forehead. Yi Jiai patted Ah Mei's tentacles, motioning him to continue walking. Hearing Xia Mingxin's answer, she did not say anything, but turned around to observe the various patients around her, and the working conditions of those doctors and nurses. The hospital is a place where you can experience all kinds of life. The patients had all kinds of expressions, some were anxious, some were happy, and some were desperate. But the doctors and nurses seemed too indifferent to Yi Jiai. Most of them were doing their own things with blank expressions. Yi Jiai also saw a patient with an anxious look asking a nurse something, but the nurse not only ignored him, but also turned her head and smiled and said something to her colleague. Several people walked into the elevator in silence. After Ah Mei pressed the elevator button for the 12th floor, Yi Jiai slowly said, Dean Xia, I will come to the dean's office to find you later, so you don't need to follow us now. Okay. Xia Mingxin quickly agreed. After Yi Jiai and his group got out of the elevator, Xia Mingxin stood there for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. If someone had told him before today that he would be intimidated by the aura of a 3-year-old child, he would have slapped that person in the face, but after today, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a wry smile. This feeling was almost the same as if the Viscount had come in person. Yi Jiai and his group walked out of the elevator, and before they had taken a few steps, they saw a middle-aged woman dressed in slovenly clothes pulling a male doctor's sleeve and saying something. The scene was not very good, and the woman seemed to be begging the other party. Yi Jiai frowned slightly, and just as Tan Zhong was about to walk over, he said, Uncle Zhong, you guys go to the back. Don't let people see that I'm with you. It's just me and Ah Mei. Tan Zhong paused, and without asking why, he turned around and led his people to the bathroom at the back. Yi Jiai patted Ah Mei's tentacles and whispered, Let's go over and take a look. The closer the distance, the clearer the voices of the two people were. The woman pulled the male doctor's sleeve and said in a hoarse voice, Doctor, didn't you say at the time that he would wake up? Why do I see that his condition is getting worse and worse these days? The male doctor was a little impatient. You should know what cosmic radiation is like. It doesn't even spare cells. The patient has been in space for so long. It's not easy for him to be alive now. Whether he can wake up depends on himself. It's useless for you to pull me every day. Doctor, he is the only one working in our family, and we have a sick daughter to take care of. If he doesn't wake up, how can we live? Please save him. At this point, the woman was already in tears. Perhaps she was really out of strength, so she slid down the doctor's sleeve and sat down. Having been blocked by her several times, the man called doctor was extremely impatient at this time. He pulled his hand out with all his strength and said without thinking, What's wrong with you, woman? If your husband and children are sick, go back to take care of them. Why are you pulling me? If it weren't for your husband being sent by the Ji family, how long do you think he can lie here? After saying that, she left angrily. Before leaving, she glanced at Ah Mei standing beside her, and Yi Jiai in his arms. Yi Jiai looked at the nameplate on his chest, which read, Gene Sequence Cologne. After he left, the woman sat in the aisle, crying. And the other doctors and nurses all avoided her from a distance. Yijia looked there for a long time, but no one came to help her. Finally, a nursing robot came to her and said, "Madam, I scanned that your physical condition is not very good. Do you need help?" The woman wiped her tears and said no, then hurriedly got up and returned to the ward. After the male doctor mentioned the G family, thinking of the radiation he mentioned, Yijia was 80% sure that the person they were talking about was Lao Wu. After looking at the direction where the woman left for a long time, she spoke with a difficult tone. "Did you do it on purpose?" This was said to Ame. Yijia's words were not clear, but Ame knew that she was asking him if he brought her here to see the scene on purpose. Ame was almost certain that the person the two people were talking about was Lao Wu, because he had seen the male doctor before, and he was Lao Wu's attending physician. He looked at her with his slanted eyes, innocently. "I didn't. It was just a coincidence. I had heard that old Wu was not doing well, but I didn't expect it to be so bad." Yijia was furious. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Was it because of my grandfather?" "Huh?" It was the first time Ame saw Yijia like this. There seemed to be two flames in her dark eyes, burning everything. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Chapter 63. However, Yijia would not let him off so easily. Every word was heart-piercing. "I remember that when you swore an oath, the object of your loyalty was not your grandfather, not the Tan family, but me. Even if you are not loyal to me sincerely, the Dwelling clan is the most loyal. You saved me on the spaceship because the Tan family promised you. But I saved you without asking for your return. How can you, how dare you, keep lying to me?" Ame pursed his lips, and his face became extremely bad. The tentacles behind him trembled uneasily. Yijia no longer looked at him, and his voice was cold. "Ame, after you go back, you should leave the Tan family. The Dwelling clan has a natural biological habit, which is to submit to the leader they recognize. No matter whether it is difficult to say, Yijia, a half-grown child, is indeed the leader recognized by Ame. Perhaps it was when she saved him on the spaceship, or perhaps it was when she impressed him again and again during physical training after arriving at the Tan family. He was completely captured. So when he swore allegiance, he followed his true thoughts and chose only Yijia. This is why Viscount Tannenmine and Kaviniko trusted him so much. Once the Dwelling clan finds a loyal object, if they betray, it will be difficult for them to improve their strength in their lifetime. On the contrary, if they find a strong enough loyal object and grow with the other party, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, in the past 6 months, his combat power has become much stronger. If there is a ghost beast standing in front of him now, he will never be as embarrassed as last time." Seeing Yijia's cold expression, Ame was really panicked this time, and the tentacles behind him twisted and flew up. "Little lady, I'm sorry, I wanted to tell you. But the Viscount said that your body can't bear this, so I haven't said it. Give me a chance, okay?" Hearing that it was her grandfather who didn't allow it, Yijia felt a little better. She found that it was so difficult for her to accept Ame's betrayal. "Okay, I give you a day to find out the situation of the people in the cockpit of the spacecraft." Yijia decided to give him a chance. Ame gently put her on the ground, put a tentacle against his forehead, and said devoutly, "Yes." At this time, Tan Zhong also estimated the time and brought people out. Seeing that Ame was not there, he was surprised and said, "Miss, what happened?" Yijia waved her hand indifferently. "He has something to do. Let's go to the dean's office." Tanlon walked to her side, squatted down and said respectfully, "Miss, let me hold you? There are so many people here." Although Yijia wanted to go by herself, it was her first time here, and Ame was sent away by her. It was safer to be held by someone, so she finally overcame her psychological discomfort and agreed. When Tanlon picked her up, she had goosebumps all over her body from the back of her ears to her toes. Yijia forced herself to think about what had just happened, and then she resisted the urge to jump off Tanlon. Following Tan Zhong's familiarity, she came to the dean's office, where Xia Mengshan was waiting for her. Tanlon put her on the chair opposite Xia Mengshan and retreated. Yijia spoke first. "I saw on the news that all the injured in the Ghost Beast attack in the Centaur Galaxy in the Wild Fox Star region half a year ago were in our hospital." Xia Mengshan guessed many possibilities, but he never thought that she came here for such a thing. He immediately replied, "Yes, all are being treated in our hospital. The Viscount has considered the relationship with the G family, and all are internal prices." Yijia nodded secretly. It seems that her grandfather did not do nothing. She continued to ask, "How are they doing?" Xia Mengshan did not pay much attention to this matter. After thinking for a while, he said, Most of the people sent here have been saved. A small number of people died due to severe radiation. At present, it seems that only 2 people are still receiving treatment in our hospital. Which 2 people? Xia Mingxin scratched his head and said, I really don't remember this. I only know that one is surnamed Wu, and the other is surnamed Qin. Many media came to report it at that time. Where do they live now? The one surnamed Wu has been lying on the 12th floor because of the more serious one. The one surnamed Qin has woken up in the past 2 days, and seems to be on the 15th floor, Xia Mingxin said uncertainly. This also indirectly confirmed that the woman on the 12th floor, just now, was undoubtedly old Wu's wife. How can Dean Xia remember it so clearly? Yizhi asked curiously. They were just ordinary patients. It should have been half a year. He shouldn't have such a deep impression. Xia Mingxin smiled and said, My junior brother performed the operations on these 2 people, so I have some impression of him. Yizhi raised his eyebrows and said, Is your junior brother called Luo Fu? Xia Mingxin was surprised and said, Dr. Luo is so famous? Even the young lady has heard of him. Yizhi raised a hint of intriguing smile at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, I have heard of him a little. Xia Mingxin didn't think too much and said happily, Dr. Luo would be very happy if he knew. Yizhi didn't comment and changed the topic. What do you think of the return visit I mentioned? In fact, after returning to the office, Xia Mingxin had been thinking about this issue. He didn't think such a young child would think so deeply, so he naturally misunderstood what the Viscount meant, so he agreed immediately. This is a very good idea. I plan to formulate a plan for the return visit procedure at the hospital meeting next week. Yizhi showed his first smile today and showed him what was in the optical computer. No need for a plan. How about this questionnaire, Dean Xia? Xia Mingxin received it through the optical computer and read it carefully. This questionnaire is aimed at every patient who has been treated in Renha Hospital, and the content of the survey is quite detailed. The first line is the patient's identity information and the name of the doctor and nurse in the treatment department. The second line is the physical condition, current recovery, number of visits, etc. The third line is the score of doctors and nurses, which is divided into several aspects: professional ability, service attitude, treatment environment, and treatment time, each with 10 points. The fourth line is a question: why did you choose Renha Hospital for treatment? The fifth line is to collect suggestions and opinions on the hospital. The sixth line is to score the overall evaluation of the hospital, with a total of 10 points. Xia Mingxin used to be a doctor who only knew how to do things in research, but people will grow up. He has also had ideas during his year as the dean. Renha Hospital has stood on the top of the empire for too long, and there are many bad habits that are difficult to change. He wants to change, but the hospital is not a place without factional struggles. He is not a noble, and he is not a direct descendant of the Tan family. Even if he has some ideas, it is quite difficult to implement them in practice. Does this questionnaire mean that the Viscount is somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation of the hospital? He suppressed his excitement. Miss, I want to ask what this questionnaire is used for? Yizhi glanced at him and said in a relaxed tone, This is the experimental data of my aristocratic sociology course. Please help me collect it for a month, and Uncle Zhong will come to you to get it. Xia Mingxin held his breath, sighed for a long time, and finally forced a very reluctant smile and agreed. Chapter 64. After coming out of the dean's office, Yizhi and his group took the elevator directly to the helipad on the first floor, preparing to return to the Tan family. When she walked to the lobby, she suddenly looked towards the 4th floor with a sense of something. However, it was an opaque reflective material, and nothing could be seen. Tan Chi, the head bodyguard of the Tan family, noticed her gaze and asked, Miss, what's wrong? Yizhi came to her senses. Maybe I felt it wrong. Let's go back. Tanlon held her and continued to move forward. At the same time, in the aristocratic lounge on the 4th floor, a short-haired man in military uniform patted his chest and said exaggeratedly, Gutingen, did you see that? I'm not kidding you. That kid has a very high perception. Next to him, there were 2 men in military uniforms. One had a deep face and was serious. The other had a feminine face and a transvestite temperament. Gutingen laughed. Zhou Jianjun, your mental power is B-level, and you have been trained by the Major General. Isn't it normal to find you? This casual smile made his already feminine face look even more feminine, which can be said to be very beautiful. Ji Fan watched Yizhi walk out of the hall, then turned his head and looked at Gutingen. What did you find out? What is this child doing in the hospital? When Yizhi came in, several people noticed it. During this period of time, they always heard Zhou Jianjun say how cute and powerful this child was, so Gu Tingjin sent someone to investigate. He thought about the content delivered by the intelligence personnel just now, and showed a strange smile. Major General, your child is really interesting. As he said that, he played the video of the conversation between Yi Jiai and Mei for the two of them. The two of them were actually consciously avoiding people around them when they were talking, but they didn't expect that they were recorded. After watching it, Zhou Jianjun's scalp numbed and said, "Fuck, is this really a child?" It has to be said that Zhou Jianjun was true. It was Gu Tingjin who refuted him. Do you think everyone is like you? At the age of 3, you only know how to chase after others and grab toys? The two of them have known each other for many years, and they can talk about each other's black materials. Gu Tingjin's life was extremely rough. He was abandoned to a garbage planet since he was a child. When he was 3 years old, he already knew how to use his appearance to cheat for food and drink. So he was not surprised by this, but instead became very interested in Yi Jiai. Ji Fan knocked on the table and frowned. She came here for Lao Wu? From this video, it is likely to be the case. Moreover, she also went to the dean's office, but there were 2 powerful people around her, and it was not easy for my people to monitor it. Seeing Ji Fan asking, Gu Tingjin said angrily. Zhou Jianjun looked strange and said, "No way, Gu Tingjin, you're going to monitor a child." Ji Fan was a little interested. Can you guess what it's about? Gu Tingjin shook his head. I don't know. This time it was Zhou Jianjun's turn to be surprised. The military advisor of their Abyss fleet couldn't guess what a child was thinking. His gloating expression was clearly written on his face. Gu Tingjin glanced at him and explained to Ji Fan. It may be related to the hospital return visit procedure, but she is a child and has no motive, so I can't guess it. Ji Fan nodded. Children have no routines and logic, so it's not easy to guess. He pondered for a moment. Since she is so concerned about old Wu, then send the information to that Duoluan man. Gu Tingjin nodded. He thought so too. Although old Wu's matter only involved a few doctors, the Tan family was behind it. This matter is not big or small, but it is a bit sensitive, which is why they have not been able to take action. It is indeed not worth confronting the Tan family for such a small matter, especially at this critical period. Regarding the vote, Viscount Tananmin has not yet clearly stated that he will support the Major General. Zhou Jianjun cursed on the side. How can there be such a doctor who is worse than pigs and dogs in Renha Hospital? Ji Fan's eyes were deep, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. The Tan family is like those old guys in the military. They stand at the top for too long, and can't see the road under their feet clearly. After returning to the Tan family, Yi Jiai practiced dancing for a while, and then went directly to the physical training room. All of them are extremely energy-consuming exercises. Because her mental power is too high and her physical fitness level has not reached the limit of B-level mental power, she must strictly follow the course to temper her body, otherwise her body will get worse and worse. In addition, the Tan family has always had someone specially prepare medicines for her to improve her physical fitness. She was in a bad mood today, and she almost used up every bit of her strength to vent during the sparring process with the robot. After being exhausted, she felt that the boredom and mania in her heart were diluted, and she returned to calmness. For some reason, she always felt that after crossing over, she was very easy to have negative emotions. She trusted Imo more than she thought, so it was particularly difficult for her to accept his deception and betrayal. She lay flat on the ground, sweat wet her back, and gradually seeped to the ground drop by drop. Suddenly, a tentacle next to him handed over a towel. Looking at the black hand covered with suction cups, Yi Jiai's eyes did not move, and his voice did not fluctuate. You are faster than I thought. Seeing that she was too tired to move, Ame picked up a towel and clumsily wiped her sweat. Thinking of what he had found out, his tone was particularly gloomy. I found out that Lao Wu's attending doctor is the man I saw today. His name is Luo Fu, and he is a student of the former dean. But the operation went wrong at that time, and Lao Wu was already dead. Yi Jiai turned to look at him, his black eyes full of shock. What did you say? Ame showed her the video in the optical computer. In a large operating room, Lao Wu was groaning in pain on the operating table, but Luo Fu was replying to the message with a smile on his face. Beside him, his assistant and nurse did not say anything, silently waiting for him to reply to the message. In the interstellar era, radiation is still an extremely serious disease, but it is not as incurable as on Earth. Radiation itself is not terrible. What is terrible is the damage it causes to the body. But today's medical technology is basically at the level of living dead and flesh and bones. As long as the degree of radiation does not cause the human gene sequence to collapse, then a radiation removal surgery can solve the problem. This is just a minor operation. which does not require too high technical content, but it must be careful enough. Even people with strong physiques can absorb these radiations. Old Wu was originally a wounded soldier. His physique level was not high, and because he had suffered from long-term cosmic radiation, his situation was considered to be very critical. And this doctor actually replied to the message during the operation. Yijiai's head hurt, but the next scene made her grit her teeth. In the video, I don't know what Luo Fu did, the whole scene became extremely chaotic. I saw Old Wu's eyes wide open, obviously unable to breathe, his whole body flushed and inflated, very scary. A doctor shouted to Luo Fu, "Dr. Luo, the patient's vital signs are plummeting, he's dying." Luo Fu stood there, looking at Old Wu's horrible appearance for a long time without reacting. Because he didn't get timely treatment, Old Wu died soon. The video ended here. Yijiai was still a little confused. Didn't that woman say she was in a coma? Can't she tell the difference between coma and death? Ah, didn't expect this to make him tremble all over. He said in a cold voice. I went to confirm that the person was indeed dead, but he still looked alive. I suspect it's parasitic. Yijiai was so angry that she felt dizzy. She sat up with her teeth clenched. How dare he? How dare he do this in Renha Hospital? Chapter 65. The universe is so vast that there are all kinds of strange creatures. There is a kind of creature that specializes in parasitizing the human body. It relies on human nutrients to survive, and can make the dead maintain the breath of the living. Even in the study of Viscount Tananmine, Yijiai has seen a top-secret document about parasites. The top parasites can not only bring the host back to life, but also make them look the same as before. Hundreds of years ago, this creature was abused on a large scale, and finally fermented into a major genetic pollution incident. At that time, the mortality rate of humans was much higher than it is now. Many people were dissatisfied with the sudden death of their relatives and took the initiative to let parasites parasitize in the bodies of their relatives. There are many who have lost their loved ones. Some crazy women use this as comfort, and even do the most intimate things with the other party, resulting in pregnancy. Parasites are originally asexual reproduction organisms, but with the help of the host, they have achieved sexual reproduction, completed evolution, and become intelligent life. Soon, it turned into a disaster. No one knows whether the people around them are parasitized. This led to a huge crisis of trust, and society began to become unstable, with riots happening from time to time. Later, the empire took an iron-blooded approach and directly destroyed all the parasites and hosts to calm the situation. At that time, a doctor named Anlin Bode appeared. She was extremely talented. After she invented a test reagent to identify parasites, the storm subsided. Thanks to the excellent intelligence system of the Ji family and the Abyss Fleet, Ji Fan learned about Luo Fu's use of parasites almost immediately, and secretly monitored all the people involved in this incident. Half a year later, it was time to close the net. At this critical moment, he met Yijiai. If she had intervened in this matter first, Viscount Tananmine would at least not have such a strong resentment towards him. That's why Ah Mei was able to find out about Old Wu so quickly. After taking a few deep breaths, Yijiai felt calmed down. Ah Mei, carry me to my grandfather. This matter was no longer something she could handle. On the other side, on Viscount Tananmine's desk, Yijiai's questionnaire for Xia Mengxian was placed. Tananmine smiled, and the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. He couldn't help but say, this kid is really smart. It's just an experiment, but he can come up with this method, which just solves the problem I have. Tan Zhongli stood beside him, and said with a smile, yes, the head of the family was still worrying about how to promote the evaluation system. Miss, I handed you a questionnaire. Isn't it just a coincidence? Tananmine has been the head of the family for so many years, and his main focus has been on research. It was not until the former director of Renha Hospital in the East District was investigated for embezzling medical resources that he suddenly realized the lack of hospital management. Nowadays, the evaluation of Renha Hospital on Star Network is far less than before. Although the hospital belongs to the Tan family, it has grown into a towering tree after so many years of development. He can't move easily. If he accidentally hurts the roots, it will eventually hurt the Tan family's building. He wants to change the current chaos of medical treatment in Renha Hospital by establishing an evaluation mechanism, and take this opportunity to reorganize the hospital's atmosphere. But before the document was issued, several elders of the Tan family heard the news and came to him several times. As the #1 hospital in the empire, Renha Hospital is the cash cow and lifeblood of many people. If the regulations are implemented forcefully, it may not have a good effect. The reason is that without the cooperation of all doctors, it is really difficult to accomplish such a thing. But no one is a fool. Once the evaluation mechanism is established, it means that doctors and nurses can no longer be as relaxed and casual as they are now, and they need to follow more rules and regulations. After all, if they get a bad evaluation, it will have a great impact on doctors and nurses. But with Yizhi doing this, Tiananmen can advertise it to major hospitals. This is Yizhi's homework. Not only did it make her identity clear, but it also allowed doctors to complete the questionnaire without any suspicion. If this questionnaire is done well, it can also give him a better understanding of hospitals in various districts. It is not an exaggeration to say that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone, so he is very satisfied. Speak of the devil. Ame carried Yizhi to the study of Viscount Tiananmen. Tan Zhong had already given Yizhi access to the study room, and she would come here to look at the information whenever she was free. But she had always been very sensible. She usually didn't bring Tan Ju and Tan Lan with her when she came to the study room. This was the first time she brought anyone with her. Seeing her coming, Viscount Tiananmen was in a good mood and teased, "You made a big fuss when doing your homework. Dean Xia was scared by you. He called me right after you left." Yizhi thought of the young man and pursed her lips. He was scared by such a small thing. "Grandfather, I don't believe you don't know what I want to do." Tiananmen glanced at Tan Zhong and smiled. "Our Xiao Ai is so opinionated now. Okay, tell me what you want to do." Yizhi's face was extremely serious. "I want to know what the people of the Empire think of our hospital and the impression of the Tan family." Half a year ago, when Tiananmen went to pick her up to go back to the Tan family, she was still unwilling. But now, she is just as she promised, abandoning her prejudice, trying to integrate into the Tan family, and thinking about the Tan family. Tiananmen was very pleased. He felt that his love for Yizhi was not in vain. "I plan to implement this questionnaire not only in the East District, but also in the other 3 districts. If the later effect is good, all Renha hospitals in the Empire will implement it." Tiananmen looked at her and smiled. "That's great," Yizhi said happily. "What's the matter with you coming to see me now?" After the matter was finalized, Viscount Tiananmen remembered that Yizhi would have gone to bed at this time. Yizhi took a deep breath, got down from the chair, walked to Viscount Tiananmen, and pulled his sleeve. "Grandfather, you have to promise me first that you have to control your emotions in the next matter." Seeing her tense and worried look, Tiananmen couldn't help but reach out and hook her nose, and promised, "Okay." Yizhi nodded to Ame. Ame adjusted the optical brain to the maximum visual range, and played the video of Luo Fu treating old Wu again. The study suddenly became very quiet. Yizhi looked at Tiananmen's frowning eyebrows, and said word by word, that old Wu is still lying in the special care cabin on the 12th floor. Ame has not visited him. He has vital signs, and is suspected of being parasitized. Hearing the word parasitized, Tiananmen was shocked and stood up directly. His face was full of anger, and his hands were clenched. Just when Tan Zhong thought he would be furious, he actually held back and spoke to Yizhi in a restrained manner. "Xiao Ai, I know about this matter, you go back and rest first." It was the first time that Yizhi saw her grandfather so cold, and she and Ame retreated immediately. Not long after she left the study, Tiananmen's face turned cold, and he shouted into the air, "Tan Yi!" A man wrapped in black cloth suddenly appeared in the study, without revealing his face. "Investigate it at all costs. What's the situation with this Luo Fu?" Tiananmen's tone was murderous. "Yes." Tan Yi's cold and bloodthirsty aura was not concealed at all. Chapter 66. Today is a big day for the Tan family. It is the 88th birthday of Viscount Tiananmen, the head of the Tan family, and it is also the day when the young lady of the Tan family returns. As early as a month ago, Tiananmen had sent out invitations to introduce Yizhi to the aristocratic circle of the entire capital star in a high-profile manner. Early in the morning, the Tan family was very busy from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Tan Zhong almost did not sleep all night, and kept confirming the details repeatedly. From the number of shuttle buses on the apron, the quality of the garden landscape, whether the food is fresh, to the day's procedures, security and other situations, he asked and verified them one by one. Kavinical and Yizhi were called up early in the morning to do the styling. Ahua Hall was decorated early, and the meeting hall and the banquet hall were combined into one, forming an extremely spacious and huge banquet hall. There were 2 rows of very long dining tables on both sides of the hall, on which were placed some exquisitely decorated food and drinks. Well-dressed waiters were constantly carrying plates and quietly asking guests if they needed anything. At this time, Tan Yihai and Tan Yijing were standing in front of the 2 sculptures of Ahua Hall, welcoming the guests who were arriving one after another. The two brothers were dressed very energetic today, both in formal suits, and their faces were full of joy. Of course, anyone would be very happy to have a prospective A in their family. Such a great thing. Tiananmen didn't need to hide it at all, and he had already released the first-hand news. It was also for this reason that today's scene was unprecedentedly grand. Not only did all the invited families come, but some small and medium-sized families, who didn't get the invitation, also came because of nepotism. At this time, the waiter who was welcoming the guests suddenly shouted, "The Scott family is here." The waiters and maids standing on both sides saluted the oncoming shuttle bus, and said in unison, "Welcome to the Scott family." The originally lively scene became a little quieter because of this announcement. The Scott family would send people to the Tan family's banquet every year, but they were all insignificant figures in the family, just going through the motions. At this time, a young man in a gray suit and dress got off the shuttle bus. He had delicate features, wore a pair of glasses, smiled at the corners of his mouth, had a gentle temperament, and was full of nobility. Seeing him, the scene was silent for a while. Then a group of people swarmed over. "Mr. Allen, you are here. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Allen here. What a coincidence." He was very nice to everyone, calling out the names of the people present one by one, winning a lot of praise. With his status, answering twice was already a face-giving, but he never expected that they would pay attention to remember their names. Tanihai was also very shocked when he saw him, and hurriedly took a few steps. "Mr. Allen, I didn't expect that Duke Scott would send you this year. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." Alan Scott smiled gently. President Tan also knew that the Congress was coming soon. "My father really couldn't spare time, so he had to send me." He glanced back. The waiter behind him understood, and stepped forward to open the gift box in his hand. "Congratulations to the Tan family on the double happiness. This is a little gift from our Scott family." It was a handwritten letter, and the signature in the lower right corner was Anlin Bode. When this item appeared, the surroundings immediately became much quieter. Anlin Bode, her greatest achievement was the detection agent invented in the genetic pollution incident hundreds of years ago. But Tanihai knew that this person had quite a lot of research results, all recorded in her handwriting. The Tan family was fortunate to get a copy at a high price at an auction. It is no exaggeration to say that this book is worth 1,000 gold. His face changed slightly. "Is this too expensive?" Alan Scott smiled calmly. "This handwriting cannot play its value in our Scott family, so it is not expensive or not. Principal Tan will accept it." Seeing his insistence, Tanihai no longer shirked his responsibility and raised his left hand to the air. "Okay. Please come this way, Mr. Allen." The waiter of the Tan family came forward to take the gift and took it to register and store it. The exchange of gifts between large families is not as simple as it seems. Basically, they all adhere to the principle of equal exchange. So once there is a banquet, the specifications and quantities of these gifts must be registered one by one. When the other party returns from the banquet, the Tan family will know how to return the gift. This is the basic etiquette between nobles. Returning gifts is another subject. These are what Yishii must learn in the aristocratic etiquette class, and they are also what these aristocrats have been exposed to since childhood. Tanihai personally welcomed Alan Scott into a hall and took him to the quiet room on the side. "Mr. Allen, please rest here for a while. My father will be here soon." Alan didn't care much. "Don't bother the Viscount. I just sit here for a while and wait for the show to start. Principal Tan, you can go and get busy first. There are many people coming today. In addition to the Scott family, the Wu family, the Song family, the Liu family, and the Cullen family have also sent people of high status. Tanihai really can't get away." So after a few more pleasantries he left. When he reached the hallway, he sent a message to Viscount Tiananmen through the optical brain, telling him the general situation. He didn't expect him to come, and Tanihai's steps were a little heavy. Alan Scott, the youngest cabinet member of the Empire and the current spokesperson of the Empire's External Relations Department, can be said to be a rising star in the political circle with a promising future. He is Murphy Scott's most beloved youngest son, and the recognized young master of the Scott family. The weight of this identity is not light. From the family level, only families with extremely good relationships will send young masters to attend the birthday party of the other family head. If it is the birthday of Tanihai's father-in-law, it is reasonable for the Tan family to send a young master to the Karen family. After all, they are in-laws. In the past, the Scott family just sent people to go through the motions. Today, not only did they send a young master here, but the weight of the handwritten book is also very valuable. On the other side, Yishii looked at himself in the mirror, slightly absent-minded. The pure white strapless princess dress was made of layers of extremely thin tulle, most of which reached the ankles. The floor-length skirt behind her was 3 meters long, but because she was going to dance later, Lu Mingya specially designed it to be removable. The whole skirt was dotted with light diamonds, which looked extremely light and ethereal. The best part was that behind the long skirt were 2 small and cute wings, all made of feathers of precious birds and animals, which were very valuable. To match this long skirt, Yizhi tied a princess bun and wore a royal blue crown. She was extremely elegant and noble, like a court princess walking out of an ancient scroll. Lu Mingya sat aside and looked at her with appreciation. Xiao, can you ask your second aunt to take some photos later? Yizhi showed a very ladylike and dignified smile. Second aunt, you promised your grandmother. Lu Mingya had already promised Kavinikol that unless Yizhi agreed, she would never take Yizhi's photos for promotional photos for Mingwear. Now she is just itching to talk. Chapter 67. Tan Ju exaggeratedly said, young lady is so beautiful. Tan Lan nodded secretly. Yizhi's styling today was done by Mingwear stylist, which was much more advanced than what they usually did. She was always paying attention at that time and learned a lot of skills secretly. Just when several people were playing, Bo Ba suddenly came over, his eyes emitted red rays, and scanned Yizhi from head to toe. Bo Ba projected the scan results in the air while speaking. Little master, unknown substances are detected on your body and are being analyzed. It shows that there are clumps of unknown liquid on the back and hem of Yizhi's skirt. Lu Mingya's face changed, and she made a prompt decision. Tan Ju, Tan Lan, take off Xiao Ai's clothes quickly. The two quickly took off Yizhi's long skirt and changed into cotton pajamas. Boba's analysis soon yielded results. Young master, this liquid contains many allergenic ingredients. Please take anti-allergic drugs as soon as possible. Tan Lan quickly took out the anti-allergic injection from the medicine box and said anxiously, young miss, today is a special day, use the injection. Yizhi nodded, sat down on the sofa, and stretched out his arm. After the injection, several people breathed a sigh of relief. For today, Yizhi prepared for half a year, and even Lu Mingya spent more than 2 months from designing this dress to shaping it. Yizhi looked at Lu Mingya and said with a serious look, second aunt, I don't mean anything else. I want to ask, has anyone else handled this dress? Lu Mingya is an adult after all. When Boba issued a warning, she had already made a lot of associations. She rarely put on a serious look. Xiao, this matter was not handled well by the second aunt. Believe me, I will definitely give you an explanation. After 6 months of getting along, Lu Mingya has also understood Yizhi's personality. Yizhi is very mature, and has a distinct personality. She has always loved and respected her. Yizhi has always felt this, otherwise, with her personality, she would never let outsiders enter her room. Lu Mingya said so, Yizhi couldn't say anything else, just wait for her news. It's just that the current situation is a bit embarrassing. Second aunt, do you have any other dresses? She asked. Lu Mingya directly took out a black skirt from the space button. The style is exactly the same as the white skirt just now, but it is larger. This is what I made for concubine Qing. I was in a hurry to make clothes for you before, and she was jealous, so I made one for her. Now I can only use it as an emergency. Lu Mingya said helplessly. The chief designer of Ming'er is not just for nothing. Lu Mingya is very fast. She spread the clothes on the ground and started sewing and cutting immediately. Tan Lan also took out her equipment at this time. Miss, let's change the style. The head stylist of Ming'er has left, and now they can only rely on themselves. Yizhi looked at the time and saw that there were only 10 minutes left. She simply said, let your hair down and change into a forehead ornament. Tan Ju was quick-witted and let her black hair down. The curly and smooth hair fell down to just shoulder length. In order to match this long skirt, she chose a forehead ornament with a black gem the size of a pigeon egg in the center. This was prepared for her by Tan Yun. This style is relatively simple. Tan Lan simply used potion to make Yizhi's curly hair more curly and delicate. After all the care, the effect was unexpectedly good. Lu Mingya had just altered her clothes. She knew Yizhi's size and altered it quickly. This black skirt is still different in some places. For example, the front part of the skirt does not reach the ankles, but only reaches below the knees, revealing a small part of the white and tender calves and black leather boots. Lu Mingya looked at her for a long time, and suddenly smiled. I was always struggling to choose white or black. In the end, your grandmother chose white, saying that it should be more dignified. But I found that this black one is more suitable for your temperament. Yijia actually likes this black skirt more. It is noble and lively. And she doesn't have to keep smiling to cater to the dress. In the previous white skirt, she always maintained the noble lady's smile that Song Yuguan had taught her. But at this moment, her expressionless face and this black skirt made her look particularly cold and mysterious. Tan Zhong pushed the door open and walked in. "Young lady, are you ready?" Yijia took a deep breath and stood up. In the main hall of Hua Hall, the energetic Viscount Tananmin was holding the microphone and reading the last paragraph of the manuscript in his hand. "Everyone knows that I have a daughter who has never been in Guangya Star, but she gave me the best granddaughter. I took her back to the Tan family half a year ago, but I have never had time to introduce her to everyone. Today is the time for her to show her face in front of you. Next, let us welcome my granddaughter Yijia." As soon as the words fell, all the lights in the entire hall went out. Ethereal music sounded, and a beam of light hit the center of the banquet hall. Suddenly, a thin red velvet ribbon fell down, and the light quickly found the bulge in the middle of the red velvet ribbon. Yijia rolled several times with the force of the fall, and finally stopped suddenly in the air with one hand holding the ribbon. This requires extremely strong body control ability, and huge applause rang out in the hall. Then, Yijia flew in the air with the help of the ribbon. She danced the imperial court dance flying. This dance is quite difficult, and many movements have extremely demanding requirements on the body's flexibility and controllability. But Yijia not only completed it, but also completed it quite beautifully. On the red velvet ribbon, a girl in a black dance dress was flying rapidly, like a night elf, attracting the attention of everyone at the scene. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Lu Mingya couldn't help taking several sets of photos. The Tan family spent a lot of money to build this banquet hall, and the light and shadow effects were quite good. When Tan Qingfei, who was standing beside her, saw the black skirt Yijia was wearing, her face became extremely unhappy. Seeing her mother's admiring expression, she snorted and left the hall. What she didn't see was that Tan Qingge, who was standing a few steps away, had a surprised expression on her face, as if something didn't go as she expected. The music ended, and Yijia fell gently to the ground. Tan Ju and Tan Lan ran to her side, with a 3-meter-long gauze skirt, and quickly tied it for her. After tying it, the lights came on, and Yijia saluted slowly. "I wish my grandfather a prosperous and happy life." She spoke in Virgina with standard pronunciation and gorgeous accent. "Good." I don't know who took the lead in shouting good, and thunderous applause rang out at the scene. After today, Yijia of the Tan family will surely be famous in the aristocratic circle. Before the applause died down, the receptionist sang loudly, "The lady of the king has arrived." The scene suddenly became quiet. What happened to the Tan family now? Look at the situation today. It's fine that there is an Alan Scott sitting in the quiet room, but now even the lady of the king has come? Ji Lan stood at the door, looking at the black little man in the center with shining eyes, and wanted to run over immediately and tell her all the words that had been in her stomach for half a year. But her hand was held tightly by Ji Mingyuan, and she dared not move. Chapter 68. They came at the right time, just as the lights dimmed, and they just walked in. In order not to affect Yijia's performance, Ji Mingyuan specifically asked the waiter to inform her later. Viscount Tananmin stood on the high platform, and saw Ji Lan at a glance, so he naturally knew which princess came. He walked down quickly with Kavitical. It turns out to be Princess Ronghui. "I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me." It was not a lack of welcome. Tananmin did not invite this family at all. The Ji family did send an invitation. Although Ji Mingyuan was also a grandmother, she looked very young and well-maintained. She smiled elegantly and said frankly, "It was not a lack of welcome. I am an old woman who came uninvited. Please bear with me, Viscount." As soon as she said this, there was a sparse discussion at the scene. It was rare for someone to come even if they were invited, let alone coming uninvited. What good fortune did the Tan family have this year? First, they welcomed back a granddaughter who was about to get an A-level grade, and now they are holding a birthday party. Look at the 4 major families, who except the Ji family is not there. No, this Lady Ronghui is also half a member of the Ji family. Looking at them, everyone was a little surprised. At the Tan family's birthday party, all the families with a little reputation in the capital star came. Viscount Tananmin thought that the other party was still concerned about the last matter, and whispered, "Lady Wang, why do you have to be so anxious? The matter of Ji Lan has been settled between our 2 families." Ji Mingyuan waved his hand and smiled. "You don't have to panic, it's the little guy Ji Lan. Every day at home, he yelled that he wanted to come to play with Xiao Ai. He was locked up for half a year before he dared to let him come. Lan understood instantly and bowed quickly. Your Excellency, madam, I was wrong about what happened before. I just wanted to come and see how little sister Ai is doing. The two of them were so humble that even though Viscount Tananmin didn't want him to have contact with Yi, he had to respond at this time. Tan Qingde took the initiative to come over at this time. Hello, Lady Wang. Hello, Brother Lan. Ji Mingyuan had some impression of Tan Qingde, the child of her daughter-in-law and sister, and she smiled kindly. Is this Qingde? I haven't been to the Duke's mansion for a while. Tan Qingde had been to the Duke's mansion several times, all to visit Molly Cullen, and had never even met Ji Mingyuan. She didn't expect the other party to be so nice, and her face flushed. I visit you again if I have the chance. The sudden visit of Lady Ronghue Wang made it impossible for the banquet to continue. Tananmin winked at Tan Zhong, who was standing not far away. Tan Zhong understood, walked to the platform and said loudly, Lunch is about to begin. Please move to the second floor for dinner. The waiters of the Tan family acted quickly, and led everyone to the second floor one by one. But some smart ones stayed to watch the situation. Originally, according to the procedure, Yi would still speak, but in this situation, Viscount Tananmin had to call her to his side. Yi was about to retreat, but she didn't expect Viscount Tananmin to take the initiative to call her. She stepped over and said politely, Madam Wang. Ji Mingyuan had a great liking for her when he saw her dancing just now. Now, he could see more clearly that she had delicate features, a cold temperament, a neither humble nor arrogant look, and was extremely noble and polite. He liked her even more. This is Xiao Ai. Lan is always talking about you at home. Come closer and let me see you. Yi had no choice but to move closer, but still kept a distance. Ji Mingyuan took off the black gold bracelet on his hand and put it directly on the hand that Yi didn't wear a bracelet on. I didn't prepare any gift for meeting you. I'm a person who values appearance, so I give you this bracelet. The black gold bracelet was made of unknown material, but after wearing it on Yi's hand, it automatically shrank to the size of her wrist. It was engraved with extremely complex patterns, and it was worth a lot of money at first glance. Yi was a little confused. She looked up at Viscount Tananmin, hesitating whether to accept it. Tananmin was about to refuse for her, but Alan Scott pushed open the door of the quiet room and walked out. He said politely, Madam Wang, I have been staying in the quiet room, and I just noticed that you are here. There was nothing wrong with his tone, but somehow, Yi heard a hint of regret from it. Ji Mingyuan nodded slightly at him, and didn't say anything. Alan Scott said to Viscount Tananmin, with a slightly regretful tone, Your Excellency, I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first, so I can't enjoy the lunch. Tananmin readily agreed, Mr. Allen, don't feel that the Tan family is neglecting you. He motioned Tan Zhong to come over. I still have to go upstairs to take care of the guests, so I can only let the butler take you away. No need to be polite. Alan Scott followed Tan Zhong out of the door of Ahua Hall. After he left, Ji Mingyuan spoke, Your Excellency, Viscount, please don't refuse me, I like Xiao Ai very much. Estine was used, and Tananmin had to compromise. After seeing his grandfather nod, Yi politely thanked him. Thank you for the gift from Lady Ronghue, I like it very much. Kaviniko on the side said with a smile, You haven't eaten yet, if you don't mind, let's go to the second floor for a simple meal. Just as several people were about to go upstairs, the waiter who was singing the guests suddenly trotted in and shouted, The Ji family is here. The attendants who were welcoming the guests bowed together, Welcome to the Ji family. This was a big commotion, and some guests on the second floor couldn't sit still. The Ji family has been less and less active in recent years, but Dongzuan is Dongzuan, and no one can shake the status of the Ji family. The Scott family sent Alan Scott before, and this group of people are more and more curious about who the Ji family will send. It can't be a young master. Wait, the young master of the Ji family is. When Ji Fan stepped into the hall of Ahua Hall, some people who had not yet reached the second floor were so excited that their hands were shaking. Oh my god, it's really Ji Fan, the only S-level man in the entire galaxy. After staying in the Tan family for half a year, Yi now understands Ji Fan's current status and what he represents. He is the benchmark of the Empire, and the patron saint of the Empire. But this also represents how incredible his behavior in coming to the Tan family today is. Facing these looks, the shocked eyes seem to have not yet disappeared. Ji Fan walked to Viscount Tananmin with a normal look. Your Excellency, I am busy with important military affairs. I am sorry that I am late. In fact, he was not late at all. He even watched the video of Yi dancing. If Alan Scott had not finally left, he might not have been able to enter the door of the Tan family today. That kid is so cunning. If he had not asked Ji Mingyuan to rush over at the end, making the other party mistakenly think that he would not come, he must have stayed at this moment. Ji Fan came just after Alan Scott left. If there was no trick in this, Tananin felt that he was afraid that he had lived in vain. Now he had to put on a smile. Major General, in his busy schedule, still took time to attend my birthday party. It's rare. Chapter 69. In the reception room on the third floor of Hua Hall, Viscount Tananin was sitting opposite Ji Fan. Ji Fan's arrival pushed the whole banquet to a new climax. Until now, many people have stayed in the Tan family just to see this rare Imperial Major General, the undefeated legend. On the small dining table between the two, there were some extremely exquisite food. After a simple meal, Viscount Tananin was the first to put down his bowl and chopsticks. He got straight to the point. The Major General has not participated in the banquets between the nobles of Guangya Star for many years. Today, he suddenly came to my Tan family. I guess he has something to do. Ji Fan ate very quickly, and was already full. Years of military career made him not particular about food, but because of etiquette, he did not put down the tableware. When Viscount Tananin stopped, he put down the bowl and chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. In this regard, he was particularly frank. To be honest with you, I came here today for something. The Congress is coming soon, and I want to ask you, Lord Viscount, what do you think of the matter you agreed to consider on the main ship of the Abyss Fleet half a year ago? It was indeed this matter. Viscount Tananin had a premonition that the Congress was coming soon, but he did not expect Ji Fan to come to the Tan family in such a high-profile manner. It also attracted Alan Scott and Lady Wang. Needless to say, it is estimated that there is a big commotion outside now. This situation is not what Tananin, who is determined to stay away from the power circle in the center of the capital star, wants to see. Ji Fan seemed to know what he was thinking and placed a portable storage device in the middle of the dining table. Lord Viscount, this is my sincerity. Seeing his cautious look, Tananin took the storage device, and after sensing it on the optical computer, all the contents inside were unfolded in front of him. This is an extremely detailed investigation of Luo Fu. From when and where he got the parasitic sample, to which doctors and nurses helped him to implant it into Old Wu's body without anyone noticing, to how he embezzled the medicine supplies sent by the Ji family in the past 6 months. One by one, it is enough to put Luo Fu in jail. However, the content on the second page made Tananin hold the armrests on both sides of the chair tightly. The former dean of Renha Hospital in the East District secretly built an underground biological research institute to conduct some biological research that is not tolerated by the world. Luo Fu is a student of the former dean. After the former dean was dismissed, he became the leader of this underground research institute. Parasitic organisms have been studied there to the 5th generation. This is what Tananin has been looking for nearly a year. At the beginning, he sent the former dean of the East District to prison on the charge of embezzling the medical resources of the Tan family, but in fact, the Tan family's dark web has already found this underground research institute. But the location has not been found yet, and that is why he allowed that person to stay alive in prison for so long. Ji Fan's move hit the lifeline of the Tan family. The Dongzuan Ji family is indeed worthy of its reputation. Tananin sighed in his heart. No matter what, the Tan family will never give up this information and evidence. Parasites, even if the Tan family is big and powerful, they dare not touch them easily. Tananin put away the storage device, but did not put it back, and said with an unchanged expression, Major General said this is just sincerity? Ji Fan nodded. It's just sincerity. I don't want to use this thing to exchange for the promise of His Excellency the Viscount. After this incident, our two families are cleared of Ji Lan's matter. After he said that, Viscount Tananin felt relieved. The Tan family had just saved Ji Lan, and if the Ji family used this thing to semi-force him to promise to vote, it would be too chilling. He suddenly remembered another thing, and said in a deep tone, Does the Major General know what the Scott family sent? This matter is not secret. Alan Scott sent gifts so ostentatiously that the news has now spread among the aristocratic circles. Ji Fan also knew that it was the handwriting of Anlin Bode. The fact that doctors at Renha Hospital were secretly studying parasites had just been discovered by the Tan family, and the Scott family sent a handwriting of Anlin Bode, a great hero in the parasite gene contamination incident. This is a naked warning. Although the other party was to guard against the Ji family, and was afraid that Viscount Tananin would vote in favor of the proposal to establish the 5th Fleet in Congress, this slightly slapping move was extremely unpopular with Tananin. Soon after Tananin took office as a minister, he was invited by the cabinet to become a member of the cabinet. According to the imperial code, cabinet members automatically take seats in the House of Representatives. Moreover, cabinet members who serve as members of the House of Representatives have one more right to propose than ordinary members, and in addition, they have one more vote than ordinary members. Whether it is in favor or against, one vote is considered 2 votes. Ji Fan came to win over Tiananmen, and the benefits were actually great. Even if the other party did not exercise the right to propose, winning him over would be 2 people. Moreover, after his grandfather's advice, he believed that Viscount Tiananmen had far more power than this. So he comforted him. Don't worry, the Scott family didn't find out anything, and the Ji family did it very cleanly. If Alan Scott really had something in his hand, given his personality, he wouldn't just send a handwritten letter and wait here for half a day, right? Tiananmen was a little suspicious. What if the other party really just wanted to warn the Tan family? Your Excellency, on the ship, my promise is still valid. Ji Fan interrupted him directly, and the light from his deep green eyes was like a lion and tiger. Tiananmen's heart skipped a beat. On the ship, Ji Fan almost said very directly that he could be the backer of the Tan family. He couldn't help but look at the young man again. At his age, people all recognized his appearance, which was the sexiness and charm that men could understand. But in addition to that, he also saw honesty, confidence, and blazing fire in the eyes of this young man. He recalled the long conversation on the ship of the Abyss Fleet half a year ago. Although he knew that Ji Fan was here to persuade him, when facing this young man, you would be moved by his courtesy and bowed down to his personality. Tiananmen took a sip of the teacup and said in a deep voice, I have thought about this for a long time. The proposal submitted by the Ji family is well drafted. If it can really work, I believe it will be a blessing for the empire. He still agreed to Ji Fan. This decision was not easy for Tiananmen to make. But in the face of such a move that benefits the country and the people, if the Tan family does not dare to stand up for fear of disaster, then it will not be the century-old Tan family. Ji Fan breathed a sigh of relief and showed his first smile of the day. In this case, I will trouble the Viscount on the day of the Congress. Viscount Tiananmen is a rare person he would try so hard to win over. What's more, the other party rejected him the first time. This kind of rejection experience is rare for Ji Fan, and this kind of experience of impressing the other party with a sincere heart without using any tricks is even rarer for him. But from the standpoint of the Tan family, he understands and respects Viscount Tiananmen's hesitation. Just as his grandfather told him earlier, he didn't know what impact his action of dragging the Tan family into this mess would have on the empire in the future. Chapter 70. Here, Kavinical is accompanying Lady Wangju, Ji Mengyuan, to visit the Tan family's greenhouse. When this greenhouse was first built, it was to display the precious flowers and herbs in the southern area, so it was built very large. There are more than 10,000 species of chrysanthemums alone, not to mention other species. Now is a good season for chrysanthemum appreciation, and there are chrysanthemums of all colors, each blooming beautifully. Yixi doesn't come to this greenhouse often. It is built in the northeast corner of the Ji family, close to the building where Tanihai and his family live. Tanqingda is a frequent visitor. She is very familiar with the flowers and plants here, and is now introducing them to Lady Wang. She has a crisp voice and is eloquent, which gives people a good impression. Yixi followed a few steps behind. She is very interested in herbs and flowers, and is listening attentively at this moment. Seeing that she didn't pay much attention to him all the way, Jilan felt very disappointed. Xiao Ai, do you hate me because of what happened on the spaceship? Yixi was concentrating on listening to Tanqingda's introduction to the biological habits of an aquatic plant. She was suddenly interrupted and didn't react. She blinked and shook her head, no. Jilan smiled, and her 8 teeth flashed like a little sun. I knew you wouldn't hate me, Xiao Ai. Suddenly, her voice dropped again, but why don't you come to play with me? Yixi turned her head to look at him. This handsome boy with blonde hair and dark eyes was dressed quite energetic today. His sad expression at the moment didn't match his temperament. Because of the relationship between the 3 siblings of the Tan family, Yixi had a lot of dealings with children. She understood Jilan's inner thoughts at the moment. It was probably because she faced the man on his behalf on the spaceship that the child established a one-way close friendship, brother, relationship with her. She casually said perfunctorily, but you didn't come to see me either. Hearing him say this, Jilan instantly perked up and hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, Xiao Ai, I want to come to you every day. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, you also know how big a fuss I ran away from home was. I was locked up at home for a whole 6 months and never left the house. This time, I came to the Tan family, but it was my grandmother who asked me. My uncle said he would put me in solitary confinement for a year. Yixi really didn't expect Jilan to have such a miserable life in the past 6 months. But on the other hand, she felt that Ji-lan's uncle was right. Ji-lan is not an ordinary child. When he was born, he stood at the end of many people's struggle. But it was also because of this that he was carrying a weight that ordinary people dare not even think about. Isn't she the same? In the past 6 months at the Tan family, she has a new understanding of the word aristocrat, and she is not as disgusted as before. But not disgusting does not mean liking. In essence, Yijia, who grew up under communist education, cannot accept this unequal status and system, and it is even more difficult to accept this almost impossible to cross class. She comforted him. Then you have fun today. She originally wanted to say that Ji-lan only came out once every 6 months, and he could relax at the Tan family. But in Ji-lan's understanding, Yijia wanted to take him out to play, so he naturally asked, "Then where are we going to play?" Yijia paused for a moment, and suddenly realized that she was the only one who regarded visiting the flower house as a truly relaxing activity. Kavini was accompanying Lady Wang and playing the role of a good host. Tan Qingde worked so hard to show off in front of Lady Wang. What about Ji Mengyuan? Lady Wang has seen all the world, and the nature of her performance is probably just to take care of the Tan family's intentions. And what about Ji-lan? Can you expect such a young boy to be interested in flowers and plants? Yijia sighed in his heart, feeling that Ji-lan was really pitiful, so he suggested, "Let's go to the entertainment room? See what you want to play." Okay. Ji-lan agreed immediately. Because he couldn't go out for half a year, his most activity was playing games in the entertainment room, and now he was about to vomit from playing. But for some reason, he just wanted to stay by Yijia's side, no matter what he did. He walked a few steps to Ji Mengyuan and whispered in her ear, "Grandma, I want to go to the entertainment room with Xiao Ai to play some games." Ji Mengyuan listened to him talking about Xiao Ai every day at home, and her ears were almost calloused. Seeing the two children seem a little unfamiliar now, she was quite surprised. Not only did she agree, she also said to Kavaniko very considerately, "Boys just don't like these flowers and plants. Why not let Xiao Ai take Lanner to play some games?" Kavaniko liked Ji-lan, a sunny boy, very much. She waved her hand and called Yijia to her side and told her, "You are the host, you must play with Ji-lan later." Seeing that the two were about to leave, Tan Qingde bit her lower lip tightly with her pearly teeth, and was about to say that she wanted to go too. Ji Mengyuan suddenly said, "Qingde is a really good kid. Let her continue to talk to me about these flowers and herbs here." There was no reason for Kaviniko to refuse. Yijia really didn't want to bring outsiders to her room. There was also a relatively large entertainment room in Kaviniko's studio on the 4th floor. She decided to take Ji-lan there. After getting off the shuttle bus, she took Ji-lan to the elevator room with familiarity. At this time, an elevator just came down. After the door opened, Viscount Tannenming and Ji Fan appeared in their sight. Yijia was a little surprised and saluted, "Grandfather, Major General." When Ji-lan saw Ji Fan, his heart skipped a beat. After seeing Yijia's greetings, he saluted belatedly, "Your Excellency the Viscount, my uncle." Yijia was still wearing the skirt she wore during the performance, all black, like a night elf. Ji Fan looked at her in a good mood, with a slight smile on his lips. But when he saw Ji-lan beside her, his face was not so good. When the two stood together, he thought of the time when Yijia faced the madman instead of Ji-lan. He walked out of the elevator and stood in front of Ji-lan. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go back?" Ji-lan could hear the threat in his words. But he knew that he might only be able to stay with Yijia for a while today, and he didn't know where he got the courage. "Xiao Ai invited me to the entertainment room to play." Yijia looked at him. Did she consider this an invitation? Viscount Tannenming came over to smooth things over and said, "They are just children. Let them play together today. Major General, please come this way." The two had already reached an agreement, and Viscount Tannenming was going to personally send Ji Fan to the helipad. Because of Viscount Tannenming, Ji Fan couldn't say anything more, and before leaving, he looked at Ji-lan meaningfully. Ji-lan shuddered, pretending not to see it, and took Yijia's hand and walked away. "Xiao Ai, let's go up." When they followed the two, Tan-lan and Tan-ju were very surprised. Yijia didn't like physical contact with others, and the whole Tan family knew it. This little boy who met for the first time was not thrown away. Chapter 71. Xiao Ai, you are really good at this game. In the entertainment room, Ji-lan was operating the shuttle, following closely behind Yijia, exclaiming in amazement. This is a shuttle competitive game called King of Shuttle. When Yijia was on Earth, she would go to drive a motorcycle whenever she had time. She really enjoyed the thrill of turning a corner. After crossing, she no longer had a motorcycle, but she fell in love with driving a shuttle. For some reason, she always felt as if she had experienced the ease of avoiding obstacles when driving a shuttle somewhere. When she was exercising her mental power, she often simulated this game. Yijia didn't know, she was just used to the mental power training method that Ji Fan taught her during spiritual guidance. She progressed faster than Yijian thought. She hadn't mastered the NASA assembly language yet, but she had already recognized all the buttons on the shuttle and learned how to operate them. She even mastered some extreme gameplay. Of course, the Viscount and his wife didn't know about these things. In their impression, Yijia is a typical good girl. Simply put, the game King of Shuttle sets up various conditions and obstacles, allowing participants to compete on the same field, and the top 3 who reach the finish line will receive points and medals. When logging in, Ji Lan was stunned by Yijia's frighteningly high points. This game is very popular among the nobles of the capital star. The reason is simple. The game developer of King of Shuttle spent a lot of money to make realistic projections of various planets. Yijia's favorite places are Guangya Star and Bay Star, and Ji Lan occasionally plays at home. The two were playing a game at the Guangyu Star South Arena. They were in a team of 2, and there were a total of 100 teams on the scene. It was really a 1 in 100, and the winner was the king. To increase the difficulty, the scene of this game was in a rainstorm with extremely low visibility. 2 expensive shuttles, one black and one blue, were speeding on the track, closely following the 2 big red shuttles in front. The rain was so heavy that at their speed, they could not see the road ahead at all, and they almost relied on their familiarity with the entire map. At such a thrilling moment, Yijia suddenly spoke through the headset. Ji Lan, don't turn at the next big bend, just rush up and enter the upper track. The layout of the shuttle track is different according to the different gravity and air density of each planet, and the height layers between each track are different. For example, the lowest speed track of Guangya Star is 2,000 meters above the ground, and above it, there is a low speed track every 600 meters, and above the low speed track, there is a medium speed track every 800 meters, and above the medium speed track, there is a high speed track every 1,200 meters. The speed of the shuttle is strictly limited by the track level. In the interstellar era, speeding is a very serious problem. Apart from administrative penalties, confiscation of the shuttle is the most basic. However, almost everyone uses intelligent driving, so there is basically no need to worry too much about speeding. Of course, there are also people like Yijia and Ji Lan who love manual driving. For such people, traffic rules must be remembered, and the speed range of each track must be very clear. Yijia and the others are now at the top of the medium speed track, and they are still rushing up to enter the high speed track. While Ji Lan was warming up the acceleration system, he calculated in his mind how to accelerate in order to reach the minimum limit of the high speed track at the big bend, and at the same time, the shuttle had to be lifted 1,200 meters. Yes, in the interstellar era, if you want to manually drive the shuttle, it not only tests the operation, but also the mathematics. However, this level of calculation may take half a day for Yijia on Earth, but now, she can get the answer almost instantly. Ji Lan's speed is very fast, accelerating all the way, and the shuttle enters the high-speed track relatively smoothly. However, Yijia is faster than him. As soon as he enters the high-speed track, he can only see Yijia's shuttle, but Ji Lan, lying in the biological cabin, has a red face and is very excited. Yijia was even better than he thought. This speed meant that she not only found the shortest lifting range in a very short time, but also rushed up almost at the highest speed value of the medium speed track. Otherwise, the system would have determined that she was speeding and eliminated her. What kind of extreme operation is this? This not only tests a person's calculation ability, but also tests a person's technical level. However, the opponent is also very strong. After judging their intentions, the opponent also rushed to the high-speed track at the previous big bend. It's just that the gap between the two sides is slowly narrowing. Yijia almost bit the second place's ass. Just when Ji Lan was slightly distracted, Yijia's voice came from the headset. Ji Lan, top speed, come here. Hearing her words, Ji Lan subconsciously pressed the emergency acceleration key. The reason why King of Shuttles is so popular among the nobles of the capital star is that, in addition to its excellent works, it is also a very expensive game. The more money you spend on modifying the shuttle, the better the performance of the shuttle. Is Ji Lan short of money? The answer is of course no. So when he sprinted over at a very fast speed, even Yijia was stunned for a while. This extreme acceleration must have cost a lot of money. After Yijia found this, he just said softly, "Follow me." Then he accelerated again and approached the maximum speed limit of this track. Ji-lan understood that she was going to the next track. Sure enough, when she bypassed the springboard obstacle, she rushed directly onto the springboard, and with the help of the elasticity of the springboard, she rushed up hard and instantly reached the upper track. Ji-lan followed closely behind. The first two red shuttles had no time to react at all and were surpassed. In the ranking, the team representing Yijie and the other two successfully jumped to the first place. Yijie was not satisfied with this. After guaranteeing the first place, she only said, "Don't lose," and flew away. The engine roared to the extreme, and after a few very fast leaps, she came to the upper track. At this height, Luojin Mountain was just a small dot in her eyes. She skillfully avoided obstacles and enjoyed the feeling of her heartbeat exploding in the roar of the engine. Soon, she reached the finish line. Not only did she get the highest points in the whole game, but she also got a medal of Extreme God Operator. As soon as the two finished the game, they were forced to go offline. The reason is simple. The biological cabin will automatically detect various life indicators of the organism. For young children, the online time is only 2 hours a day. Fortunately, Yijie is very busy every day and does not have much time to play games. What the two didn't know was that on the big screen in the South District Square, her highlights of extreme operations were being played again and again. The two boys who had just driven the red shuttle came out, and one of them cursed, "We lost to an E again." The other advised, "Brother Phone, isn't an E your idol? Why are you still angry?" The man smiled in a ruffian way. Idols are idols, and competitions are competitions. Chapter 72. Xiao Ai, you flew so high in the end. Aren't you scared? Ji-lan came out of the biocapsule and ran to Yijie. To express his excitement, he raised one hand above his head when he said hi, which looked very exaggerated. Yijie was amused by him, came out of the biocapsule, sat down on the sofa on the side, drank a glass of milk, and then replied to him, "I like this feeling of flying fast." Ji-lan came to her side. "Then you can drive a mecha in the future. The speed of a mecha is much faster than this." Yijie remembered the tall and mighty black mecha that came to save her at the beginning, and nodded. "If there is a chance in the future, try it." Ji-lan wanted to say something, but the optical brain rang. It was Ji Mingyuan who called. She saw Ji-lan, who was obviously more active, and her eyes were gentle. "Lanner, have you had enough fun? We should go." Ji-lan looked at the time, and found that 2 hours had passed. She had to respond, "Okay, Grandma." Alas, happy times are always so short. He squatted in front of Yijie, looking at her level, and said hesitantly, "Xiao Ai, I'm leaving. You? Don't miss me too much." Yijie, He raised the light brain on his wrist. "Xiao Ai, let's exchange contact information. I call you after I get home." Yijie didn't want to video chat with him, but she couldn't refuse such an expectant look. She raised her wrist and scanned Ji-lan's light brain to confirm each other's contact information. Until the waiter of the Ji family came over, Ji-lan was still reluctant to leave. "Xiao Ai, I may not be able to come out again, but you can come to play with me." Seeing that he looked like going home was hell, Yijie smiled and said, "If I have the chance, I will visit Lady Wang." Ji-lan's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his little finger. "It's a deal." Yijie had no choice but to stretch out her little finger and hook it lightly with him. Tanlan watched from the side, and was a little surprised to find that the young lady did not oppose this boy, but did not ask much, just remembered it in her heart. Yijie sent Ji-lan to the tarmac, said goodbye to Lady Wang, and went straight back to the room. Tanju had informed her early that the second wife was waiting for her in the room. The woman sitting on the sofa looked a little dazed, not like the high-spirited designer at ordinary times. Yijie sighed in his heart and walked over. "Second aunt." Lu Mingyao waited for a long time, and her expression was always a little dazed. When she saw Yijie, she suddenly stood up and wanted to grab her hand and say something. Yijie retreated reflexively and dodged. Lu Mingyao's hand was still in the air, and both sides were embarrassed. For some reason, since crossing over, Yijie found that she was less and less willing to communicate and contact with others. Lu Mingyao was the first to react. She smiled and said, "Look at me. I forgot when I was anxious that you don't like physical contact with people." Yijie walked to the sofa and sat down. "It's okay. Is there something wrong with my second and coming to see me?" Thinking of what happened just now, Lu Mingyao had a headache. Thayer usually looked a little rebellious, and everyone said it was up to her, but she couldn't figure out why she would do such a thing. The skirt that Yijie wore at the birthday party was designed by her personally. It was also a collectible children's dress under Mingwear this year. It was usually either kept at the company or at home. The Huanhua building where their family lived had a large room on the second floor, which was her studio. No one could enter except the two children and Tan Yijin. After all, it involved commercial secrets, and she even did the cleaning herself. She installed surveillance in the room, which Tan Yijin knew, but the two children didn't. She went back to check the surveillance and saw clearly that Tan Qingfei poured a tube of transparent colorless liquid on the clothes that Yijia had made. She rubbed her hands. Xiaoyai, this time, it was my second aunt who didn't handle it well. Whatever compensation you want, I will satisfy you, okay? Lu Mengya rarely had such a weak moment. But Yijia didn't feel very happy to hear this. This was coaxing a child. She said directly, with a soft voice, "Did Qingfei do it?" Lu Mengya always knew that Yijia was very smart and mature, and didn't want to hide it from her, but she didn't expect that she would guess it directly. She immediately realized that what she had just said was not appropriate, and hurriedly explained, "Xiaoyai, don't misunderstand. I didn't say it because I was afraid that there would be a rift between you sisters, not because I wanted to protect Fei." Yijia didn't respond. Lu Mengya was a little hurt. "Xiaoyai, I don't believe you can't feel how much your second uncle and second aunt like you and love you. We really don't want to see you and Fei are at odds. Second aunt doesn't want me to tell my grandparents about this?" Yijia asked very calmly. Lu Mengya was stunned. She has always been very accurate in judging people. Although Yijia is lonely and cold, she is responsible and has such a high talent. The future of the Tan family can be expected with her. Apart from these reasons, she liked Yijia very much. She thought that Yijia left her hometown, her parents, and came to the Tan family alone. She was so kind to her that Yijia would be touched. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. But seeing Yijia's reaction at this moment, she finally understood that the other party did not really regard her as a family member. They were far less intimate than she was with the Viscount and his wife. In fact, Yijia's acceptance of her was already very high, but she had a mild cosmic loneliness after all, and it was difficult for someone to enter her heart. Lu Mengya held back the bitterness in her chest and said softly, "Xiaoyai, if you don't say it, I will tell my mother about this. Fei did such a thing. As her mother, I am very sorry and guilty. I didn't teach her well. If you don't want to forgive her, I can understand. I suddenly remembered that there were still some things, so I left first." Lu Mengya left in a hurry, but Yijia felt inexplicably blocked in her heart. After Tanju and Tanlan looked at each other, they quietly left, leaving Yijia alone. Beep, beep, beep. The light brain suddenly sounded a video notification sound. It was Yivian. She and Tanyan basically video chat once every other day, but her father rarely took the initiative to contact her. She picked up the phone and smiled, "Father." Seeing his handsome and familiar face, Yijia felt that the grievances she suffered today were smoothed out. Although Yijian did not often take the initiative to contact Yijia, he would appear every time Tanyan video chatted. His own children knew it well. Although Yijia was smiling, he could tell at a glance that she was not in a good mood at the moment. He hesitated a little and said, "I heard from your mother that you performed flying today. Looking at your expression, did you make a fool of yourself and fell to the ground instead of flying?" Yijia, When will his father, who has such a sharp tongue, ever say something nice? But being interrupted like this, the depression in Yijia's chest was swept away. Chapter 73. Yijia really regarded Yijian as her father, and knew that he was not like Tanyun, and had a strong enough heart, so she told him what happened here in a few words. He seemed to be doing some experiments, and the background showed that he was not at home. Even when Yijia was talking to him, he was obviously operating something with his hands, and did not look at her. After listening to her, he raised his head indifferently. "So what do you want to do? Go to your grandparents and tell your daughter about concubine Tan Qing because of such a small matter?" Yijia raised his voice. "It's just a small matter. If you wear the dress, your daughter will be embarrassed in the entire Capital Star aristocratic circle." Yijian suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at her. "Your grandfather specially called me several times to praise you for finally becoming a lady under his training. It seems that he still hasn't discovered your true face." Yijia, How can her father be so irritating? And he knows her damn well. Yijian lowered his head and continued to operate, his voice mellow. "Don't let these boring things bother you. Even if you really make a fool of yourself in public, you are only a few years old. It's no big deal. Your talent is destined that most of them can only look up to you. Don't care too much about the ideas of the weak." Yijian is still as conceited as ever. In fact, deep down, Yijia didn't think this matter was a big deal. Even if she really appeared in front of everyone with allergies today, and became a temporary laughing stock, It wouldn't change anything. As long as the status of the Tan family remains unchanged, she will still be the distinguished young lady of the Tan family. She will still be the Quasier. Moreover, for Yijie, the influence of rumors on her can be said to be negligible. So she said calmly, "Yes, I know." Yijian finished the experiment, took off his gloves and put them aside, walked to the window and sat down, and the bay star was like a blue sky washed by water, revealing a corner in the video. He was tall and his sitting posture was pleasing to the eye. "You are obviously not upset because of this matter. Why don't you say it?" Yijie's heart thumped, and she knew that she couldn't hide it from him. She broke the jar and said, "I don't miss my second aunt that much." Yijian nodded and drank a mouthful of wood tree juice. "Then what do you want to do? Apologize?" Yijie stretched out his right hand and rubbed his eyebrows, with a headache. The golden bracelet on his wrist glowed under the light. Adults are not so simple-minded, and it is difficult to comfort someone after hurting them. Yijian guessed about 70% of her expression, and he said seriously, "Xiao, you should be able to feel that your grandparents really love you. As for the people in the Tan family, can you also consider getting along with them sincerely?" Get along sincerely. Yijie seemed to have a good relationship with everyone in the Tan family for half a year, but it was not the case. Both the eldest uncle's family and the second uncle's family were very good to her, and she also behaved like a well-behaved lady. But there was a sense of distance between them, which was lingering. Especially the three children. She knew that they had a problem with her because she stole the attention of Viscount Tannenmine and Kavinik from them. But she was too lazy to pay attention, and the two sides just got along awkwardly. It was not until this incident that she realized how much Tan Qingfei hated her. "Father, as far as I know, you had a hard time when you first came to the Tan family. I thought you didn't like them very much," Yijie sighed. Yijian thought about it, and said seriously, "The Tan family's IQ is not very high, but they are still pretty good people." Yijie took a deep breath, and supported her forehead with her right hand. Her father was always like this. When the black and gold bracelet appeared in Yijian's vision for the second time, he squinted and asked, "Xiao, what are you wearing?" Yijie followed his gaze to the black and gold bracelet on his right wrist, and subconsciously said, "This is a gift from Lady Wang." Remembering that Yijian was not at the scene, he added, "It's Ji Lan's grandmother." With a strong memory, Yijian recalled that the child named Ji Lan was the boy rescued by Viscount Tannenmine and others on the spaceship. After staring at the thing for a while, Yijian felt something was wrong. "Is Boba here? Let it come over for inspection." Before Yijie left, Boba was completely modified by Yijian from beginning to end. Whether it is the weapon system or the parenting ability, or the warning reminder like today, they have all been upgraded to an extremely advanced level. It can be said that Boba is an all-round combat Nani robot that can rob and feed children. This kind of robot is very rare on the market. On the one hand, it is because it is too costly to overcome technical difficulties, and on the other hand, it consumes too much energy and is not economical. And these two problems are not a problem for the father and daughter. After the scan, the ever-victorious Boba suffered a Waterloo. "Master, little master, Boba can't analyze the material composition of this broken hand." Yijian sat on the chair and quickly slid to the desk next to him, with a crisp and neat posture, and said, "Boba, start sharing." "Yes, master." Boba took the bracelet on Yijie's wrist and placed it on the palm of his hand. A mechanical voice sounded, "Start sharing, data transmission in progress, 30%, 55%, 89%, 100%, data transmission completed, please check it, master." Yijian looked at the data received here, and was a little frightened. He had some guesses in his mind and said, "Boba, in the next week, focus on and analyze Xiao AI's physical and physical indicators." Boba opened his innocent red eyes. Is it like before, waiting for the little master to fall asleep, and then sending a copy to the master every day? Yijie instantly looked up at Yijian. Yijian, The emotional system of Boba still has a lot of room for improvement, but Yijian is Yijian after all, he said without blushing. "Xiao, you should feel happy, having such a father who cares about you so much." Yijian said with a frown, "Should I thank you for monitoring my body index every day?" Knowing that Yijian has not yet found the data he really wants to collect, Yijian breathed a sigh of relief, his face unchanged. "Let's not talk about this. I have something else to do here. You wear this bracelet every day, it shouldn't hurt. Tan Qingfei's matter, you deal with it yourself." After a pause, he stared at Yijian's black eyes and said, "If only others approach you, but you stay where you are, it's very rude and hurtful, Xiao." Yijian pursed her lips, two dimples sunken, looking solemn and cute. "I call you in 2 days, good night, little cutie." Yi Xian hung up the video. Chapter 74. Yi Xian sat on the sofa, thinking about Yi Xian's words for a while, feeling a little bored. She didn't know what was wrong with her. On Earth, she didn't have a warm family, but she had quite a few like-minded friends. She was independent and strong, but also very considerate, very popular, and actively made new friends. But here, she didn't want to have too much contact with too many people. She wasn't even close enough to her uncles. In the entire Tan family, except for Viscount Tananmean and Kavinicol, she didn't even greet them often, let alone have in-depth exchanges. Because Lu Mingyao often came to see her, the relationship between the two was a little more familiar than with others. But they were not close. Lu Mingyao was really good to her. Her cloakroom now had a lot of expensive clothes and accessories. In addition to the ones ordered by Monger, there were also some new products from major luxury brands that were popular at the moment, all of which were sent by her. But this person seemed to be hurt by her today. She called Tanju, the maid who had always been very bold and always dared to speak her true thoughts in front of her. Even if it was not pleasant to hear sometimes, she was a good chat partner at this moment. She asked directly, "Do you think that the second aunt is not very happy?" Tanju thought that Yi Xian might want to tell her to do something, but she didn't expect it to be this. She opened her eyes wide and looked incredible. Yi Xian looked at her. "Huh?" Tanju came back to her senses and talked endlessly. "Of course, you didn't see the expression of the second lady when she left. Anyway, I have been in the Tan family for so many years, and this is the first time I see her so lonely." She continued, "Young lady, Aju thinks that you shouldn't say that. The second lady is probably the saddest one. She likes you so much, and she must want you to get along well with the second lady and the third master." Seeing that she wanted to continue, Tan Lan couldn't help but cough. When she heard Yi Xian calling Tanju, Tan Lan was afraid that this person would talk nonsense again, so she followed him in. Fortunately, she followed him in. Tanju suddenly reacted and shut up quickly. "This is a young lady. Stop it! Stop it!" Yi Xian turned to Tan Lan. "Alan, do you think so too?" Tan Lan pondered for a while and said softly, "Perhaps the young lady really thought wrong about the second lady." Yi Xian stood up suddenly and took a deep breath. "Let's go to Huanhua Tower to have a look." Tan Lan and Tanju looked at each other and followed with a smile. When Yi Xian got off the shuttle bus and walked to the front yard of Huanhua Tower, she felt a little regretful and her heart was beating. Tan Lan knew her better than before. Seeing her suddenly slow down, she guessed her hesitation. She walked behind her and whispered, "When we came here, the waiter informed us that the second lady should be waiting for you. Miss, let's hurry up." Yi Xian sighed in her heart, stepped forward, and stepped into the steps in front of Huanhua Tower. Huanhua Tower is located in the northwest corner of Hua Hall. Because of Lu Mingyao's presence, it is different from the other main houses and has a more design sense, but it does not look out of place with the overall style of the Tan family's building complex. In addition, a large number of Huanhua flowers are planted in the entire front yard, which looks colorful and fits its name very well. Lu Mingyao stood at the entrance of the hall in a white long dress. The dress was close to her body, outlining her beautiful figure. At this moment, she leaned against the door, her arms folded, revealing a bit of seduction in her casualness. Yi Xian was fascinated by her again. She bowed. "Second aunt, please don't be too surprised to visit you late at night." Lu Mingyao rubbed her arms and smiled. "Come up quickly, I'm standing here waiting for you, I'm almost freezing." Seeing that she looked the same as before, Yi Xian was also relaxed. She lifted her skirt and walked in quickly. Through the foyer, there is a huge living room. Compared with Hua Hall, this place seems more cozy. There is no banquet hall and meeting room. It is more like an ordinary family of four. Lu Mingyao spent a lot of thought to decorate this place. She went with a retro style, and used several classic popular elements of the top luxury brands of Star to mix and match decorations. It looks retro and noble. Those cabinets, door pillars, floor tiles and ornaments with different logos, each of which is worth a fortune when placed outside. But for Lu Mingyao, it only represents the remembrance and respect for the past, and has no other meaning. "Your second uncle has something to do at the research institute, and hasn't come home yet. Please sit down first, and I bring you a glass of milk." Coincidentally, all the children in the Tan family like to drink Cloud Beast milk. She came back soon, and in addition to Cloud Beast milk, she also brought some food, which were all Yi Xian's favorites. Yi Xian lowered her head and took a sip, and her voice was soft. "Second aunt, I didn't mean to say that in the afternoon, don't mind it." This was the first time that Yi Xian showed this look in front of her, and Lu Mingyao felt that her heart was filled with something. She is so old, how can she argue with a child? She no longer cares about Yijiai's words. Seeing Yijia like this, she couldn't help but feel playful, holding her chest and said, Xiao Ai, you don't know how heartbroken your second aunt was when you said that in the afternoon. Yijia clenched the cup and pursed her lips. Lu Mengya continued, you and Fair, one is the palm of your hand, and the other is the back of your hand. I am so sad to see you two have a conflict. She even pretended to wipe the corners of her eyes. Seeing her actions, Yijia realized that she was teased. Lu Mengya is not the kind of person who will cry easily. She didn't want to be led by her, so she asked directly, where is concubine Qing? I want to talk to her. Hearing her say this, Lu Mengya didn't care about pretending, and immediately sat up straight. Xiao Ai, don't be impulsive. Yijia rolled her eyes in her heart. Do you think I'm an impulsive person? Don't worry, I just want to talk to her. Seeing her serious look, Lu Mengya suddenly thought of another possibility. Adults always see through children at a glance. After Yijia came to the Tan family, everyone saw the estrangement between her and the original children of the Tan family. But her talent is too much higher, and she is too mature, so it is normal that they can't play together, and they, the elders, don't force it. Now that she said this, does it mean that she finally wants to try to get in touch with these children? Lu Mengya quickly stood up and said cheerfully, I have locked concubine Qing in the room to reflect on herself. I will take you upstairs to find her. Seeing that Lu Mengya wanted to go along, Yijia looked at her and said, Second aunt, let me talk to her alone first. Huh? Lu Mengya was a little surprised. But seeing that Yijia insisted, she had to agree, okay. Before Yijia stepped into the elevator, she still worriedly reminded, you two should talk it out. Chapter 75. Miss, this is it. The waiter led Yijia to a room on the 3rd floor. I know, you go down first, Yijia said lightly. After the waiter left, she quietly changed into the white dress that Tan Qingfei had tampered with, but it had been treated by Tan Lan, so she would not have an allergic reaction. She stuffed a pill into her mouth, and soon, clusters of red rashes appeared on the surface of her body, densely packed, and looked terrible. This is a kind of prank pill. Yijia bought it for fun when she was free, and now it happened to be useful. Lu Mengya once gave her the authority of Huanhua Tower, so she directly used the biometric information to swipe the door. Unlike the scene Yijia imagined, it was pitch black. After adapting to the light, she saw clearly that there was nothing here, only a few cushions. Only a few corner lamps were on. At this moment, the small figure of Tan Qingfei was kneeling in the middle. On the wall in front of her, there was a handwritten letter from an unknown ancestor of the Tan family. It was written in Virginia, 100 Years of Qingming Festival. Yijia sighed in her heart. Second aunt really had the guts to do that. She reached out and turned on the light, and it was bright in an instant. Only then could she see clearly that there was a small water stain on the floor in front of Tan Qingfei, which was slightly reflective. The sudden light made Tan Qingfei very uncomfortable. She rubbed her eyes and turned around in confusion. She thought it was her mother, but it was Yijia. Her face changed, she stood up, and said in a bad tone, What are you doing here? Yijia walked over, and a large rash on her body and face was exposed to Tan Qingfei's eyes. She opened her eyes wide, turned her head, and tried not to look at Yijia. You, why are you still wearing this skirt? Yijia approached her and grabbed her hand. Are you scared now? Have you ever thought about how big of a joke the Tan family would make if I wore this skirt and appeared in front of everyone? Tan Qingfei screamed in pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be so serious. Yijia was stunned for a moment, reached out, and touched her face. This prank pill is so effective. She turned Tan Qingfei's head and looked at her. Why did you drug me? Tan Qingfei burst into tears. Woo, I'm sorry, I just want to teach you a lesson. I didn't expect it to be like this. Mother said you didn't wear it. Why did you put it on again, Woo? Seeing that she really knew she was wrong, Yijia couldn't bear to scare her anymore and comforted her. Don't cry, this is a prank pill. It will disappear by itself in a while. I'm sorry, huh? Tan Qingfei suddenly realized what she meant, turned her head to look at her, and even forgot to wipe her tears, and said in shock, You lied to me. Yijia glanced at her and sat on the ground. You were the one who tricked me first, we are at most tied. Tan Qingfei felt something was wrong, but she didn't react for a while. But now she thinks Yijia has some truth. Tan Qingfei's appearance is more like the Tan family, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and she is somewhat similar to Tan Yun. Yijia had always been very kind to her, but now seeing her eyes red and her clothes messy, he couldn't bear it and said, Sit down, let's talk. Tan Qingfei knew she was in the wrong, so she had to sit down as she was told. Her voice was hoarse. Is that really a trick pill? It looked so serious. Yi Jiai took out a mirror and looked at her face, and found that she was indeed right. Her right face was swollen, purple and red, extending directly to her neck, and her exposed arms were also densely covered with red spots, which looked very creepy. She shuddered and threw the mirror aside, not knowing whether she was explaining to Tan Qingfei or comforting herself. It should be fine in a while. She pointed the other half of her face at Tan Qingfei and said, "Do you hate me so much? Do you have to attack me on such an important day?" Yi Jiai really didn't understand. How could a child who grew up in a big family not understand the principle of prosperity and loss together? After thinking about it, there was only one explanation. That is, Tan Qingfei's disgust with her had reached a certain point, and she had to teach her a lesson. Tan Qingfei experienced a lot tonight. Since the afternoon, she was locked in this room and ordered to reflect. At night, her mother came back and didn't beat or scold her. Instead, she analyzed with disappointment what kind of harm her actions would bring to the Tan family, her father, mother, and grandparents. She realized her mistake. No matter how much she hated Yi Jiai, she shouldn't choose to harm others. She shouldn't make a fool of herself in public. The children of the Tan family share the same fate. If Yi Jiai makes a fool of herself, they will make a fool of themselves. Concubine Tan Qing was actually very surprised at this moment. Yi Jiai actually came wearing the clothes that she sprinkled with allergy medicine. She didn't have much ill will towards Yi Jiai. It was just that Yi Jiai stole their favor as soon as she came, and she was also very arrogant. She couldn't stand it. Seeing Tan Qingfei distracted in front of her, Yi Jiai sighed in her heart and took out the black skirt that Tan Ju had modified in the space button. "This is the skirt that your second aunt made for you. At that time, the situation was special, so it could only be modified to my size. Now it has been modified for you again. It's just that it has been sewn and modified several times, so it doesn't look as good as before. Now I give it back to you." Tan Qingfei reached out and touched the black gauze skirt. Tears fell to the ground drop by drop, and finally couldn't help sobbing. "Yi Jiai, I really hate you. When you came, you took away Grandpa and Grandma. Grandfather was busy and only taught us once a week, but now, he doesn't even give us a lesson for you. It's time for class. Mother is the same. Although she would send clothes to my eldest sister, she never made them herself. She only made clothes for us." She sniffed. "It's okay if you snatch them from my grandparents. My uncle and father are willing to spoil you and give you the title of young lady, but why do you want to snatch my mother? The white dress you are wearing was clearly said to be made for me. But because mother is very busy recently, she changed the design and made it especially for you. Do you know that she has to work until very late every night?" Listening to her accusations, Yi Jiai felt like there was a hole in his heart, and the wind blew in like a whistle. Chapter 76. She thought she was an adult, but she was not even as good as a child. Yi Jiai did not notice how many of the things Lu Mingya sent her were made by herself. No wonder every time she refused to wear those clothes, Tan Ju would show an expression of wanting to say something but stopping. It turned out that she not only stole the favor of Viscount Tannenmine and Kvinickel, but even the title was taken away by others. Before she came, Tan Qingfei was always called the little lady, and after she came, she became the second lady. Anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. What's more, the other party is still such a child. She always takes it for granted. It was not her wish to come to the Tan family, so she took her grandparents' kindness to her for granted. Because she was an adult in her bones, she always avoided communicating with her uncles, but she forgot that she was their niece. How hurt others would feel if she avoided her own uncles like this. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Tan Qingfei opened her blue eyes wide and looked at her in disbelief. Although she was a child, she was very perceptive. She was born to feel that although they were all members of the Tan family, Yi Jiai was different from them. She also understood that Yi Jiai was a very proud person, just like her uncle, who was different from them. So she was very shocked when she heard the other party apologize to her. After a long pause, she felt that she was making a fuss and said embarrassedly, "No. It's okay. These are nothing. Mother likes you very much. I am the one who wants to say sorry to you. I shouldn't have put allergy medicine in you." Concubine Tan Qing, in essence, is still a kind child. Even if there are pranks, she is brave enough to admit her mistakes. Thinking of this, Yi Jiai felt that something was wrong. With Concubine Tan Qing's personality, how could she think of such a vicious trick as putting allergy medicine? She said seriously, "Concubine Qing, tell me honestly, is this bottle of medicine given to you by someone else?" Concubine Tan Qing was stunned. You, how do you know? Sure enough. Her dark eyes were cold, and she lowered her voice and said, Who is it? Tan Qingfei was shocked by her appearance. Tan Qingda gave it to me. Yi Xiai sneered. She gave it to you, so you use it? Tan Qingfei hesitated, and the gauze skirt in her hands was torn into pieces. Before, she knew that I couldn't stand you, and said she could help me find a way to make you embarrassed in public, and then she brought this bottle of potion over. Yi Xiai's face turned cold. Do you know? In terms of the efficacy of the potion you put on my skirt, the symptoms are more serious than mine now. This is not a prank, it is disfigurement. Her mother Lu Mingyan never thought that there was someone behind this matter, and she never asked these questions. Tan Qingfei was not stupid. She finally realized that if Yi Xiai really wore this dress to dance, she would be embarrassed in front of everyone and make the Tan family lose face. In the end, her grandfather would find out that it was her who did it. Then her ending would not be as easy as being locked up and reflecting on her mistakes. In the Tan family, no one dared to resist Tan Anmin's power. She shuddered and stood up and gritted her teeth and said, You are so good, Tan Qingge. You actually set a trap for me. Tan Qingfei acted impulsively, otherwise she would not have done such a thing as giving Yi Xiai the drug. Seeing that she was about to go out to settle the score, Yi Xiai quickly grabbed her. What are you doing? Are you going out so late to let the whole Tan family know? After hearing what she said, Tan Qingfei didn't care about anything else. She turned around, held Yi Xiai's hand and begged, Yi, oh no Xiai, can you not tell Grandpa and Grandma about this? Yi Xiai didn't intend to make this matter known to everyone. As long as the other party really knew that he was wrong, she didn't want to pursue it, but she couldn't agree to her so easily. She pretended to hesitate and didn't say anything. Tan Qingfei was anxious. I promise that I will never bully you again in the future. Please don't tell me, okay? I can keep it to myself. Yi Xiai promised her. But Tan Qingfei was about to laugh, but seeing that she still had a but, her face changed and she said anxiously, Why, what's the matter? Yi Xiai continued, If you don't go against me in the future, I will not only not tell my grandparents, but also persuade your mother not to tell them about this. I promise. Tan Qingfei stretched out her little finger. It was another pinky promise. She had done it with Ji Lan in the afternoon. She reluctantly stretched out her hand, and her two tender little hands gently hooked and touched in the air. They promised a lifelong sisterhood. Behind the two of them, a little golden head poked in, watching their actions, eyes widened, mouth slightly opened. Surprise was not concealed. Doesn't his sister hate Yi Xiai very much? Tan Qingfei saw him first and smiled. Qingchen, what are you doing hiding there? Come in. Tan Qingchen walked in on tiptoe. At this time, Yi Xiai's face had completely disappeared, and there was no trace of the terrifying look she once had. Tan Qingchen looked left and right, and asked the question in his heart, When did your relationship become so good? Tan Qingfei gently pinched the tip of her brother's nose. You are a child, don't worry so much. Hearing this, Tan Qingchen was about to explode. What child? We are twins. You were born 1 minute earlier than me. 1 minute is also a sister. Tan Qingfei raised her eyebrows. Humph. It's okay, I'm not the youngest in the family now, I have. Before saying the word sister, Tan Qingchen shut up and really couldn't say those two words when he saw the dark eyes cast by Yi Xiai. Tan Qingchen had complicated feelings for Yi Xiai. He was a strong man. At first, he hated her very much, but since he knew her talent, his hatred has been reduced a lot. It was more of curiosity and envy, but in order to unite with his sister, he usually showed that he hated Yi Xiai very much. Outside the door, Lu Mingya gently waved her hand behind her. The waiter behind her was carrying some food and pastries. Tan Qingfei hadn't eaten all night, so she should be hungry now, so she thought of sending some up. But the scene at this moment was too beautiful, and Lu Mingya really didn't want to disturb her, so she gently retreated. When she walked to the stairs on the first floor, she covered her chest, and tried to calm the astringency in her chest. In the afternoon, after coming out of Yi Xiai's room, she was invited to Kavinical's place. Yi Xiai's clothes and styles were finalized early, and something must have happened to make her change her clothes temporarily. Kavinical knew it all. But she didn't ask anything, but told Lu Mingya about Yi Xiai's situation. The general meaning was that although Yi Xiai was talented, he had a psychological barrier, so he didn't like to contact people. Lu Mingya only then knew that Yi Xiai had a mental illness. At that moment, she was hit by a huge heartache and regret, and she felt guilty all the way back to Huanhua Tower. She never expected that this child would come tonight, and what touched her even more was that she would go to such lengths. It should be difficult for her, right? Chapter 77. Viscount Tan was checking the parasitic investigation report handed over by Tan E. The content was very consistent with the one sent by Ji Fan, but not as detailed. This showed that what Ji Fan gave him was authentic and reliable. He rubbed his forehead with a headache. In the huge study, Tan E was wrapped in black cloth and stood in the middle of the study. On him, circles of cold air were spreading outward. It was creepy. That kind of decayed smell was like the smell of a dead body buried underground. Tan seemed unaware and put a storage device on the table. His voice was terribly cold. Tan E followed the address on it and strike comprehensively. No one should be left alive. No one should be left alive. It means to kill them all. Tan rarely issued such orders. The Tan family has been able to stand for hundreds of years, so naturally they have their own set of methods. Outsiders say that the Tan family has a strong security force, but it is because the Tan family has a secret organization hidden underground that is unknown to the public. When some things are not suitable for exposure to the public, and the law cannot solve them, the Tan family's secret department will be dispatched. Suddenly, an arm like a tree root stretched out from Tan Yi's body and took the storage device in his hand. His voice was like a broken organ. Yes. Tan was not surprised and waved his hand. Tan Yi saluted and disappeared in an instant. Only some dry and black branches were left where he had just stood. At this time, Tan Zhong knocked on the door and walked in. He handed the portable optical computer in his hand to Tan. This is the statistical results of the questionnaires in the 4 major districts. Please take a look, head of the family. Tan has been dealing with parasitic creatures and the upcoming Congress during this period. He can be said to be very busy. Then he remembered that it had been a month since the questionnaire survey, and now there were results. He put down the file in his hand. Show it. It took a month, and the sample statistics of this questionnaire were very large. In order to prevent the hospital from interfering with the survey results, Tan authorized the hospital's intelligent brain to conduct it independently. Absolutely fair, just, and open. It can be said that the data results are extremely true and credible. Tan browsed with a hint of expectation, but just the summary at the beginning made his face darken. On the first page, it was clearly written that the average comprehensive score of the 4 districts of East, West, South, and North hospitals was 7.4 points, of which the highest was the South District Hospital, with a comprehensive score of 8.1 points, and the lowest was the East District Hospital, with a comprehensive score of 6.3 points. The data of the other 2 hospitals were very close, barely over 7 points. After retrieving the individual data of the East District Hospital, Tan face darkened even more thoroughly. In the most important column of professional ability, the score was only 5.8 points, service attitude 5.6 points, and treatment satisfaction 5.5 points. The highest score was actually the treatment environment, which scored 10 points. Not to mention the opinions and suggestions about the hospital, there are too many. More than 87.3% of people think that the doctor service attitude is not good, and hope that patients can be given more respect in the future. More than 41.9% of patients think that the doctor's professional and technical ability needs to be improved. And more than 81% of people think that the current medical expenses are too high, and hope that they can be reasonably priced, etc. Tan only paid attention to the larger values of the data, and the rest were simply unreadable. The rectification suggestions given by the intelligent brain are 500 pages long. But among this pile of rubbish data, there are still 1 or 2 performances that make people happy. At least it shows that Renha Hospital, which ranks first in the empire, is not as bad as shown in this data. That is the answer to why Renha Hospital is chosen for medical treatment. More than 93.9% of people think that Renha Hospital is the best and most trustworthy hospital in their hearts. More than 71% of people think that Renha Hospital is the only hospital in the empire that does not treat nobles and civilians too differently, and 95% of people think that Renha Hospital is the best hospital that civilians can choose. Tan put the light brain on the table with a back, closed his eyes, and did not speak for a long time. Tan Zhong waited on the side, even breathing slowly. He was clear about the situation of this data. As a member of the Tan family, he really did not expect that Renha Hospital, the first in the empire, had such a low score in the hearts of the people. Like Tan, he still had expectations at the beginning, but was slapped in the face by reality. He was a little worried that the head of the family was in a bad mood. Call Xiao Ai over here. Tan suddenly ordered. The young lady is on her way here. She told me to notify her as soon as I got the data. Tan nodded. He suddenly became curious. What was Yi Jiai's original idea? Could she have anticipated this result? He actually thought she was just completing an assignment. Tiananmen really overestimated Yizhi. Although Yizhi had some guesses about the situation of Renha Hospital because of the comments of netizens on Xinguang, she was still young after all, and had not really stepped into society to experience it, so she certainly could not predict this result. The questionnaire was a cover-up for her to understand old Wu's situation, and also to satisfy her curiosity, and finally to complete her final report on the aristocratic sociology course. Soon, Yizhi arrived. On the way here, Tan Zhong sent her a message to let her be mentally prepared, so she was not surprised to see that her grandfather looked unhappy. "Grandfather, I heard that the data is not very good?" She sat opposite Viscount Tiananmen and asked carefully. Tiananmen's forehead wrinkled into a character. Recently, all kinds of things were mixed together, which really made him feel exhausted. He handed her the portable light computer. "Look for yourself." After saying that, he leaned back on the huge chair and rubbed his eyebrows. Yizhi read 10 lines at a glance, and quickly finished browsing. This result was really beyond her expectations, but the most critical issue was that in this questionnaire, people's trust in Renha Hospital could still be seen. This shows that Renha Hospital is still the undisputed #1 in the empire. But if the #1 hospital is like this, what will happen to hospitals throughout the empire? She carefully chose her words. "Grandfather, I don't think you need to worry too much about this. Although the data is not good, the reputation of our hospital is still beyond doubt." Tiananmen sat up. In recent years, the Tan family has focused on biological research and has not paid much attention to the operation and management of the hospital. During this period, I also asked them to formulate an evaluation system, but now it seems that it is no longer useful. Yizhi had heard about this. Tan Zhong was instructed by Viscount Tiananmen that no matter what happened at home, big or small, if there was anything that Yizhi could know, he could tell her. This can also be regarded as the meaning of cultivating from childhood. Yizhi pondered for a moment and expressed her own opinion. "Grandfather, I think this evaluation system is actually a good way." Tiananmen was a little surprised and motioned for her to continue. This data shows that the doctor-patient relationship in Renha Hospital is now in a relatively tense state. If patients are allowed to evaluate medical staff now, and the evaluation results are directly linked to doctors' salaries, this model may lead to some uncontrollable situations. For example, it may cause dissatisfaction among medical staff, and patients may give unfair scores out of malice, etc. If these things are not handled properly, they will have a very bad impact on the hospital. Chapter 78. Tiananmen nodded slightly. It was for these considerations that he decided to stop this plan. Yizhi said again, "But what if the evaluation system is not included in the employee's salary system? What if the evaluation system is only regarded as an incentive? For example, the hospital cannot deal with medical staff with medium or low scores, but for employees with high scores, can we consider material rewards such as bonuses, promotions, or further studies? For those employees with extremely low scores, we should first carry out ideological education. If the scores are still very low in the later period, we can consider dismissal." Seeing Tiananmen's thoughtful expression, Yizhi smiled and said, "I think, as a simple incentive measure, there must be a minority of people who are unwilling. After this evaluation system takes root in the hospital and has a feasible soil, it will not be too late to consider incorporating it into the employee salary system." Looking at Yizhi, who was talking happily, Tiananmen was very happy in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He was right about Yizhi. However, the specific content of this evaluation system may need to be reconsidered. It would be best to find a balance between medical staff and patients, Yizhi added. Tiananmen nodded, even considering such details. The gloom just now was swept away, and he asked, "Have you been thinking about this?" Yizhi did not hide it. "Yes, I occasionally see some bad comments about the hospital on Starnet, and I want to know what the real Renha Hospital is like in the hearts of the people." Tiananmen laughed out loud. "Good. You are worthy of being the child of my Tan family." Then, Tiananmen asked her about her studies, and Yizhi answered them one by one. Tiananmen looked very relaxed. After Yizhi's stunning appearance a few days ago, the outside world is now quite curious about her. During this period, when he met with those old guys, he was very proud. At their age, when they get together, they are all competing for their descendants. With such a grandson, what else can I ask for? Seeing that Viscount Tiananmen's face improved, Yizhi also became happy in her heart. She really didn't want her grandparents to worry too much about these trivial matters. "Grandfather, I'm going to read a book." Seeing that the matter was almost discussed, Yizhi said. She was busy with the birthday party before, and she hadn't studied well for a while. Today, she happened to come to the study room, so she thought of taking a look. Tiananmen nodded slightly, Don't read too late. After saying this, Tiananmen felt very complicated. On the one hand, he was very happy with Yi Jiai's performance. There were very few children of 3.5 years old who could sit down and read seriously, not to mention children who made their parents worry about reading too late. But on the other hand, he felt that compared with other children in the Tan family, Yi Jiai had a very hard life because he taught her personally. He was not unaware of the discussions of the people below, who all felt that he and Kavini were too partial to Yi Jiai. But looking at her who was so outstanding and hardworking, all he could do was to make up for it as much as possible in these material aspects. Nearly 2/3 of the third floor of Hua Hall were libraries, archives and the like. At the same time, this was the only place in the Tan family that only had robots and no waiters. Yi Jiai liked to stay here very much. It is called a library, but it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a library on Earth. In this interstellar era where paper is extremely scarce, the Tan family has preserved quite a lot of paper books. Looking around, there are rows and rows of solid wood cabinets, connecting from the ground to the ceiling. The cabinets are sealed and isolated from the air, and there are robots for regular maintenance, just to preserve these precious paper books and pass them down. Entering the library, Yi Jiai walked to the right front familiarly. She walked forward for more than 20 meters before stopping. In front of her, on the big screen in front of the huge solid wood bookcase, there were 5 big words written, parasites. In the entire library, there is a large screen in front of each cabinet, which lists the name and quantity of the books in this cabinet in detail, and there is a small box next to it, which monitors the air, humidity, bacteria index, etc. in the cabinet in real time. At this time, a robot came over. He was slender, and his arms, thighs, and back were loaded with many weapons. This is a very expensive combat robot. Using combat robots as librarians, I have to say, this practice is very much in the personal style of Viscount Tiananmen. Miss, you are here again. Do you need any help? 097 is already very familiar with Yi Jiai. Yes, 097 helped me search for parasitic books in the last 200 years. Yi Jiai looked at his red mechanical eyeballs and said, searching, there are 1,751 books on parasitic books, including 621 paper books, and 797 books in the last 200 years. This is the catalog. What books do you want to read? Yi Jiai was surprised to hear his report. There are so many books on parasites. She pondered for a moment and tried to say the name. Is there a book by Anlin Bode? Yes, there is one in the library, but another one was delivered this afternoon. 098 is still processing it. If you want to read it, you may have to wait a while. The so-called processing is to apply a layer of special potion on each page of the book, which can extend the life of the paper. Yi Jiai really didn't expect that there was such a book. She said happily, it doesn't matter. Just ask 098 to make a copy for me when processing it. I will go back and read it. Okay. Miss, these 2 books are classified as top secret. Please be careful not to leak them out. 097 reminded diligently. Yi Jiai was a little frightened and nodded in response. The books in the Tan family library are divided into grades, from ordinary to top secret. She knew this. But she had only read top secret books at most, and this was the first time she had seen top secret books. From this, we can see how much Viscount Tiananmen doted on Sun Chong. Not only could Yi Jiai read the top secret books, but she could also easily order the combat robots to make copies. Even if she set fire here today, the combat robots probably wouldn't even threaten her. The reason was that Yi Jiai enjoyed the same highest authority in the library as Viscount Tiananmen. Chapter 79. In the sunroom on the top floor of Hua Hall, Yi Jiai is enjoying a rare leisure time. There is no need to prepare a birthday party. Her courses are proceeding at the normal pace. In addition, the aristocratic sociology course has been completed, and Song's court etiquette course is about to be completed. She has been relaxed recently. It must be mentioned that her aristocratic sociology course can be said to be a perfect completion. Teacher Ma Luan gave her an S evaluation, which is enough to show how well she completed this course. The reason is simple. Because of her final assignment, the medical community of Guangyu Star has exploded. Viscount Tiananmen is a person with strong execution ability. After the think tank of the Tan family finalized the implementation plan, Renha Hospital in the 4 major districts of Guangyu Star introduced an evaluation system as an incentive for employees. Yi Jiai has not seen the specific reward content, but Uncle Zhong said that his grandfather is very willing to invest. As a benchmark in the imperial medical industry, this move immediately triggered discussions throughout the empire. These days, all major news media, Starnet, and TV are discussing this matter vigorously. Viscount Tannenmein's photos are circulating among major media and netizens, and his image is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of the empire. The overall evaluation of the outside world on this matter is quite good. Everyone thinks this is one of the epoch-making measures. Only a few reports are worried about whether this move will cause panic in many ordinary hospitals in the empire. After all, not all hospitals have the financial support of the Tan family. Guangya Daily published a long report that the incentive measures pioneered by Viscount Tannenmein in Renha Hospital are just the first shot fired by him after he took office as the Minister of Health and Medical Affairs, and he is very much looking forward to his future measures in the field of health and medical care. Voice of the Common People published a personal column about Viscount Tannenmein and gave a high evaluation, believing that his practice is expected to establish a harmonious and orderly doctor-patient relationship system throughout the empire, which is a great thing that benefits the country and the people. Financial detailed talk is a calm technical analysis. After Renha Hospital implements this move, it will cause considerable turmoil in the medical economic sector, and the market value of Renha Hospital is expected to usher in another wave of increases. Imperial News, as an official media, used a long video to introduce the great contributions made by Viscount Tannenmein and the Tan family to the empire in the field of medical and health care over the years, and finally an exclusive interview with Viscount Tannenmein. The content of the interview is very short. In addition to the basic introduction, Viscount Tannenmein gave answers to the issues that the public is most concerned about. This incentive measure is currently only being piloted on Guangyu Star, and will then be promoted throughout the empire. The next batch of pilot planets include Huiming Star, Lanming Star, and Haimu Star. As the Minister of the Imperial Health Department, my duty is to do my best to ensure the medical and health safety of the empire and its people. In the future, I hope that our medical staff can work with peace of mind and our patients can receive medical treatment with peace of mind. This exclusive interview also swept the entire empire at a very fast speed and was sought after by people from all planets. Many medical students left messages online, claiming that they were willing to work in Renha Hospital in the future. If they wanted to go, they had to go to such a sentimental place. Many netizens also commented online that they would only go to Renha Hospital for medical treatment in the future. For a while, the Tan family was the most popular. With the help of the Tan family, Yizhi actually had a ridiculous harvest. At this time, Kavinikol brought Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingshan to the sun room to find Yizhi with a smile on their faces. After the last incident, the two of them became much closer to Yizhi, especially Tan Qingfei, who had already determined that Yizhi was her best sister in this life. Xiaoai, congratulations to you. As soon as Kavinikol entered the door, she saw Yizhi lying casually on the hammock in the sun. This posture was not considered to be polite, but because what happened was too festive, she didn't want to preach, so she just pretended not to see it. They came suddenly, and before Tan Lan and Tan Ju had time to pass on the message, they had already arrived. Yizhi quickly got down from the hammock and flattered, "What are you congratulating me for? Grandmother?" Before Kavinikol could speak, Tan Qingfei ran over first, took her hand and said excitedly, "Xiao Ai, you are famous." Huh? Yizhi didn't quite understand. Seeing that his sister was not speaking clearly, Tan Qingshan became anxious. It's not Xiao Ai who is famous, it's Hope that is famous. Oh, Hope was drawn by Xiao Ai, it's Xiao Ai who is famous. Tan Qingfei insisted. After gradually understanding Yizhi's character, the brother and sister were almost conquered by Yizhi's personality, charm, and strength. Yizhi finally understood what they were talking about. Hope was a painting she drew some time ago, and the subject was herself. The template of the painting was provided by Ji Lan, which was the photo he took of Yizhi stepping on air on the spaceship. Kavinik took Hope out of the space button. It was a huge painting with a width of 1 meter and a height of 1.5 meters. The background of the whole painting is a whole field of stars. In the center of the painting, a little girl with natural curly hair has bright eyes, looking at the domain light in front of her with a little longing and panic. Her right foot is in the air, and the whole person presents a very funny panic posture. But her eyes are pure and clean, and the light of hope gives people a huge visual impact. Yizhi had learned oil painting for a period of time on Earth, and unconsciously used some oil painting techniques when painting this painting. The colors are rich and extremely bold. When painting this painting, she was in a very good state, and it took a whole day without stopping to take a breath. She still remembers the situation at that time. She seemed to have entered a very mysterious realm. Her hands moved with her heart, and she completed the painting very smoothly, named Hope. Hope had just been completed when Kawini happened to come over. She praised her unique painting style, and had to sigh at her high talent. Yijia didn't really understand what she had done with the painting, but when Tanju and Tanlan saw the finished product for the first time, they both cried uncontrollably. It made her a little confused. Just like now. Seeing Yijia's confused look, Kavinik smiled and explained, I have a friend who happened to have an art exhibition recently, so I took your hope to help him warm up the atmosphere. I didn't expect it to be so popular that someone offered 20 million to buy your painting. Now everyone is talking about you on the Star Network. Tan Qingchen said with shining eyes. Xiao Ai, some people say you are the most beautiful child in the whole empire. Tan Qingfei laughed. Chapter 80. Yi Xiai said in disbelief. Do they know who I am? Kavinical explained to her apologetically. No, it's just that the Tan family has been attracting attention recently. Before we could react, someone revealed your identity. But your specific identity information has not been leaked. Your grandfather knows about this, and it will be fine. Unless necessary, it is best not to let the outside world know about the children of noble families when they are young. Just like the previous Ghost Beast attack, the group used a whole ship of people as hostages to kidnap Jilan, but because they didn't know what Jilan looked like, they finally returned empty-handed. Slightly larger families will consciously protect their children. Viscount Tananmin was furious in the study because of this incident. Yi Xiai confirmed again. You only know that I am a member of the Tan family, right? Seeing Kavinical nod, her face became better. Because of the oil painting techniques, the people in the painting are a little distorted, and if you meet them normally, you may not be able to recognize that it is her. Besides, she is still a toddler now. When she grows up, it will be even more difficult to see. Besides, her last name is not Tan. Does the outside world know that I am the author of this painting now? Yi Xiai asked again. Kavinik shook her head. Don't worry, except for people in the circle, no one knows that you drew it. A 3.5-year-old girl drew Hope. If this is reported, it will be the headline of the news. If it happens to the public, it is unknown how happy it is, but for a big family like the Tan family, it is better to keep a low profile. But for Yi Xiai, this matter was not without benefits. At the young age of 3, she made a name for herself in the Imperial Painter Circle. This is what really excites Kavinik. After hearing the conversation between the two, Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen realized belatedly that the hope that the whole network went viral would actually bring danger to Yi Xiai, and they were not so excited at the moment. At their age, although they have not experienced kidnapping, they always have friends who have experienced it. They know very well what it means, so even at a young age, they attach great importance to safety issues. Tan Qingfei comforted. Xiao Ai, it's okay, you should bring more bodyguards when you go out in the future. Seeing the two people's worried expressions, Yi Xiai smiled and said, It's okay, you know, I don't go out often. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen thought about it. It was true, and they were no longer worried. What kind of danger can people who don't go out of the Tan family encounter? Among the 4 children in the Tan family, Yi Xiai is the one who doesn't like to go out the most. Jilan invited her to visit the prince's mansion countless times, but she refused for various reasons. Tan Qingde was the one who went there frequently. Kavinical and Viscount Tananmin knew about her illness, so they didn't force her in this regard. She just didn't like to go out. It's not worth mentioning. Because Kavinical was a painter, almost all the children in the Tan family had been taught to paint. Tan Qingchen, who was not very interested in painting and had given up, stared at the painting closely for a long time, and always felt that it was a little different. He wondered, Xiao Ai, this is the first time I have seen this kind of painting. It's pretty good. Tan Qingfei knew more than him and asked, Xiao Ai, is this your original painting method? What's your name? This doesn't seem to be a traditional painting method. Yi Xiai didn't know how to explain it. She didn't have the face to admit that the oil painting was her original creation, so she had to stammer. It seems that I have seen this kind of painting method in a book. I painted it casually, and it looks pretty good. Tan Qingfei pulled the hand that was holding her and said excitedly, Ah Xiao Ai, you are so great. Tan Qingchen also looked at her with shining eyes. Recently, Yi Xiai has become numb to such looks. Kavinika watched them playing and fighting and quietly retreated. She was really happy that Yi Xiai now had playmates of the same age, and she was willing to accept them as a family member. Seeing Kaviniko leave, Tan Qingfei quietly took out the necklace in the space button and whispered, Xiao Ai, look at the pearl necklace I just designed. Is it beautiful? The pearl necklace has been carefully polished, each of which is a different shape, and the overall color is light pink, which is very beautiful. Tan Qingfei has always had a dream that she dared not tell others. In the past, only Tan Qingchen knew about it, and now Yi Xiai has to be added. That is to become a famous jewelry designer in the galaxy. If it is an ordinary family, having such a dream may be a great thing, but in a big family like the Tan family, if the children do not work in the medical field, they will be regarded as a betrayal of the family. Just look at their uncle, little uncle. If he does not return to the Tan family once a year, he will not hear the Viscount complain about it. But Yi Jiai is very supportive of Tan Qingfei's dream. The reason is simple. She saw the light in the eyes of this little girl. Just like hope, the light she emitted when she first saw the domain light. Perhaps influenced by her mother Lu Mingya, Tan Qingfei showed an extraordinary talent in this regard. That string of pearls does not look like it was made by a 4-year-old child. Yi Jiai took it and played with it for a while, praising it. It's pretty. I knew you would like it. I give it to you, Tan Qingfei said generously. The corners of Yi Jiai's mouth curled up unconsciously. The longer she spent with Tan Qingfei, the more she liked her. She didn't have any scheming. She was usually carefree, and was a simple optimist. For someone like Yi Jiai, it would be very easy to get along with her. For Tan Qingfei, being with Yi Jiai, she no longer had to think about those problems that she couldn't think about at ordinary times, and with Yi Jiai's full support for her dream, she felt that she had met the best friend of her life. By the way, when are we going to play in the Low Valley Light? Xiao Ai has been in Guangyo Star for so long, but she hasn't been there yet. Tan Qingchen suddenly suggested. Concubine Tan Qing was not very interested at first, but when she heard that Yi Jiai had never been there, she immediately agreed. Go Xiao Ai, although there is nothing fun, it is still okay to go and take a look. It is the largest amusement park in the entire empire. When she heard that it was an amusement park, Yi Jiai wanted to refuse. Tan Ju, who was waiting on the side, interrupted and said, Little miss, you just go and take a look. If you really don't like it, we will come back. You haven't gone out to play with the second lady and the young master yet. Tan Ju also meant well. How could a child not go out? Seeing the two pairs of expectant eyes, Yi Jiai swallowed the refusal that was on the tip of her tongue and nodded in agreement. Okay. This is the first time for the three of us to go out to play. I have to plan it well, Tan Qingchen said like a little adult. He always wanted to show his status as a brother in front of Yi Jiai. Yi Jiai didn't want to discourage him, so he smiled and said, Then Qingchen will arrange it. Tan Qingchen clenched his fist and raised it in the air. Okay. Chapter 81. Kavinical and Lu Mingyao were very happy when they knew they were going out to play. They made a travel plan overnight to ensure the safety of the three little ones. In the evening, Kavinico was sharing the news with Viscount Tananmin with a happy face. Anmin, it is a great decision to take Xiao Ai back to the Tan family. You see, her mental state is much better now than on the base star. Viscount Tananmin was half leaning on the bed, still browsing a document, and said without raising his head, Well, Yi Jian said that her recent data has improved a lot. Kavinico smiled and lay down beside him. My old friends are envious of me now, and they ask me to take Xiao Ai out to meet them every day. Tananmin felt the same way about this, but when he thought of Yi Jiai's illness, he pondered, Don't force her. Kavinico closed her eyes. I know. I just hope she can have a good time and be happy tomorrow. Hearing what she said, Tananmin couldn't read the document anymore. He was afraid that something might happen tomorrow, so he arranged for Tan Yi to accompany him secretly. Then he turned off the lights and went to bed. The next day, Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen washed up early and came to Hua Hall. They now took Yi Jiai's cold face less and less seriously. Since Tan Qingfei had the right to use Yi Jiai's room, the two of them became even more aggressive. Tan Qingchen rushed into Yi Jiai's room and shouted, Xiao Ai, get up quickly. Then he was stopped by Tan Ju and Tan Lan outside Yi Jiai's bedroom door. Yi Jiai did not allow anyone to enter the private space of the bedroom. After Tan Qingchen was beaten up by the busted woman, he did not dare to force his way in again. He had no choice but to sit down on the sofa beside him. Tan Qingfei fell behind a few steps and saw her brother sitting on the sofa, and she realized that he was stopped outside the door again. She walked to the door of the room and shouted, Xiao Ai, get up quickly, my mother asked me to bring you some clothes. Yi Jiai was not sleeping well, and was awakened by Tan Qingchen's movement. At this time, she was staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Bo Ba stood beside her. Little master, get up quickly, you have to go out to play today. Yi Jiai nodded weakly. Bo Ba picked her up, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After arriving at the Tan family, Bo Ba had little space to move around. She was basically in her room, and there was basically nothing to do. Everything in the room was kept in order by Tan Lan and Tan Ju. Although Viscount Tananmin and Kavinical agreed to Bo Ba's existence, They didn't like it when a robot always wandered around the house. So Yijia rarely took Boba out. But this situation shouldn't exist today, right? Boba can still protect them. Yijia suddenly had an idea. Boba, you go out with me today. Boba's mechanical red eyes rolled instantly, which was a sign of her emotional ups and downs. Okay, little master. It didn't take much time to wash up, and Yijia was soon carried out of the bedroom by Boba and sat on the dining table. She picked up a piece of red date cake and looked at the two people sitting on the sofa. Have you two eaten? Tan Qingfei smiled and shook her head. We both ate a long time ago. Yijia nodded and began to quickly solve breakfast. Tan Qingfei took out a red and white plaid princess skirt from the space button. Xiao Ai, you have to wear this skirt today. Yijia then noticed that the clothes the siblings wore today matched very well. She looked at the skirt in Tan Qingfei's hand. Is this a parent-child outfit? Your mother made this one overnight, Tan Qingchen added. In the past, Lu Mingya dressed them up when he and Tan Qingfei went out, so the two of them were used to wearing parent-child outfits. Last night, Lu Mingya remembered that if Yijia didn't wear it, the three of them would look too lonely when they went out together, so she made one overnight. To be honest, Yijia didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she thought it was silly to wear parent-child outfits with two children, but when she thought that Lu Mingya made it overnight, she couldn't say no anyway. Seeing that she agreed, Tanlan took the skirt from Tan Qingfei, took it into the cloakroom for a simple ironing, and then selected some matching accessories. After finishing breakfast, Yijia looked at the complicated jewelry in Tanlan's hand and said, Alan, change to something simpler. It's not convenient to wear these when going out. Finally, under Yijia's insistence, she simply tied a ponytail and pinned a red and white bow decoration on her hair, which matched the red and white plaid princess skirt and was also very fresh and cute. In order to match her dress, Tan Qingfei took the initiative to remove the complicated decorations on her head. The three of them were also lightly dressed today. They didn't look like a group of noble children, but like civilians. The light of the valley was in the West District. Sitting on the shuttle, Yijia was staring at the scenery along the way. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen were used to the existence of Boba because they often went to Yijia's place. After knowing that this was a very powerful combat robot, they adapted well to Boba. So when they saw Bobo on the shuttle, they didn't realize anything was wrong. The shuttle with the Tan family emblem stopped directly at the gate of the light of the valley. The waiter who received the notice in advance was standing at the reception desk to greet them. Dear nobles, welcome to the light of the valley. I wish you a happy day today. This is an extremely dreamy place. It is built in the West District and covers a large area. While still on the shuttle, Yijia saw the colorful area. After getting off, looking at the colorful and bizarre things in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Tan Qingchen was very familiar with this place. As soon as he got off the shuttle, he took the hands of the two and ran forward. Go! Let's go play Bubble Battlefield first. Bobo, Ame and Tan Qi hurried to catch up. Yijia glanced back at Ame in a hurry, and the other party nodded imperceptibly. Ame suddenly said to Tan Qi, Manager Tan Qi, I have something urgent to do and need to go out. Please protect the young lady. Tan Qi nodded, with no reaction on his expressionless face. So Ame quickly disappeared in the crowd. Seeing Yijia's uncomfortable look, Tan Qingfei comforted her. Qingchen said yesterday that he must play all the top 50 games with you today, just bear with it. Yijia looked at Tan Qingchen, who was in high spirits, and did not let go of his hand that was tightly holding her. Forget it, today I will pretend to be a child and play with them. Soon, the three of them arrived at the bubble battlefield. After identifying the tickets, several people got on a toy car that looked like a bubble. Tan Qingfei took the opportunity to explain the rules to her. We are just waiting now. When someone comes out, we will be ejected. You must be prepared. Tan Qingchen was very excited. I haven't played a three-person game yet. It must be super fast. As soon as he finished speaking, Yijia felt that their bubble car was accelerating at a very fast speed, shuttling through the colorful corridors. Chapter 82. Suddenly, Tan Qingfei squeezed her hand. It's almost done. Yijia quickly understood what she meant. A hole opened on the top of the bubble car, and the seat suddenly produced a huge elastic force, and the three of them were instantly bounced into a pink bubble ball. In the center of the bubble ball, there were three driving platforms facing different directions. Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen quickly ran to both sides and sat down. Tan Qingfei called her. Xiao Ai, you sit in the main driver's seat. We have played the main driver's seat many times. Yijia sat down obediently. The fixing device automatically extended and fixed her firmly on the seat. It's called an operating platform. But in fact the buttons on it are very simple. Compared with driving a shuttle, it's not worth mentioning at all. On the left, there is a disc for operating the direction, and there are only 3 buttons on the right. The red one is the acceleration button, the blue one is the defense button, and the green one is the attack button. Yijia thought about it for a while, and roughly understood how to play this game. A mechanical sound rang out in the bubble ball. Enter the bubble battlefield immediately. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Start. A flash of white light, and the 3 of them came to a colorful world. Bubbles of various colors gathered in a huge spherical space. As soon as Yijia and his friends appeared, they were baptized by a large number of bubble balls. Tan Qingchen screamed. This group of people actually guarded the exit to attack. Too shameless. Yijia quickly operated to avoid this wave of attacks. These bubble balls can be hit back. If some of them are not hit back, they will fall on you and lose points. 1 point is counted for each bubble hit. The initial score is 100 points, and now they only have 59 points left. Tan Qingfei was not very good at playing this kind of game, and she was not good at resisting, so most of the points she lost came from her direction. Perhaps they saw that their team was not strong enough, so more and more bubble balls surrounded them. Since you can lose points, you can earn points. If the bubble ball you hit hits the opponent, you can not only get 1 point, but also get an extra bubble ball. Yijia looked at the increasing number of bubble balls and shouted, "Hold on tight." After that, he turned the steering wheel to the top and pressed the accelerator button. At the scene, you can see that a pink bubble suddenly rushed out from the encirclement of a group of bubble balls. Just when everyone thought it would run away, Yijia turned around, increased speed again, and swooped down directly. She moved very fast, aimed at a green bubble ball, and shot all the bubble balls in her hand out. The damage of the combo is cumulative. Yijia has excellent accuracy and fast speed, and not a single bubble was wasted. The green bubble was actually destroyed directly. Yijia remembered clearly that the biggest damage they suffered just now came from this green bubble. Damn! Xiao Ai, you are so awesome, Tan Qingchen said excitedly. His consciousness was still at the moment when Xiao Ai said to sit tight, followed by several huge flips. Before he could react, he saw the screen above that the green bubble was blown up by them. The opponent's points all fell on them accordingly. Their pink bubble jumped to the 5th place in the bubble battlefield scoreboard. Tan Qingfei said, "Their points are so high, and they were suddenly blown up. Now they must hate us to death." Tan Qingchen looked down on them. Such high scores must have been obtained by guarding the exit. We call this eliminating harm for the people. Hearing their conversation, Yijia shrugged indifferently. "Xiao Ai, there is a black bubble at 9 o'clock. Tan Qingchen exclaimed. Someone actually attacked them. However, it was too late. The opponent's attack was fast and fierce. Their bubble balls were quite large, and they lost 10 points directly after being hit once. Tan Qingchen was stunned. Oh my god, why are we ranked in the expert field? Yijia operated the pink bubble to avoid the opponent's attack, distracted. What does it mean? Tan Qingchen cried. The bubble battlefield is matched according to age. For a novice field like ours, 1 point is 1 ball, but the balls in the expert field can be upgraded. The highest level is 50 points per ball, and the defense system can also be upgraded. Our 1-point small balls can't cause any damage to it. Yijia operated the dodge with her left hand, and slid across the control panel with her right hand. She did see the upgrade content, and pressed it without hesitation, and immediately changed all the points to a big ball of 50 points. She quickly started to counterattack. This black bubble's operation technology is obviously stronger than the green bubble, and it dodges some by operation. But most of the attacks still fell on the opponent, and all the points that Yijia and the others had just lost were returned. Tan Qingchen was simply stunned by Yijia's amazing operation, and instantly became full of pride. Ha ha ha, come on. Let's destroy this black bubble. Yijia did think so. She directly hit a yellow bubble on the right, and the opponent couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by her, losing a lot of points. However, Yijia didn't want points. She used the rebound force of the yellow bubble to jump into the air. After accelerating twice in a row, she turned around and dived towards the black bubble, saying, "Hit!" After the last time, Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingchen understood what she meant. The bubble ball attacked desperately. Hit from high to low, the black ball was a huge target, and the opponent would be hit by Yijia and the other two no matter how they ran. The people in the black bubble were panicking at this moment, and they didn't know where to go. However, how could Yijia let them go? After using inertia to speed up twice, Yijia made another series of combos, and finally, he actually hit it directly. Yijia thought he would get a lot of points again. Unexpectedly, the opponent was hit by their pink ball directly because of the serious lack of points. Several boys inside fell out directly, and were sent out by the robot with a net bag. Yijia could even see the shocked and angry expressions of those boys when they left. This is a real slap in the face. In the bubble battlefield, people are rarely beaten like this, Tan Qingshan exclaimed, so violent. Everything went smoothly afterwards. After eating the black bubble, Yijia exchanged all his points for the highest level balls, and he shot without missing a single shot, becoming a harvester in the entire bubble battlefield. Finally, he got the first place in the standings. The announcement sounded in the battlefield. Congratulations to the Pink Bubble Ball Invincible team for winning the first place in today's 3-person field, and congratulations to them for breaking the historical record and generating a new highest score. Yeah! Tan Qingshan and Tan Qingfei screamed together. They didn't expect the results of this game to be so good. This is the first time they have broken the historical record. Chapter 83. After they came out, Tan Qingshan was very excited. He had never had such a good time. He also refreshed the scoreboard. The staff had been waiting at the exit for a long time. Congratulations to the three of you for breaking the historical record and generating a new highest score. Here are your gold medals. After today, you can take all the gold medals to the prize redemption office for redemption. Tan Qingshan took it with a smile. He walked in front, threw the medal into the air, and said happily, "This is the first time I have won a medal." Suddenly, a hand appeared in the air and snatched the medal. A ruffian boy stood in front of the three people, with contempt in his eyes. "Just relying on you little brats, you also want to win a medal?" Behind him stood a few boys about his age, all about 10 years old. Tan Qingshan put away his smile, stood a little in front of Yijia and Tan Qingfei, acting as a protector, and said in a bad tone, "Give me back the medal." The few people were dressed quite well, but they didn't wear family emblems, so it was unclear whether they were nobles. Chung Feng looked at the poorly dressed kids in front of him with great disdain. They were just civilians. They dared to beat up both teams. If he told this to others, would Chung Feng still have face? The thing was, Black Bubble and Green Bubble had originally joined forces to eat up all the points in the bubble battlefield today, but Green Bubble's sneak attack failed, and was beaten up by Yijia. Black Bubble came to avenge his brother, but was also beaten up. The two teams have been waiting here for them. "Give it back to you? Come and get it if you can," Chung Feng said provocatively. Tan Qingshan was provoked by him, and jumped up to grab the medal back. But he ignored the height difference between the two. Chung Feng smiled evilly, and casually raised the medal for a while, and then put it down, teasing Tan Qingshan. The child behind him laughed. Tan Qingshan realized the dilemma in front of him, and stopped jumping, his face flushed with anger. Tan Qingfei couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up and said, "You guys are bullying the weak, aren't you ashamed?" The smile on Chung Feng's mouth collapsed. A commoner dared to scold him. After all, Tan Qingfei and Tan Qingshan were twins, and they looked a bit similar. Chung Feng recognized them at a glance. "Your brother is so short, you can't reach it yourself, and you have the nerve to say that I bully him? Brother Feng, you don't know this. Commoners are like this. They are not strong enough, but they say that others bully them every day." A fat man behind him laughed. Ha ha! After the fat man said this, several boys burst into laughter. Tan Qingshan had never encountered such a thing in his life. His face was tight, and his eyes were full of tears, but he held them back. Chung Feng approached his face with a malicious smile. "Oh, the dwarf is going to cry." The fat man behind him led the laughter. Such humiliation, Tan Qingshan gritted his teeth and didn't shed a single tear. Tan Qingfei had never encountered such a person before, and didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing Qingshan being bullied, she was very anxious. Yijia sighed. She was really provoked by these kids. She walked forward, pulled Tan Qingshan behind her, looked at Chung Feng, and said in a baby voice, "Not really. You can't afford to lose?" Hearing the words "can't afford to lose," Chung Feng and his companions' faces suddenly changed. The fat man behind him stepped forward and said viciously, "Kid, who can't afford to lose?" Yijia laughed sarcastically, pointed at Chung Feng, the fat man and a person behind him and said, "Aren't you three the black bubbles that were beaten by us? If you want medals, just say so, we will give them to you, no need to grab them." The real reason was exposed. Chung Feng's face flushed. "We underestimated the enemy in the last fight. So let's compete again. If you win, this medal will be returned to you." Yijia looked at him as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. "As long as I go back and find the employees of the bubble battlefield, I can naturally get the medal back, and yours will be invalid. Tell me, What reason do I have to bet with a defeated general? Chung Feng was enraged, and stepped forward to grab Yi Jiai. Yi Jiai was the one who skipped flying, so he reacted quickly and dodged easily. But because of this action, Yi Jiai's anger turned into 5 points. She said with a bad face, "You want to fight? There are so many cameras here. Even if you are a noble, you will go to jail if you beat a child." Tan Chi and Bo Ba, who saw this scene not far away, took a few steps forward, and then retreated because of Yi Jiai's eyes. Knowing that something was wrong, the fat man quickly grabbed Chung Feng and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, Chung Feng put on a nonchalant smile again. "In this way, in addition to this medal, I will take out 100,000 star coins. If you win, the medal and star coins are all yours. How about it?" 100,000 star coins are just a fraction of the pocket money account of Yi Jiai and the other two. The three of them were indifferent. Chung Feng was a little embarrassed and said stiffly, "They are just civilians. Isn't 100,000 enough for you to spend?" "What do you mean by civilians?" Tan Qingfei wanted to argue with them, but was stopped by Yi Jiai. She originally just wanted to punish these little brats, and didn't want to do anything, but suddenly heard Tan Qingchen sobbing behind her. This is intolerable. In this case, don't blame her for being rude. She laughed and said lightly, 100,000 star coins are too childish. In this way, you dare to gamble with our pocket money account? The fat man said sarcastically, "Come on, do you know Brother Feng?" He stopped suddenly because he saw the account balance of Yi Jiai flashing by. So many zeros, at least tens of millions, right? Chung Feng was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect these civilians to be so rich. These kids are really good at playing bubble battlefield. If he dares to lose so much money, he will definitely be beaten up badly. Yi Jiai glanced at him lightly. "Don't dare?" Chung Feng swallowed his saliva and hesitated. The fat man rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you dare? But it's boring to play bubble battlefield again, let's change it." Tan Qingfei glared at her. "How can you be so shameless?" Yi Jiai patted her hands and said indifferently, "Okay, what do you want to play?" Originally, Chung Feng was a little unhappy when he heard that the fat man agreed directly, but he immediately understood after hearing that he wanted to change it, and he didn't say anything. "Play the King of Shuttle," the fat man said loudly. Hearing this game, Tan Qingchen gently pulled Yi Jiai's sleeve and whispered, "Xiao Ai, forget it. King of Shuttle is very difficult, you haven't played it." Tan Qingfei has never played it, but she also knows that most of the players of this game are adults, and it is very difficult, so she can't help but feel nervous. She was not afraid that Yi Jiai would lose money. At most, she would just pay for Yi Jiai. She was worried that Qingchen and Xiao Ai would feel bad after losing. "I really didn't expect to meet such a shameless noble." Yi Jiai agreed immediately. "Okay, let's compete in King of Shuttle. However, since you have made a request, for the sake of fairness, I also have a request." Seeing that the other party fell into the trap, Chung Feng was very happy. "You say?" Yi Jiai said calmly. "Let the robot do a notarization. The amount is so large, it will be hard to say if they are cheating at that time." The fat man's face changed. "What do you mean? Do you think the nobles will cheat?" Yi Jiai was too lazy to talk to him, just looking at Chung Feng, smiling without saying a word. Chung Feng saw the disdain and sarcasm on Yi Jiai's little face, and his forehead was hot, and he agreed. "Okay. Let's do the notarization." Soon, Yi Jiai summoned the robot and signed a gambling agreement. The bet amount is exactly the maximum effective amount for minors, 10 million. In other words, this agreement has legal effect from the moment it is signed by both parties. Chapter 84. The Light of the Valley is a large amusement park after all, and competition is its core selling point. For fairness, the King of Shuttles here does not need to be bound to personal identity information. The shuttles are also basic models. Without modification, the only difference is what kind of shuttle the player chooses. It is precisely because of this rule that Yi Jiai agreed to this game. If Yi appeared, I'm afraid the other party would never compete with her. Tan Qingchen was a little flustered. Although he had seen Yi Jiai's gaming talent and Tianxiu's operating skills in the bubble battlefield just now, the King of Shuttles and the bubble battlefield are not games of the same level. He hesitated for a long time, but still mustered up the courage to say, "Xiao Ai, have you played King of Shuttle? How about I go?" Yi Jiai saw that he was obviously very scared but tried hard to cheer himself up, and her dissatisfaction with Chung Feng in her heart became even worse. She smiled and said, "I am very good, Qingchen, don't worry." Tan Qingfei was also a little worried. "Xiao Ai, if you lose, you lose. I will give you money, it doesn't matter." Yi Jiai smiled and shook his head, comforting, "Don't worry, You can just watch my game outside. After speaking, he glanced at Tan Chi and a Mei who deliberately kept a distance from him, nodded, and walked straight into the venue of King of Shuttle. The light of the low trough uses its own interactive sensor system. You don't need to enter the biological cabin to play King of Shuttle here, you just need to sit in a specific sensor cabin. This mode not only allows players to operate easily, but also allows people outside to clearly see the player's expressions and movements. Yijia randomly chose cabin number 9, while Chung Feng walked into cabin number 16, which was directly opposite her. Brother Feng is awesome. The fat man shouted outside the venue. Chung Feng tapped his chest to respond. His posture was quite handsome. The host stood in the middle and introduced passionately, "Welcome all players to King of Shuttles. Let's see what venue we have drawn today is. Blackwood Planet. Blackwood Planet is an ordinary suitable planet under the Empire, and the largest planet in the Empire. The surface of the planet is mostly covered with sand and stones, and the air index is low. Most of the residents of the planet live in major artificial bases. Competing in shuttles in such places is a great test of the driver's operating level. Because it is an artificial base, the road conditions are quite different from those of high quality and good stars. There are mainly two problems involved. First, the major artificial bases have different transportation networks, and even the gravity arrangements in different areas are different. Second, there are few planetary ring tracks, which means that many shuttles will compete on the same track, increasing the risk of collision. Although Tan Qinshan, as a boy, had not played this game much, he knew the basics very well. After the host mentioned Blackwood, he bit his lower lip tightly with his upper teeth. Yijia had flown over Blackwood several times, so he was not very familiar with the terrain, but he was not completely blind. The key is to see which area of Blackwood the intelligent brain draws. If it is a separate artificial base, it is considered normal mode, and if it is a planetary ring flight, it is considered difficult mode. The host stood in the middle and shouted loudly, "It seems that today is a test for all players. The topic drawn by the intelligent brain is the Blackwood Planet Ring Flight Competition, 1 lap." After he finished speaking, the shuttle selection panel appeared in front of all the players, but they were all basic shuttles. There are always many problems with shuttles that are too basic. Some are fast but weak in defense, and once they are hit, they will die. Some are strong in defense but slow. Some are fast in rapid acceleration, and the rest of the data is ordinary, and some are average in all aspects. The King of Shuttles competition usually attracts a lot of viewers, because the King of Lows is a competitive game, and people who are not confident in themselves generally do not choose to play this game in front of others. Yijia was the first to finish the selection. After discovering it, some viewers were curious to look at her sensor cabin, and found that it was actually a 3-year-old child. Their eyes widened immediately. "Look at cabin number 9, the little girl is too brave. Maybe they are just here to play, don't worry. Look at cabin number 16, she is not very old." Everyone found that there were indeed 2 very young children present. At this time, the host gave an order. "The shuttle selection phase is over. Next, let's enter the long-awaited competition phase. Countdown 3, 2, 1, the competition begins." During the countdown, Yijia was already warming up the acceleration system. After the host said start, she instantly shot out like an arrow from a string. This is a catapult start. It can get faster speed than the ordinary start method. The black shuttle marked with number 9 rushed to the front of everyone in a fearless way. The key is that she didn't even slow down. There is a big sharp bend ahead. Host Sake has been working part-time as the host of King of Shuttle at the Light of the Valley for many years. As the host of the shuttle competition program, Sake has rich hosting experience. He is willing to work part-time here because the salary here is very high and because of his love for the game King of Shuttle. He is a die-hard fan of King of Shuttle. He quickly caught Yijia's shuttle and said in a high voice, "The first one we saw was shuttle number 9. This should be a speed-type player." She chose the fastest basic shuttle, CV1. This shuttle has excellent acceleration performance of 1,000 kilometers. However, this shuttle has very high requirements for the driver. Its defensibility is very weak. If a collision occurs at this speed, it will definitely destroy the plane and kill people. It seems that our number 9 contestant is quite confident in his ability. Years of hosting experience gave him an intuition that the person in shuttle number 9 is a big shot. He has been tracking Yijia, and shuttle number 9 directly occupied the C position on the big screen. We can see that shuttle number 9 has been leading at a very fast speed. She has now entered the internal traffic track of District 21. You have to be very careful here. The traffic network of District 21 is very complicated, because this is a man-made base equipped with anti-gravity devices. The Imperial people joked that they were walking in the sky and underground at the same time. Wow! A sudden exclamation came from the audience. Yizhi drove the shuttle 90 degrees, and quickly passed through the gap between the two buildings. He took this opportunity to jump directly to the upper track. Chapter 85. An expert knows whether it is good or not once he makes a move. As soon as CK saw this operation, he knew that his guess was correct. He said excitedly, "That's right. Shuttle number 9 just performed an extreme operation, and it was completed quite beautifully. This operation not only requires extremely high control of the shuttle, but also requires strong computing power. It is not an easy task to enter the high-speed track by sticking to the limit of the low-speed track." Chung Feng has been biting behind Yizhi, and he was a little stunned when he saw this operation. This? How does it look so much like an Yi? But soon he followed. His idol is an Yi. I don't know how many of his game videos he has studied, and he has also learned a little bit from an Ye's operation. CK became even more excited. He didn't expect that a part-time job could also encounter a tournament-level game. He said in a high tone, "Shuttle number 16 actually caught up with the track of number 9. Now, there are 2 shuttles on the high-speed track. But the performance of shuttle number 16 is average in all aspects, not as fast as number 9. If number 9 does not slow down, number 16 should have no hope of catching up with it." As if hearing this, Yizhi suddenly slowed down. CK misunderstood. We can see that there is a continuous S-shaped curve in front of shuttle number 9. It should be afraid of hitting the track, so it slowed down. But shuttle number 16 does not have such a problem. Its defense is stronger than that of number 9, and a slight collision will not cause too much problem. He actually rushed up directly. If nothing unexpected happens, the champion and runner-up of this game should be produced from these 2 shuttles. Yizhi sneered. Since she wanted to teach this kid a lesson, she wanted him to remember today. Through the rearview mirror, Yizhi saw Chung Feng's shuttle getting closer and closer. Just when Chung Feng was about to overtake her, she suddenly accelerated and rushed out. She passed the first big bend quickly and steadily. CK immediately realized what she wanted to do, and even broke her voice. "I misunderstood the meaning of shuttle number 9. She was waiting for number 16. This is a way to despise opponents in shuttle competitions. Now I am looking forward to how number 16 will respond. Will she pass these big bends at her own pace, or accept the provocation of the opponent?" The arrogant Chung Feng could not tolerate such a degree of provocation at all. He pushed the accelerator lever to the highest position, and the whole shuttle rushed out at a very fast speed. He was fast, but Yizhi was even faster. The speed was just a little faster than his, and his moving trajectory was blocked at the next big bend. Chung Feng panicked and crashed directly into the track. At this speed, the shuttle was instantly smashed to pieces. Chung Feng was eliminated. The scene was dead silent. The number 9 shuttle was obviously operated intentionally, so Zeke didn't know how to explain it for a while. He subconsciously looked for people in the cabins, and after finding that cabins 9 and 16 were all half-grown children, his brain froze instantly. Is the competition between children so violent now? Yizhi didn't care about what he thought. After solving Chung Feng, she once again demonstrated her superb operation level, and completed this competition very quickly. There is no doubt that she broke the shuttle competition record of the Light of the Valley, and won another medal. After Yizhi won, Tan Xingchen's face flushed and his eyes sparkled, no longer showing the dejected look just now. He rushed up to hug her. "Xiao Ai, you are so awesome." The sudden hug made Yizhi's scalp numb, and she pushed him away. Tan Xingchen thought that he had hit her too hard, and didn't care, still very excited. Tan Qingfei now looked at Yizhi as if she was coated with a layer of gold light, and she came over. "Xiao Ai, you can also play this. I usually play it when I have nothing to do." The audience hadn't left yet, and they wanted to see what this awesome kid looked like. Seeing Yizhi appear, they all surrounded him. Seeing Yizhi and the other 2 being surrounded, Chung Feng winked at the fat man, signaling him to leave quickly. Because of family reasons, he was most exposed to the shuttle, and he had played all kinds of shuttles over the years. That's why he knew exactly what level Yizhi was at. He knew he had hit a wall today. Yizhi saw them preparing to run away from a distance. He sneered and called to the light brain, "Bo Ba, stop them." When Chung Feng and his friends were caught by Bo Ba, they were still a little confused. But when they saw Yizhi and the other 2 walking slowly towards them, they immediately understood everything. There are helpers. Why didn't they show up just now? The fat man's eyes turned around, and he had another idea. "Brother Feng, this is a Nani robot, and its combat power is not strong. Should we rush over?" Yijia saw his idea at a glance. I advise you not to move. Bo Ba is a combat robot. Don't come to me if you are missing arms and legs. When he heard that it was a combat robot, the fat man was completely discouraged. Yijia pulled out the gambling agreement and projected it in the air. Cash it, or I call the police. Chung Feng's forehead was sweating. If he really went to the police station, wouldn't he become a joke in the future? The fat man knew that money was a small matter, but face was a big matter. He couldn't help but persuade, Brother Feng, why don't you give me the money? Chung Feng glared at him fiercely. This damn fat man actually came up with some bad ideas. The fat man's back stiffened when he was looked at, and his mind turned quickly. He whispered, Brother Feng, you have so many shuttles in your space button, why don't you give her one? Your accounts are all under supervision. If you suddenly transfer 10 million out, Uncle Chung will definitely check. If he finds out that you lost the bet this. When he heard that he wanted to give a shuttle out, Chung Feng looked at him as if he wanted to eat him. The shuttle is the lifeblood of Chung Feng. How can he give it to him? Yijia saw that the two of them were talking for a long time without any results and urged, have you discussed it? Chung Feng pursed his lips, his face was pale. He opened his mouth and said something that he didn't even believe. Can I write an IOU? He scratched his hair, straightened his collar, and smiled and coaxed. Little sister, brother won't lie to you. Brother doesn't have any money on him today. Can we write an IOU? Yijia, In fact, his facial features are very good, but because of the ruffian air on him, people always ignore his appearance. At this time, his serious look makes it difficult to ignore his handsome facial features. The fat man's eyes widened behind him. Brother Feng is indeed Brother Feng. For 10 million, he even used the beauty trap, but this trick has no effect on Yijia. At her age, how could she be obsessed with a child? She said coldly, you have to accept the loss. Either pay the money or go to the police station. It's your choice. Chapter 86. Seeing Yijia's stubborn attitude, Chung Feng stopped smiling and showed a fierce look on his face. I don't have any money, I trade you a shuttle. He took out a sexy red shuttle from the space button. It was unique in shape and well maintained. It was worth a lot of money at first glance. Yijia raised her eyebrows slightly. It didn't look like she couldn't come up with 10 million. Chung Feng's face was tense. Leave me your contact number. This shuttle is worth more than 10 million. I give it to you first, and I get it back when I get the money together. Yijia didn't want to have any follow-up involvement with him. I buy it at the market price, and you can deduct the 10 million you lost to me. Chung Feng looked at her with red eyes and clenched fists. He felt like he was going to attack and hurt someone in the next second. The fat man quickly grabbed him. Brother Feng, don't be angry, let's think of a way. This shuttle was a model from 5 years ago, but it was so well maintained. It can be seen that Chung Feng really loves shuttles. This is not surprising. The nobles of Guangyu Star either play mecha or shuttle. A gentleman does not take away what others like. Yijia sighed and let Tan Qingshan go. Tell me how much you can give, then apologize to him, and we be even. Chung Feng's teeth creaked. No one has ever made him so angry since he was a child, but he signed the agreement, and the other party is not short of money, and there is a combat robot watching behind him. If this matter is not handled well today, he can't leave. The fat man didn't expect the other party to let go, so he ran to Tan Qingshan and bowed. Little brother, I'm sorry, it's our fault. The brothers were just joking with you just now, and there was no other meaning. Can you forgive the brothers? Yijia glanced at him. This fat man really didn't look like a noble. In the face of the fat man's apology, Tan Qingshan didn't say anything. This means that he didn't forgive. She stared at Chung Feng with a bad tone. We've said it, laughed, and compared, and you want to leave so easily? Chung Feng's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and his fists were clenched. I can give you a maximum of 1 million. She pointed at Tan Qingshan and said, okay, but you have to get his forgiveness. Chung Feng took a few deep breaths, and he walked stiffly to Tan Qingshan, buried his head, gritted his teeth, and whispered, I'm sorry. Tan Qingshan's whole body was warm. He didn't expect Yijia to get back for him like this. He had only felt this feeling of being protected by his parents before. Looking at Chung Feng, who was on the verge of collapse, he said seriously, I won't say it's okay, but I accept your apology. The fat man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to Chung Feng to calm him down. Okay, Brother Feng, it's okay, put the shuttle away. Then he ran to Yijia to transfer money to her. Chung Feng put 1 million yuan with him. The Chung family managed his money very strictly. It took him a long time to save such a small amount of money. The fat man secretly put 400,000 yuan in. He felt very sorry. If he hadn't said that he was competing with the shuttle, how could he have encountered such a thing? I really didn't expect that a baby could be so cruel. Before leaving, Chung Feng glared at Yizhi fiercely and remembered her appearance firmly in his heart. He would get back this place sooner or later. After this incident, Yizhi and the other two no longer had the intention to continue playing. Get on the shuttle and go home. On the shuttle, Tan Qingfei has been lingering beside Yizhi, looking at her with starry eyes. Xiao Ai, you are really handsome. If you were a boy, I would definitely want to marry you. Not to mention Tan Qichen, Yizhi's glorious image at this time is almost the same as his father Tan Yizheng. Seeing Tan Qichen look happier than usual, Yizhi was relieved. At her age, she always has the mentality of an elder when getting along with the twins of the Tan family. Just now, Chung Feng bullied Tan Qichen so much, she was afraid that it would leave some psychological shadow on Tan Qichen. Now seeing the two people look relaxed and a little excited, Yizhi smiled. There was joy on the shuttle. While the few people were talking and laughing, Tanchi suddenly stood up, and Boba instantly changed into a fighting form. In a flash, a cannonball pierced through the shuttle's front windshield and directly penetrated the driver's forehead. The driver died on the spot, and the front windshield shattered. After discovering the cannonball, Boba grabbed Yizhi and flew into the air. Tanchi quickly grabbed Tan Qingfei and Tan Qichen and jumped out. After a few rolls, they landed on the edge of the shuttle track. As soon as they left, the cannonball exploded directly, and the entire shuttle was instantly ignited by flames. After losing control, it hit the outer wall of the track and broke into pieces. Yizhi was frightened. Luckily, they were driving on the track exclusively for nobles, and the light of the valley was relatively biased, so there were no other shuttles except them. So no other accidents were caused. However, before she had time to think about it, huge firepower attacked her. After Yizhi upgraded the shell of Boba, it used warship-grade protective materials and energy guns below class that could not cause damage to it. But in its detection, there were two huge threats in this area. Its red eyes jumped quickly. Little Master, request to turn on the full combat mode. Yizhi was stunned, knowing that Boba must have discovered something, and immediately replied, turn on. Then he quickly operated on the optical computer, but there was no signal network. The other party even lost the network. Bang! A cannonball was fired from nowhere and aimed at Boba. Boba in full combat mode was extremely fast, and he jumped to a higher place and dodged. But the place where the two had just stood was already a mess. After discovering that the energy gun caused little damage to Boba, the other party actually abandoned the energy gun and used the plasma cannon. At the same time, two all-black combat robots appeared in front of them silently. Put down that girl, and I spare your life. The two robots spoke at the same time, and the emotionless mechanical sound made people's scalps numb. What answered them was Boba's direct attack. Boba's right hand turned into a round cannon and fired at the core area of the two robots. Kill! 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 The red eyes of the two robots jumped wildly, and the mechanical voice repeated. On the other side, Tan Chi, who was surrounded by a group of black-clothed masked men, was in a bad situation. Tan Qichen was carried on his back, holding Tan Qingfei in his left hand, and holding a long sword of unknown material in his right hand. The texture of the long sword was extremely hard, and ordinary energy guns could not leave even a trace on it. His swordsmanship was quite powerful, and he did not show any signs of decline even when surrounded by a group of people. However, the strange thing is that the people he injured seemed to feel no pain and continued to attack them tirelessly. Tan Chi stood at the edge of the track holding a knife. His coat was slightly bulging in the wind, and his pale face was now a bit bloodthirsty, looking a little bit evil. Close your eyes, he said. Perhaps because he didn't speak often, his voice was like the sound of paper being torn, a little harsh. The tone of his speech was also very strange, not like the pronunciation of the 4 official languages of the Empire. After Tan Chi said this, regardless of the two people's reaction, he jumped up, raised his knife in his right hand, and chopped down a man in black. Tan Qichen and Tan Qingfei closed their eyes reflexively. Chapter 87. With a flash of silver light, the extremely thin blade cut across the neck of a man in black, and his head fell to the ground. Blood gushed out. The next scene was terrifying. After the man in black's head was separated, his body was still standing straight, his hands waving randomly, and he didn't seem to die immediately. What was even more horrifying was that the man's head on the ground was also running around, as if looking for his body. Tan Chi sneered and kicked the head away, making a few crosses in the air, and the head broke into several pieces of flesh and fell to the ground, never moving again. All the men in black froze instantly, as if they were reacting to something. Then, they rushed towards Tianqi together regardless of anything. Tianqi jumped up and hit on the bracket of the track column. But these people were like boneless people, using their hands and feet to grab the track and crawl towards him. Tan Qingfei opened her eyes first, and saw a man in black crawling towards her in an extremely weird way. She couldn't help but scream. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and the man in black was hit in the head, and his brains were splattered. But this action only made him pause for a short while, and he soon climbed up again. Damn! What the hell are these things? Mei, who had just returned from work, fell beside Tan Qi and said in surprise. He was the one who fired the gun just now, but it seems that the energy gun can't kill them. Seeing him coming, Tan Qi put Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei down, watched them. Then he rushed out. His killing posture was very elegant. In a few rounds, he cut off a lot of heads. Mei quickly covered Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei's eyes with his tentacles. Without the burden, Tan Qi was very fast, and quickly dealt with the people in front of him. He put the still squirming bodies and heads together, and ignited them with alcohol. Surprisingly, these corpses actually made some extremely strange biological screams when they were burned. Watching his series of operations, Mei was a little dazed. Why did this Tan Qi steward look so familiar? It seems. It's not the first time he has encountered such a thing. Mei swallowed his saliva and was a little numb. What on earth are these? Tan Qi didn't answer him. He held the knife in his right hand and looked up at the sky. In the sky, 3 combat robots fought back and forth, and the scene was very intense. Yi Jiai was firmly protected in the arms of Bo Ba, safe and sound. But its left arm and right thigh were damaged to varying degrees. The purpose of these 2 robots was quite clear, which was to capture Yi Jiai alive, so they did not use large-scale lethal weapons. Bo Ba was still able to cope with it. After what happened on the spaceship, Yi Jiai was able to face such incidents calmly. After discovering that Mei had returned, she immediately said to Bo Ba, "Lead them down." Bo Ba's red eyes flashed, and its logic at this time was contradictory. In the programming of the Nani robot, its task was not only to take care of Yi Jiai's food, clothing, housing and transportation, but also to take into account her mental health and other indicators. Bo Ba did not think of himself as a member of the Tan family, but in its logical calculation, everyone in the Tan family was Yi Jiai's relative or friend, and they were all helpers who could help Yi Jiai's condition improve. In the program calculation of the combat robot, it took this conclusion as a premise. Yi Jiai was its first protection object, and Tan Qingchen and Tan Qingfei below were its second protection objects. If it goes down, it will pose a great threat to the safety of the second protected object, but this is the order of the first protected object. Yi Jiai saw that Boba did not move for a long time, and raised his voice. "Boba, I don't want you to be beaten to pieces. Let's go down." Hearing this, Boba's core chip was hot, and all the contradictions were automatically corrected. It responded as usual, "Okay, little master." Boba quickly found a gap and flew to the ground. The 2 robots followed closely behind. Taking advantage of Boba's back door wide open, they directly raised the attack muzzle of their right hands and were about to attack. In a flash, Mei stretched out his tentacles and directly pulled down the 2 combat robots. The shells passed by Boba's right arm. It fell to the ground and said to Mei, "Thank you." Mei waved his tentacles. "It's a small matter." Speaking of this, he and Tan Qi rushed out at the same time. The tentacles directly stuck the head and limbs of the robot on the ground, making them unable to move. He pressed against the chip storage position on the back of the robot's head, and was about to take it off, when the robot's red eyes suddenly flashed wildly. Boba yelled, "It's going to self-destruct, get out of the way." Mei heard the words and stretched out his tentacles, hooked the pillar beside him, and swung out directly. My goodness, the power of the explosion of the combat robot is no joke. Bang! With a loud bang, the robot exploded, and a sky-high flame appeared at the scene. Boba turned around quickly, and held the 3 children tightly in his arms. The distance was too close, and the huge shock wave directly overturned its outermost metal shell. Tan Qi was not feeling well either. He was faster and took off its chip before the robot self-destructed, but he was still affected. His outer clothes were torn to pieces, his skin was red, and his body was covered in blood. Yi Jiai ran towards him. "Butler Tan Qi, are you okay?" Tan Qi put away his long knife and said in a hoarse voice, "Nothing." Yi Jiai couldn't help but frown. Looking at the situation of Bo Ba, she knew how strong the shock wave was. How could she be okay? She grabbed Tan Qi's hand and was about to check it, but it was cold. The temperature that didn't seem like that of a living person made her shudder, and she subconsciously let go of her hand. Why are you so cold? My body temperature is lower than that of ordinary people. Miss, it's still very dangerous here. Let's go back to the Tan family first. He took out a shuttle from the space button and walked in first. Yijia was a little stunned. There was still blood on her hand from when she grabbed his hand just now. But she clearly saw that after the blood, there was intact skin, and it didn't look injured. Where did the blood come from? No, there is another possibility. Yijia's heart skipped a beat. The wound healed so quickly, wounded like that, recovered so quickly. She walked into the shuttle silently and sat down. Fortunately, everyone's expression was not very good, so no one noticed her inquiring eyes looking at Tan Chi from time to time. Tan Chi pretended not to see it, and his eyes did not move. Everyone returned to the Tan family in silence. In the study of Hua Hall, Tan Yi was standing in the middle, reporting today's situation. Viscount Tananmin had a clear look of anger on his face. He paced in the study with his hands behind his back. Investigate. Investigate for me. See who dares to provoke the Tan family like this. The other party's purpose is very clear. They want to capture the young lady alive. Tananmin's face became extremely cold. From today on, if Xiao Ai goes out, the Anbu must send someone to follow her. Yes. Tanny replied. Tananmin sat back in his chair with a tired look on his face. Shouldn't he have gone to pick up Yijia? This way, she would be exposed to the public later, and the danger would be reduced accordingly. The temptation of quasi-mental power is too great. Guangyao Star is not as calm as it seems. Chapter 88. Suddenly, the communication notification sound of the optical computer broke his meditation. It was a video call from Yijian. He waved his hand, and Tan Yi disappeared on the spot like before. What's wrong? He picked up the phone. Yijian rarely contacted him unless there was something. When the somewhat shocked and angry face of Viscount Tananmin appeared in the video, Yijian subconsciously asked, Your Excellency, Viscount, did something happen? Tananmin thought for a while, and decided to tell him about the attack. As Yijia's father, he had the right to know about it. After listening to the whole story, Yijian clenched his fists tightly in a place where Viscount Tananmin could not see. But his expression was still calm. How is the breasts? Does it need to be repaired? The maintenance department is already repairing it. I asked them to upgrade the breasts again. Yijian nodded and comforted him. Your Excellency, you don't have to worry too much. Sooner or later, Xiao Ai will understand the cruel rules of interstellar society. Her talent is destined to do all this, and she can't escape. Viscount Tananmin thought that the other party would complain, but he didn't expect to hear comfort. He felt much better in his heart. He stared at Yijian, trying to see if the other party was lying. You don't blame me? Yijian smiled. Your Excellency, you are Xiao Ai's grandfather. I believe you will not put Xiao Ai in danger. Tananmin sat up straight. I will upgrade Xiao Ai's security level. You modify the breasts, so you should do it. As an old noble, Tananmin has always disliked robots. At this time, for Yijia, he took the initiative to say that he wanted to modify the breasts, which shows that he really loves Yijia. Boba has 2 programs running at the same time, so it's a bit troublesome to upgrade. I send you the drawings later, Yijian said. Tananmin nodded slightly. Remembering the purpose of today, Yijian called up a picture. Your Excellency, Viscount, do you know what this thing is? It was a black and gold bracelet with intricate and delicate patterns, and it was worth a lot of money at first glance. Tananmin had some impression of it. This is a gift from Lady Ronghui to Xiao Ai. I was the one who asked her to accept it. Any questions? After experiencing the attack on Yijia, Tananmin was a little nervous. Yijian expected him to be unaware. It was for this reason that Yijian made this video call to Tananmin after a long time. In fact, in the past 10 years, the two had only contacted each other a few times. Because of Yijia, they contacted each other more often this year. Yijian pulled out a report and organized his words. This is the result of my analysis of this bracelet. If the data is correct, this bracelet can gradually improve the physical level. Tananmin was surprised. Are you telling the truth? Yijian's eyes moved, and he nodded heavily. When he came to this conclusion, he was also quite surprised that this legendary thing actually existed. I have done no less than 5 analyses during this period, and the conclusions are consistent. I have some doubts. Such a precious thing, the other party gave it to Xiao Ai so easily. Isn't it inappropriate? He rubbed his eyebrows. Or, does the other party have any ideas? Vice Viscount Tananmin understood his thoughts. After Yijian told him the real function of this bracelet, he had such a guess for a moment. He hesitated and said, it shouldn't be. The Wangjua mansion has not expressed any intention to form an alliance. Besides, Jilan and Xiao Ai are too young. It's too early to talk about this now. It's not appropriate. Seeing Tananmin's statement, Yijian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that there were many bad habits among the old nobles of the empire. For the sake of interests, marriage is a common means. He didn't want Yijie to go to Guangyu Star and come back with an inexplicable little fiancé. After saying everything he should say, and exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yijian hung up the call. But Viscount Tananmin couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Yijie's condition was not as good as it appeared now. Her mental strength level was too high. If it continued for a long time, the burden on her body would become greater and greater. So even though she was only over 3 years old, he arranged quite a lot of physical training courses for her. At the same time, the Tan family has been developing drugs to stimulate her physical fitness. If what Yijian said was true, with this bracelet, at least there would be no worries before Yijie's mental strength reached A. Even if Yijie's physical strength was stimulated well enough, her physical condition would not become worse after reaching A. By then, the Tan family should have developed drugs that can stimulate physical growth. This thing is too important for Yijie. Even if he knew it was too expensive, he couldn't send it back. After hesitating for a while, he still dialed the number. Soon, Ji Fan's handsome and deep face appeared in the video, and he said politely, "Your Excellency the Viscount. Major General, you must be very busy recently." Tananmin was very polite. "The Congress is coming soon, and I've been a little busy recently." It was so late at night that Viscount Tananmin suddenly called, and even Ji Fan was a little surprised. But he was not in a hurry, and waited quietly for the other party to tell the real purpose of today. "It's like this, at my birthday party a few days ago, Viscount Wang gave Xiao Ai a bracelet. I wonder if the Major General knows about this." When he heard that it was that bracelet, Ji Fan immediately understood what Tananmin meant. He didn't expect that the other party would discover the function of the bracelet so quickly. He nodded slightly. "Sir, that bracelet is of no use to the Ji family, but it is very important to Xiao Ai. You don't have to mind it." If Tananmin believed 70% of Yijian's words just now, Ji Fan's attitude at this time made him believe 100%. That is really something that can improve physical fitness. Tananmin said seriously, "I didn't know that this gift was so valuable at the time, so I let Xiao Ai accept it. Now it seems too inappropriate, but this bracelet is too important to Xiao Ai. To put it in an inappropriate way, is the Ji family willing to sell it? No matter what it is, our Tan family will never say a word." This kind of words does not sound like what Viscount Tananmin would say. To some extent, this is already an offense. Ji Fan understood that the other party really wanted to make amends, and said gently, "Sir, this thing was originally given to Xiao Ai. She suffered so much injustice on behalf of Ji Lan. How can my Ji family not express our gratitude? Sir, don't take it too seriously. This is just a gift. The military still has some things to deal with, so I hang up first." Ji Fan quickly hung up the video call, and it seemed that he was really busy. In the end, Viscount Tananmin still didn't make anything clear. He sighed, laid down in the huge chair, and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Chapter 89. Today is a very special day. The National Assembly of the year 3588 of the interstellar calendar will open in the Congress Hall of Luojin Mountain. Tananmin was dressed very formally, and his dress made him look energetic. Before getting off the shuttle, Tan Zhong confirmed again with concern, "Master, are you really going to take the public shuttle?" Tananmin straightened his collar. "Yes, you guys go back." After that, he stepped directly to the platform. Tan Zhong saluted behind him. "Master, take care." Viscount Tananmin stood on the public shuttle platform, looking particularly abrupt. His clothes and his temperament were incompatible with this place. If he were on Earth, he should be the kind of master sitting in a stretched Lincoln, not an ordinary person standing at the bus stop waiting for the next bus. Soon, the public shuttle to the central area arrived. Unlike private shuttles, public shuttles are larger, can accommodate more people, and are slower. The tracks it mainly involves are on low-speed and medium-speed tracks. There are very few public shuttles on high-speed tracks, and the charges are higher. On the big screen in the middle of the public shuttle, today's real-time news is being played. "Hello, everyone, this is the voice of the common people. I am now standing in front of the Golden Hill building. You can see that some members of Congress are entering the venue one after another. As far as we know, this year's congressional proposals cover a wide range of areas, but the focus is still on social security, educational equity, medical reform, and military guarantees." Suddenly, the camera turned, and a man in shabby, but exceptionally clean clothes walked past the camera. He held a briefcase in his right hand and was in a hurry, as if he was going to attend Congress. The host ran over quickly. "Sir, are you a member of Congress? Can you briefly introduce yourself to the audience of Voice of the Common People?" The man seemed to rarely face the camera. He rubbed his hands and looked a little embarrassed. "Hello, everyone. I am a representative of the Parliament from the 8th District of Blackwood. My name is Chingu." "Hello, Mr. Chingu. Are you a member of the Senate or the lower Parliament?" Chingu scratched his head. The 8th District of Blackwood is not a very rich area. We don't have members of the Senate, only members of the lower Parliament. The Glorious Empire is a centralized empire, and the central government has extremely strict control over the local areas. The empire adopts a political system of separation of 4 powers. The executive power is controlled by the government, the legislative power is controlled by the parliament, the judicial power is controlled by the courts, and the military power is controlled by the royal family. The parliament is composed of the House of Lords, the House of Commons, and the Emperor. The members of the House of Commons are all civilians, and the members of the House of Lords are all nobles. According to popular belief, the Imperial Senate is also called the House of Nobles, representing the interests of the nobility and the upper class, while the House of Commoners is also called the House of Commoners, representing the interests of the common class. Chingu said that there were no members of the Senate in the 8th District of Blackwood, which meant that this was an extremely poor area, so poor that there was not even a single member of the Senate, only members of the House of Commons. The host continued to ask, "How many members of the House of Commons do you have there?" Chingu smiled innocently. "There is only me this year, and there were none in previous years." The host did not expect that a random person he interviewed would come from such a poor area, and was a little disappointed, but still asked as usual, "Mr. Chingu, this is your first time to participate in Congress as a member of the House of Commons. Have you prepared any proposals?" Chen Jamuna's face became a little excited. "Last October, I submitted a proposal to the cabinet to promote the establishment of an equal doctor-patient relationship, but now it seems that this proposal is no longer needed. Viscount Tannenmean, the Minister of Health, is already working on this matter. The people of the 8th District of the entire Blackwood Star are very grateful to him. The reform that Viscount Tannenmean pioneered in Renha Hospital some time ago caused quite a stir in Guangyu Star." Voice of the Common People tried to get his personal interview, but the other party finally chose Empire News. When Chingu mentioned him, the host immediately became excited. "The medical reform implemented by Viscount Tannenmean in the Imperial Renha Hospital has not yet spread to Blackwood, right? Can you explain to the audience in detail why the people of Blackwood are so grateful to him?" Chingu swallowed his saliva and slowly said, "You may not understand that our Blackwood is a planet with a very serious polarization between the rich and the poor. The 8th District where I am located is the poorest district on Blackwood, and the economic level is not even comparable to some better inferior stars. Our district does not even have a general hospital, only a medical aid station set up by the district government. But Blackwood is the same. It is also a very large planet, and the distance between each area is very far. It takes more than 100 hours to take a public shuttle from the 8th District to the nearest large hospital. And the people of our 8th District are always treated unfairly, and many medical accidents have occurred. The impression left by the people of our 8th District on the entire Blackwood planet is not very good." When he talked about these things, his eyes were full of tears. "On the entire Blackwood planet, the only hospital that still receives us is Renha Hospital. Although we are still looked down upon, we are really grateful to Viscount Tannenmean. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even have a hospital to go to." Viscount Tannenmean comes from the Tan family, a medical family. Since he took the lead in implementing medical reform in the capital planet, we believe that in the near future, the reform will always come to our Blackwood Star District 8. So the people of our District 8 are very grateful to him. The interview is still going on, but Tannenmean can no longer sit properly. Today is the opening day of the National Assembly. Many people went to the Central District to watch the ceremony, so there are not only many people in the public shuttle, but also quite a lot of people. Viscount Tannenmean appeared in major media a few days ago. When he stepped into this public shuttle, many people recognized him. But out of kindness, no one came to disturb him. After the Voice of the Common People broadcast the interview with Chingu, everyone at the scene couldn't help but pay attention to him. A pregnant woman sat next to Tannenmean, and she was looking at him with bright eyes. Tannenmean smiled at her and said, "You are a commoner? Few commoners choose natural childbirth." The woman was a little excited, her eyes sparkling with tears. "The doctor at Renha Hospital suggested that I do this. Although the cost is higher, the doctor said that with my and my husband's genes, if we choose natural childbirth, We make it a baby with high talent. Listen to the doctor, it's good. Viscount Tannenmean smiled gently. The woman nodded, her face flushed with excitement. Your Excellency, I didn't expect you to take the public shuttle. With the woman's opening, everyone in the public shuttle became more casual. Someone followed up. Yes, Your Excellency, I didn't expect to meet you here. Someone else joked with him. Your Excellency, shouldn't you be in Lujin Mountain now? Why are you staying in a small closed box with us commoners? The man was obviously joking, and the people around him laughed. Chapter 90. Tannenmean was not angry either. He smiled and made a noble greeting before speaking. Many people took off their hats to salute him. To be honest, everyone, today is the first time I've taken a public shuttle in my life. I always thought that public shuttles were like my shuttles, with seats, but I didn't expect that so many people were fixed here by a seat belt. This is not riding a shuttle, but practicing standing posture. His exaggerated tone made many people laugh, and they felt that he was an approachable noble. After laughing, he said seriously, in fact, I came to take the public shuttle today because I was confused. A middle-aged man who took off his hat laughed first. Sir, please speak. The worst thing about us common people is confusion. I guarantee that you will not feel that there is anything confusing in life after listening to it. His smile caused laughter from everyone again. In such an atmosphere, Viscount Tannenmean was also quite relaxed. This is not a small confusion. I wonder if anyone present has paid attention to the proposal on military security in this Congress. Are you talking about the establishment of the Fifth Fleet? Someone in the crowd said excitedly. Recently, in addition to the medical reform of Renha Hospital occupying the headlines of major news, among all the proposals that have been exposed, the proposal to establish the Fifth Fleet has the greatest response among the people, and has triggered widespread discussion. Tannenmean replied to him, It's about the establishment of the Fifth Fleet. Tell me, do you want the Empire to establish another fleet? The middle-aged man who took off his hat spoke again. I really know about this. This proposal seems to be proposed by Major General G. Fan. It is to establish a logistics army. There has been a lot of noise on the Starnet. Some people say that Major General G. Fan is too young, and they don't know how much money a new fleet will add to the treasury. Some people also say that the Alliance will use this to declare war on us. Anyway, it's not good. Someone retorted, Come on, who is Major General G. Fan? People like us can think of that, but he can't. I think it must be because it is really needed, otherwise Major General G. Fan would have paid for it himself. So why would he need to draft a proposal in Congress? Several people expressed their opinions. Viscount Tannenmean pressed his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. From what I heard, it seems that you all trust Major General G. Fan. The crowd immediately booed, of course. Who is Major General G. Fan? He is the only S in the entire galaxy, and he is the protector of the Empire. Yes. Look at how he turned the useless Third Fleet into today's Abyss Fleet. With this courage and strength, who wouldn't trust him? The Major General works almost every day, and he handles all the slightly larger public events. We all see it. Yes. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about the previous Ghost Beast attack in the Wild Fox Star region. Do you know the follow-up? Those injured and disabled family members were all subsidized by Major General G. Fan himself. Not many people knew about this, and there was a burst of exclamation at the scene. The man said again, There is another person who also made a lot of efforts in this matter. He saluted Viscount Tannenmean. It's this, sir. All those people were treated in Renha Hospital, and the medical expenses were only charged at cost price. Viscount Tannenmean was a little moved. Are you a passenger on that ship? The man's voice trembled. Sir, I'm not, but my sister is on that ship. Thank you very much. She has recovered and been discharged from the hospital, and her life has not been affected. Tannenmean nodded. The pregnant woman suddenly spoke, and she smiled very gently. Sir, we are ordinary civilians, and don't understand politics, but from what you said, your confusion seems to be related to this proposal, so I want to say a few words of my own thoughts. Please go ahead. Tannenmean motioned for her to continue. Perhaps because she was a new mother, her face was filled with maternal radiance. As a prospective mother, I avoid war. The Empire is not like the Alliance or the Star Alliance. We have always had a tradition of universal military service. I am a retired captain, and my future child will join the army like me, so I am very afraid of the coming of war. I am afraid that he will be hurt. She wiped her eyes, and everyone present listened to her quietly. But as a soldier, I know very well that peace cannot be maintained by fantasy. When I served, Major General G. Fan was only a major, but I also heard a lot of rumors about him. My comrades, and I believed in him very much. So, I think Major General Ji Fan must have a reason to do so for the establishment of the Fifth Fleet. She clenched her fists. I will believe him. Support him. As soon as she finished speaking, many people followed. Believe in Major General Ji Fan. Support Major General Ji Fan. Viscount Tananmin was deeply shocked. He didn't expect that the boy from the Ji family would have such a voice among the civilians. He couldn't help but ask again, do you all trust him so much? Even though the Ji family might control another fleet of the Empire? Everyone was silent. The middle-aged man who took off his hat whispered, I am also a retired soldier. I believe in the loyalty of Major General Ji Fan and Marshal Ji to the Empire. Tananmin straightened up, and he remembered the first family motto of the Ji family. Don't bully the weak, don't fear the powerful, be loyal to the Empire, and live and die. Perhaps, that young man is really trustworthy. This is the first time that Tananmin took off his hat to civilians. His always resolute face was a little cautious. Today, thank you very much for speaking freely. It's okay, sir. We feel honored that you can listen to us say these things. Yes, sir, in my heart, you and Major General Ji Fan are both very respectable people. We have arrived at the Central Square. Passengers going to the Central Square or Luojin Mountain, please get off the shuttle at this stop. A mechanical sound rang out, and the shuttle slowly stopped. The middle-aged man who took off his hat unfastened his seat belt, walked to Viscount Tananmin, and saluted respectfully, Your Excellency, it's time for you to go to the Congress Hall. Okay. Viscount Tananmin put on his hat. Your Excellency. When he walked to the door, someone suddenly called him. A young boy came out. Your Excellency, I am a medical student at the Imperial University. I also have a few words to tell you. In the hearts of our medical students, you are as trustworthy as Major General Ji Fan, so no matter what decision you make, we will support you. Tananmin was slightly stunned, and after reacting, he patted his hands. Study hard, everything is for the Empire. Everything is for the Empire. The passengers behind him said in unison. Tananmin turned and left.